Hello and welcome to the TheSeahawksNest live stream show. My name is Brendan Cannon. I appreciate you for watching. I ain't dead yet. It ain't got me yet. I'm still here fighting. It's 9 in the morning. I don't know which end is up, but we are going to figure out which pick our Seattle Seahawks are going to go with today as we culminate with the third day of the draft. 2 4th-round picks, 2 6th-round picks, and a 7th rounder. Let's not overstate as well the fact we're going to be looking at UDFA territory today, because anything can happen in UDFA territory. So it is going to be an action-packed day. I'm going to be holding on for dear life with my voice, and I'm going to appreciate you guys hanging in there with me on that as well. We'll see what our Seahawks have here on deck. It's going to be a quick start here for our team, as they are the second team to pick here in the 4th round. It's been a hell of a draft so far. And I'm very excited to see how they finish this up. I know we haven't had a lot of picks, but in my opinion, they've done a lot with the little that they've had. And in addition to that, the board has fell so very right for our Seahawks throughout this process, where you're stacked up at positions that you kind of don't, I'm not saying need, but it'd be nice to be able to attack, address, safety, inside linebacker. And so they've really set the stage well there. Very, very encouraged by what I've seen here so far. Appreciate you guys tuning in today. Please, on your way in, do me a favor and hit that like button. Thank you to all the new subscribers and whatnot on the channel and that. Thank you guys for jumping aboard here. We've had some great increase in that regards here over the last couple of days, which has been phenomenal. So thank you for that. Let me give you a what's up to everybody here as we get our start off here. Sweet Shinobi, how you doing? Cyberhawk, Josh Sass in the house. Hello. I want an inside linebacker day, Josh. Let's just knock it right out. You know what I mean? Or will. Swedish says, I'm becoming a big fan of second-gen NFL players. A lot of them become excellent pros and seem to come into the league better prepared. Tyler Lockett, for example. Yes, sir. I found the thing to be the same truth. Take a guy, one of my favorite players in the draft a couple of years ago, Swedish, was Antoine Winfield Jr., son of Antoine Winfield, who I believe to be one of the best tackling cornerbacks in NFL history. And indeed, he came in and he was ready to roll, and he played really well when he came in. So I think there's definitely something to that. Absolutely. William Masabako, go Hawks. Roxanne Roll in the house. Hello, Roxanne. Good morning. Good morning, Megan. Sundays go Hawks. Loving the draft so far. Me too, man. Mr. Game, my brother from another mother. All my peeps in the house. Let's go. Big Roy Plumbing, the best possible outcome of the 4th round is Jeremiah Trotter and Malik Mustafa. That'd be a very good one. I'm not as super high on Malik Mustafa, but I'm okay taking him here. I think I had a 4th round grade-ish, 4th, 5th round grade. So, you grab him here. That's okay. He's definitely a very talented guy. Mr. Kane, Cedric Gray, Jalen Carlisle, Brendan Jackson, Malik Mustafa would like one of these guys, but just be happy we got the lines drawn. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, hey, this early in the morning, Mr. Kane, spellings are not only forgiven, they're expected. If you're spelling correctly at this time in the morning, you're one of those morning people. Those dreaded morning people. Bob says, morning 12's time to draft strong. Let's finish this thing up right today, huh? You done great the first 2 days of the draft, John. Just complete the process today. What's up, Brian? Big Dizzy in the house. TJ Tampa, also potential there, man. That the cornerback value there is too good. So we grab TJ Tampa, I'll be very excited. I've got an early 3rd round grade on TJ Tampa. But it does seem like the teams in the NFL have just kind of, I don't know if there's medicals on them or something or what it is. Doesn't seem to be a real hot commodity. So we've got 9 o'clock is kicked off here. We're good to go. The beginning is begun. Big Dizzy says trade back here makes way too much sense. Yeah, so you do have a plethora of options where, to your point on that, moving back here, Big Dizzy, 5, 6, 7 spots might make some sense from John Schneider's perspective here. I could see that. Pick up an extra 5th maybe or something like that. Talon, deal. Thank you for the $5 donation starting us off awesomely today, Talon. He says, hey, B, how is Troy Franklin still on the board? I'd love for Seattle to grab him as a potential Lockett replacement when he's done. BPA as well. Well, there's no doubt about it that Franklin was, a tremendously explosive player for the Oregon Ducks. And I think just kind of what happens with it a little bit is, he's an explosive receiver, but he's also a guy that wasn't running a real wide route tree. And he's just a little floppy in his movements a little bit. It's not precise and sharp. Thing I would point you to go take a look at, Talon, is type in Troy Franklin gauntlet drill combine. And if you watch the other receivers running that gauntlet drill, you're supposed to run in a straight line and be catching the ball as you're still going in a straight line. It's a thing to see if you can still kind of, have your feet talk to your hands as you're in the process of making a catch, kind of, and then you can do that without having to sort of, like he did. He ends up snaking his way through the gauntlet, where there was a distinct difference between how he was running it versus how the other receivers were running it. And that's a little bit of what you see on tape with him too, where there's some extra steps through his routes. There's some extra steps to round off the routes. Nothing is real precise. Now, it's not that he's a bad receiver. You don't put up 1,300 yards in college football in the Pac-12, the last year of the Pac-12, not having some true talent, not having some true ability to do it. He's a willing blocker, so I do give him that. The only other thing I would say with this talent is, on top of a little bit of that imprecision in the route running, is that he's fighting his hands a lot. And something evaluators are never going to like to see is a wide receiver who is fighting his hands. They want to see natural receivers and natural pass catchers, because there's a little bit of that, I think, that the NFL subscribes to, where they say, this is a skill that you either have to have or you don't have. And if you don't have it, we're not going to be able to build it up in you. You got to come in ready-made with this good to go. And that being the case, I think this is why he's had a little bit of that fall. I don't think the fall is going to last a lot longer, because he is so talented that eventually it just kind of becomes undeniable. You got to jump on the value where it's there. It's getting to that point. But those were the things that had me on him with film. For me, Talon, coming in, let's keep in mind on this too, is at least from my perspective on Troy Franklin, I had him with a 4th round grade. I had him with a high 4th round grade. So I didn't have him like low in the 4th, but I did put him with a 4th round grade because I just thought it's kind of where he was. Got a couple things I don't know if he's going to necessarily be able to clean up at the pro level. Kind of that's why I put also Talon, the Marquez Valdez Scandling as his outlook, is kind of that, all right, you're just going to send him deep guy. That's kind of going to be his role. And that's a role that some receivers are able to really flourish within and really truly go out and excel doing that type of stuff. So it is possible. Thank you, though, Talon. Troy Franklin's fall has been a bit of a surprising one for a lot of people on that. We got the Panthers on the clock here, round 4 starting us off. Let's see which way they go here to start this 4th round. Appreciate you, though, Talon. Thank you, man. I know you dropped the dono yesterday, too, so thanks for that. BPA is the way here. Stay in that mode of where you were yesterday, where you're just locking in on BPA. You're hammering BPA. You're staying with that value. And this is going to bring a great draft for us. I really do believe so, as it has already so far. It's as we talk about, such a simplistic thinking it is. And I know you guys probably hate me saying it, value, but it is the place where I think John's saying that in his own head too, when he's coming up on a pick. And I think, they're looking around the room and they're like, okay, value, this guy. Okay, let's go. So just got to stay in that pocket today. Greg says, what number are our 4th round picks? So we've got 102 and then we've got 118. So a little bit of a draw from where we picked, just a little bit. What about 14 spaces between the differences? So kind of early and mid 4th round pick is how it plays out there, Greg. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Snail. It's good to see you in the house. He says, Jaden Hicks right here, B. Hey, Jaden Hicks rose on my boards, Snail. I started out kind of having him a little bit low at the 4th round. I end up raising him up to the 3rd round value. I think he is a legitimately good safety that would fit to this scheme, and I think he would be a good pick here. They made that the selection. I certainly would applaud it, and not just because he's a Cougs now, because he's a good player and he's gonna ball out. So I could see that being the pick here. I could see the team having liked him quite a bit in that skill set that he does bring, Snail, for sure. See if it happens, man. Maybe you spoke it into being. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Randall, it's good to see you in the house too. I'm glad, Randall, you got my, on the text thing, you got my joke on the Margaritaville there. So there we go. I was hoping, I wasn't sure at 9 a.m. I was going to translate or not through text. Yeah, Randall says, sounding better. Tampa, Hicks, Kitchens. Maybe we get dangerous and go Rattler. Maybe so, man. Kitchens is off the board now. Kitchens went yesterday, Randall, to the Rams. So the Rams snaked us on Kitchens. But we do have TJ Tampa still there. Hicks is still there. Like you say, maybe go dangerous. Go in search of the Rattler. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I feel like I'm sounding a little bit better today. I'm not having the wisps of air go every once in a while when I talk, where I start speaking. They go, it's sort of like my voice is malfunctioning. Oh, here we go. Well, first pick has gone down here in the fourth round. The Panthers have taken what would have been maybe a Seattle Seahawks target. Good pick for them here at 101. Jatavian Sanders goes to the Carolina Panthers at 101. And I'll tell you what's nice about Seattle at this pick here, where they're going to be sitting at 102 now, is that they've had all night to really sit on this and know that, okay, we know Panthers might take one of these guys that we really want to lock in, but you got a whole night, your Seattle, to really lock in your board for this fourth round and how you want to play it. You were kind of given a little bit of that extra time in looking at what the other teams have done in this draft and what they're likely to do here. So you're going to have a really nice read, I think, from Schneider's perspective about what they might try to do here. Seattle traded. We thought they might do it. They did it. They moved with the Broncos. So Seattle has made a trade with the Denver Broncos. I do not know what the trade. Let me look up the trade here. But the Broncos have now moved up into our spot. Does anybody, let me see if I got somebody who can see. So we did just move. Maybe a third next year. Future first. Maybe so. I'm looking for the details on the trade. Let me know in the chat if you guys are hearing it. I'm checking fifth round. The Broncos were picking at 136 to start the fifth round. They also had three. They also have 3 fifth-round picks. So that could be where we end up getting a couple of fifth-rounders to make this move. Yeah, there we go. So we'll have to hear from you guys on what the details is on this. We did get the fifth-rounder to start out the fifth round, 136. So, oh, is there, what's going on here? Where's the, no, just showing me the Denver move. Now it's not popping up there. Oh, so they went with Troy Franklin, went to the Denver Broncos with the pick that we traded. William Leonard, thank you for 2 long years as a member of the channel. He says, thanks for grinding this out, Brando. I'm genuinely optimistic. In Schneider, we trust. Yeah, it's been my pleasure, man. I've been sick, but I've been enjoying the hell out of my time here with you guys the last couple of days. It's not been, it hasn't been grindy for me at all. I've loved the hell out of chopping this up with y'all, and I'm turning the corner. I've officially turned the corner here. I forced down so much honey today before the show. I was literally about to chuck. Like, it was like, ugh, ugh, ugh. I'm not a honey guy, and I just I went hard with it. Did we get, we got a 5th and a 6th, says Georgie. Talon says, man, no, I wish we would have rather traded them 118, not 102. Going to be a bit of a fall now here to have to wait to 121 here. So we're at 103. You've got about 18 spots. That's a lot of picks. Seattle does have still now, according to this, so we still are in the fourth round, it looks like twice. So we're at 121. We're at 118 and we're at 121. So you picked up an extra fourth rounder here. Yeah, let me throw the list back up. I'm sorry. So here's the, let's go here. We got Troy Franklin goes to the Broncos. This puts the New England Patriots on the clock. And then as we go down lower here, we've got Seattle at 118 and 121 in the fourth round. And then we come back in the fifth round and we're at the top of the fifth round. So not bad. Not bad. Pumpkin approves. She does approve. Approve of that, baby? Yeah, what's up? What's up, baby? How you doing, huh? How's your day going? Let's move this over here so we can see Pumpkin today. Yeah, everybody wants to see you. Who doesn't want to see you? Everybody. Not bad. Not bad. I understand them moving back, man. We're gonna have to hold on here and see what happens, and hopefully we got some guys left available at the 118, but they did get pretty nice on that. They still kept the fourth round pick, got another fifth. You're gonna be able to do some damage here, folks. You know what I mean? And you did know John wanted to pick somewhere or another, an extra pick back up in this draft somehow or another. So it makes some sense. Catch up here on my donos a little bit. Thank you, though, Randall, again for that $5, man. See if we go with one of those guys. See if we go. Robert Demores, thank you for a $5 donation, man. I know you were hitting me up yesterday, too, on the dono and becoming a member of the channel. So thank you for that, Robert. Didn't have any note in there on your dono. Just a drop, $5 drop. I really appreciate that. Roxanne Roll, thank you for the $10 donation. I can't run run the L's on that, Roxanne. I can't double down my L roll I usually give you on that. Thank you for the $10 donation, though. I appreciate you for that. I really do. She says, loving this 15-ounce Hawks Nest cup of Wake Up. If you ain't got one, you need to obtain it ASAP. Amen. And that's right. You got yourself one of the Hawks Nest cups. Of course, we do have a store here at the Hawks Nest down in the description link section below. So if you ever wanted any Hawks Nest swag gear, we got it here for you. I got you. Just click down there in the description below. Got a little Etsy kind of store going out there on that. But thank you, Roxanne, for getting that cup. And yeah, you gotta start your day right with the Hawks Nest cup of Java. Yeah, that's the only way to start the day. Actually, Roxanne, you're right on that. All right, the New England Patriots with the 103rd pick and in the fourth round have taken Layden Robinson, right guard out of Texas A&M. Good little player. It's a nice little pick for them. Good little player. Appreciate you, Roxanne. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, your voice is sounding better. Thank you, man. Last night was getting brutal with the B&B show. I was feeling so bad for Brendan because I got on the show there with him and I was just like, the voice was it was going out, you know, it was like, it was failing and I just could not, I was sucking on Ricolas and nothing was doing the work. I was just sitting there just going, no, I'm done. No, not doing it. Hey, Pumpkin. She's in the I'm going to climb on everything today mode. Troy Franklin for Bo Nix. That is a nice fit for Denver there. That makes that pick even better when you've got that familiarity between those two guys. I like that. That's a smart pick by Sean Payton. Hadn't thought of that, but great point there, Georgie. That's a really great job of taking a guy who might have some, rough around the edges to his play, but then you're taking advantage of the, you're taking advantage of, let's just lay down, relax. You're taking advantage of their, years of rapport, and you would think being on very much the same page. All right, so we have the Cardinals up now next. Cardinals have had very interesting draft. I can't say that I full on am where I think they've had a great draft. I've liked some of the picks. I've liked other picks, not as much. It's been okay. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, I think, for them. But they've certainly made some picks that are really good. Marvin Harrison Jr., outstanding. I love the Darius Robinson pick in the first round. Not a big fan of Max Melton in the second. Trey Benson in the third. Yeah, I hated the Isaiah Adams pick at 3. Tip Ryman is strong in the third round. I know a lot of people are like, that's an overdraft. I had a third round grade on Tip Ryman. So it's from my perspective, that one wouldn't be an overdraft there. And then they also selected Elijah Jones out of Boston College in the third round, which I thought was a little bit of a leap as well. So Ryman, Benson, Robinson, Harrison Jr., good picks there, but Kitty, come on now. Okay, come on. Yes, I know you're in explore mode today. Just lay down. Just relax. You're restless today. All right, the Cardinals are picking. We got another duck going here. So the Cardinals at 104 will take defensive interior lineman Brandon Dorless from the University of Oregon. Okay. I know some of you guys were a little higher on him than I was. But not a bad pick for the Cardinals. They get a couple of guys that they can maybe set up as big ends now. I think he's more of a 3-tech at the next level. But maybe on early downs, you can put Darius Robinson on one side, and you can put Brandon Dorless on the other side, try to shut down the run like that. Not the worst of possibilities from Arizona's perspective there, I guess. Value's about right for where you're taking him, I suppose. I did have a grade on Dorless. I leave him on my list. I probably would have had a 4th round grade on him. So that's okay value for Cardinals. He doesn't scare me, though. All right, so no inside linebackers going here with the first 3 picks from when Seattle traded back. That's a good sign for us here. Also, no safeties going with the first 3 picks. So good for Seattle here so far, and how this is going. Let's see if we can hold on, though. You do think with the Chargers, they've already taken Junior Colson, so probably not an inside linebacker here. We're going to have to hold on tight. Thank you, though, Jordan, for the $2 dono, man. Voice is getting back, slowly but surely. Kyle Mulkey, thank you for the $2 donation as well. The irony, if we take Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's kid. Yeah, it would be pretty wild if we took Brendan. That would be a little wild. Possible. Definitely is possible. Ooh, safety goes off the board. The Chargers are going to take at 105 to Darian Taylor Demerson, the Texas Tech safety. So one of those guys I was liking a lot on my board here goes off the board to the Chargers. 1 second here, I got to blow my nose. Cyber Seahawks legend Jerry Rice. Yeah. We'll never fully forgive him for taking Largen's number. Yeah, DTD gone. That's a great pick for the Chargers. Chargers have had a really good draft. You got to give them props with Harbaugh there. I mean, they've kind of run it perfectly in this first deal. Joe Alt, Lad McConkey, Junior Colson, and now D'Adarian Thomas and Taylor. That's 4 solid to great picks there. But I had this free safety with a 3rd round value. Goes in there and he's going to free Derwin James to just run all over the field and do whatever he wants to go do. But Taylor Demerson, good all-around safety, man. I liked him a little bit more than other people did, too. So some people just didn't quite get with it. 4.41, 1.52, 10-yard split. good alleyway guy. 10 interceptions over the past 3 years. He can run a little bit in the slot, offer some of that flexibility, strong blitzer. Just good overall player, I thought. It's a good pick by them. I like that. I like that selection. They're having a good draft. This brings up, maybe it was the Cardinals. So the NFL, wait a second, they showed Brandon Dorless and then they took it off. Well, that was weird. What the hell's going on? You guys saw Brandon Dorless, right? I'm not like hallucinating. I saw Brandon Dorless' name on that thing. I guess they got DTD. Okay, good pick for them. It showed Brandon Dorless, I swear to God, on the side. That was weird. That was so strange. I thought it was DT because they had just shown Brandon Dorless. What the hell was that? PFF must have got it wrong, I guess. Talon says, ouch. D'Adarian was my guy. I like Dominic Hampton in the 6th UW. Yeah, D'Adarian was one of my guys too. I liked him a lot. Megan says, I saw it. Okay, I'm not the only one then. Jeez. Taking crazy pills. It's like I saw Brandon Dorless' name there, so I guess the Cardinals said, psych. They pulled back the card. They're like, no, we want D'Adarian. The Chargers are like, no, we were going to take D'Adarian. Chargers come back and take Justin Igaboogie. 105. An edge out of Alabama. I don't think this guy would have been a target for us. I don't think. So, Cardinals snake him on D'Adarian. Good pick by the Cardinals. Like that selection for them then. That's a great pick. They're having an overall pretty good draft with that pick, I think. Thank you, Kyle, for that $2 don't know us again as well, man. Brendan Rice. Very well may be the guy. Flag says 100% Doris said Dorless. Okay, good. It is early in the morning, you know what I mean? This is a time where you might be a little open to hallucinations. So if that was the case, I'd be like, all right, I get it. I was seeing it wrong. It was the honey hallucination. That's right. I bought the wrong honey at the store. We're about to go on a ride. Oh, Lordy. No, DTD, Isaac. I know. It hurts. It hurts. He took our guy. They took our guy. Damn it. Cardinals getting the 5th best safety in the draft at 104. According to BFF, not too bad. And yeah, Justin Ebogo, EB, he's got some injury stuff. Certainly built like you like an edge to be built. Got some inside, outside, maybe versatility he can give you, but he is a guy that hasn't necessarily a lot of production in Alabama. Thought he's a little tweenerish at times on tape. But definitely has some a good build and a good little motor to him. I'm happy the Chargers took him. That's kind of one of those picks. You're like, all right, good. That's one off the board we wouldn't have taken, though. Ah, hell. 106. The Tennessee Titans take Cedric Gray, inside linebacker out of UNC. Ooh. A little tight. Mr. Kagan says, where'd you get that honey from, Brando? My mom brought it for me this morning, actually. And she said, I listened to the show last night. Here. Said, force yourself to eat this. You knew I was going to have to force it down too. So she got me some good highfalutin stuff, I guess. I ate as much of it as I could. It was, no. All right, the New York Giants have also now selected. These picks are going to come fast and furious today, folks. The Giants, with the 107th pick in the draft in the 4th round, have taken Theo Johnson, tight end. Haley, your guy's off. Your guy's off the board. No more Theo. Yeah, so many Seahawks picks now. 118, 121, 136, 179, 192, 203. That's a lot. That's a lot. Aiden says, thanks for doing the B&B show. It's one of the highlights of the week. I look forward to you. You both put in a lot of work, and it's awesome to listen to. Thank you. Hey, my pleasure, Aiden. I love doing it with Brendan, and I'm glad that he was able to hang in there with me yesterday with my poor voice, not able to bring it like normally at least can come through. So, but I had a great time talking with him on these picks, and he does great work over there. Like you said, he works very hard at what he does, and I definitely can appreciate that as someone who tries to think that I'm trying to do the same in that realm. But thank you, man. It's my pleasure, Aiden. My pleasure. C-Lord says, I love this draft so much. Me too, C-Lord. I'm liking it a lot as well. This is going to work out real nice. Real nice. Mohamed Kamara is still there. Yeah. I have a 3rd round grade on Mohamed Kamara. And that's always good, by the way, to trade with Denver, as OMJ says, Oh My Jenny says, hey, Denver, we got a deal. Seattle now 6 picks. Go Hawks. One thing we've learned over the last 2 years is when Denver calls and they offer a trade, you say yes. There's no need for deliberation. You just go, yeah. I'm kind of surprised Denver has the audacity at this point to still try to play with us. You know? The audacity. ZR said that girl was me when we drafted Haynes. Vikings on the clock now. Kyle says, if Christian Mahogany's still there at 118, let's add some more beef on the line. Can't hurt. Can't hurt. And, another cornerback goes off the board here. The Vikings take Kyrie Jackson, Oregon corner, at 108. TJ Tampa can't get no love. He's got to go here at some point. Seattle here within earshot now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 picks away here from selecting. Then we almost pick all the way through all the rest of the draft. Mark Arpicorn, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do, folks, hit that like button if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. A little more on display. But I do appreciate you for that, Mark, for mentioning that. Please do hit that like button, folks. Sub up if you get a chance. I would really appreciate it. Trotter would be great, Piccolo. I think Trotter's my favorite selection right now for us picking a 118. Give me Trotter or give me death. I think they want 9B. That would make sense. Barry Zatoro, thank you for the $20 donation, Barry. Very kind of you, brother. I know you dropped some donos your last couple days too as well, so thank you for all that support, man. You're very kind on that with that big $20 drop. Let's go. Let's go. Love it. Brian, I missed your super chat. My bad, dude. I would never miss your super chat, Brian. I will never miss your super chat. But thank you for, I did almost miss it. Seriously. It's early in the morning for me. All right. Brandon Dorless officially now goes. Okay. If his name flops off again, if I see his name pop off here, the Falcons took him at 109. If he goes off again, we are officially in the Matrix. I just saw my double black cat moment. It's like, whoa, I saw the black cat. And then I saw another black cat. Whoa. Whoa. It's a glitch in the Matrix. Brian, thank you for your $5 donation. He says, B, I'm up early and synchronized my DVR to the stream. Works great by great works by you on the analysis. Great a job. Well, thank you, Byron. I really appreciate it. I love having you synced up like that. That's perfect, man. People were doing that yesterday. They're like, man, you're so far ahead. I got to pause my deal, which actually I kind of liked for the first time, Brian, because I'm usually like, when we come to like the game days and stuff, I'm always like, it seems like 30 seconds behind people on their, on their telecast. Everybody else is way far ahead. So I dig that, man. I love doing this. I love seeing what these teams are kind of doing and why they're doing what they're doing. It's going to come fast and furious here, of course, today with these picks. It gets harder to do kind of all the evaluations with each individual one. But, man, I love draft day. I love draft day too, Brian. I don't care if it's 7 in the morning. I'll get up and do this because I just love watching such a unique experience to go through like this. And there's no other place in sports where you get this kind of intrigue around the draft in this way. So thank you, man. I appreciate it. Sorry I missed a little bit on that dono for a second there, but thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder on it. Got to get that synchronized DVR, folks. Let's give it a little pause and we'll be synced right up. So Dorless goes to the Falcons. Guy, again, it wasn't big on him, really. I'm perfectly happy with the Falcons. Go ahead and take that one. They can take that off our hands. Falcons, another team having a little bit of a strange draft. Michael Penix, they went with Braylon Trice from UW, and the third round, Rook Aurora, and now Brandon Dorless. So kind of weird, dude. They already took Rook, who's a 3-tech, and now you're going to take Brandon, who's a 3-tech. I don't know if I understand that pick from the Falcons' perspective. Unless they've already got Grady Jarrett there. Are they just going to dump Grady Jarrett? Is that the way that rolls? How the Vikings? None. Vikings taking Kyrie Jackson. Vikings actually done. I'm not a fan of JJ McCarthy, but they did get Dallas Turner and now Kyrie Jackson, so they did pretty good helping out their defense so far in this draft. Giants with Theo Johnson. Malik Neighbors. Tyler Nubin. I like the Andrew Phillips at 3, but Theo Johnson at 4. It's a strong draft. Strong draft there for the Vikings today. Or for the Giants. Pretty strong draft. I think the Titans are doing pretty good too, aren't they? They're not doing too bad. Thank you again, Brian. I don't know, man. Appreciate you. Ed Barton Esquire, CPA. Thank you for the, $100 donation? It's like that. Let's go. Thank you, Ed. Very, 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 very kind of you, man. That is an amazing donation drop, brother. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so very, very much, man. I really do appreciate it. He says, gotta show somewhat love for you gutting it out for 3 days. No voice and great analysis. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you so much, Ed. I really do appreciate that. And as I always say, with whenever I get $100 donations, I never know exactly. I feel like just give over a piece of my soul. It's like it's such a big donation and so kind on your part. So thank you so very much, man. It makes it easier to grind through when you really love it. It's less about like if you're at work trying to get through a tough day and you're like, and it's just been more. You guys have kept me jazzed. You guys have kept me going. You kept me laughing. So it's as been much as the chat helping me keep along on this all the way along. But thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. This is my favorite thing to do in the world. I love it. I absolutely love it. And especially when we're in draft season, I mean, I really am at a point of high love because this is when I'm a pig in mud here on days like this. You know what I mean, Ed? But thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. I love the draft process. I love diving into it. It's a whole different kind of a deal you go off of from the NFL season. It's part of what I love about this sport is there's so many, as I always like to say, layers to it and how you can enjoy it and how you can experience it and how you can celebrate it. And the more layers you get with the depth of it, the more kind of rich it gets, like a 7-layer cake that you're going through. That you're getting a different bite every time you come down on that bite. It's a little bit like that for me with the football. But Ed, you are amazing, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar. I salute you. I thank you. If I could, I'd shake your hand, sir. I'd shake your hand. So thank you for that $100 donation, man. Yeah, you're amazing on that front, and I appreciate you. You guys are very kind and over these few days, amazingly kind on the support. So thank you to all of you guys on that. But Ed, you are a man. You are a man on that one, my man. Appreciate you. We got New England going with Javon Baker, UCF wide receiver. Like this kid a lot. He's going to be able to play in this sport. He's not one of the guys that's being talked about in this draft as a wide receiver that's going to be on the tips of everybody's tongue and as one of the better ones. But when you turn on the tape, he was just taking the top off the defense over and over and over again. He is just that kind of cat out on the outside as far as the type of player he is. I think that the Patriots have had a really outstanding draft. It's been a strong draft. I'm not gonna outstanding. They've been strong. But Drake May, Jalen Pope, Caden Wallace, Penn State offensive tackle, Layden Robinson. You come back now, you take Javon Baker. So Jalen Pope, Javon Baker will be the two guys Drake May's got now, kind of maybe his two kind of centerpiece guys that he can throw to. You're giving him some good targets there. You're giving him some offensive line help. If you're going to draft a quarterback, like I always say, Get him the supporting cast. Get him the items around that can help him perform up to his best, whatever his top end is going to be. Get the guys up there that can take him to that place of things. And so with the Patriots approach here with their first 4 picks, that is indeed what they are doing. You know, they're not trying to, we're just draft the quarterback and then we're going to go back defense. It's get the line, get him some skill position players. We understand the offense is kind of struggling and needs a lot of help. I like this approach by the Patriots with drafting Drake May. This is going to help him, as you guys know I say, it helps so much for a young quarterback to give him that opportunity for success by giving him good parts up and oh, damn it. Oh, no. Sorry, spill the hot dog. Almost a catastrophe, folks, but we got it. A little spill, but we're good. Oh, no. It's okay, kid. It's okay. Oh, kitty. I knew it was going to happen. It's like, I'm going to knock this at some point today. Too much stuff on the desk. Basically. One sec here, folks. Wasn't a bad mess, but it was a mess. At least I didn't get it on the microphone. That's the good part. Whew. Dang it, how did I knock that over? It's always hard when you do these things. You got you got to kind of keep your hands all. I like to use my hands and flip it and flow it and all that stuff. So, yeah. It's all good. Thanks. All right. Whew. It's almost a catastrophe there, folks. Almost a catastrophe. Cyberhawk says, Pumpkin's me when my wife starts hinting she needs help. Yeah, Pumpkin was out. And she's like, I've seen enough. I've seen enough. So we got Green Bay on the clock. Seattle due to come up here and pick in about 6 spots or so. 4th round's kind of slowing down a little bit here. These picks are taking their time on these. Like, it's not gone as fast as I thought we'd have here on this day with the some of the selections. Peyton Wilson, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. He says, I love your content. I'll be watching your pick reaction videos later. Got to head out. About to go buy an engagement ring for my girlfriend. Go Hawks. Oh, let's go. We've had some great news today. We've had, over the draft, we've had 2 people that have announced they were, that they've got a new one on the way, young baby on the way. So we've got a couple of new fathers that were announced in the chat over the last couple of days. Got yourself with a going out for the engagement ring, man. Let's go get it, Peyton. Congratulations to you on that. Get right back to your dono here in a sec. We got the Green Bay Packers making a very fine selection here. The Packers continue to have a very strong draft as they take TJ Tampa out of Iowa State. My highest graded corner that I had remaining here in this draft. They just took him. So legit acceleration, speed, reactions. Good cover 3 dropper for them. Really, really good back-to-back solid seasons. Just physical in coverage. Sometimes a little bit too much, but I think you can get him to pull back a little bit there if you're Green Bay. They needed cornerback help. This kid comes in and probably is a day 1 starter for them. He's not going to do much as far as giving you much on ball skills. He's missing a little bit on the long speed at 4.5, 240. That's why he probably dropped down in the fourth round here. But TJ Tampa and this selection for them, that's a great pick for them in my opinion. Very, very, very strong selection for the Green Bay Packers here, who are another team that I think is having a pretty good draft overall and how they're rolling with it. Let's look at what the Green Bay Packers have done here. Packers, Jordan Morgan, Edrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, Marshawn Lloyd, and Tyron Hopper, and now taking TJ Tampa. So only the Hopper pick is the only one that I'm really like, Marshawn Lloyd will find some value for them. They'll get him some touches. Third round was a little early for Lloyd, but overall, Packers, Edrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, and TJ Tampa. I mean, those are your centerpiece picks of this draft to me, and that's a strong draft from the Packers standpoint on this. They're going to continue to be scary moving into the future. Our youngest team in the NFL last year finished up so very strong. Peyton Wilson, though, congratulations, man, on the engagement with your girlfriend. And I hope you've got it. I never have proposed, so I can't speak to this, but I know that there's supposed to be a whole thing you got to go into, like where's the exact moment that's the right place to propose? Do I go out, do we go to this bar special place? I mean, it's easy if you got your own special place, it's like, well, we got our spot. I'll just go to there. Or do you do it on a trip? Do you do that move where you go out to like Hawaii or something and then you're on the beach, you're like, pop, I'd get nervous about that part myself, Peyton, about how do I pick the right thing, but congratulations to you. And hopefully it all goes well on that side of things. But that's awesome, man. I love this. We got a draft of new guys coming in-house here to our building. We got people having new babies on the way, engagement. Spring is in the air, Peyton. Spring is in the air, my man. I love it. Let's go. Thank you so much. You guys are very kind. Peyton, Ed, with a $100 donation drop, just tremendous. Barry, Brian, William, Talon, Kyle, Jordan, Roxanne, Robert, Randall, Snail. We just started up here today. Talon, I mean, you guys are amazing. So thank you guys for all of your support on this channel. Talon, I missed your dono here too as well, I think. He says, sorry about that, Talon. He says, thanks for clarifying. His fall makes a lot more sense now. Appreciate you, B. Would you rather have Troy or Rice's son at wide receiver in these later rounds? I would have rather have Troy. Oh, Troy Franklin or the receivers? It's a good question, actually, Talon. Sorry, by the way, I was late on acknowledging your dono on this. It's early morning for me, so I'll try to stay on top of this. God, that's a really great question. We've had a couple picks here too, by the way, so let me catch up on the pick. Well, dude, okay, PFF is messing with me. They had TJ Tampa there, and now they put Evan Williams in there. PFF needs to slow its roll with the posting and the pick stuff. Get it right, folks. So instead of TJ Tampa, I guess it's Evan Williams of Oregon, Green Bay has taken. That's like the fourth player out of Oregon that we've had taken in this round alone. So Evan Williams, safety, kind of some shades of a little bit like a poor man's Jamal Adams, a little bit there out of Oregon, is going to go to Green Bay. I don't know. I would have liked TJ Tampa better there for Green Bay than I like Evan Williams. Williams is okay. He's not bad. He can play in this league a little bit. He's a little undersized. I did have a fourth round grade on him, but I like the TJ Tampa pick better for them if that was the one that they were going to go with. The Raiders go with DeCamarion Richardson. I'm glad that somebody else is going to have to pronounce that name on a consistent basis, not me. So the cornerback goes to the Raiders. I don't know if that would have been a player on our radar. We got our Seattle Seahawks now within earshot of the pick. They're about 5 away. We got Raiders, Jaguars, Bengals, Jaguars again, Colts, and then us. And the Ravens will make a pick. They're going to go with another wide receiver here. They're going to take the very rough project a little bit that is Devontae Walker. Can't deny this kid's physical potential. He's a bigger receiver. He certainly can take the top off a defense. He shows at times flashes of contested catch skills and being able to kind of high point balls and just use his athleticism and vertical leap to get up on top of people. But definitely has a lot of another guy where a little bit like Franklin, where you go, he's fighting his hands. He's not a natural catcher of the football at the wide receiver position. A perfect athlete for the position, perfect build for the position, but the hands just aren't there. And this followed him all through even the pre-draft process into the Senior Bowl and whatnot, where he'd go and take the top off on the defense. He'd beat a guy in the rep over the top, and he could not complete the catch. But if they can get his hands right, and the Ravens don't seem to shy away from guys that might have a little bit of issues with their hands. This was something with Zay Flowers. His drop rate in Boston College coming out was very high. So it's something that they don't, I guess, worry about that much. But he is tremendously talented, and he deserves to go in this spot where they're picking. Boy, the picks are coming in fast and furious now. So the Jacksonville Jaguars come in at 114 with Javon Foster. Javon Foster is a little bit like my comp for him was Russell Okung, but minus any of Russell Okung's real run blocking ability. This is a pass blocking tackle, kind of purely. Makes a lot of sense there for the Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence to get him a little bit more help out there. They're going to pass the ball probably more than they're going to run. He is kind of give you one, but maybe not the other. This is why he dipped down in the 4th round, but he is very good as a pass protector, and he looks a lot like Russell Okung when he sets up in his pass protection sets. Very, very similar to that guy. The Jaguars making moves, Bengals on the clock. Talon, I didn't answer your question still. I'm thinking about it. I think I would probably go with Brendan Rice because I think a lot of Troy Franklin going in this round had to do with that connection point to Bo Nix and the Broncos thinking they're going to be able to speed some processes up both with Franklin and Nix having his college wide receiver now on the roster. The thing I like about Brendan Rice is that he runs really good routes. I mean, you would think that coming from Jerry's son, but he was really he was in an offense with Caleb Williams where so much was off script, and that's not really Brendan Rice's game is off script stuff. He's more of, I'm going to get open on the slant. I'm going to get open on the post. I'm going to get open on the stop, hit me on time. So I think there's really a thing here where maybe there's been some depression at times, a little bit of Brendan Rice's value in this draft because he was dealing with a guy at quarterback that wasn't exactly, I think, a skill fit for what he needed at the QB position to be at his best. The Bengals have selected, and like I said, these picks are now starting to come pretty fast here after a slow roll through the first hour of the first 4th round. This is starting to move up a little bit more now, quicker. We've got the Bengals taking Eric All, the tight end out of Iowa. Kind of a surprising pick there to go with Eric All there. I don't know if I expected that. Cade Stover, Jaheim Bell, AJ Barner, Tanner McClatchin, Jared Wiley. On the board. I wasn't a big Eric All guy, just kind of a yak tight end guy to me. So I couldn't quite get as on it. As far as the best available coming up here, Seattle is just about to pick. We're 2 picks away here. You've still got TJ Tampa, Jaden Hicks, Brandon Rice, Cam Hart, cornerback. Malik Washington, wide receiver, would be maybe interesting. Jeremiah Trotter is on the board. Cedric Van Pran is on the board. Curtis Jacobs, linebacker from Penn State. Brennan Jackson, an edge out of WSU. Sato Lamua, Utah. Guy that I would love to get that. Tanner Bortolini, Edifan Olafosio. So some good names. Nathaniel Watson. Really, really good names still available here, folks. Not bad at all on that one. But Talon, again, thank you for your donation. I'd go Brendan on a little over Troy. Troy's got a little more of the upside, but Brendan gets you a little bit more sure floor, I guess, on the guy you're getting a bit. I just don't think Troy's going to really come far along with the hand stuff either. It just is kind of what it is on that part. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars have made another selection here. They're going to take Jordan Jefferson, a defensive lineman out of LSU. This is another pick for me that's a little bit of a head scratcher where I don't think I had this guy that high up. I don't know, a lot of people that did actually. They've got him as 19 to 27 on defensive interiors. Did I not have, maybe I have a chance to look at this guy. Yeah, I didn't look at this guy, I guess. Thought I did. All right, Seattle's one pick away here. We have some good players on the clock, folks. Tyrese Knight is a chewable orb. He's out there too. Indeed. Mark says, wow, B2 ahead of ABC ESPN. It's that PFF side, man. Mark, they're I guess they're ahead of everybody else a little bit. Bailey says the longer Rattler lasts, the less I want him. Exactly. All this by this is they lost a game to the Steelers last year because of drops. Jacob Cowling is still there. Yeah. I think this is why John traded back and added those extra picks. Is I think he just looks at this draft as being one of them where there's going to be a lot in this day 3 that are going to be really high quality guys you're getting later on in the draft. And I can understand how he falls that way because there has seemingly been a lot of kind of reaches at times throughout this draft. There's been good selections too and good value, but there's been some real obvious. I mean, Eric All, for instance, the Bengals at 115 is. I mean, it's not. He's to me more 6th round, 7th round. See how it goes here, but I like how this is setting up for our Seahawks. Hill says, Rattler, please. Greg wants Cam Hart or Jaden Hicks. Sign me up for either of those. So many different ways they can go with this pick. We're not boxed in here at all. Certainly not boxed in a need. But inside linebacker, safety would seem to be the value at the position right now. Greedy does it. I'm a big fan of Tyrese Knight. All right. I think with Tyrese, I couldn't find a lot of film on him was my problem. I think that's the UTEP kid. And that was my only thing with him is I did like him as a player. I just couldn't find a lot of tape on him. All right. Tanner Bortolini is going to go. And I'm going to take off this because I want to be able to announce the pick. Tanner Bortolini is going to go to the Colts at 117. This puts the Seattle Seahawks on the clock at 118 now. A lot of good options on the board. Hicks, Hart, receivers sitting here looking good. TJ Tampa, you want to go with what might be one of the better corners in this draft, but dinging down for whatever reason. Value might be right there. So many different directions the Seahawks can go. Tight end. Some good tight end names out here that might appeal to them. AI says Hicks is a missile. He is a missile. He comes downhill without regard for his body. That is for sure. Washa Visquez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, so I got this straight. We got 2 4ths, 1 5th, 3 6th. I believe that you got that right. And a 7th round pick at the end of the day, too, I think. But we'll double check that after this selection to make sure I'm right on that, Washington Fishquest. Let's see here. Is it going to be Trotter? Where are they going to go? I know Megan wants Rice. USC connections. Alice Pye says, didn't Green Bay take Tampa? PFF's been doing this weird thing today where they'll show us the pick that's this guy and then they pull it back and they say it's somebody else. So there's a weird thing going on with PFF where I think they're trying to be so fast with it. Maybe a little too fast on that side of it. What does Seattle do here? 118, so many options. Cedric Van Pran. They also do pick within about 3 selections after this pick, does Seattle. So this will be kind of a bit of a back-to-backer here as this breaks down. Big Hawks is Milton. Hey, this is Borto or Van Pran. Yeah, it's the Colts wanting to have it's the mobile guy versus Van Pran's the not mobile guy. So they're very two starkly different centers in what they bring from a skill set standpoint. Van Pran is more of your traditional kind of center. Tanner's kind of the new age. The new age cat. Mohamed Kamara would be a good pick here too. I love that. I've got a 3rd round grade on the kid. So I would certainly love to see them go that route as well. Cabrera's a beast. The only thing with Cabrera is he's 6'1", and does that appeal to the type of defense that McDonald's going to want to build, where those Raven edges tend to be bigger guys? You know, I know we have Uchenna on the roster, but he did inherit Uchenna a little bit, rather than he signed up for Uchenna. Yeah, I wonder if Trotter would get past the Eagles too. It's a good point. You don't take him here, you probably got to jump on. There you go. Well, you guys got your wish, some of you out there. So the Seattle Seahawks, with the 118th pick, are going to select Tyrese Knight, a UTEP linebacker. So Seahawks go with Tyrese Knight. A lot of you guys liked him quite a bit. I got to admit, from my standpoint, wasn't able to find a ton of tape on him, but very little bit. 6'2", 235, 32.5-inch long arms. So he is certainly, almost kind of not big, but good size, at least now by these modern linebackers, as we got so many of these guys coming out that are like 225, 228. He's got a little bit more weight on him than that. 4'6'3", 154, 10-yard split. So very quick, decent speed for the position. Tons of starting experience. He's got 3 years as a starter, over 300 tackles, 7.5 sacks, 6 forced fumbles in 3 years. He's also been well graded by PFF every single year of his career. He looks a little bit thinly built, so he doesn't look quite as thick as he showed up for when they went to the combine. Had him do that at his testing numbers there. Okay in pass coverage. His quickness can kind of help him out. He's not the most instinctual out there in coverage in that side of it. On the tape that I did watch, and please understand again, I didn't have a lot of tape to watch on UTEP because there's just not much available out there on the internet there outside of you having the direct access to their game tape. He was struggling at times to get off blocks for me. When linemen climbed up on the second level, he just could not get off those blocks. Very little change of direction. I'm not sure that he's as quick or as fast as he tested, but those testing times are legitimate. 154 at 235 is a really nice tested time for a guy. That's great quickness for that size and build. His awareness felt slow. His instincts were a little bit off on the tape I watched. So the tools are nice. The production is excellent. I didn't get a chance to watch a ton of different tape on him to really do a huge, longer evaluation on him as I would have on some of these other prospects because UTEP is just restricted. But, he's going to be, I think, a little bit of a project guy as well at that inside linebacker position moving forward. It's nice that we've got a couple starters in place because this guy I don't necessarily think will be ready to start day one. He's going to need to clean up some of these things in his game. His instincts and awareness need to get better. Getting off blocks need to get better. I'd like to see him a little bit stronger at times when he sets up in zone coverage and on his own drops. So I don't dislike the pick necessarily, but I'm not over the moon on the pick either just because the tape that I watched wasn't necessarily super exciting on what I saw from him. But I know that there are many Seahawks fans that have brought his name up quite a bit and were very, very much in on Tyrese Knight. See what you guys think though here. But yeah, not my favorite pick so far, the Seahawks in this draft. Okay. It's okay. I think that there's going to be some things to clean up here though with this kid. I would have much rather have gone for Nemiah Trotter. You kind of went for the physical beast guy here rather than go for the guy that can kind of just play, You went a little bit more for the physical potential here in Tyrese Knight. So you went more upside than you went more for floor of Nemiah Trotter, basically. And he does have 32.5-inch arms. That is important. Yeah, he's not coming to start. He's not going to be ready to start. He says Big Mac must like his quickness. Maybe he'll be big in the blitz scheme. Could be a part that he factors in 7.5 sacks over these last 3 years. So he was good on that. He was graded well as a blitzer, as a pass rusher by PFF, essentially being sent on the blitz. So there are some good parts that he does bring to play on to his game. You got some stuff to clean up, I think. Though admittedly, I can't come to a full final conclusion on that when it is I've only watched a couple of games. Most of these guys, I try to watch 5-6 of their games when I come to an evaluation on them. But just with this guy's game that I watched, a couple games that I watched, I was a little bit underwhelmed. I just it didn't knock my socks off. Yeah, I think Hicks would have been the better pick. I think there's a variety of other picks there I would have rather have gone with. I understand the tools he brings are very tantalizing at this point in the draft to get a guy like this with maybe the proverbial upside you have in it. And certainly you can coach out some of the stuff that he has as far as problems go. But some of the other stuff, I don't know if getting off blocks, I don't know if that's really going to improve very much. I don't think he's as fast as he was tested. People get caught up on the testing numbers here. There's some guys that test really well and they're not as fast on the field. There's some guys that are faster on the field than what they test as. This guy's kind of in that category a little bit. All right, so we've got another selection here. Let me keep up with the picks here because we are going to continue fast and furiously through these. Mason McCormick, guard out of South Dakota State, taken by the Steelers. As the Steelers continue to reinforce that offensive line in this draft. I think that's maybe the third offensive lineman that they've taken here. So they get McCormick out of South Dakota State, put in place there at 119. This puts the Eagles up at 120. Seattle Seahawks then will come back up at 121. So we are 2 picks away from coming back in here and selecting again. Washington FistQuest. So did we still have a 7th? It does look like we're out the 7th and how we flip this with Denver. Yeah, so we're out our 7th round pick. So you were right, Washington FistQuest. It's 2 4s, 1 5, and 3 6s is the way that this is playing out in this draft. And the Dolphins have traded with the Eagles. Looks like. And there will be up on the clock here now next, and then Seattle will be back up again. Yeah, Jim, he's got a year to learn with Tyrese Knight. He's got time. You got your 2 starters in place, so he's not pressed. Mr. Dog says we need more than backup linebackers. I'm not going to be as big on this pick. I'm not completely, it's not like an F pick or anything like that, but it's like, I think there were better selections here by the way that this board fell. I don't like project linebackers. That's not a place I like to go. So much of that position is naturally what you have or don't have for the position. You can get off blocks or you can't. You're instinctual or you're not. You're aware or you're not. I don't know if that stuff really does come along with time. Plays hand grenade Tyrese Knight as a 4th round prospect. I had a 5th round grade on him, but again, it's a grade that I had to put with a little bit of an asterisk because of the fact that I didn't have as much tape that I could find on him with UTEP. Most teams on this, you can get online and find a lot of film on him, but UTEP's just such a small program. There's not much there. Lord Boom says, Brandon, just watched some tape from film from Knight. I think I get it. He's a downhill player who always keeps his tackles at waist level. His drag down tackles are perfect. Pick for the new rules? Well, maybe so. Great points there. Very well could be. Very well could be. And you certainly don't want him reading and reacting, because once you get him to read and react, he's going to get the second level blockers down on him, and he's not going to get around those blocks. So you do want him in more of an attack mode in what he does to have him at his best. Piccolo says, damn, they could have had McCormick and grabbed Knight at 121. Shaking my head. Probably could have, yeah. Certainly, I don't think Miami here is going to go with linebacker. Maybe they thought the Eagles were going to grab him. Jared G says it's just a little reach. Yeah, it's just a little reach. I'm not going to get mad about it. I had a 5th round grade, so it's 1 round ahead. And you're going for upside. And if you're going for upside on guy, it's not something to be too mad about with that. If that's the case, it's understandable what the process would be, because they're not drafting for needing the starter right now. You give him that year, and maybe some of the stuff he can clean up. It's possible. The Miami Dolphins will take running back Jalen Wright. What a great pick for them. 120. I love the selection for Miami last year. They took Devin A-Chain, and showed that with that guy, you get a fast guy in that offense, a speed guy in that offense. With the rest of the speed you have in that offense, it's just so much. And sometimes those other fast guys like Waddle and Reek can open up things for the running backs there in that offense. And I like this fit for Jalen Wright with the Dolphins. Upright running back a little bit, but a burner. I think he was in that 4.39 phase or so where he was at as far as his testing numbers go. So really fun tape. Guy was a big play waiting to happen out there. You put him into that offense in Miami, I think he's gonna really do well. Really do well. Yeah, 4.38, 1.55 guy. Acceleration, speed, explosiveness. That's a good pick for them. Now this puts Seattle back on the clock. I'm going to hide the board here because I want to announce the pick. And the Seattle Seahawks have selected. So with the 121st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have taken A.J. Barner, a tight end out of the Michigan Wolverines. This will be a pick that will surprise many on this board here at this spot, but this is a player that I actually like quite a bit. I believe that A.J. Barner is right there step for step being probably the best blocking tight end in this draft. Maybe you could say that it was Tip Ryman that you might give a little bit of the tip of the nod to, but he's there right with Tip Ryman as one of the best blocking tight ends in this draft. Not utilized much as a pass catcher with Michigan, but that wasn't as much his fault because, of course, Michigan, has other guys they're wanting to throw to, and they don't throw the ball very much. And so nobody was really going to be highly productive as a pass catcher, be a receiver or a tight end in that offense. But this guy was the closest guy in this draft, I thought, to a Will Disley skill set in so many respects, where he can catch the ball, he can run some routes, he's got pretty sure hands. He's a good contested catcher. Guys banging him as the ball's coming in. You got short spaces down there for tight ends as far as the amount of room they have to actually create separation on their routes. Really good on all that stuff. And he's an absolute dog when it comes to the blocking. And not as much of a pass blocker, but as a run blocker, he will take a defensive end and he will take that defensive end on a ride. He has that legitimate type of strength. So if you look at this going forward into next season, you can go to sometimes some two tight end sets where you've got Pharaoh Brown, who's one of your better blocking tight ends in the NFL. And now you got maybe one of the better blocking tight ends in this draft in A.J. Barner, and you're putting them on the outside, and you're going to be able to move some people off the ball in your 12 personnel packages. So I do like this pick from that standpoint. I think this guy's got a little bit more upside in his game and what he can bring to the table, and he will bring NFL blocking ability from day one. And that catching upside, I think, again, is there's something there within that because of Michigan's lack of use with some of their target catchers. I think they have a tight end, too, that's kind of an up-and-coming guy that's going to be really the bright prospect next year for them as far as a real draft pick that's taken high. So he had to kind of play second fiddle to that as well as not being on top of not being targeted much. Also kind of being behind the, ultra talented tight end that's there. But this guy can play. He can play. And there's a little bit of upside here to his game. Getting a guy like this that can block as well as he can block is a great talent to have. And now with Pharaoh and him on the outside, you're going to be able to take some power look setups here. You're going to be able to go power at times and really go downhill on some teams. So not a sparkling pick necessarily. There's some players that I know many fans out there maybe wanted a little bit more at this spot. Jaden Hicks, maybe Jeremiah Trotter Jr., but I do understand why they take this player here is this guy is a legitimate tight end in this league and what he's able to bring. And it's hard to always find these tight ends that can block. When you look through this draft, there's a lot of pass catchers. There's a lot of yak tight ends like Jaheim Bell. But there's not a lot of guys that you can trust to go and take an edge and hit that block and land that block and be able to strongly set it in there without getting run backwards or just thrown away. That's the skill set he provides here. It is going to be of some value, a little bit of upside on top of that. I like the pick. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, it's been so long. Tell me we get a Brandon meltdown. No Brandon meltdown today yet. Not today yet. I didn't love the other pick, but it wasn't meltdown. I couldn't go meltdown zone on it, Just didn't love it, but I couldn't go meltdown. Thank you, Beyond Balance. We'll see. The day is young. The day is very young. Edward Gonzalez, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Edward. Very kind of you. It didn't put anything in there, Mr. Gonzalez, on the a note with your dono, but thank you for the $10 drop nonetheless. I really do appreciate it. Really kind of you for that. Nick Craig, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, who is dubbed the linebacker whisperer? Why don't we trust Mike McDonald on what we think is a project the staff might think they have at their steal? I'm open to it, Nick. I'm definitely not going to go crazy town. I'm beating the pick up a bit, especially too because Nick. I don't have enough tape to look on with the guy. I feel like I make a bit of a premature assessment if I've only seen just a couple of games of him and what he's done. I can only go off the couple of games I saw and just be honest with my assessment of what I saw of him there. There's a lot I think to clean up. The tools are really nice though. The potential upside is legitimate. I wouldn't throw that in the trash can or say that that's not a reality here. And certainly he has shown with a guy like Queen, who seemed to have a little bit of some of that, maybe not full on project, but a lot to clean up himself over his time, that he was able to do that there too. So I'm open to that being the possibility here, Nick. Completely open to that being the possibility here. It's just that when you did watch the tape, there was some things on it where you're like, But he has played 3 years, a lot of starting experience, not completely just, raw in the hole all the way around where he got no idea what he's doing out there kind of thing. So there's some potential there, man. There's potential there. I don't want to seem like I'm throwing it away too quickly on that side of it. Thank you though, Nick. Well said on your part. Well said. They very well may see we got ourselves a steal here. The Chicago Bears took a punter after Seattle took A.J. Barner. With 122, they took Torrey Taylor, the best, I guess, punter in the draft out of Iowa. For those wondering, I did have a 4th round grade on A.J. Barner on my big horizontal board. So this is not a pick that's a reach for me as far as that goes. That's a pick that I can understand where they're going with on that one, why they did it. Doesn't look like he might have lasted much longer if the Hawks hadn't taken him there, as Cade Stover now goes to the Houston Texans at 123, another mainly blocking tight end with a little bit of pass catching ability in addition. Not the blocker that Barner is. Not the blocker Barner is. Maybe was a little more productive as a tight end as far as receiving goes, but he was featured a little bit more as well than Barner was featured. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Washington Fish Quest says, thanks, Brandon. Looks like the entirety of the Denver trade was the round 4, 102, round 7, and then 235 to Denver. And then we get round 4, 121, round 5, 136, round 6, 207 to the Seahawks. Yeah, we wanted to pivot. It looks like we want to pivot out of the 7th round, get back in on that 6th with 3 6th-round picks. That's where Seattle's going. We got some good talent here in this 6th round. We're still going to be able to grab. First, maybe they looked at the 7th round and went, it drops off a cliff there at the end of the 6th. It's bye-bye town at that point. I like the trade. I think it makes sense. Good value from their standpoint in pulling this one off, I think, Washington Fish Quest. I'm okay with it. Strong little trade. Like I was saying earlier on this, man, if Denver calls up and they wants to trade, it's just almost an automatic yes at this point, because we seem to end out on the good side of that, one way or the other. Appreciate you though, man. Thank you so much for the donation. You too, Nick. Thank you. And Edward Gonzalez, you're awesome, man. You're awesome. Right to the top of the 5th. Very well may be possible. The Seattle Seahawks do start the 5th round off with the very first selection in that round. So, it's definitely a possible guy, I would say, is maybe a guy that's on their radar there. Antonio Campaseco, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Antonio. I really do appreciate that. Folks, please do join Antonio if you're not subscribed to the channel. It does help me out tremendously. Hitting the like button, getting subbed on up, I would really appreciate it. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I do appreciate that as well, man. He says, I wonder how much we value a kid's special team ability and willingness on these mid to late round picks. Just read Barner excelled in college at special teams. Well, there we go. There we go. I certainly have a bit of a factor. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a hard hat guy for you on that part of it, That's what his job's going to be, hard in both special teams. And as a blocker, he's going to be in there just kind of getting dirty and getting it done. But certainly, yeah, I think some special teams value probably factors in a bit. I'm guessing with Tyrese Knight, there's going to be a hope that he's going to be good as a special teamer as well, especially in that first year where you're probably mainly going to more have him as a backup. Certainly possible there. But yeah, great point there, Brent. Great point there, Randall. And that does add a little bit more value to him if he did play so well in special teams in college. See if I got his, I might have his, See if we can find his special team scores. I can find that. Yeah, it looks like the San Francisco 49ers have made a selection. They've taken one of the channel favorites here, Malik Mustafa, safety out of Wake Forest with the 148th pick. Excuse me. But yeah, he had 68.8 special teams grade this year, Randall. So pretty well graded as a special teamers, to your point. So Malik Mustafa, okay. Brian says Taylor is the best punter. He'll be the weapon. That's a good place to take a punter. You're going late fourth round. That's okay. We took Michael Dixon in the fourth. So I guess that's the going rate. If you want the best punter, that's where you got to pick him at. It's not the worst way to go on that. I get that. Especially if you trust he's that guy, like we had with Dixon. Holiest hand grenade. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says I can't afford $100, but here's $5. Hey man, whatever you always give is always appreciated, man. So anything that you can bring in, I'm thankful for it. So thanks, man. He says also the league should change divisions every 30 years or so. Keep teams on their toes. That would be interesting. It'd be interesting to move the divisions around. Tell you though, with the way the NFL can sometimes seemingly manipulate stuff, all these hand grenades, it wouldn't be outside their box to try to maybe, manipulate it to where one team that they have a favorable like for, they put them in a division with some kind of weaker teams to make sure that they can stay on top for longer, kind of thing. And I do like the rivalry stuff that does kind of bear out, when you get decades and decades of it, there is something to that. I kind of dig that about football. It's a little bit of like what you get from college football with the interstate stuff that used to run so strong, but not a bad idea at all. I wouldn't be completely opposed to it. Toughest part though too, again, is always hand grenade for us would be the travel, because then we're already the most travel team, with teams basically near us within our own division. What happens if you end up with like New England, Miami, and Buffalo, in your division now, something like that, or Philadelphia, you're gonna be flying all over the place. Those players are not gonna be happy with us on that one. I gotta fly how much? What? Thank you, though, Holy's hand grenade, man. Anything you always donate, I always appreciate. Don't need to be honored. Just a little $5 is just good, too. 100%. 100%. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have taken running back Bucky Irving. I think that's about the 9th Oregon player that we've had taken here in the 4th round. We got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this has been the round of the Oregon Ducks in this NFL draft, the 4th round. Bucky Irvin, tough back for me to kind of get on board with. At first blush, a little bit of like a kind of an Alvin Kamara type, swivelly hips, able to change direction, really nice, and use that as a way to break tackles. But he's got a little bit more forward lean than Kamara does, which sometimes gets him off balance. Not as big as Kamara is, a little bit lighter. I didn't see as much of the upside there for Irving at the next level and where he was going to go. So Tampa Bay goes Bucky Irving. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Duquan. I said linebacker in the 4th, B. Just saw the pick. Hey, man, you called it. And I was expecting we were going to grab one somewhere in here at this point, too. But good call on that one, Duquan. Good call. Tyrese Knight is the pick. Tyrese Knight, A.J. Barner for your Seahawks here in the 4th round. Randall McDaniel with the $2 donation. It says rookie Jarek Reed was a demon on special teams last year. Indeed he was. I believe when he went down with a torn ACL, he was 2nd in the NFL in tackles on special teams. So the kid was really playing hard, and really it was tough to watch him go down like that, because if he doesn't go down, this might be a guy that the team's looking at into the future this year as a guy that, has some potential to maybe start. So tough on him. Hopefully he can bounce back off that, Randall, but he was an awesome special teams player last year. And that's, to your point, part of why you took him, I think, in that 6th round last year was the expectation that he would be good in that part of his game. The Detroit pick is in. See who they go with. Thank you, Randall, for all your donos. Daquan, appreciate you. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Scouted any kickers? B, cool to stash a stud. I'm not aware of any kickers this year, Randall. And unfortunately, you just can't get out from under that Jason Myers contract in a real easy fashion, I don't think anytime soon. So I'm not aware of there being any kickers. Joshua Carty, I guess, is the best one out of Stanford. But no, I wouldn't expect them. They're still going to be kind of married to Myers here for the foreseeable future. So probably not a kicker being made as a pick. I don't think we have that guy like we did last year either, Randall, where there's that Dicker in the 3rd round. There's just a really, really good one. And everybody's acknowledges, oh yeah, this guy's the guy. I don't think it's as much that way this year with the kickers. How about Randall showing some love for the kickers? Let's go. Randall going special teams today. All right. I guess, Randall, you're buying into the new rules, changing some things up a little bit. Oh, my God. All right. Detroit's gone with a pick. I don't know who the hell this guy is. Detroit, even PFF doesn't know who the guy is. Look at it. PFF doesn't have him ranked overall or his positional value put in. They're like, we don't even know what position he plays. Giovanni Manu. So Lions take Giovanni Manu. Anybody know anything about Giovanni Manu? I've never seen that name in my life. Deanna says, woo, go Ducks. Ducks are having a 4th round. Brian Meyer says, B, how about Brennan Jackson? I'm with it. I did think at some point or another in this draft, Brian, you're going to get a power edge. That's something that's a necessity for McDonald's defense. And I don't know if you exactly have that on the roster as it stands right now. So you get Brennan, he's your early down run defender, basically off that edge. He kind of plays like a Red Bryant role, would be, back from back in the day. So, yeah, good pick there with Brendan Jackson. Solid pick. If they were to do it there at the top of the 5, I'd understand completely. I think I have a 4th round grade, so the value would be very good at that spot too. Yeah, I got a 4th round grade, so if you're getting him at that point in the 5th, then the value's about right as well. So Lions traded up to get Manu. I guess I thought people were jumping at the bit to get them some manure. 127. The Eagles have made a selection. They're going to take 3rd down back Will Shipley. Definitely not a guy that you're going to start or have out there running like a bell cow back kind of guy, but as you bring him in as a 3rd down back, pretty nice. And Eagles are having to kind of build up a little bit of their running back room, I think, there to make sure. I think they still got that other guy there, but did they lose DeAndre Swift? I can't remember. Oh, Chicago Bears got DeAndre Swift. So there's definitely a little bit of an opening there at Philadelphia, the running back position. Brandon McGann with a $2 donation. He says, Niners want to draft a power bottom. Maybe so. I wouldn't put it past him out there in San Francisco, Randall. Oh, Lord. Billy Hodges says Giovanni Manu sounds like you should play for Roma in Serie A. Yeah. Sounds like a soccer player. Flag says Giovanni Manu who? Greg says, I hope Jaden Hicks and Cam Hart don't have medical red flags. Me as well. Me as well, man. Some of these guys dropping in this draft is odd. Come out Jeremiah Trotter. Trotter following his wall here. Cedric Van Pran. Ahmed Kamara. I even like Ray Davis. I like the running back out of Kentucky. Some really good players here right now, folks. Still available for the Hawks. He's Canadian? Okay. That makes all the sense now. Gemini Brett says he was a left tackle at University of British Columbia. Oof. Powerhouse college. Churning out the NFL talent. Oh, that's right. Philly got Saquon Barkley. I totally spaced that out. Big Dizzy. Right. Okay. So you take out maybe some of the third down duties off of Saquon's shoulder, a little bit of load balance. Forgot about that one. It's a good joke, Randall. I like that. Oh, there we go. So the Buffalo Bills will go with a running back at the 128th pick. They take Ray Davis, halfback out of Kentucky. Fun little player. Great balance. Good vision. Just enough kind of juice and speed. That's why he dropped a little bit, as not much as athleticism, speed, quickness, kind of stuff that you got down there with him. But a solid player. Love the pick here with them in the late fourth to get him. I had him right in this range. Yeah, I had him in the fourth round. So the value's about right there. Tell you what, my horizontal board's looking pretty good. Most of the guys that I had slotted for where I wanted them to go has been where they've kind of gone. I maybe been about like a round off here and there, but pretty good in getting the final horizontal board where it needed to be. So the Jets are on the clock. We've got about 6-7 selections here before Seattle will be back up picking in the 5th round. And Seattle only picks once in the 5th round. So we're going to have a long wait until we get back to the 6th. Maybe John looks to move up here too, though. CR says, Hawks Nest, what do you think about people falling due to medicals? I broke my knee last July, thought I was fully recovered, then tore my ACL because still weak. No, I have more focus on that stud. Now I have to focus more on that stud stuff. Yeah, I think medicals are the part that's always the unpredictable spot from my end of this in trying to do any of the evaluations is I have none of the access to that information. And so you can kind of get stuff that's leaked out, like Fatano's knee situation was leaked out a little bit prior to the draft. But other than that, you don't really hear very much about, what's going on in that manner of things. So it's possible that some of these guys have something medically that's jumped out. We will hear about that post-draft if that was what caused them to fall. We won't hear about it always pre-draft, but then you'll hear it post-draft. So hard to say a little bit there on what's going on with some of these guys with that, but it's possible that that's the big factor that's coming into play. Misfit says Manu's so down low. ESPN Tracker doesn't even have him. No, ESPN Tracker didn't have him. PFF Tracker didn't have him. Played at the University of Tonga. Nazir says, I want Travis. Jordan Travis. The right spot there at the 5th round. C-Lord says, Brandon, you have a great whiskey and cigarette voice going right now. Thank you, man. Yeah, it's definitely, it's going to make it to the end of the day, but it's just barely going to make it to the end of the day. Billy Hodges says, Manu didn't have the makings of a varsity athlete. Seahawks Gaming says, Jay's letting his area scouts influence the draft move. More, never heard of Knight in the college he played for. And UTEP's a small one, man. UTEP's a very small one. Brian Myers says Manu's very high on the CFL draft boards. You guys got some jokes this morning. All right. Power bottoms and oh Lord, here we go. Swedish says the Lions just drafted an intern. Everybody's calling on. Niners have traded up here with Detroit at 129. Spud says you can't tell me that linebacker was the best player available. I don't think so either, Spud. I'm good with all the picks in this draft, but definitely the Tyrese Knight one's the little bit of the one that I'm like, Kotag says, I don't think anyone should be calling Mike McDonald the linebacker whisperer. Patrick Queen is a good linebacker, not elite, nor a superstar. Yeah, it's true. He's not amazing. Maybe a little bit of an early applied label on Mr. McDonald on that part. We'll certainly see with what he does with Tyrese. He can turn this kid into a player. Then he's taking big steps towards getting to that place, earning that nickname. But I'll give you. We gotta have him earn that. We gotta have him do it. He needs a couple more bodies to come through before he can get that. Carroll had his pelts on the wall before we gave him cornerback whisperer, right? He'd done all his work out there at USC. We got in Sherman and Brandon Browner and Byron Maxwell. So, yeah, you got to give him the time on that. Niners make a really good pick here. Really good pick for them. This is a archetype of a type of running back that they've had there a couple of different times in Isaac Guerrero. Guerrero is really fast. Really, really, really fast. And what's happened here in the last couple of years is there's been a new kind of running back that's kind of come through and been able to find some ability to flourish. I was mentioning a little bit of like the Devin A-Chain guy that was in this mold last year. And these are guys that you look at and they might be a little bit light or they might not be, where you're wanting them to be as far as certain skill sets, but they're really fast and they run really hard with the ball in their hands as a running back. And, with the Niners, they've had those Raheem Mostert's types there, they've had those really fast kind of backs in there that really is what Shanahan likes, where he doesn't need his blockers to hold on for a long period of time. He just has to block it up with the angles to where it's blocked up for almost a little bit of a millisecond because that fast 4.33 running back, which is what Isaac Guerrero is. He's a 4.33 guy, 155, and that's at 220 pounds, not at 180 pounds, 220 pounds. So a guy that gets really fast up to speed, and that's worked in the San Francisco 49er offense prior. I do like this pick for them, and I think that's a pretty strong pick for them. The Ravens stopped the final fall of TJ Tampa. The Tampa fall finally comes to a conclusion. If you guys look at the PFF users and who they picked for the players here, you'll see TJ Tampa, doesn't matter the team, is coming up as the main guy that the teams are referencing here for who they think should have been picked throughout this fourth round. So he finally does go to the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens having a pretty good draft, I think, aren't they? They're doing pretty good. Helps them out. They need some corner help. So they get TJ Tampa. And then they also got earlier, I think, they also selected, I think in the first round, Nate Wiggins. So maybe they've totally rebuilt their cornerback room there a little bit. Seattle up in about 5 picks. The Chiefs are up right now on the clock. Misfit says, maybe Giovanni makes good pizza. And you better if your name's Giovanni. Rodney says, how do you like this pick, Brandon? I love the Barner pick. I'm not as big on the Knight pick. I don't hate it, but I'm not as just, it's okay, right? But I like the Barner pick. What grade would I give these picks so far? Collectively, B-. I'd probably give Barner a B+ grade, but I would probably give Tyrese Knight like a C+. Brian says Manu could play in the NBA. It is kind of more of an NBA name, isn't it? It's Belts. What time is it over there, you guys? It is 10:36 here in the morning. Michael Pratt is still available. He is there. Haley says, can't stress enough. It looks like the Eagles would have taken Knight if we didn't. They didn't even entertain picking there. Very well could have been the way that it played, Haley. Yeah. Yeah. The Eagles did have a little bit of a need for inside linebacker there, too. So, Seattle might have snaked them on that one. Makes some sense. Kyle Moki, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Kyle. Do you think we pay K9 after this upcoming season, or do you think we'll trade him and go with McIntosh and Charbonnet? I think McIntosh can do great when given the chance. And the Kansas City Chiefs, wow. Jeez, this is where I like sometimes my evaluations on stuff where I feel like I hit it pretty good, where I'm like, okay, I got this right, where like my evaluation of the guy was really, really on, and I was seeing things that I wasn't seeing, not seeing. So we had earlier on in this draft, we had a guy, Kool-Aid McKinstry, who I said looked exactly like Marshawn Lattimore in my pre-draft evaluation of the guy, and saying, this is my comp for him. And then who's the team that ends up taking Kool-Aid McKinstry? The New Orleans Saints, the team that selected Marshawn Lattimore in the first round. And so it just sort of, for me, it was kind of like a pat of the back moment, because I'm going, okay, I was right on that. My outlook on that player, Saints saw it the same way. They're seeing the shades of Lattimore in this guy's game. Likewise here with this Jared Wiley pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. I called Jared Wiley. I said, when I watched his tape, I said, there's so much of his tape when I'm watching him where he looks like a stretched out Travis Kelce. Not quite as athletic, but he's got that same swerve through his route running that Travis Kelce had. And it was really distinct unto Jared Wiley in this draft. I didn't see in a lot of other tight ends that had that kind of same look and build and the way they moved to them. And then who selects him after having a little bit of that outlook on that guy? Kansas City Chiefs. So maybe Andy Reid and company were kind of seeing some of the similar stuff that I was seeing, where there's a little bit of some Travis Kelce in this kid. He's not got the upside of Kelce. That's why he's going in the 4th round. But that swerve in the route running, for those big tight ends to be able to kind of move back and forth and change direction a little bit, unusual for a guy at that size. So love the pick there for KC. Got that one nailed, I think, though. Kyle, thank you for the $10 donation. You bring up a little bit of what I think is a conundrum right now in regards to what to do with K9. If he goes out this next year and he lights it up, and let's say he puts 1,500 yards up and he receives another 200-300 yards and has that kind of breakout year, you're in a pickle. We are starting to see this offseason for the first time. For the first time in, I think, a while here, we actually got to see some running back contracts that were given out to some guys. Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, DeAndre Swift. They weren't monster deals, but at least these running backs were starting to get paid a little bit. But when it comes to Seattle next year, they're going to have a lot of money freed up. They can pay a lot of different people. They can do a lot of different moves and go a lot of different directions. I do wonder if John thinks about it more in the respect of, let me just keep stocking the running back position up with the young guys on their rookie deals, and let me avoid having to ever really pay guys. Maybe I let Walker walk and get paid on the open market, and I just take the compensatory pick. So it's hard to give you a real certain answer on that one. It's a bit of a coin flip because we just haven't seen John Schneider necessarily. I mean, he paid Chris Carson, and certainly paid Marshawn Lynch. So he's had a track record of being willing to pay running backs. But then he might look at that Chris Carson deal of like, this is why you don't sign running backs, because I signed him to a deal and we didn't get on the good end of that. Which I would get from his standpoint as well as looking at in that realm. Good question, man. Very good question. I don't know if there's a certain answer to it. But I think you're right. Charbonnet and McIntosh could carry the load if that's something that you needed them to do in the future. Say nothing for maybe another running back that you're able to add on into the stable here in that time period. Misfit says best running back in this round is Garendo. I do agree a little bit with Brian Myers on this one, Misfit. I think Watson is a little bit better, but I got a soft spot for Watson. Sealord says it's wild to see these runs on specific positions. Yeah. A lot of tight ends in this fourth round. Four tight ends taken. And the Detroit Lions have made their selection here at 132. They're going to take Sion Vaki, safety out of Utah. Cole Bishop went earlier, I think, in the second round. And so Vaki goes now here at 132 to San Francisco. I like Sion more as a running back than I liked him as a safety. I like the snaps as a running back. It'll be interesting to see how the Lions look to use him. The rare two-way player. The rare two-way player in college who actually offers some potential real true two-way ability at the next level. Vaki's really fun. Oh, nah, damn it. But the Seahawks 3 picks away. The Kansas City Chiefs come in and snake them, potentially, taking safety Jaden Hicks from Washington State, the third-rated player at his position according to PFF. That's a hell of a pick there by Kansas City. Strong picks back-to-back with them at 131, 133. They traded with Buffalo to get up there and take Hicks. So I guess Seattle just wasn't big on Hicks. They don't see him as kind of the fit, I guess, in this defense for what they're looking for. So this will put the Jets on the clock at 134. Seattle is 2 picks away from selecting. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says the Lions drafted a from parts unknown guy. That's awesome. Yeah, it's I'm still trying to get a final on where this guy is from and where he played. I guess maybe British Columbia is what we're getting here, Garth. But yeah, they did the that's the pick of the draft where everybody's going, what, huh? Who? Check it out, Garth. They had ESPN didn't have him ranked on their system, and then even PFF doesn't have him ranked overall on theirs here. So he's a guy that, yeah, maybe not as much known. A real diamond in the rough on this one, if you know what I mean. A real diamond in the rough. Thank you, Garth. Glad it wasn't us. Jets go with a running back. They take the big back out of Wisconsin, Braylon Allen. Kid's a big battering ram, just a really big back with some legit burst to him. Kind of got some vibes, a little bit of that Derrick Henry vibes, where if he gets up to speed and gets downhill, he can be a problem. Comes in and he's going to be the second back there to Breece Hall. Maybe they're short yardage back with Breece Hall. I like that 1-2 punch for them with the Jets there with Allen. That's good value for them where they took him there as well. I like that pick there for them. I had him in the 4th round. It's about the right spot. Excuse me. All right. San Francisco 49ers are on the board here, and then Seattle will be up and picking. So the selection will be up here soon. We'll see where San Fran goes. Be back to offensive line here, potentially. Jeremiah Trotter is still on the board for your Hawks. Maybe that's a potential option for him. Spencer Rattler, Malik Washington, Cedric Van Pran, Curtis Jacobs, Penn State, Brendan Rice, Cam Hart, Austin Booker, Daniel Watson, Muhammad Kamara. Some still really good players here on the board right now and available. Billy Hodges says, Brandon, drink some honey and lemon. I'm trying, man. I did before the show. It's I don't know. I think the voice is probably just at a state where it's just gonna be what it is a little bit, but it's okay. The Ricolas are helping me through here, Billy. They're getting me through. Thomas Cox, I have to watch more film on Knight. I'm not excited about Knight at all. He's one I'm not going to I'm not going to try to cherry it up for you on this one, Tommy. I'm in a bit of the same place a bit. I was underwhelmed by the film that I watched on him. I couldn't find a lot of film on him. Just I was underwhelmed by what I did see. James says it's because Knight's from a terrible school. I'm Brandon. No, UTEP's okay. I mean, it's a small school. It's not a terrible school. No, it's more just the tape with him as much as anything. Brian says if Mike McDonald thinks Knight fits the D, that's all that matters. Amen. Certainly very athletic. Certainly good. You know, he has the wheels I think that McDonald would look for in this defense. Anara Hawk says, I think we grab Bryson Gore. Maybe. Hard to predict on that one. Rice certainly would make sense where they're sitting at here. Could be the way that they roll with it. The value is about right at that point. Snails is best running back in the draft for Seattle's Gore Jr. because it'll piss San Fran off. Maybe so. Maybe so on that one. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. What did the Alpaca say to his date? Want to go on a picnic? Alpaca lunch? Question. That's good. I like it. I see what you did there. A question, who do you want at 136 and why is it Jaden Hicks? Love the content. It would have been Jaden Hicks. That would have been my number one guy. So we're of like mind here, Kevin. If he had lasted to 136 and the Chiefs hadn't jumped up there and ripped him from our grasp, that would have been my pick. But unfortunately, they did rip him from our grasp. So we're going to have to go to option 2, which for me right now is going to be Jeremiah Trotter. I think long term you could see where Tyrese Knight moves more to a will linebacker role with his natural, athleticism, and then you'd move Trotter into maybe the Mike. So maybe I'd go Trotter here. I don't think Seattle will though. I think it's going to be something a little bit more less of what we're not thinking necessarily. Be like a corner or Brennan Jackson, power edge kind of guy they might bring in here. What did the Alpaca say to his date? Alpaca lunch. Oh. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for watching, brother. And thank you for all your support on the channel as well. All right, the Niners are taking their sweet-ass time here with the final pick in the 4th round. They're really turning it over. They're not sure what they want to do. 12th Man Plays. Thank you for the $10 donation, 12th Man Plays. And we got it. All right, here we go. So the Niners will select a wide receiver. They're going to take with the 135th pick, the last pick in the 4th round, Jacob Cowling out of Arizona. This is a really good player. I actually had a late 3rd round grade on Jacob Cowling. So for the Niners to get him here in the late 4th is good value for the Niners. He can play. Really good speed, but a good overall player as well in how he runs his routes. A very competent receiver. I think he's been very productive out there. In fact, 4,000 yards with Arizona over his career. Kind of reminded me a little bit of last year's Josh Downs coming out of Oklahoma. A real fast slot that can take the top off a defense is sort of what he brings to the table. Really good player. Pretty good with the yak after the catch. Excellent route runner. I do a little small. He's 5'8", 168. So he's a very small receiver from their perspective. All right, the Hawks are on the clock here now. Seattle is up. This is their 1 5th round pick. They have 3 6th round picks. So let's see what direction they might go here. So many places that they could go. So many directions that they could go. Take that out of my mouth there. Too much Ricola. 12-man plays. Thank you for that $10 donation. He says, don't have a question. Just glad for all the live streams. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, man. I really do appreciate the donation and the support, 12th man, and the kind words of encouragement. This does resonate with you guys. It seems like you love having these done, and I love doing it. So knowing that there's people wanting to watch it makes it, all right, let's go. And it's my pleasure. This is it really is an honor to be able to kind of do this and have an audience here to be able to chop it up with the draft like this. I really, really do appreciate having you guys check this out. You can be watching anywhere else. We got over 524 guys and girls in this chat here tonight or this morning, and that's just tremendous. So I really do appreciate the love and the support from you guys. It's always there every stream I go live. And as I say, it's just why this is my favorite thing to do. And draft day, this is my Christmas. I love it. And we got our Seahawks on the pick. We got them on the clock right now. I mean, even better. And when the pick is in, indeed a little bit of a curveball on this one. With the first pick in the 5th round, the Seattle Seahawks select cornerback Nemiah Pritchett out of Auburn. Nemiah Pritchett. So, yeah. Let's see if I can get my notes on him. This is a 6 foot, 190 pound, 31 5/8 inch arms. So just right at the line you like at 32 inches long on the arms and decent size. He ran a 4.36 40 with a 1.49 10-yard split. So this is a very, very, very fast cornerback out there on the edge and very quick and fast, you could say. He was a lanky off coverage zone corner for Auburn. That was mainly how they used him. The senior has played a great deal of football and brings sure footwork, quick turning hips, slightly plus speed, and slightly plus change of direction. So the 4.36, maybe not quite, more of a 4.4-ish guy, 4.45 guy, but good speed. Auburn has a real weird thing there, and I've seen this other corners at times there where they taught their corners in that off coverage to really, to an extreme degree, stay on top, like really too far on top. And so what that would sometimes allow is a lot of the easier routes, the stop routes, the over routes, the comeback routes, to then be opened up for those corners that were trying to stay on top so heartily, so much. And so I don't know if that was as much of an error to Nemiah's game as it was as much that I think Auburn was just kind of calling that coverages because the corners were all kind of doing it. I think it was just they wanted to stay on top of those deadly SEC receivers that were so good and explosive at getting over the top. But this guy only allowed 12 receptions on 26 targets last year for 134 yards. And when you look at the cornerbacks throughout this draft, there's not a lot of cornerbacks that were able to keep that production down that low in the amount of yards they gave up as a bottom line. So, excuse me, folks. Whew. We're going to make it through the day. Somewhere or another, we're going to make it through. So he did allow very few targets. He's just okay as a tackler when you force him to do it. He's not really trying to get off blocks. He's not really trying to seek out the ball carrier with a lot of commitment. It's kind of a mixed bag as far as his tackling goes. He does have a very high amount of missed tackles on the books with him as well. So a guy that definitely another guy that with a lot of tools here to work with, a lot of starting experience. There's a little bit of that kind of equivalent here with like kind of a Tyrese Knight a bit here on that where he's got a little bit better production, I think, than Knight did necessarily on that side of it. But you're getting a guy with multiple years in starting who also has a physical skill set that provides some hope for upside on that physical skill set. It's hard to find corners that can run 4.3, and that's what you've got here in Pritchett. So Seattle just had him very high up on their board. I definitely had other players probably a little bit higher at this point. If I check my horizontal board here, I had Pritchett in the 5th round. So you're grabbing him right about where the appropriate value would be for. It's not really a huge reach. Were there maybe other players there that looked a little bit more tantalizing at the board here where Seattle's picking? Yeah, probably so. But you can't argue with the tools of this guy, be it both Tyrese Knight or in this pick with a corner. You're getting two guys that do have upside later in the draft. And one of the harder things to find later in the draft, of course, is upside guys that, can give you some real good upper level play if they can reach their potential. So Seattle has shot for the moon, at least with these two picks on these two players in that way. Who knows? Maybe we come to find with Nemiah Pritchett that it was that off coverage stuff that he was being asked to play so very often and then dropping to bail depth technique over and over again. And that was removing some of maybe his effectiveness, not only in pass coverage at times, but in his ability to come up and then play the run really distinctly. So definitely a toolsy guy, but not necessarily a, blow you away kind of pick, but solid. Primo, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Primo. He says, small dono for green tea and honey for your voice. Well, thank you, Primo. I will be doing some more honey shooting here as we wrap up the show today. No doubt about it. I'll be mainlining that stuff. Absolutely, I will. As it works. I know the honey stuff does work. But thank you, Primo. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you guys on the donations today. You guys are unbelievable with your support. I really do appreciate it. Billy Hodges says, be you're a trooper. Iron Maiden reference for doing this. We all love and appreciate you. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate you too, brother. You know I do. Seahawks Gaming, what's Brian Murphy's floor? Puna Ford? Oh, no, he's much higher than Puna Ford. Much higher than Puna Ford. What's his floor? Let me think about that. Let me get the... So we got the Chargers took Tareeb Still, cornerback after Seahawks took Pritchett at 137, and it's going to be a little bit of time here before unless Seattle trades up in the draft before they pick again here. And we got 3 6-round picks, but might be a little bit of time here before we get to the next round on that. That next round. Mark says ABC has caught up. Wow. Oh, there we go, Mark. They eventually got up to it. Lord Boom Brandon, see, the Detroit Lions get it. Need more Polynesian blood on your team to be successful. Ha ha. Go Polynesian, go Seahawks. Hey, go Polynesians. It's true. They're going the hard. They're going the Polynesian way, man. No doubt. Ayuk Insurance is right. Kind of be interesting to see that. Niners did not make the trade Ayuk. They didn't get him a contract extension either. I wonder if they're doubling back down towards trying to get the extension done at this point with him. Greg, the Seahawks did talk with Nathaniel Watson. Yes, sir. Brian says, watching the clown show in Detroit's so sad. The fans are terrible. Mr. Kane, Seahawks chose Rice to give San Francisco the finger. Well, they could have. Let me see where you guys are at on this pick. Yeah, Big Dizzy, athlete alert is right. They went with the commercials again when we picked. That's awesome. Roxanne. They love them commercials when Seahawks come up. Greg says him over Cam Hart's interesting. Yeah. I had Cam Hart a little bit higher on myself. Some of that comes back to the tackling stuff. A lot of corners in this draft that just weren't as voracious as tacklers, and it was kind of an all the way around kind of way. So it's tackling technique's not there, getting off blocks is not there, the spirit is not always there in trying to make it happen from that standpoint. Mewtwo says, you think with this pick Kobe's moving to safety? It certainly wouldn't seem to be an indicator that they're looking to move him back to corner, Mew. That safety seems to be his spot. Like Dizzy said, we need one more corner. I like it. It's fine for me too. I said right before the pick, maybe they would go corner. You knew it might be in range there. This draft was so deep with cornerbacks that it was much like receiver that you find yourself 4th, 5th round, and you've got a much higher grade on that position. Versus the other positions that are available in that round. Misfit says, Reek 2.0, let's go. All right, fans are jacked about this one. Chicken God says, John knows his safeties and cornerbacks. I trust this pick. Jordan says we need another cornerback that had more than 1 year of control. Definitely that there was going to be a need for this as we went forward. That's for sure. Haley says, can he play safety B? No. There's no way you're going to have Nemiah play safety. He doesn't tackle good enough. Not a good enough tackler. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. And he says, sticking with special teams, average 31.3 kickoff returned. Oh, is Pritchett a kickoff guy? I hadn't been aware of that. Let me look that up. Oh, there we go. So Nemiah Pritchett had 11 attempts on kickoff returns last year for 313 yards. So yeah, to Randall's point, did very good on the kickoffs. That might be Randall. You're on it today with the special teams, man. I mean, on it, and you're on to something with this. Maybe this is a guy they're looking to move into that return role there for the kick return role because he did it really well in college. So a little bit of extra added value maybe there. Deadly says someone will have to transition from corner to safety. I think Bryant's probably the guy that just stays there at safety at this point. Greg says Brandon Spoon to the slot, speed on the outside. That's maybe a little bit of the thought process of the long-term plan here. I have to think with Spoon's versatility, it's going to draw so much from McDonald to want to lean into that versatility, meaning he's going to want to, I think, put Spoon all over the place. It wouldn't surprise me if Spoon goes through an NFL game and he finds snaps at the outside corner, inside corner, Sam linebacker, free safety, and strong safety. We might very well see a game where that happens with Spoon this year because I think McDonald's just going to love that versatility. So definitely, I don't think he just earmarks right now Spoon as being an outside guy. He wants to keep that flexibility, and that's where he sees, I think, Spoon at his best. Thomas Charter says Walter Football gave the Pritchett pick an A+. Hell yeah. Let's go, Walter Football. Brian says Pritchett could be a German 2.0. Sign me up if he can turn into that. I loved the coverage skills were there and legit for sure. Really good zone defender. My only trepidations was the tackling. Thank you again, Randall, for that $2 donation and a great note there on his kickoff return ability, too. Tony Borges in the house. What's up, Tony? Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, hey, Brandon, just joined. How you feeling about these picks so far? I'm okay with it. I like the first 2 days of the draft a little bit better versus where we've been right now. I don't hate the picks. I'm not against the picks. I'm not down on the picks. They're okay. You know, they're going for a little bit of upside. It seems like you're on day 3. Barner's my favorite of the picks. I liked him a lot as a tight end. I think his comp for me was Will Disley. So Seattle being driven to him, I think John saw a lot of Will Disley and Barner and how he played, and that probably drew John to the pick. The other picks aren't bad though, and there is upside on these guys. They're physically not missing anything in their skill set that is going to be absent and holding them back as a player. You just got to get a little bit more with Tyrese Knight. He needs to get a little bit more consistent in certain aspects of his game, getting off blocks, being a little more sure on his zone drops to the spots and the landmarks. That type of thing with this kid. It's just a little bit more get a little bit more vicious as a tackler, get a little bit more willing as a tackler, get off the block. These corners love to do this game in college where it's like, you feel like the receiver in them had a whole get together before the game where they're like, okay, look, you're not going to block me hard. I'm not going to go try to play the run. Cool. And then they go out there and you watch them both just doing this throughout the whole game, looking back in at the line of scrimmage. Wow, those guys look like they're hidden in there, don't they? Yeah, they do. Here, I'm just going to tap your chest, okay? All right, this time shake me a little. Make it look a little real so the coach knows I'm at least trying, okay? Just kind of shake my jersey on this next rep. I got you, man. I got you. You know, there's a little bit of that there going on at times. We got some picks going down here. I'm behind on this. We got Xavier Thomas and Edge out of Clemson going to the Cardinals. 6-year career. This guy racked up 22 sacks, 43 pressures. I wasn't as hot to trot on him, to be honest with you. I had a 6th, 7th round grade on Thomas. So the Cardinals doing Cardinal things. Jordan McGee. I like this kid. Temple inside linebacker. Really fun player. I like Jordan McGee more than I like Tyrese Knight. So I had a 4th round grade here on Jordan McGee going to Washington. That's a strong pick for Washington there. Cardinals are having a sort of a, it's either all or nothing for me with their draft. I either love their picks or I hate their pick. There's no in between on the Cardinals picks in this draft right now. We are starting to see these inside linebackers go though, a little bit. Seattle doesn't pick for a while here. So it's okay, Tony. It ain't a bad thing. It's fine. Or there was a little more value in there they could have gone for, I think. But they've got their own outlook on these guys, that's for sure. Raheem still? I've heard of him. He's okay cornerback. Where did I have him? I had him as a 6th, 7th rounder. So a little bit of a reach there by the Chargers. Chargers back on the clock. R. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Sanchez. He says, I'm way more excited about Haynes than Murphy. I like them both, man. Those are my 2 favorite picks of this draft so far. I think Haynes is probably my favorite pick for the value and where you got him, but Murphy might end up being my guy with that too, Sanchez, just in that you might have come away with the best defensive player in the draft at 16. That's just a hell of a turn by the Seahawks at that point. But I get it. At the very least, we dealt with that interior offensive line the way we needed to get a quality guy in there, not just a warm body in there like we have in the past at times, but we got an actual guy in there with some legit talent. And that gets me very excited for it. You know, I really want to see that line turned into a strength. And I think even with Murphy, if he's not going to hit into the top end of a guy that can become a guy like an Ed Oliver or a Grady Jarrett, he should still give you a solid floor. I know somebody was asking me about his floor, and I didn't have a good answer for that. I have to think a little bit about what would be a floor. Like if he can't get the highest of high, what would be his bottom line? I still think like even if he can't hit like a Grady Jarrett level, he should be able to hit like a DJ Reader kind of level. So I know I'm a little late in acknowledging that question on that one, but I think I would go with like a DJ Reader type is kind of his bottom spot there. Yeah. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. He says day 1 minus 2A plus day 3 F minus reaching like Stretch Armstrong. Oh, I see what you're saying. Day 1 or 2 A plus. Day 3 F minus. We're reaching like Stretch Armstrong. Yeah, it's a little bit uneven, a little bit more today versus the first 2 days. That's for sure. It's not quite as clean on some of these picks. I get it. I do like Barner. I don't have any problem taking him there. That's, to me, appropriate value, and I get what they're doing there, and I can see how, especially with the 2 tight end sets, you can bring some real lethal approaches next year with Farrell Brown and him. But the other 2 picks I get, I do understand. They're a little bit more about taking a kind of projects that you're going to have to, do a lot of fixing with a little bit, a lot of rounding out. So totally get where you guys are coming from on some of these outlooks on this day a little bit. A little underwhelming, I think, from some of you what I'm reading, and I get that. Not out and out bad, but at least just a little underwhelming. Thank you, though, Snail. Appreciate you too, Sanchez. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate the double dono, Kevin. What does a gay horse eat? Hey. I should laugh at that. Oh, that's good. He says, question. Knowing what you know now, who's our starting defensive backfield in nickel? Appreciate the streams. Our starting defensive backfield in nickel is going to be Tariq Woolen and Michael Jackson on the outside. And then it will be Devin Witherspoon on the inside. Something that we're going to learn about Mike McDonald that he really does like a lot is going to be cornerbacks that are willing to tackle. And though he would love to run some man at times, of course, Baltimore ran a lot of zone coverage last season. A couple more picks up here. Cam Hart going to the Chargers. So Chargers go in last couple of picks. They've gone cornerback. Definitely trying to maybe build up a little bit of that corner depth for Mahomes and company in that division. And that does make sense. So Cam Hart goes here. Great pick for them there. Great value for the Chargers where they're selecting him. Cedric Van Pran goes to the Buffaloes. I love this pick for the Buffalo in the 5th round, 141 overall. That's a strong pick for them. Very strong. Like that pick. So some good names coming off the board here. Some of those guys that have been sliders are starting to stop their slide. Just a little bit. So I would go with Jackson. I think that Mike McDonald loving tackling corners like he does is going to have him in a position to where he's going to, he's going to be like, I see Michael, because Trey Brown, of course, isn't as much of a tackler. Nemiah Pritchett, not as much of a tackler. It seems like the guy they brought back, the former Steeler, former Bear guy that they brought back, more of a slot guy. So I think Mike's going to end up showing him that I'm out here, I'm a rugged tackler, and I can play good zone defense. I think that's going to win Mike over, at least for in those nickel situations. That's my prediction, Kevin. Thank you, man, for the double donation. Appreciate you and the good joke. I love the joke, too. Making me laugh. You guys always make me laugh on these streams. Larry Jocelyn, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Larry. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. You're a gentleman and a scholar for doing so, I tell you. Gentleman and a scholar. And do, folks, if you could for me, please, slam down on that like button if you could. It helps this channel out tremendously. It helps me show up on the algorithm for people that are looking for draft coverage. You hitting that like button makes it happen. As well, we're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers here. We're going to be real aggressive this year. We started out about, a little shade over 15. So we're going to try to get to 20 by the end of the year this next February. So if you're not subscribed up, do please as well. Get subscribed up to the channel. Huey says, I want Estime. I like big backs, and I cannot lie. No other brothers would deny. When a girl walks in with an itty-bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you'll get spun. Pull up tough, because you know that double stuff. Look at that G she's wearing. I'm hooked and I can't stop staring. Oh, lady. Get with ya. Take your picture. Homeboys tried to warn me, but that butt you got make me horny. I like Estime, man. He's got some speed to him, too. I think he hit like 19, 20 miles an hour on the field this last year. So a bigger back that can get up and move. Not a pure quick guy, but he's got some speed to him. He's tough. He's a tough back, too. Bryce is a special teamer. Yeah. With Nemiah. It would look like. Dan W. says, how is Spencer Rattler not getting drafted? Malik Willis was drafted in the 3rd round. At this point, it's a little bit much. No one is taking a shot. It's definitely a drip and a fall for him. Anthony Gould goes to the Colts, by the way, with the 142nd pick. A wide receiver out of Oregon, real fast kid, undersized. Pretty good receiver there. There would have been other guys on the board I would have maybe gone with, as you guys can see with the PFF user picks. You still had Brendan Rice, Johnny Wilson. I might have gone with a couple of those other options over Gould, but I think if you asked Indianapolis, they'd tell you that we saw some T.Y. Hilton and Anthony Gould that we liked. That's got us signed up for him, and so that's why we're going to pick him here. Spencer Rattler. I think when it comes down to Spencer Rattler, he's got a tremendous amount of starting experience, which can't be understated. He's 6 feet tall. You know, I think you would like ideally for this guy to be like a 6'2" kind of cat. He runs a 4.9 40, you know, 1.63 10-yard split. So you're small and you can't get away from anybody. And that's kind of a double death knell, I think, for NFL teams, Daniel, because look at a guy like Brock Purdy starting. You know, Brock Purdy's undersized, but Brock Purdy can move. What undersized guy can you think of in this league that's immobile? You know, playing any snap, starting or kind of quasi-starting, everything from the Kyler Murrays to your Russell Wilsons, your Bryce Youngs. You've got to be able to move if you're that small. And I think teams look at that and they go, you're not going to be able to get away from pressure. You're not big enough to see over the pocket consistently. It's hard to see the upside of where that's going to land for him at that point when you put those combinations together. It really was not good that he tested, that he measured so small and then he tested so slow. He needed to be quicker. He needed to be like a 4.8 guy. You know, you mentioned Malik Willis. I think Willis was at least a 4.8 guy. So he gave you a little bit of athletic juice. And just not something you're getting here with Rattler. Probably also isn't benefiting Daniel from how strong the draft was at the top with quarterbacks, you know, where teams kind of took care of their quarterback need at that point. So it just kind of, he's falling a little bit because everybody who needed a quarterback already's taken one. I would imagine a little bit of that factors in here too. He was his Cam Hart pick as a winner. Chargers looking good. Chargers having a strong draft overall. They're having a very strong draft. Mike Tulp says, who's the linebacker that we drafted? Mike, we took Tyrese Knight out of UTEP. Quick, fast guy for the position. He's got the length that you would look for, 3-year starter. Got a variety of different skills that he can bring to the table. Some holes that are in his game as well. He's kind of a quasi project a little bit. I think it's going to take about a year for this guy to find some footing as to potentially be a starter. But very athletic. Yeah, Brian, if we want another running back, Blake Watson is the guy. Give me the Marshall Faulk of Memphis. Give me that. Megan says, same B, but I hate the Cards picks is based on my brother's love of the team in the Hawks Nest. They're having a back and forth. It's love or hate on my picks with the Cards. Like Isaiah Adams, ugh. Marvin Harrison Jr., yeah. You know, Darius Robinson, yeah. Some of these other ones. Xavier Thomas, Greg Kemp, Dominic Hampton is still on the board. Indeed. Greg says, Brandon, I saw Dominic Hampton compared to Jaquan Brisker. Do you agree with that? I liked Brisker. I like Brisker too. I think Brisker was more athletic, faster, had more range. I mean, that's why Brisker was taken in the second round versus Hampton that's probably going to be taken in like the 6th. So there's a little bit different ability to how they move. I think Hampton's a bit bigger too. I think Brisker was more of a 6-foot guy. Hampton's like a 6'2" guy with really long arms. Hampton's also a lot older of a prospect coming out than Brisker was. So I don't know. That's kind of I can't go with that comp myself. I'm sorry. No, that's one where I'm kind of like, I don't know if I see that, Greg. I can't see how that fits. Chris says, can you see us getting James Williams with the next pick if he's there? It's possible. Hard to predict where James is going to go because of the position change that he's going to have to undertake. I love James Williams' game, Chris. And if they made that the selection in the 6th round, you can't beat that value. I've got a very high grade on Williams. I have a very high amount of trust that Williams is going to be able to make that position change happen. It is a risk. Megan Hawks Nest, you did that way too well, hon. I got my love for my local guy out here. Sure makes it a lot. Max Sherman, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Max. Very kind of you. Who were you hoping for in the 4th round? I think I would have rather have gone with Jaden Hicks. I think I would have rather have gone with Jeremiah Trotter, Cedric Van Pran, Cam Hart, Jordan McGee. Something like that probably would have been more of a way I would have gone. It's not a bad pick. It's a little underwhelming, but it's not a bad pick. One sec, folks. It was okay. Just a couple other guys I would have had a little bit more of a preference for. All right, we got the Atlanta Falcons. We'll take the other Notre Dame linebacker in this draft, J.D. Bertrand. Solid little downhill thumper. Don't know if he would have been really on Seattle's table there. I think he plays the run really well, but he's not really much of a guy in coverage, you know. Yeah, just a downhill linebacker. Another one of those guys you just don't want standing pat, taking on blocks. You want him getting downhill and attacking. Kind of like Tyrese Knight. Kind of like that. Thank you, Max. Not a bad pick in the forward, just kind of... Tucker, you play cornerback in the SEC and only allow 12 catches. You're facing pro receivers every week in the SEC. Amen, Tucker. I won't doubt anything with Nemiah on his ability to cover. And you're right. That's a great point about that. Where you're handling business like that in the SEC. That's great. And let's factor it in too with the fact that he had to play so much off coverage and drop to depth so much. Whereas we've learned here in Seattle, right? We learned this with our cover 3 bail drops for years. That often opens the door so easily up to those underneath routes. And so for him to be able to still kind of stay on top of those routes to the bottom line of how much he was or wasn't giving up there does speak to his ability to still drive on those routes and still not to make those completions as easy as they might appear when you do get that off cover corner that much to depth. The Chicago Bears took one of my just kind of favorite edges in this draft. I didn't think he should be a highly drafted guy, but just a guy that I had a soft spot for. I like this kid's upside. I think he's going to grow as a player. Austin Booker out of Kansas as the Chicago Bears pick at 144. Solid selection for them there. I like that pick. Don says there's really only one cornerback who's faster than him at the combine. Yep. Can't deny that. And 149 10-yard split. That is an elite 10-yard split. That's not a good 10-yard split. That's an elite 10-yard split. There's few guys that are that fast in the first 10 yards of space. Chrono says, I read somewhere that most, if not all, of Pritchett's shortcomings are coachable mistakes. And he is willing in run defense. He just slips off because of his weight. I didn't see quite as well of that on the run defense from my standpoint. There were a couple of things in there that were just a little bit problematic issues. But very well could be the case. Jeez. Very well could be the case there with him. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. B, you need to cut back to only 3 packs of cigs a day. I know, man, but they're so good. They're so tasty, you know. That feeling when you get that nice long draw, you know. What are you going to do? Stoyan says, is John still sticking to BPA? Seems like this is kind of need stuff to me. John has said that he operates from within the early part of the draft with a value-based mindset, but he did recently say that they will and are willing to go a little bit more towards need as they get down into the later parts of the draft. So this may be him transitioning away from a little bit of what they were doing earlier on. I'm not a fan of them doing that, though, because you're seeing the dichotomy of differences in going from drafting to pure value to drafting a little bit into the more maybe the needish column to a degree. We'll see. Thank you, Sanchez, for the fiver, man. Voice will be back in about a week, I'm sure. Well said, though, Stoyan. I don't think that they're necessarily operating within that right now, the purified value format that we've seen. The Denver Broncos are going to take a cornerback, Chris Abrams-Drain. I had a 6th round grade on here in the 5th. Interesting the amount of cornerbacks that have gone in this draft here. Definitely a little bit of a run here over the past couple of rounds at this position. Yeah, Stoyan, spot on. Jeff says Stanton in love with Rattler must be sad. He's probably a little perturbed. Like, what did I miss on that guy? Megan says, the Hawksnest, can you explain the Rattler love? Never understood it myself. Well, I mean, I'm not the big guy either on him on it, so I'm not exactly the pound the table guy for Rattlers. I've always been lukewarm, I think, at best on him, Megan. The guy played in the SEC. He's played a ton of college football. He was battered and beaten out there at SC at North Carolina the last year where the last couple of years where he didn't have a really great offensive line. If you notice, there's been none of their offensive linemen taken in this draft. He had basically just Xavier Legette to throw to. None of the quarterbacks in this draft had to deal with the pressure rates that Rattler had to deal with in his last year of college. And so you see a guy still able to perform under those pressure rates and still, find some success. It gets some people thinking that maybe, okay, what happens when you get him some good pass protection? But again, we come back to, you're 6 feet tall and you run a five flat 40 basically. And what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I don't know if I can work around that as a coach. It's just a little bit too much. Jeremy Bohm, Brandon, you sound like you're not feeling well. Thanks for soldiering through and doing this today. You're the man. My pleasure, man. We're definitely not at 100%, but we're battling. We're fighting. We're like that player that's got the high ankle sprain, on the field, and he's out there limping around doing his best. So I'm gonna make it happen today, one way or the other. We got through the 2 days. It's downhill now. Jay Dallas says the 3rd and 4th round was so much faster than the 5th. Yeah, teams are taking their sweet ass time. Like, well, you guys are really turning over this much stuff at this point on who you want to pick? Tucker says, I'm watching film of Nemiah Pritchett going one-on-one with neighbors, completely holding his own. Not bad. Yeah, there we go. Now let's see how he did in that game. How he was rated. So against the LSU Tigers, he was credited for giving up 2 catches on 4 targets, and he only gave up 29 yards in that game in coverage. And then that's Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas going at him all day. The Tennessee Titans continue the run on cornerbacks here as we move through the 5th round. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. will go to the Titans. A lot of corners being picked here. A lot of corners. Cronus says a lot more trades, which resets the clock in day 3. Oh, is that what it is? I forgot that it resets the clock. JL says Tyrese Knight is all about that run stop and action, a boss. Pretty good against the run. He is. As long as he can come downhill, he's very good. Cameron D says, any ideas what we'll do for our safeties? Well, I think the team does maybe have a little bit of a good feeling right now with what they like in Kobe Bryant and his transition to that position. I feel like maybe Jarek Reed is due to come back off that ACL well and quick and good. You have Rashawn Jenkins that you signed to a 2-year contract. Maybe there's a potential here with Julian Love that's the guy that, though he's only going into a 1-year deal, maybe there's an outlook here that Julian Love is a potential guy who works in the long term. He absolutely fits in the defense with his skill set, being both a free safety and strong safety type of guy. So maybe a guy that they look at as, this is not a position that we have as much a need at for here because we're kind of set, especially with Rashawn Jenkins on the 2-year deal that he's on. Flag Zappa says, you think Radigan and Mike Jack may be gone after Knight and Pritchett? No. I think Mike Jack stays. And the thing to consider with the linebackers is that, remember, you do have a lot of, you had need both. Well, you had need it with the depth. So I think with Radigan and Pritchett, I think they both make the final roster. Flag. Nick Guzman, James Williams is still on the board. Indeed he is. Nathaniel Watson is also still on the board. Greg. Connor Wilson, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, RFK Jr., what do you think of the tight end pick? You effing rule. No, you rule, man. You rule. No, you're good. You're good, You're good, you. That's my favorite pick of the day so far is AJ Barner pick. Pritchett's fine. I'm good with that pick. He's definitely a cover corner who can cover, man. That's a nice thing to have. But Barner, I think, is a beast as a blocker. I think him and Tip Ryman were your best blocking tight ends in this draft by far. I think my comp for Barner was Will Disley. So if you've gotten Will Disley there in the late 4th round at that point, I think you feel pretty happy about that skill set coming in. But I really do like as well, Connor, the thought process of Farrell Brown, one of your better blocking tight ends in the NFL, and Barner, who I think will ascend to that same kind of place. And when you go into 12 personnel now with those two guys out there, you're really going to challenge defenses because you've got some really capable blockers there on the edge, guys that can handle edges one-on-one and can drive them off the ball. So that gets me very, very encouraged for those kind of looks next season. And I think he's going to be a player, even gives you a little bit of upside too as a pass catcher. He just wasn't utilized that much at Michigan in that way because they run the ball so much. And, they got other guys they're going to try to probably feature. But I like Barner quite a bit, Connor. JFK, I approve this selection. I'm JFK. I'm running for president. I'm RFK Jr., and I'm running for president, and I approve this pick of AJ Barner. The Denver Broncos go running back at 147. They'll take Audric Estime at 147 here in the 5th round. Jay Della says Trotter's getting disrespected. Kinda, yeah. Whew, what a drop for this kid. Flag Sabbath, Brennan Jackson is also still available. Yeah. Mohamed Kamara is still on there. Kalen Carson at a cornerback. I don't think they go corner at this point. But Brennan is there. Jeremy Bone. Brando, what's your feeling on how the Hawks have done? Well, like a lot of people, I basically gave the first 2 days of their draft an A+. I would give today more of like a B minus. So it's okay. It's not bad. It's okay. I'm not a big fan of the Tyrese Knight pick, but Pritchett's good. And I like the Barner pick a lot. The Raiders will go with a linebacker here. They're going to take Tommy Eichenberg at 148. Man, Spencer Rattler can't get any love when the Raiders, who kind of need a quarterback, aren't going to take it. This guy might drop out of the draft. He's got to go in the 7th, right? Jeff Sheckles says Nathaniel Watson was my guy, but we're already night 2, so I don't know if we consider him kind of similar. Maybe they might look at Knight, Jeff, as a more of a will guy, and when it's all said and done. And so if that's the case, then that would open up the door to still go get Nathaniel Watson. I could see them looking at Knight as that will guy. That'd be one thing to kind of mitigate some of the issues with him taking on blockers, is to move him to a will. Dusty says Jackson and Brown are coming up in contract negotiations. You have to cover your ass on that position. You do. Yeah, you don't want to get stuck in a place of needing to get desperate. So keep it well stocked is not the worst way to go. And yeah, Trey Brown is going to be a free agent. Jackson will be a free agent after this year. You're not likely to re-sign either of the two. Got to make a little bit of the moves for the future on that one. Yeah, well said, Dusty. Brian says the Bears draft looks really good. I think they have done a pretty good job, haven't they? Let's take a look at their draft here. So the Bears took Caleb Williams, Romo Odunze, Kieran Amagadeja, the Yale tackle guard, Torrey Taylor, the best punter in the draft, and Austin Booker. That's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. Best available guys on my board here, as far as the ESPN board goes, you got Brendan Rice. These would be targets maybe for Seattle. Malik Washington, a receiver. A lot of good receivers here. Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson. Very interesting cats there at the edge. You got Muhammad Kamara and Brendan Jackson, or two very interesting edges maybe for potentially Seattle. Edifon Olifoso, Zatu Lamu, if they want to go back to guard again here with another pick. Obviously, Jeremiah Trotter, Curtis Jacobs still on the board. Katan Oladipo, safety out of Oregon State, is available. And Jamari Thrash, Louisville wide receiver. He looked a lot like T.Y. Hilton to me on tape. Christian Mahogany still up here on the board here. So a lot of good players still left to go here. We have not tapped out quite yet. Jay Dellis, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Jay. We're not allowed to say the player on your screen before you say it. No, you can say it. It's only when we're just trying on the Seahawks one when they pick. So, no, that's all good on that. We're just trying to win especially the Hawks pick, not to spoil that one too early. But, no, you can. We're on day 3. I don't think that these are any major spoilers to let know who was the pick at this point. You know what I mean? A little different from day 1 and 2 on that. Absolutely, Jay Dallas. And thank you for your first super chat, brother. Salute you. Thank you for the $5 dono. Really kind of you on that. No, you're good to go, though. The Cincinnati Bengals have taken cornerback Josh Newton. So another cornerback goes off the board here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cornerbacks taken here in the 5th round. This draft has been about runs on positions. The Saints wasted no time. The Rattler fall comes to an end. Spencer Rattler will go to the New Orleans Saints with the 150th pick in the NFL draft. His fall finally stops. Wow. It's a good landing spot for him. He's going to get an opportunity there to be get a chance. That's all you can ask for a guy taking the 5th round. Just give me a chance somewhere. Don't just load me up behind 2 guys, a starter and a backup. He'll be able to come in there and really, truly compete at this point. Rattler will. So, good landing spot for him. Jamarcus White says, I love the Pritchett pick. He'll definitely play in the slot and maybe even do some safety stuff for Mike. I think Mike likes the thought of Spoon primarily on the outside. Possible. I think the troubling part here for me with Pritchett is just Jamarcus. I don't know if I trust him as much as a tackler in on the slot or at safety. And that was the one part of his game that kind of stood out to me. That was a little bit of a struggle there for him. But it's possible that they could look to do it. He certainly has the awesome quickness inside to make that happen. Speed and quickness is what you look for in those slots. He's got it. William says, thanks, B, for doing this. Love your coverage as always. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate you watching. And thank you. I know you've been around for a long time, William. So thank you, too, for your long time support of the channel. Robert Jimenez is Brando. Thank you for playing hurt during the draft. I hope for Christopher Walken review of the Seattle Seahawks draft picks. You are a gentleman and a scholar. I'll definitely try to get the Walken in there at some point if I can today, but it's going to sound rough if I try it right now because the voice is definitely struggling. But we'll see if we can pull off a Walken before we get a sign off today, man. I'll give it a try if I can, Robert. I did yesterday, and it was it didn't sound good. It was holding on for dear life. Raising 5 kiddos as I've been trapped for a few hours. How do we like who we got? I think some people are a little more hyped maybe than I would be on it. I'm okay with them. I'm good with them. You took Tyrese Knight, inside linebacker out of UTEP. Came back with A.J. Barner. I like that pick a lot. Tight end out of University of Michigan. And then Nemiah Pritchett, cornerback out of Auburn, was their most recent pick. Really fast cornerback. Very productive last year. CR says, one second. And text this guy here. Tucker, if McDonald is right on Knight, this draft is an A+. If he's wrong, it's a B+ so far. I like that. Yeah, I can go with that. Jim Marcus says Jaden Hicks, Christian Mogany, James Williams, Jeremiah Trotter, 179 would be awesome. Hicks is off the board, Jim Marcus, but sign me up for any of those other 3 guys. Snap out of it. Brandon, you sound like RFK Jr. I do. I realized it yesterday too. I was like, oh my God, I do sound like that. Oh no. The Colts have taken, Jalen Carlisle, a guy that's basically of similar proportion to James Williams. I had James Williams. Both these guys are going to have to move from safety to linebacker. The Colts take Jalen Carlisle's before James Williams goes off the board. Did someone make that make sense? I think Williams has much better upside as a will than Jalen Carlisle's. I like Carlisle's, but interesting. Jordan says apparently teams are not a fan of Rattler because of how he acted in the Netflix show while he was in high school. That's brutal. Yeah, that's definitely not fair. You know, I mean, getting what he was like in high school versus where he is now. I mean, that's tough. You know, he did come off a little bit tough on that show. You know, like he was trying to like. Times it almost seemed this. I want to say when I watched a little bit, it was like it felt like he was trying to like bully Caleb Williams a little bit at times. But yeah, I did come off with a little bit of an ego on that one. But I don't think you can hold him accountable on that. Give the kid some time to grow, especially with the road that he's had to go in college, which has not been easy for him. Megan says the Hawks Nest. I need a nap. How long until we pick again? We are a little ways out still. We're probably about 20 picks away. You're good to do about an hour nap. We'd be good. Lord Boom, Brandon. I'm not advocating for Spencer Rattler because I don't know anything about him. But Steve Largent was barely 6 feet and ran a 5 flat 40. I'm just saying, laughing out loud. Yes, he did. Steve was field fast though. You know, once you put the pads on him, he got quicker. When he had a guy chasing him, he got faster. With Rattler, I don't think it's as much that case. Does anyone know why Trotter has fallen so far? I'm not really sure on this. And maybe just the fact that he is undersized. The other thing we've got to acknowledge with Trotter is that, you know, he didn't, I don't think we had a 40-yard dash on him, did we? So, you know, you got the 3-cone with him, you got the shuttle, but he didn't run the 40-yard dash. So I think people were like, okay, you're 6 feet tall, 230, 31.5-inch arms. Are you going to run a 4.65, 4.7? Is that why you didn't run your 40? So probably teams are a little scared off by Trotter's lack of testing here. Let's see if he ran in his pro day. So he was dealing with a minor hamstring strain. So you don't have the 40 time. The teams don't like not having those testing numbers. They do not like those testing numbers. Don Gillespie, Hicks to the Chiefs. Talk about walking into a good situation. Oh, man. Kid's set up for success there. Mr. Kane says Curtis Jacobs or Nathaniel Watson. I'll take Nathaniel Watson, but I've got them both in with fourth round grades, Mr. Kane. So if you took either one, I wouldn't have a problem with either or. I like Watson a little bit more. Brandon Rice is still available. Yeah. Tucker says you mentioned dogs before. Seattle has easily taken 4 dogs already. I don't know enough about Knight to know if he is. I love it, man. I love it. I hope you're right. And indeed, you need some dogs on this defense. If you're going to play physical and mean and tough, you better have those kind of guys with that kind of mentality. Save the Geese says, laugh my ass off. Ruff's such a negative ass hater. I guess his little bug gives him full for everything. Yeah, at least the thing you can appreciate with Rob and how he does what he does with is you always know he's being honest, and that's the thing for me that I think you got to have is any guy that's analyzing this stuff or trying to look into the depths of it and what your opinion is that you want to make sure you're at least being honest with your audience 100%. And then you can't deny that with him on that. So, he's been right on some stuff too. You always gonna have your misses and your swings and your misses, but yeah, there's maybe a little bit of a lean towards that direction of things there, Save, on that side of it, So he argued with me a year ago when I said Van Pran wasn't a first-round talent. Guess what? He won the 5th round. You were right on that one, man. Good call on that one. Now, proven right there. That's the thing with it, Save the Geese. It's I happen to have a channel doing this, and I study a lot doing it, but you always got to be aware of and remember the fact, I think there's just as many people on this audience, every bit where I'm at, and their understanding, and others that surpass it, of their read of these players and the situation. That's why I do say a lot that this chat and our discussions in here is very much like a think tank, because that's what that brain power is being put to use, and that's how you can sometimes get to, especially when we talk about trying to qualify a player and what his evaluation should be. You can get to kind of a common denominator at that point when you get so many minds of meeting to get to kind of what's the truth here on this guy nor this player. Something you always got to remind yourself, I think, as a content creator in this business of it, is that there are those folks out there that have every bit of that as you do. I just happen to have a microphone and a camera, on how I do it. So, great call on that one, Save the Geese. Great call. Lodestar Sprayer, Hawks can man up versus the Niners now. Definitely they can. They've got the guys. They've got the dudes. Brian says, we'll either find out Trotter either has an injury or an attitude issue. It seems to be one of those two here at this point. A guy like this should not drop this far otherwise. Roxanne says, woo, Rattler off the board. Thank goodness. Connor Wilson, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, is Johnny Wilson good or just big? You the man, B. Johnny Wilson is an interesting player. Number one, guys don't come out at wide receiver that are like this. 6'6", 231 pounds, 35 3/8 arms. I do not think that he's a guy that transitions into becoming a tight end. I think that he is a wide receiver. 4'5", 240, put a 1.55 10-yard split down with the 231 pounds and 6'6". That's very impressive on his part. 37-inch vertical leap. Even the 4.11 shuttle is pretty good for a guy his size. Back-to-back years of solid production. It's really with him, he's not going to be able to run the full route tree. He's so big. There's just certain routes that he's not going to be able to run and be effective. You want this guy to run an over route. It's going to take him half a day to turn right. Change of direction in that way is when the guys are that big, it's just going to be labored and hard. If you're 6'7", Connor, and you're that big, you need to be kind of a contested catch king. You're not with your route running going to create the separation. There's going to be a defender close to you at all times. So then you need to have the ability at that point to be able to reach up over that defender, have that defender hanging off you and make the catch. With Johnny, if he doesn't have the defender really near him or tugging at him or pulling on him when the catch is coming in, he's got really good hands and he can extend and he can really go pluck that ball basically from the second deck of the stadium where he's picking it up from. But if he gets any kind of contested catch, contact catch situation going on, the ball has a very high likelihood of being dislodged. So just didn't do a good job in those situations, and that's going to scare teams off a little bit because they're going to go, you're not going to create the separation. You've got to be good at the contested catch stuff. It's like the tight end, like a Barner type. Barner's really good. He doesn't have a lot of catches on tape. When they threw it to him, he caught it. But when he catches it, he doesn't have a lot of separation because he's a tight end running those short, quick routes. You've got to take the contact off the catch. And that's the play I think that's really missing in Johnny's game, on top of the fact that when he changes direction, it's like a tugboat turning in the bay. It's very, very, very slow at that point. He's pretty good though, Connor. He's not completely just an empty space, but I think teams are just worried that those two detriments to his game, lack of winning and contested catch moments, and lack of ability to create separation. I think they kind of go 1-2 as far as that's kind of that's a worrisome 1-2 negative thing that you're carrying with you. Jamal says, has anyone take James yet? Curtis James? Not yet. Oh wait, James? Which one's James? I'm not sure which James you mean. I'm looking right now. I'm going to say no. I'm not sure which James you mean. Thank you, Connor, for that $2 donation, man. Appreciate you. Chris says, yeah, I like Carlisle's, but yeah, Williams is a better safety to linebacker hybrid. Yeah, that's my thinking on too. I don't hate Carlisle. In fact, I thought Carlisle kind of had some close proximity to Williams, but Williams is better. Robert says, no worries on the walk-in review. I want your voice to be 100% for an effective walk-in. Would like a Pacino and review also. We'll get a couple of them. Once I get my voice back, we'll definitely have their feedback on the draft for sure. And they've got some things to say, especially Nick. Ugh, better not try. I can't try it. Chris says, please don't take Trotter, Philly. Gotta be the coolest. Haley mentioned on the last pick with them, they traded out of their pick with when they were right behind us with Tyrese Knight. They seem to have been circling around that player there. So maybe now they come back to middle linebacker here now. I think that makes a lot of sense for the Eagles here with this pick. Nasir says, thank you for answering. It's crazy how 40 time will take away from what's on tape. I hope Seattle takes Trotter. It's amazing to me too, Nazir. I've gotten in a good amount of debates and discussions with people on the 40 times and stuff when I've at times said, I understand the 40 times are going to weigh in, but especially this came up with a guy like Tyler Nubin. I went, the Tyler Nubin tape is great. He's a fantastic player. He played awesome for you, for Minnesota. This guy should be looked at in a way that is much more higher rated than how he's being looked at. So I'm with you on this. There's times with players that you want to have the 40 carry more weight than others. And if you have the tape and the tape looks so good, you lean on the tape. Don't lean on the numbers. And the numbers might lead you astray if you grind on them too hard. Brian E says, why do you suppose we took Knight before Trotter? Bigger build. I think they think that he's faster and quicker than Trotter is, with a bigger size guy with longer arms. I think that what they went there, Brian, is it's to kind of really break it down to bottom line. I think they, rather than reach for the floor of Jeremiah Trotter, they went for the ceiling of Tyrese Knight. Haley says, I think you can have testing numbers if you have size and production. He's missing size and testing. And that's scary. With Trotter, yeah. Good point. Definitely is something that can kind of carry a little bit of weight on that with the double dip there, yeah. See you in a bit there, CR. Kyle Mulkey, thank you for the $5 donation, Kyle. Very kind of you, man. I appreciate you for that. Imagine having Jerry Rice or Gore on the Seahawks side of the field to support their kids when they're playing the Niners. Ultimate checkmate. It would be. I don't know. There might be a little bit there with Jerry Rice where I don't know if he's going to necessarily be, invited to the sidelines because there was that whole kerfuffle with him taking the number 80 when he came here, where he said, "No, I got Steve Largen's permission to wear number 80," and he did not get Steve Largen's permission to wear number 80. I don't know if that may carry a little bit on that, but yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see him at the sidelines down there rooting on the kids on that for sure. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you, man. Ultimate checkmate. Greg says, they said Tyrese Knight had 140 tackles and 17 tackles for loss. He finds the football. I got to look at him more. He's got really good production there, Greg. And good luck on finding more on him. I couldn't find much UTEP tape. That's what really held me back on being able to do the real full-on end-to-end evaluation on the guy. But definitely can't deny the production that he's had. Carter says, Metcalf, do you think they will take Hampton from Washington or Damani Richardson from A&M, the safety? I think Damani got taken, if I'm not mistaken here. I don't think that Damani is an option. We do have a couple more picks here that have come down the line. Sorry, guys, I'm behind on the picks. It wasn't updating on my screen there. So we've got the Eagles take Aeneas Smith. Kind of got some Golden Tate vibes to that guy at 152. Another cornerback, DeAndre Prince, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 153. Brendan Jackson comes off the board. The Los Angeles Rams grab the hard edge, Brendan Jackson from Washington State. The Eagles indeed did trade back up and got themselves with Pitt, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. So Jeremiah Trotter's fall is done. He's off the Hawks board. Jamari Thrash will be the next take here at 156. So draft starting to speed up a little bit here. Maybe. Like the Thrash pick there for the Browns. That's a good player for them. And Trotter, that's hella good value for the Eagles to be grabbing him there. Eagles having a really good draft. Maximus says, just watch Matty breakdown of some new picks. Looks bad. It's not as good a day of the first 2 days there, Chris. A little more reaching for need, a little more reaching for projects. But I think Carter, Hampton maybe be in play in the 6th round. But I think Damani Richardson was selected. Robert Pennington, my brother in the house. What's up, Robert? He says, Steve Largent got really fast when he was chasing someone else. Yes, he did. He laid that hit on Mike Harden, didn't he? Gave him the goods. Payback, baby. You're going to break my jaw? Now I'm going to break you. Greg Kemp, I liked Aeneas Smith too. I like that pick for the Eagles. Like I said, I got kind of some Golden Tape kind of vibes from him. Just get the guy the ball in his hands and let him get to work. You know, tremendous balance, tremendous contact balance. Good player. Chris is with me on Johnny Wilson. He says Wilson's about size. He just doesn't do contested catches at all. No, he doesn't. It's not his game, which you got to be that way if you're that big. That's got to be part of your, you need to be just training on that stuff 24/7 because that's how you will make your money in this league. You're that big. You got that long arms. You can jump that high. Create those situations where you can take advantage of that. And he's just not able to do that on the field consistently. Nate LaRosa, who do you want the Hawks to pick with the rest of their picks? I don't know if I've got really anything targeted in mind at this point that's standing out to me. There's Malik Washington I really like a lot. Let's go through just the positions, I guess. I'm a Blake Watson guy at running back. Love him right now. If we took him, I think he's by far the best back available here, remaining on the board. A wide receiver, I'm more about Malik Washington at this point, the wide receiver position. I don't hate Brendan Weiss. He's a good player too, but I think Malik Washington has a true upside. Tight end's not in play. Obviously, tackle's not in play. Guard, Sato Lamu or Christian Mahogany are the two guys that stand out to me that would be really good picks potentially at the guard position here later on in the draft. The Panthers, by the way, have selected at 157. Another Coug goes off the board. Joe Smith-Wade, the third Cougar selected in this draft, will go at 157 to the Carolina Panthers. A lot of cornerbacks in this fifth round. I think that's like about the 10th cornerback taken in this fifth round. So we're definitely seeing a run there. Center, not a lot there at center I see that really fits to what Seattle's going to look for. Defensive tackle is not really an option, I don't think, at this point either. Linebacker is an interesting one. Curtis Jacobs, Edifon Olefosio, Nathaniel Watson, Jalen Ford, Michael Barrett. All of these guys can play. Are they going to be starters? I don't know, but can they play? I think they can play in this league, or they have the potential to be able to play in this league. Good measurables on those guys, good physicals, size-wise. Dolphins follow up really quickly after 157 at 158, and they take finally Muhammad Kamara. Love that pick for them. That is a late third-round grade on Kamara, so him going to 158 is tremendous for them. 6'1" guy, so just didn't have that 6'3", 6'4" build that you would look for from the edge. But absolutely that type of guy that they say is a rolling ball of knives when he comes off the edge. He provides that kind of just difficulty in trying to block him up. So Kamara goes off. That would have been one of the guys I would have mentioned there. I don't like a lot of the edges that are remaining here. Maybe Braden McGregor as a tough, hard edge that can set on that side. I don't like Cedric Johnson, who's the remaining there. Can't see cornerback necessarily being a target here, but I will say there's still some really good cornerbacks that are available and left here. DJ James, Dwight McGlothern, not a big tackler, but a pure raw cover corner man. I've had a soft spot for Kamal Haddon in this draft for a very long period of time. MJ Devonshire out of Pittsburgh is also a guy that I think can maybe play in this league. So there are some good cornerbacks that are there as well. Safety, Katana Oladipo, James Williams. Damani Richardson is still available, by the way, so I was wrong about that. All those guys are really good safeties. Could be very good options for the Seahawks when they come up and they pick. Chiefs are now on the clock here. Chase says, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, why do you, I don't know why I have to keep clicking the deal to make sure that it stays active. That's why the board didn't up there, folks. Sorry about that. Chase says, what do you think of today's picks? Most seem to think they reached. Yeah, I don't think, I think that as was mentioned out here, and we had Haley earlier was mentioning, and I think that she was on to something with this. When you saw the Eagles 2 picks after we took Knight trade back instantaneously, I think there was a little bit of an indication there that they were looking to maybe target Tyrese Knight there with that pick. So I don't know if we can call it full on a pick. It's a project pick to me, Chase. He's not going to be ready to start immediately. He's going to take some time to develop, I think. He's got some things he's got to clean up in his game. With Barner, I like the pick of Barner. I don't consider that a reach at all. I think he was one of the best blocking tight ends in the draft. So I don't have that outlook of him that he is that was somehow a big, huge reach. He can run routes. He can catch the ball too. He's not just all he does is block, but he's a sensational blocker that you got, that you were able to pick where you were able to grab him. So in the 5th round there or whatever, 4th round there. So Nemiah Pritchett, no, I don't think there's a real reach there. He can cover. He's fast. He's quick. No doubt about that. For me, the questions come down to him a little bit with the tackling ability. But you can't deny his production out there in the SEC in coverage. Only 160 yards given up over the course of a season. So it's not egregious here, Chase. It's maybe a little bit of a, it's not quite on the value train that you were yesterday or the last 2 days. Roxanne says Trotter's going to his daddy's team. How about that? A little bit of lineage there. That's pretty cool. William Jalen Ford from Texas is really nice. He's a run-stuffing inside linebacker. Kind of struggles a little bit in coverage, but you can't deny his instincts in the run game, and he'll get downhill, and he'll hit you. Solid tackler. Yeah, PFF isn't buying. I just need to keep refreshing my deal. It's me. Thank you, Chase, for that $5, man. Appreciate you. Greg says Eagles also have Nakobe Dean, who's also small, I think. Yeah, they do. little undersized guys. It's kind of where the inside linebacker position is going to, is it's getting smaller and smaller. At least is Trotter slower than Bobby is nowadays? He might. No, we don't have his testing numbers. Who knows? He might just be. Able to San Fran paid teams to pass on Rice. They might have. Tell you what, San Francisco doesn't pick for quite a while now, though. They better making a lot of payments. I don't think the Niners pick until like the end of the 7th round. Can we trade our 3 6th-round picks for DJ Watt? Anything's possible. Big Dizzy, what I miss? Had to go to my job site. I saw our last pick was Pritchett. Yeah, Pritchett was the last one. We haven't done anything else since then. But that's been the only pick we've had. We got a little bit of a wait here through the 5th round to get to the 6th, where we pick 3 times. Sam Hutchinson, I just woke up. What do you think about the picks the Hawks have made so far? It's not as strong a day-to-day as day 1 and 2 for me, Sam. I don't think it's a bad day. It's like a B- for me right now. Not a big fan of Tyrese Knight. I like AJ Barner pick, and I feel pretty good about the Nemiah Pritchett. If they can clean up Nemiah Pritchett's inability at times to tackle, for my opinion, then he'll be good. So it's okay. It's a B- day-to-day, Sam. Whereas I think the first 2 days of the draft, you could put an A+ grade on the team. Haley says JS seems to really have a pulse on when the runs would happen. We took our guys right before the runs. Indeed. Yeah. Seems like they were always kind of a little bit ahead on some of these. We were the forebearers. Ooh. The Chiefs are taking their time on this pick. There we go. For the Chiefs with the, wow, kind of a weird pick for them. Chiefs with the 159th pick take center Hunter Norazad. You got Creed Humphrey there. Are they not planning on paying Creed Humphrey? Are they going to try to go cheap on that? Maybe so. Maybe so. So center's it. Robert says Jerry can support from the sidelines, but he better not wear 80. Yeah, I don't want him in a Seahawks 80. You don't wear that ever again. You don't cross that line again. Tommy says, damn, your voice sounds deep. Working on a new impression? More like working through a cold. It's more of that, and I think this is our 5th straight day streaming. So I definitely have burned both candles at both ends thoroughly. More of that. The Buffalo Bills are going to go with a linebacker, and they're going to take University of Washington Edifon Olufosio. We'll go off the board at 160 here. Nice pick for the Bills. Bills having a pretty solid draft. Haley says Barner was maybe the best blocking tight end in the draft. He could have gone in any time in the 4th round on. Amen. Yeah. And he's not an empty shell when it comes to as a pass catcher. I think he was targeted 25 times this past year. He made 19 catches on those 25 targets. I think they've got some super duper tight end prospect guy for next year's draft. So he was also not going to ever be really featured as much there. But that's not necessarily a detriment against him as far as his skill set. It's just more of the nature of the strength of the Michigan offense and the amount of guys that they had to utilize to help go out there and be productive. Kieran says, I do understand the value of a player who can play now, obviously, but I don't understand why someone who has a few things to improve upon, but is otherwise a strong pick, is graded as useless. Yeah, I wouldn't, Kieran, definitely am not, I hope I'm not giving that impression. that I have that feeling with Tyrese Knight. I'm a little down on the pick, but that's where we get to the nuance of it, where you can be a little down on the pick, and it's not that you're completely like, throw him out. No. I'm okay with the selection. I'm okay with them looking to the upside there, and maybe he's going to be able to hit it. It just comes back into that trust of, can he hit it? And the worry I have with him at times, instincts, awareness, getting off of blocks. These are things that I don't always typically tend to see that really improve with time. Did Jordan Brooks's instincts and awareness and his ability in coverage get better with time? Or did it kind of stay right where it was at when he walked in the door? I think there's certain things that you can improve upon as a player. If you're an edge, can you get better with your hands? Is there a tangible way that you can work on your rips and your swim moves and your spin moves and all that? Yes, you can. You can improve that. But when it does come to awareness and instincts, there is a little bit of I have a tendency to kind of believe that, there's, you kind of got it or you don't got it a little bit. And with him, when you see him, the production that he does have carrying is so much about him playing downhill, i.e. not having to think. Just go get it. And it's hard to always put linebackers in positions to where you can just tell them to just go get it. And that's gonna work at the NFL level. You've got to be able to diagnose. You got to be able to read and react. You're gonna have teams giving you cheese and going this way. Can't take the cheese. Got to remain disciplined. So that's where I have a little worry on him reaching that upside as a player there, carrying with that. But I'm not dogging on the pick. I'm not saying it's a trash pick or a useless pick. The guy's going to provide special teams value immediately. He should be a pretty strong backup for the starters at this point. And hopefully he can develop that down a year on the line, and they can find a way to have him lean into what he does really well and not force him into what he doesn't do well. Akko Geta, thank you for the $2 donation. AK says, Hawks take Muhammad Kamara later in the draft. Well, unfortunately, AK, we had Muhammad Kamara go off at 158 here to the Dolphins. Great pick by the Dolphins, but they jumped up and they grabbed him. The Washington football team has also made a selection here. Dominic Hampton, safety out of University of Washington. So the Huskies go back-to-back picks. I think this is about the 6th, 7th Husky taken in this draft at this point. How about the program? Nice job, a UW. Well done out there. Also, Cougs have, I think, at least 3 or 4 guys taken in this draft too. So Pacific Northwest, well represented. Washington State, well represented here in this draft with some of these prospects. That's always really good to see. AK, I would have loved to have taken Kamara a little later on. I think that's something that might have prevented him from being on the Seahawks radar here was he is 6'1". And I think in the new defense, McDonald is going to more look for guys that are in that little bit of a bigger edge to them, a little bit more length to them out there on the side. That's really the only reason Muhammad drifted and fell in this draft was that lack of size, because the tape is great. The production is awesome. He's a well-rounded player. He knows how to use his hands. He's got some dip to his game. But the 6'1" aspect may have been the thing that pushed Seattle a little bit away from looking at him as a viable option here. Tyler King, when do we pick next? So we're at 162 with the Cardinals right now. The Seattle Seahawks will pick at 179. So we're a little bit out, but we're starting around the corner here back to where we're going to be picking again. And we do pick three times in the 6th round. Steve the Geese says, why is the 5th round falling so slow? Round 4 flew by. I don't know. Teams are taking a lot of time. There's a lot of trades. I think it has to do with the way that this draft is gone, where there's been really good, valuable guys that have dropped down through, and teams are like, oh, this guy's there. We got to trade up for him in the 5th round. And you're going to a lot of these teams, and as people were saying, what happens in day 3 is if you trade like that with a team, the clock resets. So you keep getting these trades. It just keeps resetting like this every time a new team comes up. And if you look, like all of these teams are just, look at the deal here. It's like, let's go up through. It's like Kansas City got there by Dallas. Buffalo got there by trading with Green Bay. Washington got Dominic Hampton by trading with Tampa Bay. The Cardinals in the spot they're at, trading with Houston. So all these teams are just moving around like hell. That's for sure. Cardinals make a selection here at 162. They're going to take Christian Jones, a tackle out of Texas. So Christian Jones gives him a little bit of some depth out there. I don't know if I had a chance to. Yeah, I looked at Christian Jones. I had a 5th round grade on him, so it's about right value there for the Cardinals to be taking him here. Man, I did pretty good on my. I did pretty good on my horizontal board, folks. I didn't do too bad. I'm like at most really a round off on most of these players when I'm off, and right on the button on a lot of them. It's good to see. I did a little bit better on the every year. Get that horizontal board just a little bit better. You know, a little closer to the accuracy of what plays out on the day. Christian Jones, though, a little bit of depth there for the Cardinals. That's their 2nd tackle of the draft that they've taken. I think Christian's a tackle too. Save the Geese. Michael Pratt's better than Joe Milton. Yes, he is. That is correct. Jay Dulles says, my only bad thing is we got to wait till July for minicamp. Ugh. So far. Indeed, this is the dying star here before we go to the depths and the dead period of the NFL offseason here. So this is our last point of enjoyment before it goes very, very quiet. So yeah, the dead season will be here. Folks, do me a favor if you could for me 2 plays today. Slam, bam, tram that like button if you could for me. As well, we're trying to get up to 20,000 subscribers here at the Hawks Nest. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed on up. Katana Oladipo still available. Yeah. Don says, when can we start signing UDFAs? Right after they draft or tomorrow? No, right after the draft, Don. That's why we will still be going live after the draft to try to cover some of these UDFA signings. So it should happen right as we finish up. You'll start hearing some rumors on who's going where. Snow Tiger says, Brandon, what's your thoughts on Tyrese Knight? He looks like a Mike McDonald pick. Certainly could see Mike McDonald maybe potentially pounding the table for this guy, Snow Tiger. I got to be honest, I'll give you my assessment of it, but I do want to put the asterisks on there where I didn't get a chance to watch this guy's like full tape. He's playing at UTEP, and I'm sometimes a little bit victim to what's available online to look at for programs in different colleges. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of UTEP tape on Tyrese Knight. It's very thin there on that side of it. So I would say that he's a very toolsy guy. He's been very highly productive at UTEP. There's no doubt that he can move, and he is athletic. He's built like you'd like him to be built. He's got the length for the position that you would like. The place that I struggle with him a little bit, in my opinion, is I don't like his coverage drops. I don't like his instincts in coverage. There's at times it's not as bad, but there are some times where it's like I get a little bit of the Jordan Brooks vibes where it's like, are you dropping with any kind of purpose at all? Are you dropping to a spot with any kind of, this is where I need to be? Or are you just kind of just dropping to a spot? The other thing that's tough is he's got to be a downhill linebacker. So if he's not going downhill, if he's not in attack mode, and he's got to do what a lot of linebackers tend to have to typically do on snaps, where you've got to sit down, read and react, take on the second level blocker, get off the block, go make the tackle. It's not really his game. So there's some good parts there. There's some parts that aren't as good. This is why the guy goes in the 4th round. But definitely I could see it as being a Mike McDonald kind of pick. Jim says easy when you get to pick your top guys. Harder in the later rounds. That's when coaches make their money. Amen. AI says, will Oladipo last to 179? Come on. Seems a long way away, man. Possible, but it seems a long way away. Yeah, Greg, James Williams still on the board. Blake says, Blake Wormcastle says, what do you think about the Hawks drafting James Williams? I feel like he has Cam Chancellor vibes. Well spotted on your part. Well spotted on your part. And the Green Bay Packers take Jacob Monk, a guard out of Duke. Like this pick quite a bit for the Packers. What do I have on this? I had this kid with a late 3rd round grade. I liked him, I think, a lot more than other people did. It's a great pick by the Packers. Packers continue to have a very, very strong draft. Packers are going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem moving into the future. No two ways about it. Dang, they're doing well. Back to that question. It was a good question there. Number one, well spotted on your part, Blake. That's my impression as well. In my opinion, I've not seen a player come out on tape that has looked as close to Cam Chancellor as what I saw from James Williams with his Miami Hurricane tape. He was just so similar. He can really, he's the bigger build, the long arms. That part first stands out. But then the way the guy gets downhill and he explodes into ball carriers, he explodes as a hitter. He turns both that length and size and explosiveness into power at the point of contact when he's making a tackle. And it's just, there's not many guys like him that have done it that way. And this guy really did remind me of that. The tough part here with this guy, that Cam did not have to deal with, is Cam was able at that time to fight through the positional transition that some teams would have wanted him to make. Not all the teams that would have taken Cam Chancellor in that draft back 10, 12 years ago would have allowed him to play safety. Seattle was maybe one of the rare few places that were going to allow him to play that. So you're talking about a guy having to change positions. This gets people a little bit nervous. This gets teams a little bit nervous when we talk about picking that guy early. But I like him a bit, and I think you well spotted his comp to me. I think it's true. I think it's real. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. And Nolan, thank you for all of your support over the last couple of days. I know you dropped a bunch of donations on the channel, so thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. He says, B, thanks for all your work. It's my pleasure, man. This is absolutely, for me, it doesn't work. I don't care whether I'm sick, whether my voice is out. Being able to interact with you guys on draft day like this is my yearly holiday. You know, this is my second Christmas to be able to hang out with you guys, talk about these picks, talk about what our team's doing, consider all the ways they could go versus what they do. It's just it just tickles into the heart of what I love about football, you know, and all the different iterations you could go into the realities and whatnot. Albert Rosales says, I'm new to the channel. What's up, Albert? Well, welcome aboard to the Hawks Nest, man. Thank you for checking it out. I appreciate you. And Nolan, thank you for that $5, bro. Daniel Barry, how you doing, brother? Good to see you in the chat. Tony says, I think Milton would be cool to draft. Has a big arm, big body, and could have decent upside. Reminds me of Vince Young or Cam Newton. Yeah, he's kind of for me, the comp for me, Tony, was more of like, he's Geno Smith if you didn't have Geno Smith's ability to process or Geno Smith's accuracy. And that's kind of what you'd have in Milton. You're at the part of the draft for me where if you're going to take Milton in the 6th round, I'm not going to have a problem with it. I certainly think there's probably other players I'd more gravitate towards wanting to see them take, but I can understand for the potential upside. It's kind of like a penny stock, right? Like not likely to hit, but if it does hit, we're really coming through. So I can understand if they went that direction with it. The Indianapolis Colts have gone with another safety here, or another safety goes off the board, I should say. So Jalen Simpson, Auburn safety. Wasn't really big on this guy. Kind of a thin, long-legged safety, cover safety. Did a really good job in coverage. Really fast, 4.45, 1.51, 10-yard split. So he tested really well. Only gave up 169 yards in coverage last year. Got a little bit of tight hips. Can't change direction as well. Straight line, though, really nice. Good pick for the Colts. So we got on the on the board right now, Katana Oladipo is your highest rated guy. A couple, actually, no, he's not. Hold on. So Brandon Rice would be your highest rated guy on the board right now. You got Mekhi Wingo, 3-tech defensive tackle from LSU. Malik Washington, Steve Smith Jr. vibes, sort of, going on with him. Johnny Wilson, the Giant from Florida State. Curtis Jacobs, a highly athletic linebacker out of Penn State. Tanner McClatchin, really good pass catcher, really complete tight end, probably not an option for Seattle. Sa'atoa Laumue is a guard out of Utah. I think a guy that could be a target for the Hawks as well. Nathaniel Watson, Katana Oladipo, Christian Mahogany, a guard, is there as well. Blake Watson, strong running back, also in there here. Jalen Ford, some good options. Tyler Davis. Snails says Rice can wear 80, but it has to be large ones. There we go. He has to make amends, Snail. That's right. Make amends. Yeah, what's interesting about that Cardinals pick, I like this Christian Jones tackle pick better than I like the Isaiah Adams pick that they made earlier in the draft. Ugh, I did not like that pick. That was a rough one. Carlos Medina. How you doing, Carlos? Says, hey, Brandon, great job at covering the draft. Do you believe that instincts on a young player can be improved with great coaching and teaching? Can't wait for the season to start. Go Hawks. It's one I struggle with. And I do feel like as I go longer in my time of evaluating these players, Baltimore Ravens have just selected a running back, Rasheen Ali, out of Marshall, with 165 pick. That'll put the Giants on the clock. Seahawks about within 13 picks now. The Giants waste little time on the clock as well now. So they're going to jump and they're going to go ahead and take Tyrone Tracy. Man, the position runs are real in this draft, are they not? Like one team pick at one position, and another team picks at that position behind them. Like, how many times have we seen that in this draft over and over again? God, it's like follow the leader. I've never seen a draft quite like this with the positional runs. It's really weird where you can track it, where it's like, okay, 4 straight defensive tackles are going to go. Okay, 4 straight corners are going to go. Okay, 5 straight safeties are going to go. Or four safeties and 5 picks and 1 other defensive line. It's like, it's really weird the way that this is kind of played out on these positional runs. Carlos, I do tend to just kind of feel like awareness and instincts are something that, you have on the football field naturally or you don't. Can you improve it a little bit? Yeah. Certainly watching film and being on your P's and Q's with your pre-snap reads to help inform you better on the post-snap can then make you better instinctually and aware with the awareness side post-snap on that. So there is some ways to clean this up. But when I look back at it really on history of players that I've watched that have had maybe some instinct stuff going on that I'm not as much loving coming out of college, I got to be honest, I can't think of a guy that I looked at in college and I went, man, I don't know if the instincts are really there or the awareness in space is really there. And then those things crept up and became league, even average as they went to the next level. Jordan Brooks is obviously the one I go to a lot with this because he's such an interesting player. A guy who maybe has pure 4.4 speed from the linebacker position, 6 foot 235, so good size, athletic as hell, right? But he's also an indicator of how you can have these great sort of testing numbers or speed and quickness and all that. But then if your awareness and your instincts are a little bit off, you're always a step slow to everything. You're always a little bit latent to getting to the play. And so I didn't see with Brooks over time that huge improvement in those areas. And that makes me worried at times. And I don't have a certain answer on this one, Carlos, where I know for sure, this is how I feel about it for sure. But as I go through the years, I find myself trending more and more in the direction of saying, you got it on film and I see it, or you don't when it comes to that. I can teach technique. I can teach technique stuff. If you're an offensive lineman that struggles with leverage, I can teach you to get better in your bend and improve your leverage. If you can't hit your hands right with your strikes, like Christian Haynes, sometimes the hands can get all a little wide on him. I can teach you better how to get those hands inside. I don't know if I can teach instincts and awareness. Little bits, maybe I can help you up a little bit on that, but I'm not going to take you from here up to here. I'll take you from here to kind of like here. So it still becomes somewhat of, I think, a detriment. And this gets me into that place where when it is a player like that we're looking at, I go, I don't know if I can get there on that because I don't know that's going to come forward as much. But admittedly, I'm not finalized in this outlook. I'm not to the, that's the bottom line kind of thing. It's just a place I'm kind of drifting with. And like I say with all years on this, my draft study and my understanding of this process is always trying to grow, try to get better, not be hard-lined on things, but try to kind of see this in a bigger picture fashion. So I don't have a final opinion on that. Like, that's absolutely for sure, but it is where I lean to on this, Carlos, because I just can't think of too many players that I've seen through the years that miss that at the college level, and then it's there at the pro level. Matthew Snyder, give me James Williams, man. It'll make me a very happy day. This will turn this day around if James Williams is the pick for Mess on the next election. Kieran says, B, I'm totally on your side about instincts. I've lived with athletes in college, and honestly, people don't suddenly explode in smarts. Yeah, I guess I was commenting more broadly on late round picks. Late round picks always have something to improve, to be a technique or skill sets, but if they can't play now, they're basically useless in NFL terms. Well said, Kieran. Perfect timing, too, on just what I was talking about there with Carlos. I mean, you got that in there perfectly on the other end of that. I'm glad you're kind of in the same spot with me on it. It's just you got it or you don't. There are certain things that you got or you don't. And it's harder to necessarily apply that to awareness, right? Because I got 4.4 speed, I got 4.4 speed. I can see it, I can test it, I can time it. How do I test? How do I time instincts, awareness? It's definitely subjective, arbitrary versus what one person might see there versus another person. But I do lean back on it saying I just don't think you can bring it along a little bit. I don't think you can bring it along a lot. AI says that edge, Gabriel Murphy from UCLA, is 22nd best available. I think he has a Seattle top 30 visit. I do as well. Yeah, I think they did meet with him. That may be a possibility. They haven't gone with edge yet. So definitely a possibility. William asks, who's the top middle linebacker available left on the board? My top rated inside linebacker left available on the board is going to be Nathaniel Watson, followed by Jalen Ford, followed by Curtis Jacobs. So three pretty good guys, actually, still with the inside linebacker position available here. Do I think the Giants take Pratt? Copper-wise? Nah, they took... They might. It might be Jordan Travis, too. I didn't get a real consensus on where teams were at with Pratt coming into this draft. But, no, I guess they did. They went with running back. Never mind. I'm a little behind them on the chat. Sorry. AI, I don't think Oladipo did a visit to Seattle. Brian Myers says Mike McDonald may have a soft spot for Barrett. He might. Bring him in, have him be Brian, the Patrick Queen of the defense, the will linebacker. Possible. Hall of Cards says, well, considering Geno leaves next year, would it be good to draft a quarterback? If I was to guess on this Hall of Cards, I would estimate that John Schneider is having as represented by the fact we haven't taken a quarterback in this draft. I think that he is more looking at next year's draft being the one where he goes to target the quarterback. So maybe you move off Geno at that point, maybe not. But then you go to move up in that draft. You try to maybe go get your guy of the future at that point. That guy being maybe a Quinn Ewers or a Shadur Sanders, something in that realm. So I expect next year to be the year where they start to drive a little bit more further on that and get a little more aggressive too. As I know some fans are really clamoring and chomping at the bit to see. I understand it. So Kieran says, I'm not sold on any linebackers, just a downhill guy either. Yeah, you can get away with in college keeping guys downhill all the time, right, Kieran? Like, it's kind of simplistic. You can tell the guy to just get downhill a ton of the time and you can get away with that. But the pro level, there's got to be more read and react instincts going on there. You can't always come downhill or you're going to get beat for being over aggressive. Ramsey says, Brandon's voice sounds way better than last night. Sounded like he ate sandpaper at the beginning of B&B stream. I was really legit worried at the start of the B&B stream last night that I was not going to get through. Like my air kept leaving out of my voice. So I'd speak it and just go, phew, phew. It's like a little puff of smoke would come out every time instead of actually a sound. So it bounced back well today, Ramsey. I definitely have turned the corner as far as the sickness. I'm feeling better. I just got to get this cough out and get to the other side of this damn thing now. Elias Barrett, a Mike linebacker? No. Junior Colson was the Mike. Barrett was the Will in that defense. Another running back here to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So that positional run thing is a real thing. 3 straight running backs go in a row here in the 5th round. We got Rasheen Ali, Tyrone Tracy, and then Killian Robinson, Texas running back. Like this pick for the Jaguars. I like Killian a lot. You talk about a guy getting stacked up on the depth chart. You had 2 guys for the Texas Longhorns last year. They got taken in the draft. So you have both the kid Brooks that got taken in this draft really high, and this guy's stuck behind those 2 guys the last couple of years, right? And then this year, Killian's then stuck behind Brooks. But on the few carries that he did give them last year, he was very dynamic on those carries. So this is all about an upside pick for the Jaguars. But I like it because you go, man, you can't knock the kid for not being able to break past Bijan Robinson, who was a top 10 first-round pick, or Brooks, who was a second-round pick. You know, that's not necessarily means you can't play in this league. It's just you had a stack on the depth chart there at Texas that was incredible. With the 168th pick in the NFL draft, the Buffalo Bills take Javon Solomon, an edge out of Troy. The Green Bay Packers come right back in this draft and continue to have one of the stronger, if not maybe one of the best drafts here of anybody. And they're going to get Keaton Oladipo, safety out of Oregon State. That's a great pick. That's a great pick there for the Green Bay Packers there. And they continue to have a really strong draft. Snow Tiger says, thanks, Brandon. Take care of your health, brother. I will. I'll be sleeping big time over the next couple of days. I'll catch it all back up. Stanley Kane. What's up, Stanley? Another one of my brothers from another mother, maybe? Huh? Another fellow Kane in the house. What's up, man? Always good to see my peoples. Says, is Mahogany still available? Mahogany is still available. He is still there. Certainly, I think we've seen the guards are not being very well valued here in the NFL. There's not been a lot of guards taken through these first 5 rounds. Might be there's some good value then later on, though, because of it. AI says Cam was a linebacker in college at Virginia Tech. I thought he played safety. I'm pretty sure AI, he played safety in college. He might have had some snaps down linebacker, but he was back there playing the strong. Tommy says, yeah, Packers are going to be pushing for first-round buys in the NFC. They look like maybe the strongest team in the NFC next year to start things out right now as it stands. I've loved the Packers draft. And it gives me no happiness to say that. Jordan Morgan, he's going to be a great tackle guard for them. Edrin Cooper will be starting as an inside linebacker. Javon Bullard, one of the best safeties in this draft. Marshawn Lloyd, he isn't going to be starting running back, but he'll give you carries. He'll give you quality carries. He runs really hard. I wasn't big on Tyrone Hopper. That's a bit of an upside pick you're going for there with them. But Evan Williams, Jacob Bunk, and now Keaton Oladipo. That's a strong draft by the Packers. Getting things filled that were need to be filled, but not reaching for need to get it done. Pittsburgh, the New Orleans Saints quickly pick here after the Green Bay Packers at 170. They will take Bud Means, a wide receiver out of Pittsburgh. Wide receivers are starting to go off the board here. Things are starting to get a little lean. Brendan Rice is still there. I guess the NFL is not big on Brendan Rice. For whatever reason. Quinn Ewers? Yeah. Texas kid. Isaac said, when you include Leo Williams, Sam Howell as part of this, it looks like it should. Solid, a great draft. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, you got to kind of put them in here a little bit, right? Michael Hyde, this is the 3rd straight draft that John Schneider has masterclass. Is it safe to assume guys like LJ Collier was speed guys? That's my assumption. I think there were certain guys that he would just pound the table for, that he would just fall in love with, and John would acquiesce to him. Don't know for sure, but certainly we've not had a LJ Collier kind of pick here in these last couple of drafts. Not in this one either. Greg says, Brandon, favorite nose tackles on the board for the Hawks? Oof, there's not really any nose tackles left in this draft, man. I mean, I guess Miles Murphy, but I'm not a fan of the nose tackles left in this draft. They're going to be just guys at the next level, in my opinion. Lion fan says, yo, you guys are having a good draft. Thank you, Lions fan. We're feeling pretty good about it. Tony says, I think Frank Crum would be a good fit on our line and give it his all. Would play hard every down. I'd love to pick him. I do like Frank, Tony. He is 6'8", so I don't think you're going to be able to kick that guy inside. He is purely a tackle at that size. But pretty good tape. I can see why you like him. Eaglet Snupper, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate that, Eaglet. Sorry, a little late acknowledging, but thank you nonetheless. Hey, just got here. What dirt does John have on Denver? I don't know. They are the gift that keeps giving, Eaglet. We were talking about it earlier. We said, hey, if Denver calls and they offer a trade, you just say yes. You don't think on the parameters of the deal. It's a blind blanket yes. You know, it's like those actors that work with their directors and they're like, we don't need to see the script. I don't need to see the script. I'm in. Just tell me the first day we're shooting. And if I'm John, I got Denver on the line. I'm just like, yeah. Whatever you're going to offer, I'm sure it'll be good. Sure, we're good. Denver's on the other line thinking, now we're going to get him back. God, he's just taking the deal. Oh, he got us again. Thank you, Eaglet. Chris, I like Satawa as well. The Utah guard. He's nice. Yeah, Haley, I think Rice is going to be good too. The on-time play thing is let him go to a place like, if I was Kansas City, I'd be looking at Brendan Rice very strongly here. They're not picking, but if I was KC, I would definitely look to move up and get a guy like this. That's a guy that would work really well in their offense. Ms. Abe says, thank you, B. Thank you, Mez. Marcelo, Brandon, you compared Knight's instincts with the ones of Brooks. Does the comp stop there? Or did we get a Jordan Brooks type player at the 4th round? If we did, it's probably not that bad. No, not that bad. And let's start out with that because I think, when there is criticisms that I am putting on a player, it can seem like, well, this is all bad. It was just a horrible pick. And I don't want to oversell this as that. This is definitely a place to try to get into with nuance and then look at a Tyrese Knight and the player that he is. Yes, I think that there is some similarities between Jordan Brooks's game and Knight's game. I think he is a little bit bigger. I think Jordan Brooks was faster, purely more faster. I think Brooks was not able to test at the time because of a shoulder injury. I think Brooks probably would have run like a 4.45 40, whereas you're getting more of a 4.6 guy here with Tyrese Knight. He's got a good 10-yard split, but you're not getting the same kind of rocket boosters in that you had in Jordan Brooks. I think maybe Knight's instincts are a little bit better because I think that was a big empty part in Jordan Brooks's game, is that he just didn't have a way of really diagnosing what was going on in front of him prior to the snap or post snap, where he just had to kind of react on the fly and then start to use his speed later on in the process of the play. So Knight's not quite as back as he is on the awareness and instincts part. They both are very similar in how they can't get off blocks. When they get second level climbers or guys pulling in space, they both have a habit of not having a plan for how to get off the blocks. Are you going to try to go to your dip here? Are you going to take them heads on with your hands and try to throw them away with your hands? They just sort of get swallowed up. And that was the worry I had with Knight on tape to a big time degree, was just a little slow awareness. Can't really get off the blocks. That's a problem for me with inside linebackers. So there is some definite comparisons to be had there that I think are valid, but there is some differences there within them too as the players. Snail says, I'm sorry. If you can't read and react at UTEP, that's an overdraft. I don't care if the Eagles wind him. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's definitely fair. The Jets with a nice little pick here. They trade up into 171 and they go ahead and grab Jordan Travis, give them a little bit of insurance there for Aaron Rodgers now. I like that pick there for them. That works. It definitely works. Good pick for the Jets. Nolan says, I never ask my clients to judge me on my winners. I ask them to judge me on my losers because I have so few. And in the case of Melton, based on every technical factor out there, is a home run. The Max Melton? ZZ should move 6'6" Johnny Wilson to tight end. He's not the most physical of guys, though. He is big, but not the most physical. And especially with his struggles with contested catch situations, it might be a hard thing to pull that off. An easier said than done kind of thing. The Eagles go guard here at 172. They're going to take not Christian Mahogany, but Trevor Keegan, guard out of Michigan. So an interesting pick there for them. Mahogany continues to fall. Yeah, did you mean Milton there, Nolan? I think you might have meant no. Swedish Noby, B, you keep spotting patterns in the Matrix. Spoon bending is coming. I know, man. It's freaking me out. Too many black cats. 3 black cats. Tony says, and I think Frank Crum would be a good fit to our line and would give us his all and would play hard every down. Would love to pick him. It's a fun player. Just again, he's got to play tackle if you do take him. That is the key. Good call on Michael Hyde. Good call. It says, I don't think Travis makes it to the end of round 6, and he was taken shortly moments thereafter. Nice. Greg says, Jordan Brooks got better in zone coverage, but he was always going to be better in attacking man scheme. Yes. Yes, sir. And if he got better in zone, I would say, Greg, it was mildly better. He still gave up a lot of yards in coverage, even when he got a little bit better. Line fan is next year, the Arch Manning draft. Doesn't he have to wait 1 more year? Because you got to do 3 years of college to come out. Cole says, is Tyrese a Mike or a Will? I think he can play both, but they will probably put him into Will initially. Thomas says, I hate the fact that Schneider thinks Geno and Howell are viable options and not take a quarterback who can actually challenge both quarterbacks. Well, they did try, holy Lord, they did try to trade up for Michael Penix there, Tom. You know, for the folks that are wanting the quarterback of the future. I mean, there is at least an indication there that they were willing to try to make that happen with Atlanta. Atlanta was just so in love with Michael Penix that they didn't want to make that deal. So I get where you're coming from, and there's a lot of people right now at this point chomping at that bit, Thomas. But I do think it's should be at least encouraging for you folks that want to see that they were interested in trying to move up. It shows that though that may not have happened this year, I think that then there's going to be a much better chance of that possibly happening in next year's draft, especially with the capital they'll be sitting on, with the roster in the place that it's in. And the timing, I think, will maybe be a little bit more right at that point too. So I get where you're coming from completely on that. But at least they did try. You know, they were going to try to move up there. It just sounded like Atlanta didn't want to do it. They wanted Penix. Ricardo says, with all the comp picks, how long until our next pick? We are a mere 7 picks away from the Seattle Seahawks picking once again. Haley says, Archie, I can't sign a paper because I'm focused on football Manning. Yeah, that was lame of him with the whole thing with the college football thing. Like, come on, dude. Give me a break. Give me a break. Snail, Cam Ward looking nice, man. Definitely that's a possibility too. And Brian says, "Preach, brother." Javon Solomon. Eagle, no, I got you, man. I got you on the $2 donation. It took me a little bit of time to acknowledge it, so I'm sorry about that, man. But I got it. Sorry about that. I'm being a little late there. I say, if Denver calls, just no need to even we don't need to know the parameters. We're just a yes. Well, wait, we might be asking. No, you won't. You're going to give us something good. Come on, you know you're going to give us something good. Come on. Sorry about that, Eaglet. All right, so the Jets are going to go ahead and take Isaiah Davis, halfback out of South Dakota State. We'll put the Dallas Cowboys on the board. We got a lot of people in chat too, so if I happen to miss a question or whatnot, just feel free to repost it. If I do miss it, as we got a lot of people in here today, please do, if you guys could, hit that like button as well. Maybe sub on up if you get the chance. Excuse me. And the Jets finally have a real quarterback, Jordan Travis. Kyle says, if you're looking for a space-eating defensive tackle, Evan Anderson out of Florida Atlantic is there. I think we're okay on big space eaters. Yeah, I think the team with Hankins, especially now that we have not gone after this position in this draft, pretty much settled up at that point, saying we're going to be good with nose tackle once we bring Hankins in there. So I think they're probably going to hang in there. Hoyas says B. Ironically, Eagles may have a great draft year after year, but they only have one Super Bowl win to show for it. Yeah, that's true. It's true. But man, they came very close 2 years ago to getting a second there. You know, very close. Pratt is still available. Sean, B, you need a hot bowl of chicken soup. Clear that up. Laughing out loud. Yeah, it's actually sounding better than it has, Sean. It's been in much worse shape up until this point the last couple of days. So it's actually maybe turning the corner a little bit. But yeah, I'll be hitting the honey and getting the steam and try to loosen this thing out after the show today. Carter says, what safeties do you like that are left? I think Damani Richardson's a sleeper. Yeah, I wasn't as high on Damani as you might have been there. He is available. Possibility. And then where you're at in the draft at this point, it's not like it's a reach. The safeties have been kind of pared down for me. I got to be honest. I like Trey Taylor out of Air Force, but you got the level of competition thing going on there that makes it hard with him. Damani's probably the best out of the remaining, since James Williams is going to be a linebacker at the next level. So probably Richardson is the best, but I think there's been a bit of a run here on these safeties. It's been kind of pared down at this point. Just a little bit. Thomas says, come on, if Seattle didn't draft Penix or any top two quarterbacks 2 years ago, why in the heck would Seattle draft either Ewers or Sanders when they will win more than 8 games this season? Well, we don't know where those guys are going to fall, Thomas. First off, I think it's very, very premature to start predicting that we know where those quarterbacks are going to go in the draft. We don't. I think that though I know a lot of Seattle fans were clamoring the past couple of years for the Hawks to go draft a quarterback, as I've said over and over again, and John seems to support my outlook on this, the timing was not right. You want to go draft a quarterback, you got to put him in a position for success. I know that there is a draw from many out there to want to go get a QB. And it is, every time I go into a stream as we lead in this draft process, it's battering down on my hatches over and over again for the folks in the chat. But the timing's got to be right to do it. And if you were going to go out there and draft a quarterback over the last couple of years and put him in this offense, you're going to get that kid wrecked. It was not the right time and the right situation to set him up in for hoping for that success. The difference between next year and the last couple of years is now you have put him in that position for success. You've got the line built up. He's got the skill position players. You have a good modernized offense that he can utilize. So the conditions are better now. And, when it comes to next year and the quarterback's in there, John will maybe have a little bit more of a willingness at that point to do the thing that he's never done, which is trade up. Truly go out there and move up to go get his guy. And that's kind of what I'm starting to anticipate at this point, Thomas, on the back of the fact they were trying to do with Michael Penix. That in itself shows that there's a clear indication from the team that there is going to be an impetus here to go out and try to go get that QB of the future here and soon. Dallas Cowboys go with another cornerback off the board here. Corner or running backs, it seems like, here in this round. Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest will go to the Cowboys at 174. So we are about to just about wrap up this fifth round. Haley says, Bia was confirmed that the Hawks didn't want to trade up for Penix. Their poor fall. My fault. Well, Thomas, my bad. And then they still are not showing any indication that they want to do it then. These false reports. Why do people make up that silly stuff? Like, what is the win on that, So maybe they're not looking, Thomas. maybe we're going to have to wait a lot longer here still. Derek Deniston, what do you think of the Giants draft? No big men, defense or offense. That was their issue last year, in my opinion. And looked closely at their draft. Let's take a look at what they've done. Malik Neighbors and the Tyler Newbin pick, I like a lot. They got Theo Johnson. That's a bigger tight end that's going to help in the ground game. Andrew Phillips and Tyrone Tracy, I'm not a fan of that. But I would give the Giants a solid B+ grade. Neighbors, you got the second best receiver in the draft. You got in the second round at 15, the best safety in the draft. And Theo Johnson's got some real true upside to him as a player. So I like that. I like overall the Giants in the draft. I think they're hoping on some of the development of guys that they've drafted prior to those other positions you talk about that are going to come maybe forward in their development and not addressing it. But I do like it overall, Derek. I was very high on Newbin. And I think that Neighbors was very close to Marvin Harrison Jr. in the evaluation. The Saints go with a linebacker. Going to take run-stuffing Jalen Ford out of Texas. Good inside linebacker here. That would have been an interesting option potentially for Seattle when they came up and picked. Seahawks are now 3 picks away from selecting once again. We got the Jets, the Vikings, and the Steelers coming up here. Wingo would be nice, but boy, that'd be your 4-3 tech. Thomas says, Brando, it's been 3 years since Seattle last had a franchise quarterback. I'm sorry, I go with what's best for Seattle and pretending that Seattle will trade up for a quarterback when they never have done it. I mean, it's fair enough there, Thomas. I can just speak to my perspective on this, which is that I'm not in that place that some of you are in on this, where I think it's, I get the impression from some folks that it's damn the torpedoes, just get the quarterback. And I don't operate from that perspective. So, this is a outlook I have when it comes to the QB position, Thomas, that I know you've been here for a long time with this and heard me speak about this very often. I have not cultivated a very soft outlook on what I want to see from how you deal with the quarterback position and how you draft for that position and what to do with that position. And a lot of this comes from studying, Thomas, how teams get it wrong. The philosophy becomes, the guiding light becomes just go get the quarterback and nothing else matters. And that's where I just drive against it and go, that's not the smart approach. That's not a smart approach. That's just saying this one thing will sort of fix and cure sort of all when it won't. And I think if you go out and get your quarterback and you put him behind the 28th best pass protecting unit, Thomas, which is what we had last year, you're going to get that guy demoralized, demolished, and you're going to get some bad habits created in his play. Team may not trade up next year for him. Maybe that is the case. Maybe they don't do it. Again, I made the argument on this, and this is just a place where I'll accept on this, Thomas. This will be a disagreement for me, not just with you, but some people in the chat. And I think that we got to just kind of accept that we're going to have two different outlooks on this in our way of looking at the position. I have a very specific way that I look at the QB position and what you've got to do for that QB to have success at the NFL level. It's not something I've arrived at lightly. I've given it a ton of thought. And I've given it a ton of thought at the same time that I've been at times battered by people telling me, get the QB, get the QB, get the QB, get the QB, get the QB. And so I come back to it and I say that the timing has not been right. I think John is going to get a quarterback in here for the future sooner than later. Whether he trades up for that or not, I don't know. But I'm also driven by, on the other side of this, Thomas, the understanding and belief of, and this is the part where I don't quite understand from folks that are in the perspective necessarily of you are in right now on this, that 10 years ago, you drafted a third-round quarterback that was not the star quarterback, that was not the creme de la creme, that was not the guy, and you got to back-to-back Super Bowls on the back of that. Why is it so amazing to believe if they take that track into the future to find a guy that isn't necessarily that? Maybe it's a Sam Howell, maybe it's a Geno Smith, maybe it's somebody else, but that guy can't get you back to that mountaintop, that it has to be, that it absolutely has to be that star-driven quarterback power thing that gets you to that place. I understand there are many that believe the way you do, Thomas. I'm not trying to undersell that. I understand there are many that do believe it. But I staunchly and voraciously and passionately disagree with the thought process that you just go get the QB. That's just the answer here. I don't think it is. I think that there's way more that has to be factored into just that decision making than just purely go get it. Go get it. If you don't have it, you got to go get it. If you don't have it, go get it. You can't not have it. You got to go get it. I think too, you can go win a Super Bowl without having Patrick Mahomes or some star level guy back there doing it. So I understand this will be a disagreement with me and many in the chat on this, but just please understand from my perspective on it that I didn't arrive here lightly with it. I've thought a lot about this. And I really do feel fervently that this is the right way to go with this kind of situation. Again, it's 10 years ago, we had the greatest success on the back of going this alternative route. Why can it not work again? Why did it only have to work once, twice over, and never can be another path that you can go down once again? I don't understand that from my perspective. I appreciate where you're coming from, though. We got the Jets on the clock, Vikings on the clock, then the Steelers, and we'll be up very shortly after that. Haley says we need to rebuild after the Adams trade before we could think about moving for a quarterback. Yeah, it's about timing. You know, you had the highest paid offensive line in the sport when you brought Russell Wilson in. You know, you set him up into a position for success as he was operating more as a game manager in those first 2 years. Different pathways, I feel like, to getting to that successful place. Jeremiah Trotter has been picked. Yep. Thomas Trotter, I truly believe there's something in Sam Howell. I want to see what he can do in the balanced offense. He as well. I agree with that. Well, can we use the 5th year on Sam or no? So that we have this year, then if Geno leaves a year after that or no? Well, you've got 2 years left of control on him. Holy's hand grenade at about $1 million salary the next 2 years. He's a 5th round pick, so you don't get the 5th year option on players selected outside of the 2nd round onward. Derek says, all I remember of the Giants last year is sack. Definitely there was a good amount of those. I think they're riding the guys like Evan Neal are going to get better. Andrew Thomas will get healthy. You know, they're just kind of, I think they're more rolling the dice on that things will kind of improve from within if I was to make a guess there. Rice getting a lot of love. James Williams getting a lot of love. Nathaniel Watson still available, flag. Haley says, I'm pretty sure the Falcons report that Seahawks were trying to trade up was damage control. Okay. That makes sense. They were definitely catching some heat for making that pick of Penix there, so that adds up. The New York Jets are going to take Quantez Stiggers, cornerback out of New York, here at 176. Corey says there's no quarterback who can compete with Mahomes. No, I don't think so. Man, yeah, I think you end up chasing your tail if you're kind of chasing after that. Chris says, look what happened to Russ. Was constantly pressured, hit, sacked because of a crap O-line. Trenches first. Amen. When Russ walked in, you had the highest paid offensive line on the board in the NFL. And that's what you gave him when he walked in. And then it progressively got worse during his time here. And your offense, kind of started to struggle and get worse with time here as that went on too. Ionaton Barbacar says, what do you think of Kenny Logan? I have looked at Kenny. Kansas player. He's a 6-foot safety that ran a 4.7 40 and a 1.7 10-yard split. And he's got a habit of being a little bit late out of his snap. So there's not a lot there. He allowed 81% completion rate in his direction when targeted last year. He just doesn't have any splashiness, and he just doesn't have the raw goods. I mean, 4.6 9 40, a 1.7 10-yard split, 33-inch vertical leap, under a 10-foot broad jump. Just not a good enough athlete, not explosive enough to play at the NFL level. Jim Campbell, quarterback read is great. Yeah, it'll be, and that's okay. You guys don't have to think on the lineman on me on this, but if you ask what my opinion is on it, I'll say this is still my opinion. So I get that I'm not in a place that this is where universally everybody thinks about it the way I think about it. I can only give just where my stance is on it, and I appreciate the folks that are on the other end of this. But I do feel very passionately about this take. So the Vikings have selected, they've taken Walter Rouse, a tackle out of Oklahoma. This puts Seattle one pick away here at 179. Seattle will be having a couple picks here in the 6th round. So one pick away from us being back on the clock. Haley says, I think we all need to eat at Geno's, now serving rice. There we go. Thomas says, it's being realistic. I don't want to just grab a quarterback just to grab one. Like I said, I want Super Bowls. If it's a draft a quarterback now, fine. But if it's next year trade up, I'm game too. Okay, there we go. No, I think John's going to look at it. I really do. I know he's never done it before, but think about this too. Part of the never trading up for a quarterback in John's history has been the majority of John's time here. He's had Russell Wilson embedded as his franchise quarterback. He's not had the position to necessitate to even go try to make that trade. There's only been a few years that you've had no Russell Wilson here with the potential of moving up in the draft to go take guys. So, whether they could have done that last year or the year before, there just hasn't been as many years. And that's what leads me to believe that he will be open to doing it, Thomas, because of the fact that it's just that you had Russell set. You didn't need to trade up to get that guy. And you probably weren't going to trade up for a player per se. If you're going to trade up like that, you're going to give up multiple first-round picks to get up in the first round, then you're probably at that point going to attempt to try to, do that for a quarterback and not for a position player. Ramsey says, John Schneider has managed to incredibly well at the quarterback position since he started. He knows what he's doing. It's part of what gives me confidence with him too, is I think overall his decision-making on quarterbacks has been pretty smart. The Matt Flynn free agent contract wasn't the greatest, of course, but the drafting of Russell Wilson, the fact that he was there at the pro days of Mahomes and Josh Allen, when he's not at everybody's pro day. He doesn't go to all quarterback pro days. So the fact that he showed that interest in them, even when he still had Russell Wilson on the roster, the faith that he showed in Geno, comeback player of the year award, getting Sam Howell in here for peanuts, he's shown a pretty good eye for looking at the QBs. Derek says, thanks for the answer on my question, Brandon. I disagree, but it's all right. Yeah, no worries. I get where you're coming from. I could have, if they had gone to the trenches, I wouldn't have pushed back on them doing that. I'll tell you that. I would have said, hey, that's good on them. Get Daniel Jones some protection. I mean, this is the exact thing I'm talking about with bringing in a quarterback here, Derek, that certainly can apply to the Giants situation. You invest all this money in the guy, and I know that they've got Thomas and they've got Evan Neal there, but what's going on with the interior rest of that line? And you lose Leonard Williams last year. You still have Derek Lawrence, who's a monster, but you're certainly looking. They got Brian Burns. Let's remember that they did make the trade for Burns there, so that's going to help them on the edge a little bit. But I get where you're coming from. It's definitely where I think you're accurate to say that's where they were kind of being owned and handled last year. Mark says, body forced me to lay down. What I missed? We've got Tyrese Knight. We took AJ Barner, the tight end. Nemiah Pritchett, cornerback. We're coming up now here in a second to be picking at 179. Just got the Steelers up ahead of us. I'm going to take off the. I'm going to just take off the PFF thing for a second here because I want to announce the pick when it comes down. Roxanne, thank you for the $10 donation. No tackles taken early by the Hawks makes me feel good about Lucas's recovery. O-line should be improved. Geno's good. Look at his wins despite the O-line, and regardless of age, has little tread taken off the tires. Well said, Roxanne. I still do have a lot of faith in Geno. I have for the last couple of years. He's rewarded me for that faith. And he's done some really good work despite not having that great pass-protecting offensive line, despite the fact that he's got a defense that's going to accumulate a whole game and a half collectively over the course of the season in the amount of extra snaps they're going to be on the football field. He's accomplished that despite the fact that he has an offense that's driven to basically inform him not to target the middle of the field because Coach Carroll didn't thought that there was more interceptions to be found in the middle of the field. So let's not target that. Let's stay away from that, thus reducing down some of the effectiveness then of the offense with it. So thank you for the $10 donation, Roxanne. I agree with you. The no tackles taken certainly is an indicator here that Abraham Lucas's health is in much better shape, and that they have a very high amount of positivity and optimism that he is going to be able to bounce back from this injury and be back to his strong self, that player that we got to see in his rookie year. And that makes me feel really good because it's in the Seahawks' best future going forward that we've got Lucas and Cross like two pillars out there holding it down on that side of things. Card Crazed says a quarterback without a great support system spells doom for the quarterback. This has just been the place that it's a transition spot for me for the last 5 years in doing this channel and looking at the quarterback position and how I considered it, watching how Russell Wilson played, watching what happens when you don't have pass protection and seeing how it goes to other teams in this way, seeing what happens when you don't have things set up properly for those rookie quarterbacks. I think a big part of a quarterback's fail rate, that 30% fail rate that we see in first round quarterbacks that they tell us is the number where 2/3 of the guys end up not getting it done. I think so much of it actually gets traced back to the poor setup that you put in place. You're changing offensive systems on a yearly basis with a young QB. You don't have a real plan in place. The thing that I've seen over and over again that's really sunk those teams has been that they just simply said, here's the QB, let's go get him. The Justin Fields situation with the Bears a couple of years ago is the ripe example. That's the ripe example where they're sitting there at 12 and they're like, we didn't come into this draft plan on getting a quarterback, but man, Justin slipped. Oh, he's right there for us now. We might as well just jump up and go get him. Do we have an offensive line? No. Do we have skill position players? No. Details. Let's just go take him and we'll figure it out down in the wash. And it didn't work out for him really well, did it? On that. The Steelers have selected at 178 Logan Lee, defensive interior lineman out of Iowa. Nice little player for them. That's definitely a Steeler kind of player right there. Logan Lee. Yeah, that's a Steeler kind of player. So the Steelers go 178 here. They'll take Logan Lee. This puts the Seattle Seahawks back up on the clock now. So we are going to roll here. For all those that are in the chat, please do me a favor and slam on that like button if you could for me here. I will announce the pick as soon as it comes down the line here through the site. We've got some still good players here. Some still good availability here with some of the guys. Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson at wide receiver. You've got some interior inside linebackers. Nathaniel Watson, Curtis Jacobs. Got guard Christian Mahogany as a possibility here who might look good to them. How about, hey, you want a Cam Chancellor 2.0? You want the closest iteration of Cam Chancellor that we've seen here in quite a while? Coming to this league, that guy's actually still available at this point. James Williams is out there. He's going to have to convert to linebacker, but he is out there. So a lot of ways to go. Satao Lamu, a guard out of Utah, is another option in here. Maybe Gabriel Murphy, the Seahawks have met with as an edge. I didn't like him a lot, but maybe they do there. So some very interesting ways they can go. Even a Blake Watson running back might be an interesting pick here. Seattle could go any different way here, man. So many different ways they can go. Ooh, it's going to be exciting. See what they do. Thank you, everyone, for checking out the channel today. I really appreciate you for that. Friday says Geno Unchained, 2024 coming this fall, 2024. They doubted him. Now they'll doubt him no more. Thomas says, I feel relying on a 34-year-old quarterback is foolish. Geno's okay. Maybe Geno improves with Grubb and Huff as the O-line. Age is still a problem for me. I guess I can get that a little bit. When it comes into next year, I don't think that age factors in as much. All right. Here we go. Woo! Let's go. Okay. The Seattle Seahawks with the 179th pick here in the 6th round. Kicking this 6th round off is going to take Satoa Lamaea, a guard. He played tackle at Utah, but this is going to be a guard at the next level. So going back and tapping back into the offensive line here, a great move. Let me bring up my notes here on this guy so I can. Oh man. Okay, there we go. Goodness. Nice move here, though. I like this pick by the Seattle Seahawks. Obviously good investing in the offensive line. If I can get this thing to bring up. Come on. Lord have mercy. Babe. I got so many notes here on my draft notes. I got to search it out to find my stuff. Okay, so that's not working. All right. I'll just have to type it in. Sateo. All right. So, Seahawks takes us Sateo. This is a 6'4", 320-pound lineman, 32 7/8 inch long arms. So basically built just how you would like to have a guard built inside. Where got the 6'4" build, got the necessary weight. He's not too light, coming in with the nice long arms. Not the most explosive of athletes that you're going to find. Okay, so there is that to kind of look at here and consider a little bit. But he is very powerful. Those long arms, that strength, you absolutely feel it on the football field. He showed an ability to really take edges on a ride when he was out there as a tackle. I think his power will absolutely translate inside at the next level. He is much like that you had with Haynes. You're getting a nasty finisher here. You're getting a guy that's going to, play right up into the end of the echo of that whistle, and he's going to try to come with bad intentions. Loved his hand placement, snap after snap. He's actually even sometimes a little better at times than Haynes in that place where he really hits to the right, accurate point. He's got the strength to hold up with anybody. So when you move him inside, there's not going to be any problems there. I did think that he was looking at more of a transition to the right guard position at the next level. He's got some natural bend, and he moves better side to side than he probably does move straight forward, which I thought could help him out a little bit, especially hitting those kind of reach blocks and whatnot. But I thought that he had a chance to start in this league. I put a 4th round grade valuation on Sateo. So getting him here into the 6th round from the Seahawks perspective is great value. And as I wanted to see as we led into this draft, let's start rebuilding these trenches. And specifically, let's start addressing this offensive line. We're talking a lot about that quarterback of the future here at the Hawks Nest today during the draft day discussions. Well, to get that quarterback in here, let's get the line in place first so that that's all set for him, so that he's well protected. He's already got the skill position players on the outside to flourish. No doubt about whatever QB you might bring in for that, or QB you might have on the roster in a Hal or a Geno. But getting the interior of the offensive line had to be a point of emphasis coming into this draft. You handle business getting your guy out of UConn yesterday in Haynes. He's going to be awesome. And this guy's got some really good, fine upside to him as well. So he's going to move guys off his spot. He's naturally one of those guards tackles guards that's going to be very wide, very thickly built. You feel his size on the football field. But I like this kid quite a bit. The only thing that he's maybe missing a little bit that you would have liked here is a little bit more athleticism, ability to work a little bit better within this spread-based system. But as a hammer, as a guy that will take his guy on a ride in front of him, he will be able to give you that. So very much do like this pick. This one and the A.J. Barner pick are my two really, really happy picks here so far today. I like these guys. They're going to provide help immediately. This guy comes in and gives you at least a rotational guy that can come in, a backup guy that can come in. Barner gives you at least a blocking tight end in certain personnel packages. But I like Satao. This is a good pick here for your Seattle Seahawks. Very, very strong pick for the Hawks. And now you've taken care of the offensive line as we go through the rest of this draft a little bit. Good move. Good move and good value on this pick. Haley says, holy ass, Abe, Hames, Lumea. The same line is going to be disgusting. You're going to be able to get after in the run game. You're going to be able to create some holes with those two guards here today. They will do that. Chris says, I mocked him probably 85% of the time in my mocks to the 5th and 6th rounds. Yeah, it's nice that he's dropped. He's a good player. I trusted really a lot in my evaluation of this kid that he was going to be able to move to the inside. That's why I gave him the 4th round. I guess I had a 4th round grade on him because I really did think that this is a guy, once you kick him to guard, kind of one of those guys that when he's playing at tackle, he's almost made to look a little bit worse out there at Utah because, he's not got the athleticism to stand up out there. And so quickie edge rushers are getting past him and you're going, yeah, but once you kick him to guard, that's no longer a problem. Guards are not going to out-quick this guy. And so it's going to change a little bit. I think when he goes inside, it's going to be a real pure fit for him to slide inside at the pro level. And I trust that this guy will eventually potentially be a capable starter here for this team. You're getting a nice little stack now as far as your depth goes with both, the UConn kid potentially starting, but then you got Laken Tomlinson, you got this guy and Anthony Bradford. So you've got a little bit of now a little bit of depth to go along with your starters, some competition, right? We're not just to trot out the one guy you got to start. So we'll get the best of the best starting here on this position at this point. But I like this pick quite a bit. This is solid. And again, I really did want to see the Seattle Seahawks really deal with and really knuckle down on getting this interior offensive line handled and set up. And so I think they've accomplished that with these 2 picks in this draft. These guys are going to make me feel a lot more warm and fuzzy. I sleep a little bit better at night knowing we're not going to replicate some of how we've looked at that interior line in recent years, where it's definitely, along with our run defense has been, it's been their neck and neck with one of the true blue weaknesses of this team for a couple of years. So finally starting to take some steps here, some lengths to correct that. And I think that's very smart here by the Seattle Seahawks. Great pick. They didn't go with Mahogany. I think they trusted a little bit more in Saateo in making that transition. And it does appear that Mahogany was not as well liked in NFL circles as some of the consensus boards had him leading up to this. Great pick. I'm giving it an A. You got 4th round value guard in the 6th round. That's an A to me. Sorry, not sorry. We got a couple other picks that are going fast and furious here. Marcellus Dial, a cornerback out of South Carolina, goes to the Patriots. I think their 3rd corner they've taken in the draft. Corners and receivers for the Patriots in this draft, I suppose. The Chargers take their 2nd running back. They're going to go with Kamani Vidal. Fast little back there out of Troy. The Tennessee Titans take a slot wide receiver out of Tulane, Jaquan Jackson. A lot of people had a lot of love for Jaquan. I think he'll be a potentially a fairly steady slot receiver for it at the next level. Oh, Lordy. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about the cough. Yeah, the Seto pancakes are going to be fun. He will pancake guys. Both him and Robinson, they will push guys into the dirt. They will try to make you one with the field turf, if you know what I mean. That's just the way that they roll. The Giants grab Darius Masao, inside linebacker out of UCLA, goes to the Giants. A little undersized linebacker, kind of a lot like Jeremiah Trotter. Wow. He went very close to Trotter. The Dolphins, I think, continue to have a pretty good draft. They draft their kind of guys, don't they? Malik Washington. That's a great pick for them. One of my favorite receivers in this draft. Really small, but this kid reminded me so much of Steve Smith. So very close to Steve Smith as a player, in my opinion. So Dolphins have had a good draft. They've drafted some fast guys, too, in addition to their offensive line. So fantastic job on their part there. Good pick, good value there with Malik. I had a late 3rd round pick on Malik. I think I liked him more than other people did. You have your certain guys, you get your little bit of your love affairs with certain dudes. He was that guy for me. So Malik Washington, solid pick. Eagles are up at 185 next. Seahawks are within 7 picks here in the 6th round. We're picking a bunch here in this round, so get ready. We're picking a bunch. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I would 100% take a flyer on Milton in round 6. As a prospect, different between he and Josh Allen. Josh was an unfinished guy from a smaller school. With Milton, it's him at the SEC. Oh, I get what you're kind of saying. Whereas, Josh was wild with lesser competition around him, where Milton's maybe wild, but with the toughest of tough competition. I think there's something to that. I didn't want to take Milton in the 3rd, 4th. I didn't want to take him in the 5th. But Randall, if you're going 6th or 7th round at this point, and as I was relating it to it a few minutes ago, it's a little bit like a penny stock, where the chances are that this is going to hit and this guy's going to take off? No. But if it does hit and you've gotten that in the 6th round, that is all-time like value if it does go off. So is that worth the risk at that point? Sure. I don't have as much trust, Randall. I mean, when I got to the draft with Josh, I liked Josh a lot coming out of Wyoming. And I thought that his accuracy would take leaps forward when he got better guys to throw to who could actually create separation on routes. But with that said, I do like a little bit of the comp in there. Can't deny those guys got some similar skill set points to them. Josh is more of a scrambler, more of an improviser in that way. But 6th round, man, Randall. I mean, 6th round. That's perfectly fine at that point. You know, you're not. Nobody should be, clutching their pearls if you take a QB prospect in the 6th round, especially with the upside of Milton. The upside's undeniable. Man hit. I think he had the fastest GPS speed at the Senior Bowl. Obviously, might have had the strongest arm in addition to that. So can't deny the physical talent. That is for sure. Randall with another $2 donation as well. Sorry, I missed this one, Randall. So I was back a couple minutes ago on this one, man. I was way behind on this one. Anyone with Wayne Gallman upside left in round 6? Wayne Gallman upside. There's 2 guys I like at running back that I still have kind of a soft spot for. I like Blake Watson, number 1. Blake Watson, to me, Randall, is still one of the back that I loved in this draft. And I think he's being underrated a little bit. So he's not built like Gallman was, of course, but I do like Blake and him still being on the board here. Michael Wiley's not bad out of Arizona if you're doing 6th, 7th round. He can be pretty nice too. Is Ray Davis on the board? Let me go take a look at this. Let me look at the running backs here. Randall. Sorry I was a little late on that dono, by the way. Blake Watson is definitely my favorite right now on the board. But you do have, see, I think the team's going to probably try to make a run at Dylan Johnson as a UDFA after the draft too, which could factor into this a little bit, Randall. But there's still some good backs here. There's not a lot of sizzle past Blake Watson, but there's some good backs. Ooh, Johnny Wilson finally goes off the board here. So the Eagles come back at 185, and they take the 6'6" gigantic giant with the long go gadget arms. Johnny Wilson, 185 will be the pick here. So Wilson finally goes off the board in the 6th round. Much further than I thought he was going to go. Thank you, Ray. Yeah, Ray Davis got picked there. My bad. Black says Randy and Gallman. It's a love affair that'll never die. And I don't want it to, Randall. I don't want it to. Hey, let me thank a couple of new subscribers here to the channel. Milk is here. You subscribed to the channel. I really appreciate you doing that. We're on the road here to 20,000 subscribers this year. That is the goal. It's an aggressive goal, but you're helping us. Milk is here. Get there. So thank you for subbing up to the channel and joining the Hawks Nest in that way. I really do appreciate you on that. David, also subscribe to the channel. David, welcome aboard, my brother. Appreciate you hopping aboard too as well, folks. Do please, if you can, hit that like button and do sub up like Dave and like Milk is here have, as I would really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. And Randall, thank you for your double dip donation. Sorry I missed your dono there, Randall. Dallin says, let's get Rice before Philly or San Fran. I think Eagles got to be done with Johnny Wilson at this point at receiver. I think that's their second receiver of the draft. Falcons come back and take Jace McClellan out of Alabama at 186. The running backs the last couple of rounds have definitely been heating up. The Falcons come right back and pick very quickly back-to-back picks here. They're going to go with Casey Washington, Illinois wide receiver. I don't think I had a chance to take a look at Casey Washington. We're definitely going to be reaching to that place where some of these guys picked. I don't have any idea who these guys are. It gets pretty deep. Jace McClellan's okay. I had a 7th round grade on him. Seahawks are about 5 picks away from selecting at this point. CR, I agree. I think safety or linebacker would seem to be the target here. Inside linebacker would seem to be the best value when Seattle comes up and picks. Haley says, biggest issue with Lemieux is the same as Lucas, blocking people too hard. He ends up downfield by accident. Yeah, he's committed to the process, right, Haley? It's what I need to have in my lineman. I don't care how athletic you are. I don't care how long you are. I don't care how big you are. If you don't have a little bit of a nasty attitude at the position, I know there's going to be a little limitation to how high you can go in your upside. Gotta have that little bit of that mean streak. Jessica says Seahawks not going to be soft no more. We're getting dogs again and not just good boys. I like it, Jessica. Let's go. Let's go. Lions fan says, bro, what's going on with Brendan Rice? Oh, he had a pretty good Senior Bowl. He's had a pretty good testing process. It hasn't been bad. I'm not sure what's going on with Rice. 4'5", 155, 6'2", 208, 33-inch long arms. I don't know. What am I missing, Jet? Lineage. Got the lineage thing going. Daniel says, will Taj Washington go undrafted? I don't know, man. The way the receiver run has been going here through the last couple of rounds, I feel like all the receivers are going to get taken here at this point. Especially by the 7th round, which is so very long. Black Sheep says, if Rice is available, the Seahawks will pick him with their last pick. D-side will be the next pick, safety or linebacker. Agreed, Black Sheep. That's where I see it going to as well. Seems like safety, linebacker makes a lot of sense here. Talon Deal, Jalen Ford is not available anymore. He was taken. Thomas Charter says, give me nastiness in my O-line, guys, every time. Let's go. Thomas Cox asks, what other receivers are available right now? Great question. So we've got Brendan Rice is obviously the number one guy on the board right now. Cornelius Johnson of Michigan is also on the board. Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint. Thank you so much. Marcus Rosemary Jack Saints on the board from Georgia. We got Taj Washington of USC. We got a 6'6" Devon Vele out of Utah. You know, if you're sad about missing out on Johnny Wilson, you can go with Vele. Got Jordan Whittingham from Texas. Doesn't do much for me, but maybe there's some guys out there that like him. That's kind of it. It's starting to get a little bit thin on the receivers. There's been a bit of a run on those. Texans come back and pick here quickly. They're going to go with Oregon linebacker Jamal Hill. Wow. That's wild. Now the league did not like Nathaniel Watson. Kurzips Jacob, Nathaniel Watson, and Mahogany can't get no love. Can't get no love. What's up with that? James Williams, man. Let's do this. Come on, John. 10 years ago, you took a man that no one said there wouldn't be a position for. They said, there's nowhere you can put this man. Yes, he's big. Yes, he's intimidating. Yes, he hits like a Mack truck, but you can't put him anywhere. He's a man without a position. He's too big to be a safety. He's not big enough to be a linebacker. And John said, you know what? To hell with y'all. To hell with y'all. This hammer is coming onto our defense. It's going to be the leader of our defense. And we will put him at safety, and he will flourish. Do they do it again? Do they come back again now with this James Williams and say, we once did this before, let us do it again. Where once we had brilliant success, let us once again have that brilliant success here. I love it. Let's go. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Chase. Says, do you think they were higher on Knight, or do you think Mike McDonald just really wanted him for his scheme? People were kind of inferring a little bit that their feeling on it a little bit in the chat was that this felt more like maybe a Mike McDonald pick, that maybe there was something he did see in it. Obviously, I think I'd like to hear them talk about these picks in the pressers to get a little bit of a better understanding of if that was really the case or not. I think they went for upside rather than for what they would have had more of a surety with some of the other inside linebackers in this draft picking there. And so they went for a little bit more of the guy that they wanted the top end. They didn't. It was less about the floor and more about the top end there. And I think having your 2 starting linebackers in place like we do already here with the guy that we signed for Buffalo and then Jerome Baker, you're afforded that ability to be able to take your time with this guy and give him that year it's going to take to probably clean up some of the issues that are there in his game. But not really sure, Chase, on that, if this is a Mike McDonald pick or not. It kind of feels like that because it did seem a little bit outside of the character of where the Hawks were going in their drafting process here so far. Like maybe John through the first couple of days are like, these are going to be mine. I'll give you this pick in the 4th round. You know, what do you want, Mike? Who's your guy here in the 4th? You know, maybe John did something like that. Certainly could be possible. Brian Myers, where did Brennan Jackson go? I think didn't the Rams take him? Yep. Rams took him in the 5th round. Liked him a lot. And this is a place the Rams do tend to do pretty good in the draft, in that spot of the draft. The Detroit Lions select 3-tech Makai Wingo out of LSU. So reinforcing their defensive line ranks there. I like that pick for the Lions. It's great value for them. I liked Wingo quite a bit in this draft. Good player. Seattle is 3 picks away. We're 3 picks away here. Eagles are currently on the clock, then the Cardinals, then the Seahawks. Man, it feels like the Eagles have had a lot of picks. Chase says Randy Moss's kid was UDFA. He was. Yeah, Thaddeus Moss. Thaddeus. Randy Cut says, I'm thinking Indian food for lunch. I got me some cheese quesadillas and some apples. That's going to be my lunch. Isaac said, if you look at Al Lockett redid his deal, it's pretty clear he plans to retire after the season as a Hawk hero. I agree. Yeah. And it's going to be a great story to have a guy retire and play his whole career here. I love it when that happens. I really do. It's hard to see happen in the NFL, isn't it? Eventually somebody gets mad or the team tries to lowball a guy or cut salary, but they found a way to keep this working with this kid throughout his whole career here, and that's going to be a wonderful thing. Going to retire as the 2nd best wide receiver in Seahawks history. Well earned. Well earned. CR says, I would even love Milton for one-trick play, line him up as a tight end, give him the football, and let him pass. And there you go. I do think the Huskies ran a trick play on average with Grubb. I think a little over once every game. They ran at least one trick play. So maybe something to that. Blue and Green says, everyone talks about how good the Lions draft is. It just felt like they've been pretty solid with what they've done. Seems like they're picking good value. Josh Eckel, I want Watson too. If they took Watson here, I'd be stoked. I know that's not the need pick, but Lion fans says, give me Jerry's kid. A lot of love for Rice here too. Derek Dennison, 6'5" linebacker. How quick is he? Quick. That's why I don't understand why he's dropping. James Williams, 6'4", 231, 4.65 as a 40, but that's fine for a linebacker. That's what Tyrese Knight just ran. And he's got a 1.59 10-yard split. So, plenty. All right. The Eagles have selected a center. Maybe their long-term replacement there for Kelsey, who's retired. They're going to take Dylan McMahon out of North Carolina State. This will put the Cardinals on the clock at 191. Louise says James Williams versus J.L. Skinner. Skinner, I think, was a little bit fleeter of foot, but I don't think J.L. had a very great year, did he? Let's see here. He didn't play very much at all this last year for the Broncos. That was a 6th rounder, though, to your point. So this is kind of where the NFL puts those guys. it would seem. Kieran says, bro, y'all need to make some pancakes. Pancakes are always good. Cordo says, haven't paid too much attention. Have any quarterbacks gone day 2 and 3? Yeah, we've got all the guys pretty much. Well, not there. We had Jordan Travis and Rattler have gone. I don't think anybody else has gone yet, though. Judah says, of course, they are a commercial right before Seattle's pick. You know it's coming. You know it's coming. X-Man says, how do we feel about Nathaniel Watson? I like Nathaniel Watson. I like Nathaniel Watson actually a little bit better on the tape that I saw than Tyrese Knight, though I didn't get a lot of tape on Knight to make a true full assessment like I could with Nathaniel Watson. There's a lot of tape out there and available on him. But he seemed pretty solid to me. He's definitely got the size and the length that you'd look for in the position. Flag says, I like Nathaniel Watson, but he's got an extensive arrest record. Well, that makes sense why he dipped in. That definitely makes a lot more sense. Verdi says, thoughts on getting Dylan Johnson late in the 7th? I think they're going to try to UDFA him, Verdi. See if he can slide through, and then Grubb can use that connection of having known him and be like, look, you'll come here, you'll be our 4th running back. I think this is also part of what will keep people, the Seahawks, from taking a running back in this draft because they want to target a UDFA, that they have a nice warm comfort landing spot for him if they do come here. So I'm going to remove the board here as the Seattle Seahawks are on the pick. The Cardinals went wild, and they went with Tajon Palmer. Who? Tajon Palmer out of UAB. Oof. Boy, Brendan Rice can't get no love, huh? What did Brendan Rice do to... Did he like piss off some people or what? Holy moly. Yeah, if we can't hold off on spoilers, I will announce the pick as soon as possible. Yeah, I didn't know about that arrest record there, Flag. That does it makes sense why he's dropped, though. Cardinals have a lot of picks in this draft. But they're either hit or miss with their picks with me. It's either, wow, that was great, or that was horrible. There's no in between here. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $10 donation. Very kind of you, Kevin. Thank you for all the donos today. And the Seahawks have made a selection. All right, I'll get your donos in just a sec here, Kevin. The Seattle Seahawks, with the 196 selection in your NFL draft here, are going to take DJ James, 6'1", 175-pound corner, 31-inch long arms, ran a 4.4 240, a 1.5 10-yard split. So a lot like Nemiah Pritchett, you have in this cornerback a guy that is very fleet of foot. He can get every which way but loose on the football field from point A to point B in a hurry. He is a pure outside, off coverage zone corner. So if you want to look at something that's a little bit of a read in here of a little intricacy here between these two picks with Nemiah Pritchett and this guy, the two things that stand out is that these guys played a lot of off coverage, dropping into zone depth post snap. So for those of you that were thinking that maybe Mike McDonald was going to make more of a transition from the zone-based heavy nature he was running with the Ravens last year to more man-based principles here, coming to Seattle, that does not seem to be an indicative with these two cornerback picks. DJ rarely deviated from his bail drop technique, snap after snap. He will stay on top, and his speed and bouncy athleticism makes him hard to get over on 9 routes. You're not going to stack this guy in a 9 route. You're not going to get over the top of him. He's too fast, and if he's playing in off coverage, it's too hard. Dig routes, comebacks were kind of there for the taking. So a bit of a difference between Nemiah Pritchett is that both these guys play off coverage. Both of these guys drop to zone depth post snap at a high rate. But with Pritchett, he was still able to come up and take those shorter routes away. Those shorter routes that attempt to attack the cover 3 coverage in that manner. I know you're dropping to depth. I know you're covering to depth. I'm going to hit you underneath. And it's a pickle for cornerbacks sometimes. As I've said, our Seattle Seahawks cornerbacks have had to deal with a lot of this over the years where we do a lot of that same kind of bail dropping. And at times it makes it hard for them to be able to drive up on the underneath routes and really get to them. So it's a little bit of the difference between Pritchett and James here, where he just wasn't able to come up as much and take those routes away while also staying clean over the top. Tackling is just okay in this department. I would say that the effort is close to atrocious at times. Just is what it is. He doesn't seem to be very interested in stopping the run. Also, a high number of missed tackles, sometimes avoids contact, sometimes getting easily blocked out of the play, even when he's trying to fight to get the block off. 32 receptions allowed on 52 targets last year for 385 yards. So quite a stark difference from what we had from Pritchett on some of those stats that were borne out. At 175 pounds, I do think there are times where he can be bullied throughout the course of the route. He can be bullied at the catch point, because he's just a little bit too light. And his short arms at 31-inch long arms don't help. This could be a guy that they look to transition inside as a slot guy with his size and build and with, his ability 1-5, 10-yard split being so twitchy at that level. But I also didn't exactly think he was as fast as his tested time. A good route run can beat him. You run a great route, you're going to get separation on him. It is tough for this guy, though. With so many snaps, he's dropping to depth, and he's just staying on top. This is the issue, is we got two Auburn corners, and maybe there's something to this, right? I said this about Pritchett, and this is to be worth saying with James, and maybe the Hawks are aware of this, that the Auburn defense had these guys just dropping so far back to depth, and the Seahawks were going, they're not just dropping to like cover 3, like they're dropping like 40 yards into depth here. You're really making this hard on your cornerbacks to play up to their level of what they're capable of playing to. So maybe something in that, what they're seeing in that, here with this pick and this player, and that these guys have much more upside because they were restricted by the nature of the scheme that they were in there at Auburn. I did not see any corners in the league. I've seen a lot of cover 3 bail droppers throughout college football this year who dropped a lot of depth, but I don't know if I saw a team in Auburn that had their outside corners dropping to as much depth. I know those SEC receivers are scary, but God, how you're leaving the front door open for everything else at that point when you haven't dropped that far, that deep. As far as my big board goes with DJ James and where I had him slotted in at, I liked him okay. So I had a 5th round grade on DJ James. Both him and Pritchett, I had that 5th round grade on. So the value here is very good. It's not a reach. This isn't you grabbing for an UDFA guy that wouldn't even have been picked. The value is solid value. And then the kid can move. He can run. But Seattle has got kind of a couple of similar guys here that are more cover guys that I wonder about their ability really to tackle, which is odd because I thought with Mike McDonald, the one thing he was going to really be looking for with his corners was the true blue ability to tackle. But Hawks go corner heavy here, and they still have another pick, their last selection of this draft in the 6th round here to maybe still go and grab one other guy here. So wild. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. What do you call 4 Hispanics in quicksand? Cuatro Cinco? Oh my gosh. Your favorite draft pick so far? Also, can I please send in a gay horse joke tonight's B&B show? And can Brandon announce my super chat? Yes, absolutely. You can send in a gay horse joke on tonight's B&B show. That's okay. We're not going to be doing probably a B&B show tonight because both me and Brendan by the end of our streams today are going to be both probably pretty tapped. We might be coming back tomorrow though. We will be doing a wrap up on day 3. It just might be on Sunday because, everybody at this point is pretty, but, absolutely, man. I'll make sure that he reads it. See if you can get a laugh out of Brendan. Brendan's not an easy laugh, Kevin. You got to earn your laugh with Brendan. So I'll let you post it, see if you can get a chuckle out of him on that. And absolutely, you can post that up. So we'll probably be on tomorrow with the B&B show wrap up on the draft. Just because I think today, especially with my voice, I'm going to be pretty much toasty by the time we kind of wrap this sucker up. A couple other picks here after the DJ James selection. Let me get these up on the screen for you guys. We've got Joe Milton going at 193 to the New England Patriots. They go with 2 quarterbacks here in this draft. The Bengals go with Tanner McClatchin, the tight end out of Arizona. Ryan Watts, cornerback, will go to the Pittsburgh Steelers there at 195. This is going to put the Rams on the clock. Seattle is approximately about 11 picks away from their last selection in the NFL draft. Cornerback room stacked, no doubt about it. Jay Strong says, why another corner? Take some linebackers, safety. Damn. Oh man, they love these. Look, I'll say this about cornerbacks. it was the second deepest position in this NFL draft. So if you were going to find yourself maybe in a conundrum at one point or another this draft where you're there picking, you're looking for the highest value guy you got on the board, and you keep coming back to the fact, man, this guy, we had this high grade on him, and he's here in the 6th round. And that's kind of the nature of the beast when you have two positions in receiver and cornerback that were so thoroughly stocked in this draft. I mean, very, very deep groups. Josh Sass, congratulations on your Eagles getting Trotter. That's such a great story. Second generation coming in there. I mean, that's just awesome. Now, how can that not put a smile on your face as a football fan? Nazir, did we trade back? We traded back to start the day to pick up the 3 6th-round picks, but we haven't traded back otherwise. Josh says we'll trade a corner for some future draft capital. Might, yeah. Nick says, way to ruin your first round quarterback's confidence. I don't know if Milton can push Drake. Maybe. It's possible. Card Craze, the Hawks Nest. How many corners are on the roster past the 2024 season? Well, I think Witherspoon and these two guys we drafted are the only definite guys. You have Trey Brown and Michael Jackson will be due to be free agents after this year. And then after you get through the 3rd season of Tariq Woolen, the team may be wanting to do something with him as well. Contract extension or potentially being moved at that point. So hard to say on the rest of the guys. But those 3 guys would be the ones that I would go to. Excuse me. What do I think of Trevor Keegan? He's a left guard with ideal size and length. Good snap off the line of scrimmage. I think he was a little bit of a struggle with him athletically. He was slightly above average in moving in space, but more of kind of that hammer type, a little bit cut from the cloth of a little bit like Zinter was at the right guard spot. You know, more of a mauler there for Michigan. But I liked him. Solid player. It's a good pick. The team took him. Talon says, I wonder if one of these corners are going to play safety in Mike's scheme. It's possible. Neither of them are really the most virulent of tacklers. So I do wonder on how that would work if you're going to make that transition there. But is it possible? Certainly it's possible. Thank you again, Kevin, for that $10 donation. And very good joke. Very good joke. Dan will be up here picking soon. Please do hit that like button if you could for me, folks. Sub on up if you're not subbed on up. Come on. Come on. 1L T Vaughn says, you think we'll turn one of those corners into a safety? I don't think so. They don't tackle well enough. How do you move these guys into being a safety? I mean, DJ James has got 31-inch arms. I don't know how that's going to work at the safety position. So I would be mightily surprised if these guys get moved to safety. I don't think so. Full tax says, why is Mahogany still on the board, by the way? Hard to say, man. People are mentioning in the chat, maybe it's some of his pass protection issues in there. That could be some of it. That's certainly not the strength of his game. But I'm not really sure. That's enough to certainly hold the guy back in this day and age if that is the thing. Mark Lou says, why hasn't the Seahawks drafted a safety? Well, I certainly feel a lot better about their in-house safeties that they have. Maybe there's a thought process long-term that they'll look to sign a guy like Julian Love to another contract extension. Maybe they like a lot of Jarek Reed. Maybe they trust that Kobe Bryant's going to continue to be able to make the transition to safety. So it just speaks to them being, I think, a little bit happier with what they have in-house there at the position as it currently stands. CR, so right now we have 3 linebackers on the roster. I think that's right. Flag says, I remember when Boards had Mahogany in the second. Yeah. I think I had him in late third. So I was definitely off on this one. Sam says, would like to see another linebacker here if a decent one's available. Maybe safety one if one of these corners could convert safety, I'm sure. Yeah, I wish I could get on board with you guys on the conversion of these guys to safety. I don't know if they can do that. Tyler Davis selected 196 here to the Rams. Nice pick for them out of Clemson. Gives them a 3-tech guy in there to work in there with Braden Fisk. Curtis Jacobs would be good. CR. I could see Jacobs being the guy. Don says maybe that Colby will go to safety for good. Yeah, it would look like. Tony said I'd love to get another nasty type defensive lineman. I would too. There's not a lot of them left though. Pretty lean on that. Champion, how you doing? Kieran says, remember when Pete and John rolled the roster like 10 times in a season? McDonald's going to probably do the same this year, it feels like. Might just find out who's really ready to go, who's really wants to play. The Falcons at 197 are going to take Zion Luke out of Georgia, interior defensive lineman. CR, Hawks Nest, who do you want with our last pick? Give me James Williams. Give me James Williams. And let's roll. He says, I mean, if you're running a lot of nickel, you need the depth. Woolen, Jackson, Spoon starting. Brown is depth or starter over Woolen. Then what? Yeah, I mean, Brown may be a guy too. We'll see where he lands as far as being a guy that's a corner that Mike McDonald likes. I think certainly these two guys being picked doesn't bode well necessarily for Trey Brown being a guy that they super value going forward. But it gets hard. We got to see how these two rookies fit into that too. Williams says, who's next? Blake Watson or Jacobs? Blake Watson doesn't seem to be really loved much here by the NFL circles. So probably Jacobs will be the first. Dolphins select safety Patrick McMorris with the 198th pick in the draft. Seahawks right around the corner here, about 7 away. Keith says, so Mike Jackson is cut by week 1 if these two guys look good in the preseason. There's a good chance of it. Let's remember, you can save $3 million by moving on from Jackson. So that's saved money off the books. And the team right now, with where they're at with the cap, could certainly stand to shave some of the costs that they have on the books. Sam says, I hope Kobe Bryant gets a fair look outside corner if safety experiment doesn't work out for him. I unfortunately worry that that's just never really going to be a thing that he's going to give an opportunity here in Seattle, Sam, especially with these picks today. It seems like all that much more it's going to push him over there to safety. Blue Gamer likes our draft so far. I do too overall. Solid draft. As it stands now, I'd probably land about a B+. Derek says, Brandon, do you think it matters with the new system coming in with the defensive head coach like Mike McDonald that the conversion from safety and or cornerback might be easier? I don't think so. Because the thing to remember with Mike McDonald's defense, it's if you're going to make the conversion, you want a simplified scheme because the more you got to pick up with all the details and the extra parts to a different defense is going to be more complicated, make it harder for you to come up to speed. Mike McDonald runs some of the most intricate post-snap defenses that you're going to find in the entire NFL. So on top of then transitioning to safety, I've got to not only understand and learn how to play safety and my depth drops and all that stuff, but then I have to understand all these different coverage iterations that we're going to run on top of it. That to me makes the degree of difficulty of transitioning to corner to safety in this Mike McDonald defense tougher. And if we want to go back this even further, I don't remember of any Rex Ryan. This comes from the Ryan defense, is Mike McDonald defense, Derek. So I can't remember of any Rex Ryan, his Ryan sons. I can't remember of Wink Martindale. I can't think of one time that they've taken a corner and moved them to safety. So it's in this history of this scheme, I've never seen that transition done before. And I think it just speaks to the fact it's very hard to do in this scheme because it's such an intricate scheme. It's not merely like if you're going to our cover 3 defense with Coach Carroll and you're going, okay, you're going to be a outside corner that's going to be a free safety, and now you're just going to be out there in center field and you just need to be rangy as hell. Not the same thing of what you're having in Mike McDonald's defense. It's like, okay, you're going to be in free safety, but we might have you go line up the outside corner post snap. Okay, you're going to be in free safety. We're going to have to come down and be a Sam linebacker post snap. Okay, you're being free safety. We're going to have to drive down to the slot post snap. So there's a lot more required out of the safety in this defense a little bit. And that just would be very hesitant to believe that a cornerback's going to be able to get that done. I think that's too far a bridge to cross. Ran in the cut says, I feel like Brown would start over Jackson. I think Brown's got better coverage skills, Ran, but I do think Jackson as a tackler is much more further ahead than Brown. With Brown, it's sometimes just a size issue. The Saints, with the 199th pick, have taken Christian Boyd, Northern Iowa defensive interior lineman. I'm sorry, folks, I'm going to eat a little bit of food because I'm starting to get hungry. Micah Rose says Kobe's been bad. He needs to do a lot to stick with the team. Probably. I think it's been hard on him, Micah, though, that you haven't really set him up for success either. He's an outside corner, two-time All-ACC outside corner, Walter Thorpe Award winner, and the first thing you look to do is to bump him inside to a slot corner, which was not really his skill set. He wasn't a great 10-yard split guy or an awesome three-cone guy, where there was a lot of reason to believe that his skill set was going to work so well in the slot, especially at 6'1", And then the very next season, you move him to safety. I don't know. I think that's kind of hard on a player. I kind of echo what some other people would say in the chat, which is that I would like to see him just aligned out as a corner and see what he could do out there. But those days seem like they are by us at this point now. Brendan Rice is still on the board. Yes, I will tell you guys when you guys don't have to ask on Brendan Rice. I will tell you when he is selected, but it has not happened up until this point. Hasn't happened quite yet. Always hand grenade. Did the teams conspire to not take Rice to get back at Jerry for the damage he did to him? Maybe so. Maybe so. Oh, you're going to smoke us for years? No, we're not touching your son. Poor kid. CR says, our offseason plan now would be like move on from Taylor, Jackson, Burns, kick Draymond more often at the edge, and replace the two with our new cornerbacks. Might be the plan of the approach here. I don't know how in Draymond's going to be to moving to the outside, being an early rundown defender. I don't know if he's going to like that a lot for a second straight year, but it's possible they go that way. Haley says it's not really that complex. Nickel defense needs an extra defensive back. That's Spoon spot. So you need two solid quarterbacks and then depth behind them. Amen. Amen. Panthers on the clock. Seahawks about 7 picks away. CR says it makes no sense to get rid of Bryant. He's still on a rookie deal. Yeah, it might just be a numbers game there, CR. Though if the team doesn't draft another safety, I mean, technically, I think he would be your backup to the strong at this point. So you have Kayvon Wallace, Rashawn Jenkins, and then you'd have Julian Love and Bryant if Jarek Reed wasn't ready to be back. So Bryant's got to duke it out with Jarek Reed, basically. Jessica says, I feel like these defensive back picks are more about special teams than anything. They might. I mean, with Nemiah Pritchett, he was a great kick returner. Of course, we got the new kick return rules. So that could factor into this a little bit on that. Absolutely. Certainly need the depth. And as we've spoken about, Trey Brown's a free agent after this year. Mike Jackson's a free agent after this year. If Drake Woolen goes out there and balls, you might have to be looking at the possibility of having to sign him to a contract extension and make a decision on him. So maybe it gives yourself a little bit of insurance out ahead of time on these guys. And so that you don't have to be forced into a corner on those decisions. Do this to get out a year ahead of it, The Carolina Panthers have taken a defensive lineman, Jaden Crumdy. Can't say that name for some reason. He goes at pick 200 to them. The Colts come back and take Micah Abraham, another cornerback out of Marshall. This will put Green Bay up on the clock. Moran says, eat as much as you want. I always hate eating on stream. I know it's not a great look, but I've been at this since 9. I'm starving. Yeah, we all got to eat, man. right. And yeah, 206 is the last pick, Thomas. Unless John trades up. Piccolo likes Levi Bell to replace Taylor. Possible. Possible they go that route. Derek says, but if Mike McDonald is all about getting your strength on the field, which seems like he did in Baltimore, he might see something. He might see something. Some of these guys that might push them up to a safety position. It's possible, I guess. I just have a hard time with a safety that can't tackle is like a receiver that can't catch. I just wonder how that goes together exactly as far as, how does that find success on the football field when those are the parameters? To your point, though, I will say, Derek, the ball hawking guy the Baltimore Ravens had this past year that got 7 interceptions, he was just he's a ball hawking safety back there. He didn't like to tackle that much. But to my point on this, Derek, though he got those 7 interceptions, by the end of the year, they were heavily rotating him out of the lineup for guys at the safety position who could tackle. And this is why I have just a little bit of hesitancy on him and believing that he's a guy that's going to really be able, either of these two corners are going to be able to do that. It's possible, but the Green Bay Packers take another one of those guys. I have no idea about this one. Travis Glover, Georgia State tackle. JD, I agree. Kobe Bryant needs a chance on the outside, man. Give that man a chance. Blue and Green says James Williams, Michael Barrett, Brennan Rice, Dion Edge from UW, all left. Good players. Flag says, did Jaheim Bell get drafted? No. Jaheim Bell is also still available. Just the blocking is what's probably holding him back as much as anything. Just not interested as a blocker. And yeah, Tony, if Rice goes undrafted, you got to figure he's going to be working his butt off to prove people wrong on that. So kind of crazy that the league's been out on this guy. Usually the league likes bloodlines. He probably doesn't get past the Niners. They've got a couple picks left here. They probably do Jerry a solid on that one. Tony Michael Pratt still out there. Yep. Voodoo Vanjik, thank you for the $5 donation. Do you think Hawks are already making calls to players, telling them if they aren't drafted to sign with us, or is that tampering? I don't know if it's tampering necessarily by the letter of the law with that Voodoo. I mean, I think they've already had a lot of talks with guys that they've had brought into the building for meetings that they thought might be undrafted. So I think they've already talked a little bit about this with these guys. I think that they wait till the true end of the draft. Now, if they get through the 6th round and they're not going to trade back up in this draft, they do get a bit of a head start, I think, to your point, Voodoo, on making the calls to these prospects and saying, hey, let's come in here if you're not going to get drafted. No, I don't think there's anything with tampering there, Voodoo. You can do that at any time at this point with that if you want. And Seattle might be in a good position here being done in the 6th round to where they can kind of get out ahead of all these other teams that are still trying to get their picks in the board and get these picks through to be able to present that. So, no, I'm sure it's very soon. As soon as this pick comes up for Seattle, they'll be up. They'll be on the lines trying to make it happen. Great questions there, man. Fantastic. Maybe it's all part of John's plan. He's like, I'll be on the phone while they're all still picking, and I'll be making my greatest sales pitch to all these guys before even any of the general managers have had a chance. Flag says, Jaheim Bell is a weird one. Is he a tight end? Same size as DK. He's just a bowling ball at the tight end position. He's a yak guy at the tight end position. But, hands aren't great, and the blocking isn't great. That's why he's dipping in the draft. But there's certainly some upside to the kid. He's not a nothing burger. The Vikings have made our first kicker selection in this draft. They'll take Alabama kicker Will Reichard with the 203rd selection. This puts your Seahawks 4 picks away. Ready? Says, you've earned that Dilla, my man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I love me a quesadilla. Oh my God. Quesadilla. Thomas says, the more tape I look at, the better I'm liking the Pritchett draft. I think we got something there. Ooh, get me excited, Thomas. I'll be checking out the tape on him tonight too as well. So stoked to get back into that kid a little bit. Watched a good amount of him. I liked his tape. And again, that Auburn defense with those cover 3 looks like, oh Lord, those drops are brutal. Really lock on that when you watch these 2 Auburn corners and you're making the evaluation of how much of it is with them dropping back to so much depth post snap in their bail drops, and how much of, with it being both of the 2 guys, it's not being a guy that's like super scared about it. They both have speed. They can trust their speed, obviously. How much of it is really the coaches telling him to drop to that depth? And I would estimate quite a bit, given that the Hawks drafted both of these 2 Auburn corners. Bills are on the clock here. Kyle Mulkey, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Kyle. It says, weird how the USC number 1 wide receiver is still there, but USC QB1 was number 1. A bit strange. Maybe it speaks to if we're to read the tea leaves on this one, the NFL teams are telling us, Kyle, that Taj Washington and Brendan Rice more held back Caleb Williams than Caleb Williams held them back. Kind of what you would take a little bit away from that. I don't know if I agree with that outlook, what the NFL outlook is on this, because I do come back to Brendan Rice was really misaligned with Caleb Williams. He doesn't need to be with an off-script quarterback. He needs to be with an on-time quarterback. That's why I do like the thought of Brendan Rice going to the Niners. I love it for us, but for him and the Niners is a fit. So much of the Niner offense is on time, is on script. So they would take advantage of the skill sets that Brendan Rice can provide. I think that fit does make a lot of sense at some point in this draft, Kyle. Thank you for the donation. Greg Kemp, Troy Taylor from Air Force is still on the board. And one of my guys I did like quite a bit in this draft. It's a little bit like the UTEP thing where I don't have a lot of Air Force tape to go through. And with Tyrese Knight too, where you're seeing him against a lesser competition a lot of the time. But he could run the split safety looks. He's got a multifaceted skill set. I like Troy Taylor quite a bit out of Air Force. And there was one time your Seattle Seahawks had a pretty good player from Air Force and Bryce Fisher. Had a hell of a year for us in that Super Bowl season in 2005. The Buffalo Bills select tackle Tylan Grable, tackle out of UCF. Interesting pick there for them. Thomas says Seattle will be extremely physical this season. Yes, they will. No time wasted here with the Houston Texans. Jawahar Jordan will be the next selection for them. I'm going to clear the PFF board here because I want to announce the pick. If we can, please don't spoil the pick coming up here for the Seahawks at 207. We are 2 selections away. I thank everybody today who is watching right now. We got well over 600 people in the chat. Do me this favor. If you could, hit that like button. And, you know, if you want, maybe sub up. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers here. You can help us get there today by subbing up right now. I would really appreciate it. But thank you to all the people that are checking out the chat today. Day 3 of this draft. Love seeing the numbers here. Love seeing how many people we got in here rolling. Rounds on the clock. I would guess the Seahawks would be going with linebacker. With the pick that they have coming up, there is a variety of inside linebackers here who could be very, very tantalizing options. You got the James Williams, Cam Chancellor convert, safety sitting there. You've got Nathaniel Watson, though I'm hearing there might be some arrest stuff going on with him, some maybe character concerns there with him. You got Curtis Jacobs, a real hyper-athletic guy out of Penn State. Aren't all Penn State guys hyper-athletic? Can't you just basically put that as that just goes without saying that they're going to be that way? Huey says teams are all talking with guys that they want as UDFAs. Some teams deliberately don't draft guys with 6th or 7th round picks just so they can sign them as UDFAs. Yeah. Agreed. And there's a lot going on with that. There definitely moves made in the background on this one big time. Josh Proctor still on the board too. Thomas likes Bo Braid or Josh Proctor. There we go. There we go. Derek says, Brandon, I really like your thought process on it. I'm really interested to see how Mike views the secondary and the linebacking core that was already here when they got here. Me too, man. And it is possible in the transition. I mean, it's not out of a pocket that maybe they do it. It's just, I do it. It's like a thing that gets stuck in your craw a little bit where you're like, I just don't, safety that doesn't tackle. Yeah, you can kind of be hidden and you can kind of get away with it out at corner, but it's kind of like there's nowhere to hide when you're a safety, and that's the case. Maybe a little bit as a free safety, right? Those guys playing single high over the top so much they can be a little bit protected, but it still will come up and show itself to be a problem, when it's all said and done. Teak 7440. I made the call out there to you, said, please come subscribe on up, and you answered that call. So thank you, Teak, for subscribing up to the channel. I really do appreciate it. I hope I'm pronouncing your username right, but thank you for subbing up to the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you, though, Derek. We'll get a clarity on this too, Derek, as soon as we get to the other side of the draft here, where we'll hear from in the presser about what their intentions are. If they're trying to transition them to safety, I would estimate that we're going to hear about it very quickly after the draft, that's their intention. Jeremy Visser says Leonard Taylor would have made a nice pair on the D-line. I like Leonard Taylor. I certainly have an opportunity to get him later on. Would have been okay there too, Jeremy. The only tough part is then that you got Leonard Williams as your starting 3-tech. You have Draymond Jones as your backup 3-tech. You've got your 16th overall selection as the third guy in that rotation. And then once you take Leonard Taylor, you now got 4 3-techs. And chances are on the active roster, they're only going to carry 3 3-techs come down to active roster time. So there's just not enough spaces, so to speak. UDFA class, Huey. I bet Seahawks are on the board with a couple of those guys. Or I think they like Plumlee. I would guess Plumlee is going to be a guy the Hawks look to heavily target as a UDFA guy here. The Browns come in and snake us here at 206. They take one of those guys we thought might have been a target, Nathaniel Watson. Great pick for the Browns there. Great value for the Browns there. He goes at 206 to the Cleveland Browns. So this will bring the Seattle Seahawks up on the clock. Eric E., you also answered my call. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys subbing on up like this. We really want to try to get to 20,000 subscribers this year. That's the goal. You're helping us get there, so I really, really, really do appreciate that, Eric E. Teak 7440. You are awesome for subbing up the channel. I really do appreciate that. All right. Seattle is up on the clock. A lot of good options here. Brandon Rice on the board. Curtis Jacobs, Penn State linebacker. Got Christian Mahogany still there. Mahogany. Don't think they're going to go there with Atua that they already took, so that's probably not much of an option. Jaheim Bell, a guy that they did meet with at the tight end position. The Hawks have already taken A.J. Barner. Is it possible? Who? Seattle Seahawks with the 207th selection in the 2024 NFL Draft take Mike Jarrell from Findlay. Well, if you guys are looking for me to have some scouting reports on Mike Jarrell, I don't. This guy is not even, as you can see, ranked by PFF on the positional chart for tackles. What the hell are they doing? This is not a combine invite. He is a highly athletic guard. Hit a 929 RAS score out of 10. So you're getting the hyper athletic dude, I suppose, on this. Okay, Mike Jarrell. He's listed as a sleeper here as I Google search him. One of the 5 sleepers in the draft. Super senior Mike Jarrell from Division II Findlay College in Ohio was graded as a potential late rounder by scouts entering the past 2 seasons and is now receiving 6th round grades heading into the draft. A terrific small school lineman, Jarrell lit it up at Ohio State's Pro Day and looked better than Buckeyes' top offensive line prospect Matt Jones during positional drills. He also tested better than Jones, who worked out at the Combine. Measuring 6 foot, 4.5, 309 pounds, Jarrell timed as fast as 4.94 seconds in the 40 with a super quick 10-yard split of 1.69. His vertical leap is 32.5 inches, and Jarrell completed 26 reps on the bench. Teams are looking at Jarrell as a tackle for the next level, which is the same position he played in college. The talented blocker has already made 30 visits, official 30 visits to Houston Texans, the Indianapolis Colts, and the Seattle Seahawks. So they did meet with this guy. It would seem that they did have him in the building. I don't quite understand this pick myself. You signed George Fant. You're stacked right now at your 2 tackle positions deep. You're not likely to carry 5 tackles on an active roster. So the guy's got to then get to the practice squad, and then you got to either protect him or then he gets plucked off the practice squad by somebody, unless he's just that good when he walks in the door. Not sure I understand the logic behind this selection. Super senior. Yeah, that's right. Not just a senior, a super senior. Isaac says, last mass, I remember Brendan Nelson talking about him and commenting on, I've never heard of Findlay. I got nothing on this one. The Hawk 80s says, come on, give us a small freak out. I mean, it's a 6th round pick. How mad can I be about it? It's also hard when I'm sick to get the emotions up. I don't like the pick. I'm not signing up for this pick. This is the worst selection of the 2024 NFL draft. So I'll give you guys that. You have much better valued players there. Why wouldn't you take a risk on a guy like a James Williams that he could be the Cam Chancellor at the linebacker position at the will linebacker? That's a much better risk than this. And with your linebacker core where it was with James Williams, you could afford to have that guy in your roster as kind of a developmental guy because of the nature of how thin the position is currently on your roster with the linebackers you do have. Whereas, like I said, with the tackle position, you're not going to be able to afford to hold on to 5 tackles here. And it does seem like by that scouting report that teams are going to view him as a tackle and not a guard. Maybe they think him as more of a guard. But even on that point, you're still running into the same conundrum. You've signed Laken Tomlinson. You have Haynes. You got Satoa. And then you've got Anthony Bradford. So you don't really have the room there to carry the 5th guard either on this roster. Your centers are set. So I don't see the pathway to making the team. I don't see the pathway to making impact. There's a good chance this guy ends up on your practice squad and some team comes along and plucks him. So not feeling this pick. Sorry. I do like this draft overall. This is theoretically the culmination of the Seattle Seahawks draft. This is it at this point. You know, unless they are to trade back up into this draft at some point in the 6th or 7th round, this is your last selection. So let's look at these picks for what they are. Let's see where we're at with them. I can never find the Seattle logo when I'm trying to click through and oh, there we go. Okay. Okie dokie. So here are our selections on the day or for the draft. This is your culmination at this point. And we've got 1st round pick Byron Murphy, A grade for me, like it. Great pick. Christian Haynes, A grade, love it. Tyrese Knight, C grade, developmental linebacker. Not going to give you much more initially than just good special teams value. AJ Barner, maybe the best blocking tight end in the draft. I give that a B+ grade. Nemiah Pritchett, I'll give a B grade too. That's fine. Setoa, I would give that a B plus grade. Love the selection of him. Maybe even an A minus there, or you got him from a value standpoint. Probably more A minus. DJ James, I would go with I think a B plus. That's great value to get him in the 6th round. And Michael Jarrell will be an F for me. So comes out to a bottom line for me in this draft of somewhere probably around a very strong B plus grade as far as this draft goes. Now, in recent counters to recent drafts and how they've run it, I had an A plus grade 2 years ago. I had an A grade, I think last year, A minus grade last year. So this is a little bit of a dip for the last 2 years, but then you didn't have as many picks as you had the last couple of years, including not having even a 2nd rounder. But I think that there were some times in this draft where the Seahawks had a chance to really take advantage of the way that the board had fallen. And I don't know if they fully jumped on that in the way that they could with 2 feet. You know, certainly Setoa, AJ, yes. But especially if my outlook is on these 2 corners that they do struggle to tackle as much as I think that they do, that's going to affect those picks in the long term and how we view them. So some mixed bag here, but overall, I'm very positive on this draft for the Seattle Seahawks. Your team has gotten better. I wanted you to deal with the interior of the offensive line. I wanted you to get more nasty in there, more improved from a talent standpoint. I think the team has done that, so I like that part of it. For the most part, they stayed into a value-based mold in this draft. Byron Murphy, Christian Haynes, Barner. I think Pritchett, Sato, DJ James. I think those are all picks that you could make at least a pretty firm argument that those are value-based picks at that point. But definitely kind of ends with a little bit of a clunker there. You know, like listening to a great album and you get the last song of the album and they're starting to play like, bongos and there's an accordion and you're like, dude, the album was going so well. Somebody brings out a sitar. It's a little bit like that. Mitch's day 1 and day 2 were so good, and day 3 sucked. Yeah, not strong. Brian Meyer says ESPN sees Darrell as a G. It might be in this offense too, especially a spread-based offense. That's the kind of transition that you might expect to see for a guy like that where he does get kicked inside. I could see that being possible. Cyberhawk says Hawk fans hate this pick, so Ring of Honor confirmed. Jack Westover as UDFA. Sign me up. We got Christian Mahogany just got picked. Let me get back over to the here to the PFF board. We can watch what's going down here. Boom. Oh, shoot. What the hell? What in the hell? Where is it at here? Did I lose it? Can't get it back up. Dang it. Get my draft tracker back up here. What the hell is going on? All right. Redo this. Here we go. All right, let's catch up on some of these picks here after Seattle. Dylan Lobb, a running back, went from New Hampshire, went to the Raiders. 208. At 209, Joshua Carty, a kicker for Stanford, went to the Rams. Christian Mahogany went to the Lions. Love that pick for the Lions. He doesn't have to come in there and start immediately. Just comes in there as a nice backup. Chiefs continue to have a very strong draft. Take one of my just kind of favored corners in this draft in Kamal Hadden. Good little player. Short arms a little bit. Don't think he had the testing numbers with him, but I think he's going to be a player for them. Cam Little, another kicker out of Arkansas, goes as well. So a lot of kickers and punters here kind of going. Rams back up on the clock. They've got a couple picks here left in this draft. Ulf Wilhelm Thank you for us also answering that call that I made out there. You subscribed to the channel. I really do appreciate you doing that, Ulf. Please do join Ulf if you're not subscribed to the channel, and do hit that sub button for me. I would really appreciate it. Thank you, though, to Ulf and so all the folks, Eric, Teek, for subbing up here today. I really do appreciate that we're on the road here to 20,000. You guys are helping us get there a little bit closer, a little bit faster. D Cuts, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, D Cuts. He says, convince me why I shouldn't be disappointed. Yet again, Seattle didn't at least take a flyer on a quarterback. I can try to bring you a bit to this side of it. Number one, the flyer that you took of a quarterback is Sam Howell. That's your flyer from this draft. You gave up draft capital from this draft to get Sam Howell. That's your flyer. So when you talk about the flyers that would have been available for the equivalency of the pick that you traded Sam Howell, Joe Milton, Jordan Travis, Michael Pratt, these guys are not as good. They don't trend up as high as Sam Howell as far as their potential upside. There's no way you're going to put Milton on a field this next year and he throws for 4,000 yards and 21 touchdowns we got out of Howell and the big time throws he made. They're not getting that from Milton. You're not getting that from Jordan Travis, and you're definitely not getting that from Spencer Rattler, in my opinion. I don't think any of those three guys were as good as Howell. So you kind of made this already as the play, D-Cuts, with Howell. That was the guy that you said, we like him better than the other quarterbacks in this draft. And maybe not all share that opinion, but even if you don't share that opinion, I think you can completely understand how the Hawks came to that conclusion on this situation. And that's why I'm not that worried about it with that. The other thing to consider, your D-Cuts, is if you're going to go take a flyer on a third quarterback, right? A guy that's not necessarily likely to do much of anything for you in the future, you're now restricting down the roster space. It's one of the places that fans don't like to talk about a lot, but it's just kind of the reality of it is that the NFL should have, for probably the last 10 to 15 years, have expanded out rosters so that you don't have positional groups that are so thin when you get to NFL game day. But unfortunately, that's still the reality of the road, where when you get to NFL game day, you're finding yourself at certain positions where you're really lean. And so if you're going to keep an extra third quarterback on the active roster, and then you're going to try to do that, then that means you're going to probably take up an extra roster space for something else. Instead of having the third tight end of the roster, we're going to only have two tight ends in the roster. And if I'm going to make that kind of move, D-Cuts, if I'm really going to be willing to go that route with it, then I need to have a legitimately talented guy. The last time the Seahawks went with three quarterbacks, because they have not done it over the majority of Schneider's span here as general manager or Carroll, was when you had Tavares Jackson, Matt Flynn, and then you drafted Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was good enough to have you hold that extra roster spot for the quarterback. But I don't think that there was that quarterback in this draft from an equivalency standpoint. So I kind of get where they went with this. I do. You're not alone. There's a lot of people looking for that quarterback we're going to eventually draft here to be the guy. But you're just going to have to wait just one more year on that one, my man. Thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I think I give us a B- overall. Could have been an A. Certainly, I'm going to be giving it my B+ grade, but there was much more of an easier potential for you to get to an A status, and you kind of did the hard work at the top of the draft. It's more in the back end of the draft where you had some mixed results and some kind of unusual plays in the way that you went about your mode here, just a little bit. So, I share a little bit of, I'm not totally down to the B- point, but I completely understand those that are maybe not as hot to trot on this draft as some of the previous drafts that we've run through. That makes sense. Lion of Lannister. I love that username. That is awesome. Thank you again for answering that call out there and subbing on up. Please do join Lion of Lannister, Ulf, Eric E, Teek, 7440. These folks have been so kind as to sub up the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free, but it helps out us content producers very, very much. So thank you, Lion of Lannister, for answering that call. I appreciate you for jumping up here on the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard. And thank you so very much. Jordan Winningham goes to the Los Angeles Rams here. I don't mind them taking him. I didn't like him that much as a receiver. So good. Good. Go ahead and take him. Understand where you're coming from there, Daniel. I get where you're coming from on that. A little bit of I feel like you left a little bit of meat on the bone today in today's draft, right? Maybe they can make up for it with some of the UDFAs. JD says, so small school guys get a bad grade because you don't know them. Well, it's more of it's less about necessarily with him. Maybe he's going to be as awesome. And if I'm wrong on this, I'll certainly own it down the line, JD. I'm never shy about the fact that if I get something wrong, that I will say, well, I got it wrong. So I don't think it's the worst place in the game to be at and to arrive at that spot. You can't have a take if you're not willing to be wrong on it. And not very much fun of a channel to have just no takes and always try to go the safe route. I don't think it's a very fun channel as well to just sit there and bootlick up on everything that Seattle does either, which is sometimes a draw from people that I get within the chat. There was better value at other positions at this point in the draft. I don't think that what I said there, JD, is I don't like him because he's a small school guy. I think I elaborated pretty profoundly on my reasoning behind not wanting to go this direction, and it had nothing to do with that. So if you take my argument, at least please place it in an accurate way in how I've presented it, if you can. I never like that, create the straw man of the argument I'm not even making. I didn't say anything about the small school background of him at all. Try carrying more cowbell. Please now. Not this guy. Big Dizzy, we upgrade offensive line, drafted a beast defensive tackle, got our blocking tight end, and took some athletes in the secondary. Nice job, boys. Solid work overall. Certainly not bad work, that's for sure. And it does seem like people are pretty well in agreement with me on some of the grades I'm seeing, where there's a little bit of a difference from the first 2 days to the third day. Talon says, if we land Rice or Williams as UDFA or trade back in the draft, I'll be happy. But that last pick, maybe Stone is on the practice squad when the season starts. It is his last season. Maybe so. He's just played so well for you when you have asked him to play. Hard to see him hitting that practice squad, but anything's possible on this kind of thing, that's for sure. Cedric Johnson goes to the Cincinnati Bengals at 214. Still in the 6th round here. Josh says there's also a good chance this guy was a panic pick. The guy you wanted to, it may have been taken a pick or two before. Y'all made your picks, so they didn't have time to fix it and just made a pick. Could have been on that. And again, it's not the end of the world if you're reaching in the 6th round. It's not like I'm not going to lose my mind on that. You know what I mean? I'll have my opinion on the pick, but it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. 215, the San Francisco 49ers go with some interior offensive line help. They'll take Jarrett Kingston out of USC, a local kid. Blue Green, Brandon, can I sub twice? Hell yes, sir. Hell yes, you can. Osten, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. Osten, appreciate you answering that call as well. Thank you for all the new subscribers hopping aboard here on the channel. Very, very kind of you to do so. John says, I think they're a little focused too much on character on day 3. Every single player they picked today was a poor tester. I mean, not everybody was, John. Pritchett and DJ James were good testers. They ran very fast. Really fast. Hughes says, I still believe the Seahawks make a huge mistake by not getting a franchise quarterback out of the Wilson picks. Time will ultimately tell, but it's Big Mac times now. We can only hope for the best. Amen. Amen. Well said. I don't know how you got that conclusion, John, on Sam Howell. Again, I've seen people push that they don't like the Sam Howell thing, but I don't know how you get that. Like his first year starting in that environment in Washington, you determine that he's trash in that. It's like, what quarterback is going to succeed in that environment? I'm not saying Howell is the future, but I'm also saying that drawing an opinion on this guy off that one season of starting at 23 years old seems a little premature to me. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for all your support today over the last few days and always as you are. He says teams can make 4 to 5 practice squad guys off limits. I guess that is true. So maybe this will be an off limit kind of guy, a pick for the future maybe. Now, once Stone Forsythe moves on from a year from now, you'll look at him as maybe your backup both tackle guard guy. Possibility. Good point. Talon Deal, thank you for the, I think there's a couple you can hold. You can say are off limits, I think. I don't know if it's 4 or 5, but it's something like that, I guess. Talon Deal, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Talon. Hey, B, on a positive note, now that our draft is over, we're already on the phone with potential UDFAs and typically nail that. John Schneider typically does do a very good job with UDFAs. There's no doubt about that. We got to feel this last year for sure, where they got, of course, Jake Bobo in the house. And he was able to provide some substantial impact last year for being a UDFA guy. And we've seen this in the past with other guys too, with John. So he's very active. He's very smart in the guys that he's going to look to target. And I would expect we're going to get a couple of names that we're certainly going to recognize in the UDFA process. But thank you, Talon. Appreciate that. And John Robinson, I think there's a really good chance that if Michael Penix had slipped and fallen to us, that we would have jumped on him at that point. A couple more picks here. The Dallas Cowboys take Ryan Flournoy out of Southeast Missouri State. The Los Angeles Rams take Bo Limmer, maybe get their center of the future there, out of Arkansas. The Baltimore Ravens will take Devin Leary, quarterback out of Kentucky. Good little pick there for the Ravens. Make that selection there. Haley says 6th-rounder Michael Jarrell said after he gained weight and caught attention at D2I Findlay, he was contacted by D1 schools but didn't leave. He wanted to stay loyal to those who are loyal to me. No, that's kind of cool. They like the Quinyon Mitchell thing, not leaving Toledo. Nice. Empower Coach says Brandon's going to be Darth Vader by the end of the day. Yes, I am. I am your father. Luke, I am your father. Excuse me. Talon Deal, thank you for another $5 donation, man. All of your support today, the last few days, has been awesome as well, brother. Thank you so very much. He says, I think the last pick is Stone Forsythe's replacement. Better scheme fit, and he can learn the system now. Maybe. This is Stone's final year. Well, I do think that Stone does remain on the roster through this next season because he does provide ultimately versatility in being able to play both left tackle and right tackle. And he has held up at both positions at various times in games over the past couple of years. I don't think that the team is going to move off from that unless this kid was, substantially better. But stash him on the practice squad a year until you get back around to that point. Maybe kick him into guard a little bit here too. As somebody else mentioned, that could be the approach as this does stand as well. So the team loved what they saw out of him, and they're doing some projection and some extrapolation on this one, and we'll see if they are right with the pick here on this kid. But definitely I think Stone stays at least this year, but he is going to be a free agent after this year. So this is Hawks maybe in a little ways, much like the corner position, maybe getting out ahead of it a year. John says they're paying Penix big money to sit for 2 years. What if Kirk Cousins tears it up? I mean, you could probably move Penix for a really great pick at that point, couldn't you? My thinking on it with this has been, John, just I haven't been as hard against the Falcons on taking the approach that they've taken because the Falcons, whether you agree with whether their roster is there or I agree with whether their roster is ready to be there as a Super Bowl contender, they seem to believe they have a Super Bowl ready roster, that they can compete to win that division, and anything can happen in the playoffs. And that's a lot of what drives them to take Kirk Cousins. And I've always said that you got to know yourself and where you are as a team. And it doesn't mean that they accurately are understanding themselves, but they believe them to be in this place. And so from my standpoint, what they're doing is they're getting themselves an insurance policy. They've got a very old Kirk Cousins who's coming off of a torn Achilles, and I think that they looked very much in signing this deal at the Jets situation last year, who made a similar kind of move to go get Aaron Rodgers, who then saw their whole season deep sixth the second Aaron Rodgers got injured. And so I think there's a little bit of a, let's build some insurance in so that we have this Super Bowl made ready team that if we have this one quarterback go down, we have another guy that can slide right into place or slide into place for 4 or 5 games and we don't have to, lose our whole season for Cousins going down for a few weeks. And let's face it, you got older quarterbacks. There is going to be a bit more of a tendency in those guys to have the injury things spike up. I mean, as was the case with both Cousins and Rodgers last year. They both basically tore their Achilles stepping backwards. It wasn't like they planted weird or planted awkwardly. They just put their foot down in the ground and it went snap. We got Daquan Hardy, a cornerback going to the Buffalo Bills at 219. Flipping flapjacks. Linebacker and safety position not addressed. O-line and defensive back, cornerback are overstaffed. Let's see how quick Mike and John get on the phone to call UDFAs. Yes, sir. That's certainly the positions I would expect to see here. Free Truth says we need some Christopher Walken commentary. I will try, Free Truth. My voice is just about done, my man. So I've been sick as a dog. It's really hard to do impressions when you're really sick. But I will try if I can before the stream's over today. Do a little bit of walking. I've given a few shots the last couple of days, and it's just air starts coming out when I try to do the walk. But I'll try. Matt Ellingson, 9 cornerbacks on the roster now. What are we doing? It's a little interesting of an approach. I'll give you that, Matt. I'm not too sure I have a very much of a clear answer to give you on that one exactly. No, they just must have liked these corners that much. I will say that though we have a lot of corners on the roster, there are going to be guys due next year between Trey Brown and Mike Jackson will be free agents. You've got the third year of Woolen will have crossed. If he has a bounce back year this year and he really balls out, you could be in a position to have to decide whether or not to pay him at that point. So these could be a move, much like the tackle selection that they were taken. It's not going to be fun for fans to hear this, but it's a move about not now for 2024, but a move for 2025 and how you're trying to set the roster up for that stage of things. That would be my belief here. I don't know for sure, but that's a guess. Nazir says we always do some dumbass, at least once a draft. Yeah, John's got to do one wild thing. One little wild thing. Glory, what about the safety from Miami? James Williams. Would have loved to have gotten him. Hard to see him getting through this 7th round. I think that he would at least be worth a flyer in the 7th round by some team here, but maybe not. Maybe they do not trust that he's going to make that transition. Connie M says, hi. Hi, y'all. Loving the Auburn selections. War Eagle from me, Everett, Washington. Let's go, Connie. You got to love that. A couple of Auburn kids coming out, huh? Not too shabby. They can run. They can move. For sure. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers take guard Elijah Klein, a guard out of UTEP, at 220. And we will now move into the last round of the NFL draft. Free Truth says it's coming down to how our team actually plays together. It may take a couple of years to get going. Let's be patient. Amen. Patience is definitely warranted here. Haley Barrett might be a UDFA. There's definitely a chance of it. He's not the biggest of guys. So, and the thing to consider with Barrett is that at 6 feet tall, 239 pounds, he ran a 4.7 40 and a 1.64 10-yard split, which would be considered just maybe a little bit slow for the linebacker position, especially when you're already undersized. Josh Sass, all the Wilson picks are dried up now. We've expended them all. He says, I'm not mad they didn't take a flyer on a quarterback. Seahawks don't need a back of the draft quarterback. They have guys like that. This franchise, like every other team, needs a front of the draft quarterback. That would be my thinking on that as well. We found some common ground finally when it came to the quarterback position, my bud. We did. I agree. Preacher, that's coming down to how our team. Oops. D Nugget Penix doing the Jordan Love thing in Atlanta. Yes, sir. John says Sam Howell being trash may be an exaggeration, but if he was good in any way, Washington wouldn't have given us for what amounted to a 5th rounder. I think it's less about him being bad at that point, John, and the league not being sure about what he's going to go be. Not enough in a place to give substantial draft capital up for him. The Washington Commanders didn't make that move because they were trying to maximize out the value of what they got in return for Sam Howell. There's a reason that John Snyder got a ton of calls as soon as he made that trade saying, how did you make this deal happen like that? How did you get this guy for that much less? So it was a deal where what Washington wanted to do is draft a quarterback. And if you look at when teams draft a quarterback like Washington is here, the tendency is not to do like Washington did back 10 years ago, where you draft RG3 and then you draft Kirk Cousins in addition to it in the same draft. And instead, what the going understanding of what you want to typically try to do here is if you're going to draft that young, highly talented quarterback, is you want to put a vet behind him. Let me say that again, John. You want to put a vet behind him rather than having the young rookie there who's learning right along with the other guy. So to my point on this, John, what did Washington do? Did they go from Jaden Daniels and they're going to go with another young quarterback behind him? Or did they spend $9 million this year to bring Marcus Mariota in to be their backup? So they want the veteran there. They want the guy that can guide the young kid through. Hal wasn't going to bring that, but that's what drove that trade, not Hal's inequities or how not good he was. And as I've said many times before on this, John, and I think you would agree on this, I presented this many different times. Show me the quarterback that goes into that Washington environment last year with a lame duck coach, with a new ownership in there, with Bieniemy as your offensive coordinator being all wild with it as he was, with the lack of talent that you have on the Washington side of the ball, getting sacked more than any quarterback in the National Football League, with a defense that's completely dusted, losing 2 of their best defenders halfway into the season. I don't know what quarterback goes into that situation, especially a young guy at 23 years old, and flies in that situation. You know, if that's not being set up to fail, I kind of don't know what is. You know, that's why it gets hard for me to get to this. I'm not saying I know what Hal is, but it's this understanding from some that they know what he is and that there's this certain determination that's been had on this is what he is. I think it's kind of premature. I don't think we know yet. Not until he's getting a little bit more of an opportunity and a better chance to succeed. Seattle 808 says we're done picking unless we make a trade. Yes, sir. That is true. We'll keep an eye on it here through the 7th round to see if we do try to trade up. Maybe John's on the phone trying to, figure out the UDFAs right now. He's like, see, would you come here? Would you come here? No, man, I don't want to come there. All right, trade back up in the 7th. This is how we're going to get him. Something like that. Nasir says, how can I see all of our picks? Well, I've got the PFF board up here. I want to keep kind of showing the draft, but I'll show our picks again here before we're done today, Nasir. If you go to the ESPN deal and look at the team by team, they'll show you that all the picks kind of all positioned out. Sorry. Roxanne, okay. Roxanne, I missed your dono. I'm sorry. Roxanne, thank you for the $5 donation. She says, I will be taking off after our last pick. Got a church gig to play. This has been great, B. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Roxanne. Thank you for being with me here every step of the way through this draft process. You've been here for years with me on this. Thank you for riding with me on that. I appreciate it. It's been a great time going through this draft. Ups and downs, the excitement of it. I love it. And we're going to be doing this every single year. This will be always a yearly event. All 3 days, you guys can count on me doing it. Doesn't matter if I'm sick, healthy, don't matter. We're going to get this done. So I appreciate you, Roxanne. That's really kind of you to say. Really kind. And have a great day out there at church. Hope it's a cool gig. Go Hawks. Thank you so much for all of your support, all your donations, being a member of the channel as you've been here for years now. Really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Nick says, thanks, B. Killed it this week. Thank you, Nick. Hopefully did. I want to try to prepare myself and get better every year in this draft coverage if I can. That's the goal. And hopefully we're able to accomplish that this year. I'm going to keep trying to improve every single season on this. Keep trying to find ways where we can make this a little bit more exciting and whatnot. So thank you so very much on that. Very kind of you to say. Bills are on the clock here at the first pick of the 7th round, taking a little bit of their time. Free True says, thanks for trying. Try not to hurt yourself. I'll try. Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna do the walk-in, but you can't hold me to task because it ain't gonna sound good today. It's gonna be a bit of a rough walk-in. Seattle fans, what do you want? Do you want to hit the top of the draft hard? Do you want to go there? Do you want to hit it at the later part of the draft? You want to go good there? Because I'll tell you, I don't care walking about back of the draft. I don't give a flyer kid project. I don't care. NFL teams, they're built how strong they are on the top of the draft. First 3 days. That's where you do it. That's where you get it done. I'm telling you now, Christopher Watkins saying this. It was strong first 2 days. A plus Byron Murphy. A plus Christian Haynes. So strong. So big, so long. How can you hate these picks? Those alone should give you an A on the day. But me walking, I'll tell you now, you don't win Super Bowls, the 5th, 6th, 7th round picks. You win Super Bowls with stars. You win Super Bowls with difference makers. That's how I see it, at least. So, day 1, day 2, Seahawks, home run, upper deck, round the bases, and then who cares what happens day 3? Success has been had. It's okay. Walking struggling day, Free Truth. He's hanging in. I do know that Al Pacino is a little different than walking on that. Walking's all day 1, day 2. Pacino, I'm going to tell you right now, it's about value. That's what you're looking for here. You come into a draft, you take back end, high value, you win. Cheap players, good players. That's how it's done. I'm telling you now. You win in the back of the draft. The NFL made up with more players in the back of the draft than anything else. I can't do Pacino. That was a mistake. Pacino was a mistake. Milk was a bad choice. Milk was a bad choice. Brian says, Brandon, you killed it for us again this year. Thank you. You are the best. We'll cut this up tomorrow, I'm sure. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. We'll definitely get some of my reactions to these picks. I'll get some videos up on these draft picks in the next couple of days as well. So we'll get to working on that in the background. But thank you. That's very kind of you guys. I hope it comes off that way. I really do want to improve this every year and not just be stagnant in the ways, but get to better understand these players even more and what's going on. And I think little by little, we're getting a little bit better every year on that. Little by little. D-Narc says, no doubt Brando getting 20K subs soon. I hope so, bro. I hope so. With all these new subscribers, we're going to get there quick here. All these new folks in the house. I love it. We got Zab935. Zab, thank you for, again, answering my call on that and subscribing to the channel. Please do, folks, if you get a chance, hit that like button and subscribe on up if you could. It's a real small thing, but it's a big thing in helping this channel grow. It's very impactful on the channel growth here. So thank you very, very much, Zab, for subscribing on up. You're very, very kind for doing so. Chase Stern coming in with another $5 donation. Thank you for all your support today, Chase. That is nice of you as well, man. I appreciate you. I salute you, sir. You're awesome. He says, maybe that last pick was Pete Carroll's advisory role. Wouldn't that be funny? John comes in and he's like, I just want to say, before we ask any questions on the last pick of the draft, this is part of the agreement with Coach Carroll that he would get oversight on this. And so we are going to provide him in that one pick at the end of the round. That's part of the agreement. And Coach Carroll reminding on his advisory position. We didn't announce this before, but he gets 7th round picks for the next 3 years. Questions? You're like, huh? The Buffalo Bills with this first pick in the 7th round take a guard out of Buffalo. Well, that's good. Buffalo taking a guard out of Buffalo. Okay. Clayton is a product of the International Pathway Program. All right. Background in rugby and boxing. Well, that'll serve him well there. The Washington Commanders take edge Javonte Jean-Baptiste at 222. Puts the Raiders on the clock next. John says Atlanta's defense is so far away, though, they need an edge rusher in a terrible way. And I agree with your John assessment of this. I don't think they're Super Bowl ready. So for the record on this, to me, this is them. I wouldn't have had them do the Kirk Cousins deal in the first place. You know what I mean? The better deal to me is, save your money, go draft Michael Penix, build up the team and start to reverse this. But as we've seen with teams in that same division, right? The Saints have gone through the same thing. There are teams in this league that will utterly refuse to go through a rebuild process. There are teams in this league that will not look at themselves with a sober eye in the mirror and go, this is who we are right now. They will talk themselves up. They'll talk themselves into being a contender. They'll say, we're just one this away. We're a Kirk Cousins signing away from this happening. It happens every single year. And so I agree with you, John. I don't have the outlook that they are that ready team. I think they're better. They're, in my opinion, barely ready to really take that division. But they think the whole key on this is that, their soul says we're in that place. Their outlook of it is that we can be that team. And if that's your outlook inside, then that's the mode you got to operate from within, and execute your plan thusly. But I agree with you on the pass rush. They could have gotten Dallas Turner in this draft, who was the guy I expected them to take. You pair him with Aaron Ebiketie, and now you're really putting together a nice tandem out there. Guys who can both play the run and play the pass. But they decided not to go that route. Raiders made a nice little pick here at 223. They're going to take Trey Taylor, safety out of Air Force. Like this kid a lot. Couldn't watch a lot of tape on him. Not a lot of tape available with Air Force. But a multifaceted safety. Kind of your poor man's Tyler Nubin in this draft, later in the draft. So I like that for the Raiders. Don't be surprised if that kid ends up maybe starting for them. Certainly going to be a great special teams player. Huey says Atlanta had a pretty good defense last year. Their problem was offensive production, especially quarterback play. They almost won their division with Ritter and Heineke in quarterback. True. Free truth, I would like a team that is not quarterback centric, that has a badass D and great support. This is the pathway you touch on, Free Truth, that is, in my opinion, the same way that I would like to go as well here. I think look, if we can go land the miracle quarterback, I ain't turning him down. You know what I mean? I ain't kicking that guy out of, I'm not kicking him out of the house. You know what I mean? Like, if he's there for us to pick, if he's there in a position next year for us to go up and get all day long, every day, I'm right there with all of you pro quarterback people and really chomping at the bit to get that. But I'm also very much open to, we can build this by the supporting parts. We can make this the sum total of all the parts is the greatness from within, rather than this one guy lifting everybody up from beneath up, right? And I think that because we found success in this 10 years ago going with this pathway, because we found success going down this pathway 10 years ago with this exact same general manager, I keep coming back to, why can't we create similar kind of conditions to replicate that once again? It doesn't have to be a legendary defense. It can be more of a balanced all the way around, but why can't you go down that path again? Why is that impossible to do that when we just did it 10 years ago with this same regime in place? And I keep coming back to that myself. Could be wrong on it, but I just keep coming back to the optimism in that you can certainly go down that route too. Paul says, I really like the D-line and O-line picks. Run the ball, stop the run. Indeed, the thing that I wanted to accomplish mainly coming into this day is reinforcing the trenches. And I love the 2 offensive line picks. Those are 2 of my A picks in this draft. I love, and so I really like, and obviously Byron Murphy is going to be great. So, they've done a good job in the line. Yeah. Very good job on the line. Agreed, Paul. Haley says, B, please explain to these people that they can't complain about not taking BPA and then complain they didn't get a position at X, Y, and Z. That's the way it goes. If you are picking for BPA, if you're picking to value, and this team had these players positioned in a certain value point, then that's going to mean you're not usually reaching for need as much, which is going to mean at times you're going to stack positions up. And you're not going to balance everything out. Like, we got every guy that we need at every position and how we drafted. more often than not, you're going to end up in situations like we see within this draft where, Sato LeMay, maybe a guy, waiting a year. We got, in the Yukon kid, he should start immediately, but you do have two guys who might end up starting ahead of him technically. Not necessarily full on need there. Your cornerback room is stacked, but they love these two cornerbacks out of Auburn so much that they said these guys are too good. They're too high on our board to not go and take them. And so that causes you to stack up on already a strength. These are the, I guess, what you would call negatives of operating from within a value-based mindset when you come to the draft. But there's always going to be a negative to every approach. In my opinion, Haley, that negative, as you mentioned, there is outweighed by the positive brought by going from a value-based system. And that when you go into the need or reaching for need, that's when you come into more of a failure point as far as drafts go. The Los Angeles Chargers have finally stopped the fall of Brendan Rice. The Chargers are going to cap off one hell of a draft here, taking Brendan Rice, 225. Great pick for them, but they've had an outstanding run here through these 3 days. The Bengals take Dejon Anthony, safety out of Mississippi, with the 224th pick. Nicely done draft. And Bengals have been okay. We'll go through the teams after we finish up today and take a look at who's been, the strongest. Cardinals come up. They're going to take Jaden Davis, cornerback out of Miami. Interesting pick there for the Cardinals. Abel says Seahawks Brendan Nelson raid. What's up, Brendan Nelson people in the house? Is Brendan wrapping it up over there? Did he tap out? I get it. He's got to be running on fumes too, man. Yeah, no doubt. Joseph Banuelas says, anyone you would trade back into the draft for? Great question. Fantastic question. We take a little peek here at the availability here. I mean, I'll tell you, James Williams is still here, right? Did he get picked? Looks like he might have gotten picked. No, did he get picked? I didn't see him getting picked. No, he's still there. So you got James Williams. I certainly would be, open to looking at that guy. I love Blake Watson, the running back out of Memphis. He could easily come in here and I think be your fourth running back on this team. I don't know if there's anybody else that stands out to me. Damani Richardson, safety maybe. No, I think most of these guys, you just kind of stand pat and wait for them on UDFAs. There's nobody that's really slid that's like, hey, here we go. There's some good names still. Curtis Jacobs, Jaheim Bell's here. Blake Watson, Leonard Taylor, Dwight McGlothern. Marcus Harris out of Auburn. Michael Pratt, quarterback. Brevin Spanford, some tight ends in here. Dallin Holker, Trey Knox. You want a 210 linebacker? How about Tatum Bethune? Is that too light? That might be too light. There's a possibility there, though, too. This is great walking. Thank you, man. It's usually better. It's usually better the walking. The walking was struggling a little bit today. It's free truth. He's hanging on for dear life. Yeah, Haley, it's the, as we found with the quarterback debates on this, whatever anybody usually tends to think, they tend to be very well dug in on their feeling on it. I mean, that's something that I've gotten with it. And that's what's drawn me as much. I love getting in debates on this channel. I love getting to discussions on this channel. I think that the Geno discussion has been taken to the farthest lengths that we can take it. And there's really no more room left on that one. And much in the same way like this Hal discussion will be in, where I just don't know that there's that. I think the people that believe what they believe what they believe. If you don't like him, you don't like him. If you think that there's maybe some upside there, you think there's maybe some upside there. I don't think that neither of the two can get either camp pulled to their other side of it. And it just when it comes to quarterbacks, Haley, I think people are, and I'm probably as guilty as anybody on this, just fiercely resigned to their opinion because quarterbacks matter so much, and that is the most important position, and it just tends to, I think, cause that pull in folks at times a little bit. But I share your outlook on this. I do. John, you like John Rise Plumlee better than Hal? Come on, man. Come on, John. Come on, brother. Beyond this extreme, you think the Seahawks could trade up to draft Brendan Rice or get him as he just went off the board here, Beyond Extreme. Sorry on that one. I was a little late on your note there, but yeah, he just went off the board. He says Zach Wilson has a cannon of an arm. Arm strength not determining factor for quarterback success. Hal was outplayed by Jacoby Brissett on a few occasions last season. Hal looked like a better Heineke. Well, I mean, Jacoby Brissett also has a lot more of experience on him, right? I mean, that's the point about this kid too. I'm kind of shocked at how many people come to final conclusions on a kid at 23 years old as a quarterback. But as I'm just saying to Haley on this, I'm not getting into debates on this. I think it's silly to look at a guy in the first starting point of his career there and say, that's what that guy is now. When have we ever said that about any quarterback in this sport? The first year that they start in the league, that's what they are. And it wasn't like he completely went out there and crapped the bed. Throws for 4,000 yards, 21 touchdowns while he's being sacked 65 times, and he's got probably the worst defense in football. And I've asked this question for all the folks that are out on Hal. I've yet to get an answer on this question. Outside of picking some guy like Mahomes or Josh Allen, what young quarterback would have gone into that environment and succeeded? You don't think the Bryce kid out there at Panthers, if he had gone out to Washington, you don't think he would have put up worse stats than Sam Howell did last year? I do. As good as CJ Stroud was this last year, he's not going to be that good out there in Washington. I'll guarantee you that. So it comes back to just and this is the keynote discussion. I guess some people don't feel like the supporting cast and the outlying factors and the type of offense you're running and the coaching you have and the commitment to winning and what's going on with the organization at the time factors it all into the quarterback experience. It's just kind of the quarterback sort of floats on high unto himself, and he's impacted by nothing that happens around him, and he's just kind of out there just either making it happen or sucking it up. From my perspective, there's much more built behind the supporting cast that dictates quarterback success. And I do feel like when I have a lot of these discussions about the assessments of quarterbacks, I come back and again to the parts where I see people missing a little bit of the thread is not ever really factoring in much of that supporting cast. It just always gets kind of tossed to the wayside. And then I think it sort of colors your outlook of that quarterback, your evaluation of that quarterback in a wrong fashion. But again, this is a distinct place where there's always just going to be an inherent difference of opinion on this one. Scooby Dax says, hey, B, your voice has improved. I bet you're happy it's a little better and hopefully take a break after all this weekend. I will. I'll be getting some good rest. And yeah, I do feel like I'm finally bouncing back to the other side of this, to the right end of this. I've been just getting the honey going, getting some food going. It's making a difference. So thank you, man. Glad to hear it's kind of bouncing back a little bit. Randy Roberts, I feel like we knocked it out of the park with the first two picks, but that we should have drafted with that second pick in the fourth round and went better quality. Feel you on that, Randy. Seeing what they did in trading back, I would tend to agree with you on your outlook of that. Tucker says, I know it's Division II, but Jarrell is throwing guys all over the field on his tape. I'm stoked. I hope he's good. I admittedly haven't looked a lot at him. Haven't seen much of him. But I'm hopeful. It would be in our best interest. It would be the greatest thing if this guy can turn out to be something, for sure. I'll support him. 227, the Cleveland Browns take Miles Harden. Another cornerback goes. I think we've had about 320 cornerbacks taken in this draft. We've got Nick Samak at a center that's going to go to the Baltimore Ravens. I like that pick for the Ravens. Really good center. MJ Devonshire. Though the Ravens already have a center, he's going to go there to be a backup. Devonshire goes to the Raiders. Another cornerback taken off the board. They just keep going. They just keep coming. They just keep spinning. It keeps spinning. They just keep spinning. So many cornerbacks in this draft. I'm going to have to count it up eventually, see how many was taken. It's got to be over 50. Lordy. Huey says, I'm not crapping on Hal, just saying he's no savior. He seems better than Locke, and that's an improvement in the quarterback room. Okay. I misunderstood a little bit on that, Huey. And that's a fair outlook on it. I'm not saying Hal's the difference maker either. I would provide that if you can put the great team around Hal, there may be some potential there. Can Hal serve? I guess I'd say it like this, Huey. Can Hal serve in the same Russell Wilson role of 2012, 13, 14? And the player that Russell Wilson was at that time. And remember with this, Huey, I was a guy that definitely would say Russell grew into being a very good player, a great player, a sub MVP player in that 16, 17, 18 time span, But he wasn't that initially. So can Hal be that kind of player if you can put that kind of a stack of a team around him? I'm not saying it's plan A. I'm not saying it's option A. I'm not saying that this is let's ride or die with Hal. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying that if you put that kind of supporting a cast around there, is there some potential there? I think there is. Especially if you're not having to pay so much money into the quarterback position. Because the key of this, going to next year and you get out from under Geno's deal and Hal does become the guy and you draft a guy behind Hal and Hal for the year becomes the starter, is that you then have Hal on a $1 million deal. You've got $100 million that you've freed up to go spend on the rest of the team for next offseason. And so maybe you can, with the second year of Mike McDonald's defense kicking in, give him that supporting cast. I may be wrong on this, but this is where I've been led in my understanding of football and studying this stuff, and that there is a way to go do this and find success within that. And it's not completely crazy or completely outside the box. We did it 10 years ago, and we did it back to back with the same general manager. So if we did it once before, why can't we do it once again? I'd understand if it was like 30 years ago we did it, and somebody was like, well, football's changed since then. It's a different sport now. But I don't think it's changed that much to the point a supporting cast can't, bring you forward like that. The Vikings take Michael Juergens, guard, 230 overall. X-Man, Michael Barrett, still sitting there. I think he will be a UDFA. 6 foot, 4'7", 40. Going to be hard to be drafted. Save the Geese, I'm just glad Brandon doesn't attack viewers with opposing views. Not my favorite draft from John, but I won't be angry about it and write 3,000-word articles about it. Great stream as always. Well, thank you, Save the Geese. Yeah, man, I as always, you know with me, I want to try to get the nuance. And even when I do disagree with folks on stuff with this, I always appreciate where people are coming from. I do just usually like debate. I'm not trying to knock people that are on the other side of it. The people that are on the other quarterback camp side of it that differ from me in my outlook, they're not dumb. They're not stupid. They're not, they don't understand football. None of those things. Those people, very much. A lot of these guys are very, very smart minds. It's just a difference of opinion on this particular, way to attack the position. But I completely appreciate where other people are coming from. And I can also appreciate that I may just be wrong on this. I could certainly be wrong with my outlook on this. Randy Roberts says, Tyrese Knight, I would not call a good value pick. Typically projected as a 5th rounder, taken in the 4th round. Yeah, I wouldn't either, Randy. That's not one of my favorite picks in the draft either. That's for sure. Look at the consensus evaluations. There were better players available ahead of Tyrese Knight that we passed on. So much for BPA. Yeah, they love him. They definitely fell in love with him more than some of these other guys for whatever reason on that, with what else was available at that time, to your point, Randy. I think he's a bit of a project. I think he's going to take a year to kind of get to where he's going to get, if he's going to get there. But that does seem to be kind of the bottom line on it. I think the way you're speaking about it is accurate. I wouldn't push back against it at all, that's for sure. The New England Patriots take Jaheim Bell, tight end, Florida State here at 231. Randy says, regardless of my thoughts, Mike McDonald gets my support for picking players that he believes in. Amen. Amen. And I think these guys are going to be fits to his defense, the guys they have brought in. You can say at least that. And we'll see what he can do with Tyrese. Some have called McDonald the quarterback whisperer. I don't know if we can quite get there yet with him, but maybe he can prove to be that. I'll tell you this. If he can take Tyrese Knight and the tape that I saw with him out of UTEP, and a year from now turn this guy into a starting caliber inside linebacker, like McDonald might just be might be a middle linebacker whisperer. You know what I mean? Just be the way you go. John says, I can't believe Geno reached the highest top speed of anybody on the Seahawks. Hey, Madden ratings guy. Yeah. Geno's legit kind of fast. You know? And he's not just done on the practice field. I know he's hit over like 19 and a half miles an hour on an NFL field. I remember a couple of years ago on that Detroit Lions scramble he had. He was clocked at like 19 and a half miles an hour. He can kind of like low key kind of fly for a quarterback when he gets straight, going straight line. He's obviously, if you get him going sideways and stuff, it's going to change a little bit. Grace has made sense. The Chargers like big wide receivers. Yeah, it's a good fit for them. Brendan Rice will certainly block in the run game. Strong receiver out there on the side. It's a good fit for him in that offense. Harbaugh will be an on-time offense there with Herbert. And this is a guy with Rice that'll give Justin Herbert some real quick, easy openings. He's going to be more of an intermediate route runner, but he's going to run those intermediate routes really well. Bowling Green says, damn, really home run pick. Chargers revamped, Bears revamped, Eagles hugely improved, Falcons, a lot of good drafts for those teams, and Seahawks. Yeah. Falcons are a little more mixed bag for me, but the Cowboys take, because we got the Vikings taking Levi Drake Rodriguez, defensive lineman out of Texas A&M. And then we've got Nathan Thomas, a tackle out of Louisiana, the Ragin' Cajuns, going to the Cowboys. Michael Goebel says, Michael Jarrell is so raw and so athletic. Could we move him to nose tackle? Probably going to keep him on the offensive line, I'd say, Michael. Probably on the line. But tackle, guard, and we'll see between those two. Will Gregg, is the lack of safety picks evidence the team is really confident in Jarek Reed? They seem to be, on the surface of it, very confident that he's going to be able to come back from this injury by right around day one. I was hearing yesterday from people in the chat that the reports are he should be good to go by day one of next season. So the team must still be very high on Jarek in that place if it will. Maybe there's a little bit of them liking the angle of this being with Kobe Bryant. Maybe they feel still pretty good that Kobe can make it happen out there. You do have your starters in Rashawn Jenkins and Julian Love, so you didn't have to find a starter, but they seem to be a little bit more higher on some of the backups than maybe some of us are here in the chat on that, which is good. And I did like Jarek Reed a lot. He just needs to get an opportunity, and hopefully he can recover fully from that ACL. Frank Gore Jr., Tony, still available. Nobody's taken him yet. Probably will go undrafted. Greg says Rice would have been behind DK and Bobo and the Hawks. Yeah, would have been stacked a little bit. Gloria, does look like James Williams is going undrafted, man. And does indeed. Will says James Williams is a box safety. Be great. Yeah. Will linebacker, box safety. Flex him in for a couple plays a game. You got a playmaker in there. Jermaine Noels. Why does everyone want James Williams so bad? Because he's the closest guy on tape since Cam Chancellor came out that looks like Cam Chancellor. So, here in Seattle, that's a guy that's pretty well renowned. Well, he's celebrated, he's loved. And so the thought process in a lot of Seahawks fans' minds that you can get a Cam Chancellor type of player into the later rounds of a draft or a UDFA is a very, very intriguing option for them. And it is for me too. Haley says, Mac McDonald's defense doesn't use FSSS or box safety. You need to be able to play both or you're not a fit. That's why Love and Jennings are perfect. Indeed. Got to be multifaceted, that's for sure. John says, I can't believe we didn't get a Husky or a Wolverine. I know. I guess we used the insider knowledge to be like, yeah, you don't want those guys. I will say Braden McGregor. Watch for Braden McGregor's name as a UDFA. Very distinct possibility on that one. Haley says Rams lost Aaron Donald and filled this hole with a defensive line that can't stop the run. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm okay with them taking Penix too. You and I might be the only people okay with Atlanta taking Penix there, but I'm certainly okay with them grabbing him where they did. Makes sense. Striker Crowley says, should we trade back in the draft for James Williams? I'd be willing to do it, but it does look like he is due right now to probably drip out of the back of this seventh round. I mean, it's possible he's taken somewhere here, but I'd be willing to do it. It does seem like he's chartered to be a UDFA. John says, here's the question. Is Sam Howell ever going to be a franchise quarterback in the league, or is it more likely he'll be a career backup in the ilk of Case Keenum and Chase Daniel? That's where I'm just trying to say, John, that rather than saying that I know what the outcome is of Sam Howell's future, I'm saying that last year was not a failure for Sam Howell. Last year was not an indictment that Sam Howell is Case Keenum or Chase Daniel. It wasn't that. And what I get from a little bit from you and from other folks on this is that last year was somehow him failing or him showing you that that's what he is. And I think it's really unfair to the kid because you have to consider the situations that he was dealing with over there. So what I've told you on that, I don't know where Sam Howell is going to be at in his career on this as far as three, but I also know that this premature branding him as a nothing in this league as just a career backup is very premature for a 23-year-old kid coming off a very strong season for the first year he started. I think he had a better first year starting than Peyton Manning had at the Indianapolis Colts. You know, John, do you go to the Indianapolis Colts after Peyton Manning goes out and throws 29 interceptions in the first year and you go, we know what he is? Because remember, John, Peyton went through his senior year in college, right? So he wasn't a 23-year-old guy going through that rookie year, right? He had the extra years ahead of Sam Howell there. Do you throw him away at that point? You go, no, you don't. Because you understand every rookie in his first year of starting is going to have these wild ups and downs. That's the point of the position. That's why it's so hard to play. So he might end up being a Case Keenum. He might end up being a Chase Daniel. But I don't think that can be said right now that we know that that's what he is going to be. And from a skill set standpoint, he surpasses Case Keenum and he surpasses Chase Daniel. He has a stronger arm and he has more mobility than either of those two guys. So this is what, for me, lends me to have a little bit more optimism than you may have on this one. And that I see a guy that has a little bit more in this tank than some of these other guys he's being compared to. Yeah, John, all guys at 23 years old are going to be limited in the pocket. Who is sensational in the pocket at 23 years old? That's an old man skill for quarterbacks. We've got a couple more picks here. Jonah Laulo, the Indianapolis Colts, a defensive lineman, goes to them from Oklahoma. The Denver Broncos take the 6'6" wide receiver Devon Vele, one of the great names in the draft, at 235. Broncos got some big receivers here in this draft. So Peyton going back to kind of his old days where you have those Saints receivers that would all have really good size. Looking to tap back into that. Maybe in Vele, he sees a kind of his new Thomas, his new Michael Thomas, maybe. Jaguars take Miles Cole, one of the longest human beings that you will ever find. Didn't love the tape, but the physical profile is pretty beastly. Taylor Ross says, thank God, man. B&B have the best streams. Rob Stanton or WE, fake accent Rob. He's all negative talk on his channel, it seems. he could definitely, he's definitely got a critiquing eye with Rob. I got to give Rob the props on it. You know, it is, I know I do hear a little bit about the stuff with Rob on the negative side, and I wouldn't push back on it. I mean, he can sometimes get going down that lane of things, you know. I totally get where you're coming from on that, Taylor. I do give him props on it where, at least as a man that is, you know, he's being honest. Where you may not agree with where his outlook is on it, but he's willing to be negative in the pursuit of truth. And that's always something that I can appreciate, even if I don't agree with the outlook or the conclusion that he's necessarily reaching. You know what I mean? So I know he works really hard on this draft. And as I do, you know, that does bear you out to have some really strong opinions, you know, and maybe sometimes overly strong, you know, where we've got to have a little bit more room for, you know, being wrong or seeing it not as clearly. And so I get that. But I do give him props on it for being, there's not subs to be gained. There's not views to be gained by going negative when you do this YouTube stuff, and if anything, it draws you to go kind of the opposite way. So, you got to give him props for sticking to his guns on that. You know what I mean? But, yes, I know he can go sometimes a little sideways. We got Matt Lee, center. His fall stops here at 237 to the Bengals. Love this value selection for the Bengals with Matt Lee. He gained a lot of weight this last year in college, weighed him down, lost a lot of the mobility that he had from the prior year. Maybe he looks to lose a little bit of that weight and get some of that back. Good little pick there for the Bengals. Investing in the offensive line with Burrow is never a bad thing. The Houston Texans go out and take edge Solomon Byrd from USC with pick 238. And then we get the Saints coming in with Josiah Ezerim, Eastern Kentucky tackle, at 239. King says resigning Hal next year would be ideal. And after learning Grubb's air raid offense, Sam will excel mightily in the system while his dynamic arm and, yes, his decision-making when he's protected. Something that helps decision-making, isn't it, King Zhao, is when you actually get protection. And when you're sacked 65 times over the course of a season, decision-making starts to get a little bit troublesome. Even when you have clean pockets. That's that old thing that when I say with the young quarterbacks, the worst thing you can get with a young quarterback is him getting hit on a continual basis. Because now he doesn't trust his protections. Now he's flying through his read progressions. Now he's not trusting his pre-snap reads as much because he's just worried about the inundation and avalanche of a blitz that he's going to have to encounter. John says all we got to do is create another all-time top 5 defense, right? Well, no, John, it's more about than the all-time top 5 defense. Oh, my poor kitty. Oh, no. You okay? Poor girl. I think my cat's a little bit under the weather like I am here. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, hon. No, it's John. I think that there's teams that have won Super Bowls. I've gone through these lists, so I'm not going to re-go through the list, John. We can go through the last 20 years of Super Bowl winners. And yes, there are the Patrick Mahomes and the Tom Brady's. I get that. But there's also guys that have won it in through there that have not had to be Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady to win the Super Bowl. That's my point. I'm giving you a direct relation to us doing it 10 years ago. That should be, John, rather than going, well, we need a legendary defense. What that should be is like, there's teams that have done this already and won a Super Bowl. And then we ourselves did it 10 years ago, back to years, back to back. That should be evidence to the fact that you can go down this path is my point. Finding success is not about the all-time defense. Is the all-time defense enough alone just win us that Super Bowl without Marshawn and his running ability, without Russell Wilson and his escapability and his decision-making? Or did it all work together? Did the team all work together? Did you have great special teams in addition to that all worked together to make you what you were? The assembly of parts built to the whole. That is the argument that I'm making. Tom Shard, just like Rob, can't even disagree with him. Can get a little feisty. That's the one place to Rob where I would call it. As times where I've been on his blog too. At times where it's not always the fan. And look, I'm probably I get bristly. I'm sure I'm going at John here. So I definitely have my go at people too when I disagree. It's that passion. That passion just sometimes will bleed through. Thomas. It happens. What are you gonna do? You try to be even keeled as you can. Primo, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Primo says, great day. John sure does love his cornerbacks. Go Hawks. Boy, does he ever. No doubt about that. And Trey Brown a couple years ago in the 4th round. Come back then, I think a year later, you go with 4th round Kobe Bryant. You come back in the 5th, the 5th round for Tariq Woolen. Come back here again, double dip again this draft. So yeah, indeed, he does like himself some corners and feels like there's really good value there, I guess, on day 3, especially when it comes to the cornerback market. That's something you can certainly say is all these cornerbacks have been taken later on. Yeah, my cat's having a problem here. Okay? Are you okay? Thank you, though, Primo, for the $2 donation. And no doubt, John likes day 3 corners. Oh, Panther snaked maybe one of our UDFAs. So we got Michael Barrett gets taken at 240. Was looking at maybe that being one of your UDFA option guys there out of Michigan. He gets snagged at 240 here. So he is off the board. And John, I do like Rob too. King says, I lost all credit for him last year when he's taking credit to mainstream media podcasts. He said Seahawks won't take Jalen Carter when everyone else said they were. He was pretty hard on that one, yeah. He was pretty certain on that one. Philip Castle watched tape on the guard. He's an interesting small school guard. Got invited to the Hula Bowl. Yeah, he seems like he's got a definitely an interesting physical skill set here. And I'm open to it. And when you go into the 6th round, I mean, it's why not take a flyer at that point, I suppose, you know? James Peters says, what a phenomenal draft. After not trading down, finding a way to get 8 picks and end up with 2 of the top 6 guards. I'm loving it too on that, James. I can really almost concentrate fully in on the Byron Murphy pick and dealing with the interior of the offensive line and go, okay, you got the heavy lifting done in the draft that needed to happen. Says Rob Sides, bunch of great field attack. You just heard Rob. Definitely a place that I try to be aware of here too, Thomas, when I get hard on my opinions where I'm passionate about it, but I hope I always try to kind of pre-chamber everything with, I might disagree with you guys on something, but doesn't mean I ultimately have all of I don't have I'm not holding on to the pure truth over here, you know, and that's where I do go back to saying really what makes this channel and makes this thing roll will be the cumulative brain power of our community and what we do in thinking about these ideas and turning over these different options and really kind of trying to come together to maybe some kind of common ground to find that truth as much as we can. Sometimes we won't. When it comes to the quarterback discussion, that's just not going to happen. Sometimes it will in other ways, though. And that's where I think that it's at its funnest. But you got to always kind of be constantly vigilant and keeping the lines open, I think, to the various points of discussion. And people understand, hey, let's have some variety of opinions. Let's have some disagreement. 100% agreement all the time ain't fun. And we're certainly not challenging ourselves if we're all just always 100%, patting ourselves on the back and saying, yeah, that's so smart. Yeah, that's so brilliant. Challenge is good. Challenging ideas are good. Yeah, Tony, I bet Seattle wanted Colson. Just couldn't find a way to make it happen. King likes the night pick. Hell yeah, there. You got to be really in on the draft then. Love it, man. Luis says, are we getting a wide receiver in UDFA to replace D? Boy, I don't know. It's kind of getting thin there for the receivers. I don't know if there's a better option out there in the UDFAs that's really going to make much sense. MJ Seahawk, my goodness, man, with a $20 donation. I'm sorry I'm a little late, 9 minutes late here on acknowledging that dono, but I just saw it, my guy. I really appreciate you for that. That's really kind of you. He says, I do feel a lot better about our O-line after the draft. Looking forward to OTAs. Thank you for all your work the last 3 days. It's been my absolute unbridled pleasure, MJ Seahawk. This is definitely still something I just love so very much. I thought I was going to wake up today be a little bit tired. I was up at like 8 o'clock, like the kid who wants to go check on his presents under the tree. What I get in the stocking. You know what I mean? It was wild. Like you are a grown adult and you're waking yourself sick at 8 a.m. because you're so hyped for this draft. So, it's the way it goes. You guys are cut from the same cloth as me on this. And I love what I do with it, which makes it so easy to do it, MJ Seahawk. I got a great job. I got a great job that I get to do. And I love it. Absolutely just love it. And you guys make this amazing place. The community of you guys who've come in and just the bright minds, the smart minds, the people making me laugh all the time. I've been dogged sick the last 3 days. And I have really not hardly noticed it all, hardly noticed it all because you guys, your comments, your thoughts, again, the humor just keeps me just kind of on the ball with it a little bit. So thank you, man. It's been my pleasure. I feel great about the offensive line as we go forward. I wanted to come out with 2 interior offensive linemen of quality. I didn't want 2 bodies. I didn't want 2 just guys. Give me some guys with some upside that you can bring in on this and give me 2. Team got that done. Hell. Tennessee takes James Williams, safety, 242. Taj Washington, 241. A couple of these UDFAs are going off the board here, folks. So, Tennessee grabs James. Nice pick by Tennessee. I think Tennessee's done pretty good with their value in this draft overall. He says, I have no disrespect for Hal. He was an upgrade from Locke. If Hal is as good as everyone says he is, then he'll beat out Geno for the starting job. Hal had a poor offensive line, but good weapons in DC. Yeah, that's the part where, again, you said that too last time on that. And I went back and looked this up. He did not have good weapons in DC. Terry McLaurin was injured for part of the year. That's a great weapon. Logan Thomas is not a good weapon. He had a good year 3 years ago, and then he got released this offseason. So you can't quantify Logan Thomas as being a good weapon when they released him at the first chance they got after the year was over with. And while, a guy like Jahan Dotson out of Penn State is a highly drafted guy by Washington, simply him being highly drafted, he doesn't make him a great player. He averaged 10 yards a catch last year. So you're going to have to sell me on exactly how the skill position players were that sensationally great for Washington last year. The backs are okay. Brian Robinson's okay. They let Antonio Gibson go, which again, kind of an illustration of the fact that Washington didn't really love his value. So I think at best he maybe had average to below average skill position players out there, especially factoring in that McLaurin was injured for part of the season last year. But don't give me Logan Thomas as being like, they want to be Logan Thomas, one of the better. No. Come on. A couple years ago, Logan Thomas, okay. But we're 3 years later, and now he's a guy that's kind of fringing his way as a tight end in this league at this point. Louise says, are we getting a wide receiver free agency to replace the Eskridge? I don't think so. Too many receivers have gone in this draft. The corners and receivers have been taken like mad. MJ Seahawk, thank you again, man, for that $20 donation drop. And you should feel good about this O-line. You should be really good about where this O-line's going. Maybe we can start to round this thing into a strength, and very soon at that. Tony Morelli. Thank you, Tony Morelli, for subscribing to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Folks, do me the favor and hit that like button. Or, hey, on top of it, doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Join Tony Morelli up and subscribing today to the channel. I would really appreciate it. We're trying desperately here to get ourselves to 20,000 subscribers before the end of this year, before February comes along. So we're getting up on the heels here. I think what we over 16 or something. I forget where I'm at right now, but we're moving along here. So thank you, Tony, for helping me get a little bit closer to that goal. I really appreciate you for doing that. That's really kind of you. We've got Joanne Briggs, defensive interior lineman from Cincinnati, taken at 243. Zen Lunatic, thank you for the $25 donation. I really do appreciate you for that, Zen Lunatic. Very, very kind of you, man. You guys are amazing with the donations and support over these past couple days. I just, unbelievable the support this channel gets. Thank you so very much to all of you guys who've contributed here over the last couple of days. Amazing support. There is not another YouTuber out there that gets the bang for buck support that I get for the number of subscribers I have, with the number of people come in and show the love. So thank you, Zen Lunatic. You are awesome. I know you've been a long time supporter of this channel too. So really do appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you too. $25 is very generous, man. So thank you so much for that. He says, Brandon, thanks for all your work and powering on. You're the best. No, you're the best, man. You guys are the best. I got the best chat. I got the best community. I don't know what I did to deserve it. I've just kind of lucked into it. I've stumbled onto it, but I'm going to just thank my lucky stars and say thank you. You know what I mean? And be like, hell yes. But I love my community. I love my people. And it ain't because you guys donate. It's because you guys are so smart, so funny. Keep me thinking, keep me on my toes. Keep this motoring through this show at all times. And I really appreciate it. This is a two-pronged process here to make this work. It ain't about me. It's about you guys here. It's about this channel that's here. It's about this community that's here. And I want to make sure I remind you guys that as much as I can, that, this is not the brand, it's the Hawks Nest. The Hawks Nest is the community that makes this place go, makes this place run. I'm merely a talking head as part of this process. But thank you, Zen Lunatic. I've had a wonderful 3 days with you guys. This has been a great draft. Seahawks, once again, have overall had a really solid draft 3 straight years in a row, and that was coming on the heels of many different years where we were not having solid drafts. So very encouraged by what I'm seeing the team do here. The future, I think, is looking very, very bright for our Seattle Seahawks. And that makes me feel very good, Zen Lunatic. Makes me feel very, very good. But thank you, man. I appreciate you for that very kind $25 donation. Very generous and very kind of you to do so. And I salute you, brother. I salute you, and I do appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support over the last couple of days, too. I know you've dropped many different donos, too, brother. How much crap would the Niners fans talk if they would have drafted Brennan Rice and Frank Gore Jr.? Oh, it'd be generation 2. Better than the last. Hashtag better than the last. Very insufferable, Chase. Very insufferable 49er fans if that was to have occurred. We dodged that bullet, at least so far. Gore's still in play. Frank Gore's still in play, so we still might have to hear from the Niner fans yet. They've got another pick coming up in this draft. Devin Culp, tight end out of University of Washington. Another UW getting selected. UW getting selected here. Was this the 8th guy? 8th guy picked here in the draft, I believe. So Devin Culp coming through. I'm still showering. Good on UW. Actually done. Dusty says we know more about Hal His than any quarterback in this draft simply because he has had time as a starter in this league. Yes, sir. Very true. I 100% agree with that. Tony's got, I'd give this draft a solid C. Ooh, a little lighter on the draft. Okay. All right. Get down the draft here. I'm behind here a bit. Haley's got A+, or space, says A+, Haley. All right, there we go. James Peters says, what a phenomenal draft. After not trading, I think I mentioned that one. Sorry, let me bounce up here. Let me get caught up here on the stream. If I miss your question, just repost it through. Pumpkin making a little appearance here. Texans on the clock. We got about 10 picks remaining here in the draft. Michael Mullen says Hal was in a very rough situation last year. Got sacked a ton. That's with only one real weapon. That's my outlook on it as well, Michael. Not much to work with, sacked a lot, and then remember the bad defense on the other side. Like that's the trifecta for a quarterback being, as I say, I just don't think there's really a place for a guy like any quarterback in that position to find success. I think everybody's kind of set up to fail a little bit there. Jermaine Nelwells, it says every draft our fans say someone is like Cam Chancellor and none of them live up to it. Well, I've usually pushed back. There's been the Diablo guy that came out of Virginia Tech a couple years ago that a lot of people were trying to earmark as Cam Chancellor. I didn't see that guy as the same kind of hitter that Cam was. There were people last year, to your point, Jermaine, that was trying to make the argument that J.L. Skinner was Cam Chancellor. I didn't see him as a Cam Chancellor type either. So you're right in that there have been fans that on a yearly basis will kind of find the 6'4" safety and say, oh, there's your Cam. This one's a little different for me, Jermaine, where It's both the size and the length, and then it's also that explosive hitting ability and athleticism for his size. It's very reminiscent to me of Chancellor more than any player that I've seen come down the line. I can't find anyone that I would think that I don't think I've made that comparison to anybody else, and have pushed back on those other comparisons when I've done my draft evaluations. But I get what you're saying. It has definitely been spoken about a lot every year. Rafe says, why is everyone talking about the James guy? What's the big deal? Well, it's null and void now. He's been taken, so he's a Titan. We'll see what they do with him. King says, Sam Howell has a lot of talent. I'm telling you, I'm worried about Geno because his talent does also fit Grubb's air raid offense too with his electric arm as well. Yeah, first world problems, King's out, right? First world problems. Two guys that can both execute the offense really well. Not bad. Oh, we did draft a Wolverine. Yeah, we got AJ Barner. That's right. AJ Barner we drafted. So we got one Wolverine. He's a good one. I like that pick. Tucker says the 49ers take Gore. Brendan Nelson's going to be so mad. You know they're doing it. The Texans take Marcus Harris, kind of an interior tweener inside defensive lineman. CJ Hansen, a guard from Holy Cross, goes next to the Kansas City Chiefs as they continue to invest in their offensive line. King says, but the Cam Chancellor of this draft already got drafted, Nicole Bishop. He's got some hitting, but he's a little more smaller. And he says, Hal's weaknesses are decision-making, confidence in the pocket, and adjustments to the line. Geno's strengths are his accuracy. The perfect person to teach Hal to stop seeing ghosts. Yeah. And this is also a little bit about those bad habits I talk about in young quarterbacks that start to be built up. They get a couple starts in, they're getting hammered snap after snap. But the decision-making, the progression reads go in the toilet. They start getting jumpy. They start to see the ghosts in the pocket. It's why I rail so hard against putting a quarterback behind a bad offensive line, especially a young quarterback, because you're just dooming them for failure. Yeah, I think that's where I come to the seeing ghosts and the progression reads, and that's going to improve. Once he gets the way better offensive line in front of him, once he gets the skill position players that are actually creating separation on their routes, the game is going to look a lot more simpler for Sam Howell. It's not to say that I think that he suddenly becomes star power potential, but if he could do what he did last year, 4,000 yards, 21 interceptions, 20, while he's getting sacked that much, while his defense is living on the football field and giving up points after points after points, meaning the offense has to score every time they get the ball too, then what can he do when that stuff all gets flipped in the opposite direction? Or most of that gets flipped in the opposite direction. The Texans at pick 249 take Ladarius Henderson. Tackle, guy that might be a guard convert at the next level here as we move forward. Good little pick for them, especially at this place. James Peters says, I think Atlanta's smart to take Penix there. In another draft, he may be higher. Plus, with Cousins, they may win more, so they won't get that high pick. Smart pick. I get James Peters, you, me, and UI2K, I think are the only folks on board with this one, James. Because so many people are just shaking their finger there at Atlanta for doing it. But I see why they did what they did, like you do. I think it's you mentioned it from the angle of you got your future quarterback for beyond Cousins at this point, and you might not have been back there to pick that guy into the future. Valid. But then you've also got, I think, from my perspective on it, you got a guy in Cousins that, is going to be a mid-30-year-old quarterback. And you want to have somebody that's behind him that's viable, capable, so that if he goes down, your whole season doesn't go in the toilet. And I really feel like the Vikings sat there and watched the Jets last year, and they're going, we're going to do a move like the Jets. We're not going to make the same mistake of the Jets. We're going to learn from their failures on this. Nick Guzman says Marquez Colston was a beast before Michael Thomas. It was a crime Colston never made a Pro Bowl. I pulled his Bowman rookie card and it displayed in my room as a kid. He's a good player. Yeah, Marquez Colston, kind of an underrated career, dude. Didn't he have like 7,000, 8,000 yards? And yeah, he was the Michael Thomas before Michael Thomas. The big slot. Boy, did he have a catch radius on him. MJ Daniel says, Findlay U? Where the heck is that? I couldn't point it out on a map. I think I would be, I don't think I'd be close in trying to point that place out on a map. It's right near Dave Craig's old university. You know, that's the new university that took the place of Dave Craig's old university that's no longer a university. Right? What do you go to? Some small college. King says, realistically, Howell has a lot of Favre in him without acting nearly as reckless. Yeah. Kind of that fearlessness that can kind of sometimes work in his favor against him, but also can work in his favor. Blue and Green Zone. How do you compare Byron Murphy with Jalen Carter? I wouldn't. Jalen Carter's 6'3", almost 6'4", bigger guy, long guy. More about his brute kind of natural ability getting him by a little bit, where he's just so big and strong and then quick for his size. He's hard to deal with. Jalen Carter was very close to like a generational like talent. The questions of him, of course, come back to character questions, work ethic, off the field stuff. Murphy is more in alignment with, my comps for him would be more in like Ed Oliver, Grady Jarrett, Geno Atkins. These are the comps for Byron Murphy. Carter's just a different kind of player. Doesn't mean that Murphy can't get up to being near where Carter might land as a player, but Carter was just a unique beast in that way. Evidenced by how good he was in his rookie year. Well, Green, how can teams take UDFAs? As soon as the draft ends, it's basically the Wild West, It's like back in the movies. You ever see those? There's a movie like Far and Away with Tom Cruise. Remember they got the plots of land, and you just got to be the fastest to get out to your plot of land. That's pretty much the same way it is with the UDFA game. So just be the fastest person to get to the UDFAs, and you can get your guy. You can get as many as you want. So I'm sure the Seahawks, have been on the phones for the last hour and a half with these UDFAs. Josh Sass says, where's Pumpkin? Did I miss the homework? Come on, Bum. Come on, baby. Come on up here. Come on. I'm trying to get her. She's been a little bit shy at the new place, Josh. I just moved down to San Diego, and so she's been a little like, I don't know if I want to be on camera. I don't like the fact you moved us. I'm not a fan of you moving us, okay? I'll go on the camera maybe when you apologize, okay? Tucker says, did you read the story about the family that packed their cat by accident in an Amazon return box? The cat was in the box for 6 days and survived and is fine. Oh my God. Jeez, how did that happen? They're a tough bunch. Cats are really tough. They are underrated tough. I don't know. I don't ran into the cat. That doesn't track to me either. It's like leaving the dog on the roof of your car. Like, how's this happen? Daniel says, Rams got Brendan Jackson, defensive end from WSU. I'll keep an open mind on this linebacker pick, but I think we had a better option at safety in Brendan Jackson. I might have been more for Brendan Jackson at that point, to your point on that, Daniel. He gave you something that's going to be needed in this defense that might be missing a little bit with the personnel groups that you got right now, being, do you have the guy that can set the hard edge? Do you have that guy right now here on the roster that can get that done? I think Boye Mafe can do that. And I think Uchenna can kind of do that, though he's a little undersized. But I think they really wanted kind of that big Clowney type guy like Jackson could be, where Jackson's not Clowney, but he can be the early run defounder that Clowney can be. He can set that hard edge. He's going to be immobile at the point of attack. Come on, Kitty. Come on, make an appearance. You're being asked to come here. You're wanted on the stage. Edifon has been picked, James, but Westover has not been picked. The Baltimore Ravens with the 250 pick take Sanusi Kane. Don't know that guy. The Niners take Tatum Bethune. Tatum Bethune, a 210-pound. That's right. He came to the combine as a 210-pound inside linebacker. I'm not really sure what the Florida State Seminoles are planning on doing, or what the 49ers are planning on doing with that. Oh, no. He was 229. I'm thinking of the other kid. I think there's another kid at Florida State. Okay. This ain't a bad pick. This is very much a linebacker that's cut from the cloth that they typically look for. Maybe a little bit shorter. Still with some good length. Good awareness and space. I actually do like this pick for them. I didn't have Tatum really highly rated, but yeah, I had a 5th round valuation on him. That's a good pick for them. Kind of forgot about Tatum. That was kind of confusing him with the other guy. Jalen Harrell, another Michigan defender, goes off the board here to the Tennessee Titans at 252. Down to the last 5 picks here of the NFL draft. Long live the king. Thank you for the $10 donation. Long live. Well, she answered my call. There we go, kitty. Come on. Yeah, help us finish this draft off right. We need your appearance here. We may not have another pick, but we need some kitty action here on this show. Long live the king. Thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate you for that, King. It says go Seahawks and go Hawks Nest. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, go both on those. Go Hawks Nest, man. Thank you for the $10 drop, King. You are truly a king. And I really do appreciate you. You guys are amazing today on the support of the channel. The last couple of days have just been unbelievable how much love you guys have shown in that realm of things. So thank you so much to all of you guys for that. Always, as always with you guys, every time I go live with it, no doubt about it, there's always unbelievable support. So thank you so much for that, King. You are awesome. And go Hawks, man. With these last 3 drafts, this is enough of a foundation. We have our foundations in place. Is there work to be done? The hay's not in the barn. Yes. But could you say maybe the heaviest of the lifting is over with at this point? Indeed, I think you could. So I feel great about this draft. Hope you do too, King. Thank you for that $10 donation, man. It's really, really kind of you. Space says, you the man, Brandon. No, you the man, Space. I think you've been in here with me all 3 days too, man. So thank you for all of you. I know a lot of these names I've seen popping up in the chat. Been here every step of the way with me, man. I know you guys celebrate this and love this in the same way I do. And that's what I dig about you. Another Wolverine goes back-to-back selections here. The Chargers continue to pluck Wolverines where they can with Harbaugh. He'll take Cornelius Johnson, and they will continue to try to fill out their wide receiver ranks. Haley says Pete hated offensive line players. Confirmed. Maybe so. Maybe so there, Haley. CR says, I'm praying Braid and Jacobs make it to UDFA. Those would be 2 centerpiece UDFAs if you could pull that off, CR. I'd love that. Guzman, I agree. I don't think Hal's beating out Geno either. But a year from now, Seattle tries to get out from under the Geno deal. Is Hal ready to go at that point? Josh S. says Hal was one of the first quarterbacks to expose the Eagles last year. Yeah. And I hope I don't come off as a guy's Eagle fan that watched him twice, or many of us that are pro Hal guys here, Josh, and being that homer thing where we sound like we're making him to be the next, Jesus iteration of the quarterback position. This is really one of Josh, one of those more virulent debates here that you see on the channel. And that is, how much is it the supporting cast? How much is the superhero quarterback putting his cape on? And, I've gone to so many examples of this, Josh, with our team 10 years ago that went down this road. Your team's done it twice over. Yes, I get that a large part of the season that you won the Super Bowl, Carson Wentz was playing it at MVP level, but it was still ending up being Nick Foles that got you to the promised land. It's, and then you go 2 years ago, a play here, a play there in that Philadelphia Eagles game. Jalen Hurts is a second round Super Bowl winning quarterback. I mean, even this last one, again, Mahomes and company, they're tough to beat. I get it. But it wasn't like that Niner team led by Mr. Irrelevant, 7th round pick, Brock Purdy, didn't have them right up to the brink. And it wasn't really Jalen Hurts 2 years ago that held them back, right, Josh? I mean, you wouldn't present that. What do you have? 350 yards passing, had some more yards on the ground. He was balling in that game. In my opinion, Brock Purdy was playing really well in that Super Bowl. He made some really good throws. There were some times where the Kansas City Chiefs were just on it in the right place, the right position to barely make a play on the ball, where they just got a little finger in there. But I thought he played really solidly. It's more representation of other parts of the team for the Niners that kind of failed them. The Dre Greenlaw injury that hit, the weird punt that that bounced off the player. That was really the name of that. It wasn't about the quarterback holding them back, or Shanahan deciding that he was going to, pass the ball, 9 straight times to come out of halftime when he's got Christian McCaffrey on his roster. At least his Washington play calling was miserable too. Like, their actual play design was terrible. Lots of plays that were designed with no spacing between routes, literally nowhere for Howell to go with the ball. Yeah, well, to your point, Haley, it's like, does Eric Bieniemy right now have an offensive coordinator job in the NFL? No. If he was doing such a tremendous job last year, he'd have a job right now. But I think that the NFL teams were seeing the same thing as you on that. Why are you so hairy? You're shedding like a mother here. James, exactly 100%. And Huff has many years as an O-line coach. Left guard Tomlinson was the 28th pick in the first round. Better than giving Lewis $50 million. Haynes will be a starter. Yes, he will, James. Well said on your part. And yeah, I'd much rather go with Tomlinson. Damian Lewis can't move. Tomlinson can't move either. But hey, Tomlinson's going to play every single week. And he's going to give you about the same level of play, I think, of what you would have gotten from Damian Lewis if he does have to start. But like you say, I think Haynes is going to be a day one starter here. We'll see right guard or left guard on that. Josh House says, you genuinely might have the best community here, bro. I can't believe the lack of toxicity and trolling in here. It's awesome. It really is. It sounds like maybe I'm saying it to just try to buff up my chat a little bit, but it's really not. It's what amazes me here is when I started this out 5 years ago and doing this, Josh, I thought that I was going to encounter way more trolling, way more small-minded approach of people, just people wanting to be toxic and mean, and just that's the way it goes. And everybody understands what time of day it is when you come into this chat here, in which, you don't have to agree with everybody. You don't have to toe the line and believe what everybody else believes. You can have your own opinion. You're going to get pushback. So, you got to stand tall against the pushback. You're not going to just be able to get in here and everybody's like, oh, your opinion's very valuable and that's a very good opinion and it's a different opinion, but every opinion's a valuable one. No, you're going to get pushback with it. But the respectfulness in this chat, the lack of trolls, the understanding of what it is we're trying to do here, which is have a discussion and turn this into, as I like to say, Josh, that think tank, where they show, for instance, the consensus boards, when they're trying to look at the individual. That's where it really kind of clicked with me on this, Josh, is, they show the draft consensus boards. And then they show it up against the guys that run their mock drafts. All of the guys that are known for doing the Daniel Jeremiahs and the Mel Kipers and everybody else. And what you find is that there isn't one analyst that's smarter than the consensus boards. And I read into that to say there's an untapped potential in the mighty brain power of a community and what you can come to an understanding in truth and reality for the way that the game is playing out and where it's going and different positions and players and schemes and all of that stuff, coaching. And that's what I think I want to lean into heavily, because that's the part where this gets really interesting, where it's just so many great ideas and so many thoughts and people really using their brains and thinking about this sport in a creative fashion. And that's where it comes back to, man. It's the community that makes this run. It really is. And I didn't do anything to deserve it, Josh. I didn't make it happen. My mods have certainly helped by keeping things respectful here. I got to give my props to all of them, because I've got some good mods there that stay on it and don't let this thing get off the train when we do happen to get a troll in here. But it's really just every individual walking in here and collectively taking responsibility to say, I'm not going to be a jagoff. I'm not going to be an asshole. I'm going to come at this and I'm going to be cool with this. And I may disagree with this person, but hey, as I always say, we're all on the same team. We're all part of the same family. I know you're an Eagle, but hey, we're part of the Bird family, at least, right? And I truly believe it in the bottom of my heart, Josh. It's why I love to do this. Is I didn't anticipate this when I started the channel. I thought it was more uploads and that type of thing, but The community that's been built's just been amazing. It is a W community, 100%. This is what makes the Hawks Nest. It is absolutely beyond it. I'm not close on this. It is that. It's you guys in the chat, and it's probably Pumpkin. That's what makes this thing cook. Stay away from my food. No, you don't get to eat my food. That's human food. Go up on the cat tree. All right, so we got the last couple picks. In fact, we're on the last selection of the NFL draft. We've got KT Leviston going to the Los Angeles Rams. I love that move for that. That's great value. He's going to kick into guard at the next level. We've got Kalen King goes to the Green Bay Packers. There's a reclamation project for the Green Bay Packers. The kid's 2022 tape was phenomenal. One of the highest graded corners in all of college football. My gosh. Man, could you have shed any more on my face? Holy moly. Then he came back this last year and he looked like he forgot how to play the cornerback position. I don't know what to make of it with him. Very strange to watch Kalen King kind of fall off, but this is one of those penny stocks, low cost, high reward kind of positions for Green Bay. Probably wasn't going to get him in UDFA, so he couldn't wait till that. Nick Garigolino, a center from South Carolina, taken by the Broncos. The backup Lloyd Cushenberry there. And then you got the Jets at 257. We're going to take a safety, Jalen King. So that will be the culmination of the 2024 NFL draft. I thank all of you guys for an amazing run here. That was really nice. What a fun draft. A lot of intrigue into this one. At the end of the day, I feel really good about what the Hawks did. It's not going to be an A grade for me. But it's still going to be a very, very solid grade in what I saw from this team through these 3 days of this draft, and especially at the top of the draft. John Calamaro says, Hawks killing this draft, building from the inside out. Love every pick. I love building from the inside out. John, I'm with you on that. I'm an old school guy. All these fancy analytic folks, build from the outside in. Build from the outside in. Oh, these analytic folks with their outside in stuff. Oh, with your outside in stuff. No. It's all about that front to back. Give me my trenches. This game is still won with big ass men bashing each other at the line of scrimmage. It's still won there. Give me that. UE2K says hot water, bourbon, lemon, and honey will fix you right up, Froggy. I know. I'm going to be going a couple of I'll be including a few of those. That's for sure. Swedish Shinobi Niners would be trying to figure out how to upload their VHS tapes to YouTube and Reddit so they could peacock about their grandparents. Oh, Lordy. Jared Wiley did get picked. I saw somebody asking on that. I think I lost it there, but he did get picked. Indeed. Nick says, what UDFAs potentially am I going to want? Let's get to the last. Who's available? Let's get to the last guys here. Curtis Jacobs, Penn State linebacker, would be a very interesting guy here. I think I had him in a fifth round grade. So getting him would be cool. Seahawks met with Gabriel Murphy. I think they met with him thinking he would be a UDFA guy. That may be a guy that they look to target. Bo Braid is a safety out of Maryland. Would be really interesting. I love Blake Watson. If you could pull Blake Watson in here, that'd be great. How about Jack Westover? Grubb's got familiarity with him. You didn't take a Husky. Maybe Jack Westover is the guy that they look to pick here in addition to that. Kings out. Jared Wiley did get picked, man. Kansas City took him. Tucker says, I would prefer Gore because the main running back for the Niners. It would be better for us than what Seahawks have to deal with what the Niners have at running back now. Yeah. I don't know. Gore might not make it in this league. I didn't love his film. Nick says, I give him a B+. Could have been much worse. Some of the picks I didn't agree with, but the team is absolutely better now. That's the bottom line. You're better today as a team in this draft. I do give it a B plus. Not every draft's going to be an A. Some of these picks might be better when we look at it longer down the line and understand the plan and play for why you picked them and how they came to the point of picking them. But I think a B plus is a pretty solid grade. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that whatsoever. Michael says, I know most people hate the pick, but Jarrell did turn down multiple offers from Power 5 schools to stay loyal to Finlay. So I'm going to give the dude a chance. That's fair enough, too. I'll give him a chance, too, Michael. Let's see what this guy can maybe do. You know, I don't think that they're just taking a shot in the dark here. I think they felt really good about him. And reportedly, he looked better at the Ohio State Pro Day when he was there than some of the other Ohio State linemen. And now he was moving and whatnot. CR says, I'm going with the C as well. We could have had Gray, Hicks, DJ James, Lamua, and Williams if we'd stayed with our picks and just gone BPA. That would have been an A for me. Yeah. Probably would have been close to giving that same grade at that point if they'd done that move instead too, CR. I do like the moves, and I do think the corners are going to be workable. Whether they've got a lot of top end to them, I think they'll at least be, functional pieces for the defense. But I understand you taking that route with it for sure. Ionatar Babakar. It says, can you give us a quick breakdown of each pick? Yeah, we can do that. Let me bring him up here so you can see him. Let's get them all up here. Hell. Oh, hell. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. There we go. Okay. So, Seattle Seahawks, with their first pick, of course, took 16 Byron Murphy. No doubt about this, an A-plus pick for me, or A pick for me. You got maybe not only the best defensive lineman in this draft, but maybe the best defender in this draft, depending on which teams you ask. Christian Haynes, you came back in the third round and maybe got the best guard in this draft. At the very least, the best right guard in this draft, if he can't maybe play left guard in addition to that. So again, an A pick there. I love that pick from my standpoint of things, Ionaton. They came back and took Tyrese Knight in the fourth round out of UTEP. I don't have as much tape to go off of with this guy. He is very toolsy. He's got the size. He's got the length. He's got the explosiveness that you would look for the position, certainly the type of explosiveness that Mike McDonald would look for from the position. There are some rough roads with him on tape. He's not the greatest in coverage. Can't get off blocks very well. But as a downhill linebacker that can attack, that can blitz, that can give you a little bit in coverage, he does provide that, and he has been tremendously productive there for 3 years as a starter. A.J. Barner comes in at 421 from the Seahawks. A.J. Barner's what I would consider, and I'm just going to flat out say it, I think he's the best blocking tight end in this draft. I think he had even Tip Ryman beat out in this area. His technique and his drive and his ability to lock out edges in the blocking game is outstanding. So you're getting a real dog down there. I think there's some real true comps here when you look at A.J. Barner and looking back at a guy like Disley. He might not move like Disley did coming out of college and how he tested, but this guy is still very, very, very good as a blocker and still very capable as a pass catcher too. He's not just a one-trick pony. In the fifth round, the Seattle Seahawks grabbed Nemiah Pritchett, a cornerback. They had traded back to add these extra picks in this draft. Nemiah Pritchett, Auburn cornerback, played a lot of off coverage. Seahawks went with both Auburn quarterbacks in the draft who played a lot of off coverage. They were put in a bit of a pickle in how much they were lined off the line of scrimmage and dropping the bail technique post snap. Makes it really hard on those corners to then jump on the shorter routes underneath. But Pritchett and DJ James, a couple of rounds later, both of them are tremendously fast, good enough size, good change of direction, good explosiveness. They both have kind of the same pluses and minuses to them a little bit, where you do trust to what they can do in coverage. You do feel like they can run with just about anybody, but you do worry a little bit in both cases about how each of them tackles. So I've got some question marks with both those two guys in the tackling realm of things. In the 6th round, maybe one of the pure best value picks in this draft, and Sa'ato La'amuye, in that I think I had a 4th round grade on him. You're getting him in midway through the 2nd round. That's one of the better value picks for me in this draft. This guy's played tackle at Utah, so he's going to transition to guard at the next level, and this works into the Seahawks' favor. If he had been at Utah, I think, and he had just been a guard and hammering guys playing and play out there at Utah, very good chance that this guy does get taken, I think, 3rd or 4th round. But because you have to kind of anticipate a little bit of that projection in his play and what he will be, you go, okay, he goes to the 6th. But a great pick. I think the Seattle Seahawks very likely in both Haynes and Lamua. I'll learn how to say his name eventually. They may have found their 2 starters for the future in both of these 2 guys. Really might have done so. So it's really, when I go to my favorite picks in this draft, it's, Murphy, Haynes, Lamua, Barner, kind of in that order, I think would be my favorite picks in this draft. Phenomenal there. Really like the high-end picks I really like. I got A grades on them. Get Lamua there, a starter guard in the future, 6th round. That's an A grade to me. Love it. And the thing you like about both Haynes and Lamua is that these guys are absolute get after it kind of players. They are not the linemen that are going to do the bare minimum. They're going to go a little bit, maybe too far. Like they're going to keep blocking the guy past the sideline, and then they're going to be like, throw him into the seats. Do it Michael Orr style. Just toss him into the 4th row, right? Michael Jarrell is the head scratcher for me. A lot of people in the chat do like him. I on a ton with the last pick of the draft. Seems to be that he has some really good tape, although it's at Division 2A school, so it's lesser competition. According to what I'm hearing from it, he could have gone to a bigger school this past year, but stayed loyal to the program, which is cool. But a guy that maybe have some kind of diamond in the rough upside to him, and then he's played at that smaller school and just not been as on bright display for what he's bringing. I didn't love the pick, but at the same point in time, if you're going to take a flyer on a guy in the 6th round, I can't get mad at that. Completely understandable. Mr. Dog, thank you for the $10 donation, Mr. Dog. Sorry, I just saw the donation come up, so I might be a little late on acknowledging you on this, but I really, really do appreciate you, Mr. Dog, for that. Thank you for the $10 dono. He says, way to tough it out this weekend, brother. Hey, thank you, man. You guys made it easy on me. You guys made it so easy on me. You didn't give me a hard time about the voice, and you put up with my scratchiness and my it sounds like I'm smoking a pack of cigarettes, kind of lungs to it. So thank you for dealing with it. You guys are troopers for putting up with a little bit of the scratchy voice. I really do appreciate that. And it was my pleasure, man. I had a hell of a time here watching this draft with you guys and kind of turning this one over. So it was definitely my pleasure. Absolutely. Sorry, Mr. Dog, a little late on acknowledging the dono there, but appreciate you, brother. I really do. I salute you, man. Another long-time contributor to this channel. Mr. Kane, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Mr. Kane, as well. And he does kind of factor in a little bit of maybe what we should sort of consider in this draft. You've got round 1, Byron Murphy. Round 2, that was Leonard Williams. That was your pick of Leonard Williams. You come back in round 3 with Haynes. Round 4, Travis Knight. And then you got Sam Howell, kind of in that same 4th round as far as what you gave up in a collective price. A.J. Barr in the 5th, Pritchett, Lamua, DJ James, Jarrell. That's a hell of a draft. Yeah, when you factor in the Howell, Leonard Williams side of it into the rest of the collective, which I think is a fair enough part. You took from this draft capital to go get those guys. So I don't think it's completely out of pocket to look at it that way, Mr. Kane. I think it's right. So when you look at it through that lens, it does make it look even better, doesn't it? It's got a little bit more shine on top of it at that point, a little extra gleam, ding, it kind of does. I get it. I think that's a fair way of looking at it too, Mr. Kane. I do. Thank you, man. My brother from another mother. Hope you're doing well. Hope the book's going well, man. Mumbles coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Very kind of you too, man. All my longtime donators, supporters on this channel. I really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you just doesn't seem enough when I get this much love. So thank you. You guys are unbelievable. Unbelievable. As someone mentioned, no trolls here. Laughing out loud. La la la, la la la, tra la 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 la. Ho, oa, ha ha ha. Hi, I, o. Hi, I, o. Hi, I, o. La 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 la. No trolls in here, man. That's right, Mumbles. We keep it clean in here. We keep those trolls under the bridges in San Francisco where they belong, where those dirty trolls belong, with that Golden Gate Bridge. Stack them under there. I thank you, Mumbles, though. That's very kind of you, man, for that $20 drop, brother. Appreciate you. James Peters says Utah guard was the 6th best rated. All Utah linemen are well coached. You know, Utah, the cornerback was a 3rd grade and the 16th best quarterback. I do think that that's the way it played out for the Seahawks on their board with Nemiah, James, is that they looked at him and they went, we've got a higher 3rd round grade on this guy. How do we not take him here in round 5? And I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that logic or reason on it. And yeah, you're right. Utah linemen, they do a lot of run blocking there, much more than typical NFL teams. They run a lot of pro style concepts in their blocking concepts. It's less about the spread formation and, peppering the ball all over the yard. They're going to come downhill at you. They're going to be physical. That's a requirement to be an offensive lineman in the Utah system. So I like they're a little bit of a different cut there, those Utah guards. Free Truth says, I will say, give me a mediocre quarterback with a strong O-line and running game and some good tight end times 2. The quarterback is the last piece of the puzzle. That's the way it is for me as well. That's my outlook as well. Get all the rest of it set up, get the QB in last, and then the table is set for him to go out there and be successful. Ricardo, I think given the way the board fell, we did fine. A lot of players I wanted got taken before we had a chance. Hicks, Jatavian Sanders, Gray. We kept getting sniped all day. Yeah, there was a little bit of guys getting up, just a couple picks to where we were going to select, then able to kind of, they were sort of jumped in front of us. We got snaked a little bit. I agree. Totally agree there, Ricardo. And I'm fine with it. Yeah, draft worked out fine. Kitty, can you relax, please? I know. Not much longer, and then you'll be able to have me all to yourself 100% of the time. Radu, James Williams got drafted, man. Darn it. UDFA says Hamilton is the modern day Cam. That's the new S prototype with Alpha. And Alpha, Cam would play like him if he played today. Otherwise, he'd be kicked out of the league. Yeah, I think Cam Cam gets moved to linebacker personally at UE. I don't think he's kept there at the safety. I think he just gets put right down the linebacker and they call it a day. If it's 10 years later, Tim DB21, Brandon, once again, a home run podcast. Best content with entertainment at the same time. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Tim. That's definitely the goals. That's the aspirations for sure, is to hit that mark of it. I appreciate that. It seems like it landed over this draft coverage, and I thank you for that, man. It's been a hell of a draft. Hell of a draft. I've loved this whole process leading up to it. It's been great. Why are you so hairy? Like, you are way too hairy here. Give me this. You are too hairy. Like, you're shedding crazy town. Like, what is going on? I gotta pull off her hair. She's like freaking. She gets down this warm environment, all of her hair starts shedding. So it's like I got a filter of hair all over me right now. God, cat. Too much. Too much, kitty. Tucker says, imagine putting Murphy's desire into Carter's talent. I mean, you'd have an unstoppable player. Unstoppable. Luis says, every year we're trying to figure out the LOB archetype players. It's already a tradition, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's a celebration of the Legion of Boom, right? That's what it is. Thanks again, Tim. That's really kind of you to say on that. Mumbles, thank you for 17 months as a Hawks Nest member. Does someone send B the troll song, please? Now, somebody's going to have to send me that one. I don't know the troll song. I got to learn it, though, I guess. Michael Goebel says, Sam Howell had a very high sack rate in college. It carried over to the NFL. It's something that needs to be corrected and fixed with him, yeah. Did he have I mean, he performed pretty well in college, too, though. Did pretty great in college. Was he fitted with a lot of great offensive linemen out there in college, or was he under pressure? I mean, some of it just kind of comes down to like also the details of it. Is it just merely he doesn't sense pressure and take sacks, or is it toughness in the pocket, his lack of pass protection. You know, when it comes to last year, I'm sure there's some sacks you can put on Sam Howell to say that, you know, this is on him for that. And you know, he's responsible here for some of these sacks in this place. I completely think that that's a fair and valid outlook on it. When I check last year, Sam Howell, and the chart that would show the responsibility of the sacks that are on Howell, because of course there's a stat for this. We don't have to necessarily guess. We can actually pull up the statistical information that kind of gives us this a little bit. So let me bring this up. Boom. Okay. So, you know, if the onus here is that Sam Howell is essentially bad and that he's just taking a ton of sacks and that's his kind of game, well, okay, as I always say, we got to back up what we say with that, right? We can't just say a magnanimous statement without backing. Well, yeah, I took a lot of sacks. Well, there's things that go into guys taking sacks, right? Pass protection goes into it. The kind of system that you're playing goes into it. For instance, Howell going from a spread system to a whole new offense in his final year of college is going to play a factor into it. But here's the statistics from last year on the quarterbacks and their responsibility in the sacks that they took last season. The column to pay attention to is going to be the second far right column. Oh, the cats are going a little wild here at the end of the stream. They're definitely. So we look at this statistic. It's the second to the far right statistic here. Oh my God. Really? Holy Lord. Okay. Cats are definitely showing signs they need some help here. So let's look at the second to right hand column, okay? If Sam Howell just sucks and he just takes sacks constantly, you're going to expect him to then see with the data of, okay, you're sacked more than any other quarterback last year in football, in the NFL. So if you are purely bad at taking sacks, if you just hold on to the ball and you're tapping the ball and you're taking too many sacks, then we should see represented in this direct stat a correlation between you being one of the worst in the league at holding on the ball too long, meaning that there's a high rate of responsibility of, Jesus, cat. He's like throwing up all over the place here as I'm trying to, come on, man. Give me just a little longer with this kitty. But when we look at the numbers, it doesn't really met that out. There are guys like Russell Wilson at 24%. There's guys like Jalen Hurts at 23%. There's Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes at 20%, meaning 20% of the sacks they took, 1/5 of the sacks they took were on their shoulders. So what does the statistics say to us about Sam Howell? He's at 15%. Is 15% a good number? Well, not maybe a good number. I mean, Geno Smith at 6% looks fantastic, right? But it's also not one of the worst numbers in the league. So this is where we go to on if there's a correlation and Sam Howell just takes sacks and he's bad about that and it's not the pass protection issues of Washington that were really as much driving that, or a lot of other poor factors that came into play, like not having receivers that were generating separation, having at best an okay offensive line, having a lame duck head coach, having an offensive coordinator who probably shouldn't be an offensive coordinator in this league. But at 15%, that's pretty good for a 23-year-old quarterback, in my opinion. Especially when we have 35-year-old quarterbacks like Russell Wilson taking 24%. And that Russell Wilson takes that 24% while he has, I think, the 5th best pass protecting offensive line in the sport last season. But it's not in a place where it's super egregious. Lamar Jackson's got a higher percent. Dak Prescott had a higher percent. Gardner Minshew had a higher percentage. So it just doesn't track to me. I think it's more than he's got some inherent problem with taking sacks. It's more of put the supporting cast around him. And if I'm wrong on this, I'll own being wrong and say, oh, no, you guys were right about the Sam Howell thing. He just takes a ton of sacks. But I think that this is where there's other things that factor into this than just purely he's sitting there padding and holding onto the football, you know? And it's like you don't have receivers generating separation and there's not a route for you to run away out of the pocket. What do you do? No. James Peters says we have a 0 backup quarterbacks. 6 safety? Who's screaming 6 safety? I'm not screaming for six safety. And again, I saw it, as I said, about 30,000 times with James Williams. I didn't see James Williams as a safety. I saw him as a will linebacker. I think if Cam Chancellor comes into this draft in this modern age and it's 10 years later, and there's not a Pete Carroll that's going to allow him to go play safety in a box safety kind of role, because that doesn't exist anymore, he goes to linebacker. So it's more about the will linebacker for Williams than it was about him being at safety. Yeah, it's James Williams to me is in the safety at the next level, James Peters. He's a will linebacker, and that's a need on the team, as you evidenced by what you said were the 0 backup linebackers. So kind of you agree with me on this. That one was kind of a need. CR says, in my neighborhood, we had a cat jumping into a truck driving 1,000 kilometers. Sorry, I'm European, and found his way back through a post on Facebook 3 weeks later. Oh, wow. Cats can be that way, man. They're curious and gets them in trouble sometimes. Brad Myers, anyone mentioned DJ James was at Oregon before Auburn? I don't think we talked about it too much with that. No. He's got a lot of starting experience, though, for sure. Buddha says it took him 6 whole days to let the cat out of the bag, or in this case, the box. Mr. Dog, thank you for the $10 donation, and we'll be getting some updates here on the UDFAs here soon, folks. So bear with me on that. Appreciate you getting on that donation there, Mr. Dog. ATM 351, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. The coaching staff will have to make this draft have the high upside. Feel like today's sort of split feelings on this draft. I give it a B. Similar state and where I'm at with it, AEM. I like the draft overall. I do give it a strong B+. I give it like an 88 grade if I was a teacher grading the page, grading the paper. So I think it's overall a very strong one. I think the first 2 days of the draft were much stronger than this E3. There are some odd picks in here a little bit. But with that said, there is upside to this draft. On all of these guys that maybe even rounded where you don't like him as much, like a Tyrese Knight, you could see where the team does see the upside in him with the physical skill set that he brings, his explosiveness, his traditional size that you like that he brings to the position. So I think it's a fair assessment, ATM. I don't think it's harsh at all to say B plus in that range of things. And this has a chance for this draft in the grade to be raised much higher if these developmental guys, Tyrese Knight, said the 6th round kid you took at the end, a couple of these corners can really round into being a starter. Looks even way more better at that point, doesn't it? So I do agree, as Mr. Kane said too, a little bit. I don't maybe got fully factor in that Leonard Williams counts as your 2nd rounder, or fully factor in that Sam Howell counts as a 4th rounder for you. But I think you got to kind of build that in here a little bit too as well into the assessment of this draft class. I think that's a fair way to do it as well. But I still come down, bottom line, B+. I think solid B+. Thank you, ATM. Very kind of you, man. Will Valdez with a $5 donation. Thanks, Will. Says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how close are each of the teams in our division to Super Bowl contention? Great question. Absolutely fantastic question. So the San Francisco 49ers are, they're at 10 because they've not taken a big step back this offseason so far. They didn't even trade Brandon Ayuk like a lot of us thought they might have to do. So they're still at a 10. The Rams. The Rams are at about an 8, I would say. Coming off a playoff win last year, or coming off a playoff appearance last year in a rebuild season where they had $57 million of dead money that's not going to be hindering them as much this year. And then but then you also have to factor in losing Aaron Donald, and that's a big impact. So, I kind of keep them right around the same area in that 8 range, I would say. The Cardinals are at 4 or 5. I really don't trust what they're doing right now, defensively speaking. And offensively, they're not super explosive, super incredible there. So, 4 or 5-ish. And with our Seahawks, probably about a 6 right now, 6 or 7. Now we'll go 7. We're right on the edge of being a playoff team, and we've improved. So it's really for us on the back of how these last 3 draft prospects all develop. How do the rookies come in? Can they bring impact? And then these plethora of picks that you had through 22, 23, can those guys take big, huge steps forward and be really difference makers at the position? And if that can happen, that definitely ascends you faster to getting to that spot. But those would be my scales. So Niners 10, Rams 8, Seahawks 7, Cardinals 4 or 5. Seahawks maybe like 7.5. I'll give us an extra half. That feels more right. Voodoo Magic says, isn't Westover just Jacob Hollister 2.0? There's some certain... No. I see differences in their game. They're certainly built the same from a size body-wise, Voodoo. But one thing that Jacob really struggled with was contested catches. And that's a problem when you're a tight end. If you can't handle when somebody's hitting you as you're making the catch and the ball's going to get knocked free, that's kind of sucks. If he was open, he'd make the grab. What you saw last year with Westover time and time again is that he'd have coverage all over him, hanging on him sometimes, and he would still make the catch. A much bigger catch radius than Jacob Hollister. I also believe that Jack Westover is a better blocker than Jacob Hollister was. If Lance says we got Westover, let's go. There we go. Perfect timing on that one. Jack Westover is in the house. Is in the hizzy. Misfit says Houston defensive lineman Nelson Caesar signed by the Seahawks, a UDFA. Another good one there. Nelson Caesar, 6'3", 254 pounds, 33 5/8-inch long arms. This nice big edge for you. Not the most explosive. Didn't run 40. 7.3 3-cone, 4.57 shuttle. So not your most athletic of cats. Built strong and tough. Nelson really took a step forward this past year as a pass rusher, more efficient, more effective, more productive. He offers an assembly of moves from the Euro step, two-handed swipe, a spin move, a long arm bull rush, a quick dip move with his shoulders that gets him free of blocks, and which he usually employs against the run. He really loads up as a pass rusher and commits to that first move. He does have 0 counters, though, in his bag. Not the most aware in space. When he gets locked on a block, he loses track of the ball carrier. He has the moves in his bag and a good dip, but he's not exactly a bender, and he is obviously missing some ideal explosion that you like off the edge there. Strong enough to set the edge, and usually ensures it by getting the leverage win. So when you talk about what we thought the Seahawks were going to look to get at some point in this draft, we were looking at the power edge, a guy that could be an early rundown defender who can set that strong, hard edge. This is maybe the guy that they foresee as being a potential guy that could do that, and maybe the guy that then becomes your bit of your Darrell Taylor replacement, at a much cheaper rate. San Francisco signs Drake Nugent. Okay. James Peters, I like the Penn State kid. Maybe character issues. He's a good player. I'd love to get Jacobs. He's a good player too. I agree, James. Fully agree. I was angry. As a April Fool's joke, you should rename the channel Pumpkins Perch. I'd do that, but there'd be people that legit would unsubscribe. People get touchy on that subscribe button. ATM says, I'm super confident in our first 2 picks. For these day 3 picks, it's more of seeing how this coaching staff can develop these guys and the rest of the roster. I'm cautiously optimistic. I like that word, cautiously optimistic. I'm with it. Yeah. Even though the guys on the day 3, I'm not as much in on. I have some I like caution. Optimism is in there. Yeah, it's definitely in place. Ricardo says it's entirely possible that all these players that the Seahawks missed on that we think are great end up sucking. Got to trust the process. Definitely trust in the process. That's for sure. Holy's hand grenade. Still waiting on that collab with Seahawks podcaster with Brandon B. I was going to try to set that up a little bit more for May. The thing that happened for me, Holy's hand grenade, is just I had to get the move done through April, and I had to get the draft prep done through April, and it ended up being kind of all consuming. So just got stuck on that a little bit too much, but I will try to, I'm playing with the notion as we get into some of these dead months here into May and June, with trying to reach out to some various folks and bring them onto the channel. Just have some kind of open discussion during this time period. Boys, says John's thought process, the last pick, just F it. Maybe. Shoot for the moon. Metal Dragon, so were you on Team Turner at 16? I was on Team Verse, and they took Murphy. Great prospect. I hope they're right. He does have a high floor, so there is that. I like Dallas Turner a little bit more. I think Verse was a little more of a finished product. Verse was much more advanced in his hand usage and his plan of attack as a pass rusher. But I do trust in time that that's going to develop with Dallas Turner. And he's just more explosive, more bendy, more dippy. Verse has got that in his bag too, but it was just to a greater degree with Turner, in my opinion. Probably was more on Turner as the pick there than Byron Murphy in the moment. Flag, James Williams did get picked. Huey says Murphy was a great pick. That's why I didn't want us to trade back. Gives us the better chance of getting an elite player. Of course, no guarantees. Amen. Agreed. We got Westover signed. Nelson Caesar signed. Space says, what's Christopher Walken think about this draft, Brennan? He loves it, Space. Day 1, day 2, yes. Day 3, I don't know. It's okay. Upside, I guess. Projects. I don't like projects. I like already ready to go. But day 1, day 2, yes. Hot. Good. Florida running back George Aholelani has signed, it sounds like, with Seattle. Thank you for the updates, by the way, guys. 5'10", 208-pound running back out of Boise State. 4'5", 240, 157, 39-inch vert, 10'7" broad. So very explosive. Not uber fast, but quick enough and very explosive. A lot of people like George. I didn't have a chance to look at the tape on him. Just one of those prospects you just can't quite get to at the end of the process. Shorter arms at 29 3/4 inches, but that's not a problem on a running back. He's got enough size in there to get it to make it go. Frank Gore Jr. goes to the Bills. Thank you, BLM. Lord Boom says, Brandon, when I got this morning, it was to the announcement of our first pick for today with you. I went to work, came home, and you're still here. Scratchy throat and all, you are the GOAT, bro. Thank you, man. Voice bounced back a little bit today. It gave me a third wind. Little third wind, you know what I mean? I can't wait to take a look at Jarrell Wyatt S. It's going to be one of the first tapes that I turn on here once we sign off. UDFA says, Hal is not better than Purdy. His physical measurables are better, but his poise and accuracy and decision-making are not as good as Purdy. Can he develop? Sure he can, but he ain't there today. It's the eternal debate, Huey. You know, it's the eternal debate between me and you. I mean, it's going on for a couple of years. It ain't getting solved today. I know that. I look at that situation, Huey, and I go, look what the supporting cast does there for Brock Purdy. You look at that situation and go, look how great Brock Purdy is. So it's, again, I think I take Brock Purdy and put him in just about any other situation in football, and he doesn't look like the same player. He's also older than Hal. 24 years old, Hal's 23. So, you know, It's where our difference of opinion lies. It's where, to me, at the heart of this discussion, there is the difference of opinion. We can look at that same situation, and you can take away from it, oh, look how great Brock is. I look at that situation and I go, see, there's the evidence of that argument I've been trying to make to you for 3 years of you need the supporting cast. And when you have the supporting cast, you can have Mr. freaking Irrelevant guide a team to a Super Bowl. But that's like I say, we'll never get to a common ground, I think, on this one. We're both pretty dug in. But I think it's telling that we both look at that situation and kind of see that in a different light. Cody Schrader to the Niners. Good pick for them. They're stocking back up on running backs. He says, so you're saying the 49ers would swap Purdy for Hal if they could? Is that what you believe? Well, I think that Purdy is the perfect fit for that offense and what they need him to do. And it limits all of the limitations within his skill set in a unique way that no other offense in the NFL can do so, Huey. He's got an offense that's prescribed to get the ball out of his hands as quick as anybody in football. He's got a multitude of receivers in George Kittle that create as much separation in their route running as anybody in football. He's got the best defense maybe on the other side of it. It's the part I don't get where you can't put the 2 and 2 together on it, that's what helps him to get to where he is. You know? It's me saying that Brock Purdy sucks. No, but let's go to the nuanced part of it. The supporting cast is what makes him glow like he's glowing. You go put him on other teams across the board in the NFL, Brock Purdy is not going to be that guy. You put him on offenses where he's forced to make big boy NFL throws on a consistent basis, he's not going to be that guy. So, it's again, just a different way we look at it on this, man. I'm surprised you can't kind of see it. I mean, when it's to the point of we have a Mr. Irrelevant quarterback getting to the Super Bowl. To me, with this long discussion you and I have had on this long debate, I think this would be finally something that would start to push you a little bit more in alignment with my thinking on this. That it's not about the superhero quarterback with his cape flapping in the wind, shooting freaking laser beams out of his eyes. It's about the supporting cast, and make that great, and you can make a quarterback really shine. That's really the bottom line and where it's at for me on that. Dylan Johnson goes to the Titans. And I think when it comes to Brock Purdy, he's a pure fit. With Hal's skill set, he could be a better I think Hal is a better overall quarterback than Purdy. Yes, Huey, I do. Does that mean that they would take Hal in the Niners over Purdy? Not necessarily, because Purdy's skill set fits perfectly with the supporting greatness of supporting cast he has around him. So it's yes, I think that Hal's better than that. I think he's better than Purdy. I do believe Purdy is elevated by his supporting cast. But this is where I've been very consistent on my messaging with this for years. Haley says, when CMC was taking a breather in the Super Bowl, Purdy failed to score. When Debo was out, he crumbled. He needs everything around him to be elite to perform. And there we go. That's my belief on this as well. He's got that full supporting cast around him in the way that it's working with Shanahan calling the plays. Yeah, he can look really good. Take some of that stuff away from him, he looks like a completely different player. I truly believe that. George Helani, Jack Westover, Nelson Caesar. Let me get a. I can get a. Try to keep these updated. Let me put a little bit of a rolling scroll thing here. Okay, so we got George. We got Nelson Caesar. Okay, make this bigger. I'll give you guys a little bit of a background on that one so you can see it clearer here. There we go. Keep the list up of the active ones we got going on here. Yeah, you can't take a Jacoby Brisket UE2K and outplayed. Oh, Jesus, UE. He played one game. Chill, dude. Chill. He played one game. Talk about taking a sample size to fit to your convenience of your argument. You already taken Jacoby Brisket, a guy that's 5-6 years older than Sam Howell, that has a ton of starting experience in this league, and you make that a false dichotomy of a comparison. Then you add on top of it that you act like you outplayed him like he played half the season for Washington when he played one freaking game. That is the definition of sample size. But like again, man, we're never going to get to common ground on this one. And much like I saw with you on the Russell Wilson debate, dude, I like where you come from on where you think with football stuff. But when you dig in on opinion, even when you're proven wrong on the opinion, I've seen you not transition and change. And that's why I don't have a lot of luck or faith that I can talk you into this on this one, because you just dig your heels in like you have at Russell Wilson. You still will barely give me any credit whatsoever being right on that multiple times over with you making super huge predictions about what Russell Wilson was going to do in Denver, and then super huge predictions about what Russell was going to do under Sean Payton. And it's like, maybe there's the fact that I was right on that might be a little bit of a leading a person to go, oh, maybe he's got a little bit of an insight on this one and what he's saying about this. But instead, you just like redig your heels into the same place, into the same ground. You know, it's not about being right. It's about getting it right. That's really what this whole thing is about. That's for me too. I don't know all the answers, but you're trying to seek to get to the right place, not hold on to an original opinion with a death grip, even when it's proven wrong across the board time and time again. But I don't think there's a common ground here for us on this one, brother. Grandizer question, hey, Brandon Kane. Hope all is well. Can't wait to hear your short videos on each Seahawks pick. Your thoughts on why HCBU standout Sudiata Anderson was not drafted. Grandizer, I'm sorry, I didn't have much of a chance to check a look at Mr. Anderson. So sometimes on some of these prospects, you just can't get to those back end ones. There's just so many. But I'm not sure. Not sure. Benelli says, Brando, A.J. Barner also played at Indiana with Ryan Grubb and DeBoer. Oh, okay. He also put up much better receiving numbers with those guys as his coordinators. That tracks to what I saw on tape then too, Benelli. So thank you for that insight. That does definitely matches up, because when I saw him on tape run routes, he wasn't like, empty on that part. He was okay as a route runner. He showed strong hands. It's just Michigan didn't try to feature him in that way at all. I think they have like a tight end, was it Loveland or something? That's like their true blue receiving tight end, and they barely throw as it is, right? I mean, they had that whole half against Penn State where they didn't even throw the ball once, Tommy says, I like Murphy as our pick because the upside of finding a true defensive tackle that can pass rush is worth more to me. It's easier to find a good edge than a good defensive tackle. I still have a C+ above average overall. Okay. A little low on the draft. I get that. I like Murphy as our pick. Upside. Definitely some upside there. Maybe not liking the rest of the draft on that, Tommy. Okay. I says, Jesus, that UDFA quarterback 6'1", 198. That's kind of small. Holy Stand Grenades says, we got a C grade from Bleacher Report on the tackle pick. Makes sense. Nobody knows much about him, so they'll just kind of default to the negative on that. I know I did too, so I'm guilty of that. CJ Starling says, we just signed Bo Braid. Okay. Man, the UDFA is working out good here so far. Got our safety. Folks. So I did take a look at Bo. 6 foot, 203, 31-inch arms. Functional box safety, who at times can give you free safety looks, but he's better down around the line of scrimmage. Excellent at screaming off the edge in the run game. able to chop running backs down in the backfield. Coverage skills are functional overall. He can make a play on the ball and drives on routes out of zone coverage with aggression. Solid instincts in coverage, doesn't get fooled very often. Average speed, average athleticism, average size. So if you're looking for what might have caused him to dip through this draft, kind of that as much as anything else. There's nothing necessarily jumping out at you that was tremendous with him. Also, you didn't have any real testing numbers to go off of as well. If he can't chop you down as a ball carrier, his tackling ability struggles to bring the man down without giving up extra yards. So he's going to be kind of like, I hold on and wait for the cavalry to arrive. Very high missed tackle rate throughout the course of his career. I think the short arms definitely hurt him in this respect quite a bit. He also doesn't come under control enough as a tackler when he's coming and running kind of the alleyway as a safety. He was the 444th rated safety by PFF last year in addition to this, so hard to find much of the sparkling side to him. He was used all over the place in Maryland's defense, so he offers you that versatility. Not much flash here, but as a guy that's a UDFA, makes a complete amount of sense. Complete amount of sense. Bill Henningsen, Goff, Foles, Garoppolo, Purdy, all making Super Bowls, telling you everything about the importance of the team. Amen, Bill. Beautifully put. Yeah. Plenty of this evidence that happens. Brock Osweiler and Peyton Manning, a shell of himself at the end. Win a Super Bowl. I mean, there's another one where you have, if the whole thing about, it's all about the QB and the QB with the superhero, he's the one that does it. You literally have Cam Newton acting like Superman that year, winning the MVP award, going up against a Peyton Manning who was a complete shell of his former self, and Brock Osweiler, who didn't last in the league but a couple of years after that Super Bowl. And they beat Superman. They took Superman down. Why? Because the team was better. The team was better. Not the quarterback, the team. It is one of the more stronger opinions that I can have in regards to football as I've gone along this process. And it's not one that I arrived at 20 years ago. It's a place that I've arrived at looking at this sport so thoroughly, so deeply for years on end now, and watching how teams approach the position and watch how there are so many varied outlooks on the position. Got Garrett Greenfield signed. Seahawks signed Garrett Greenfield. Kyle Kratz. Oh my God. Kyle coming in. Kratzer coming in with a $50 donation. Kyle, thank you so very much for that huge donation. That is a monster, man. So thank you for coming in, dropping a monster on the chat here. I really do appreciate that. That is really kind of you. He says, thank you for not only the Hawks draft coverage, but the entire draft. This is your flu game. And congratulations to all Hawk fans getting engaged and having babies. Hey, let's go. That was another cool part of this draft, wasn't it, Kyle? We had 2 of our subscribers announce that they were having kids on the way. So the Hawks Nest family is about due to grow just a little bit bigger. I love seeing that. We had another guy that said he was going to get the engagement ring, and hopefully he gives us an update on that. So, we're fully in, spring is in bloom, Kyle. You know what I mean? Spring is fully in bloom. And you're right. This is my Jordan flu game, man. I'm going up against the mailman in Stockton, shaking it off. You know what I mean? Between picks, I got Pippen helping me to the bench. You know, they're force feeding me Gatorade and honey. That's pretty much what's going on here, my Kyle. That's how it's been, man. But it's been awesome, bro. This has been a great draft. It's been really fun to chop it up with all of you on this and watch what our Hawks are doing and to be able to experience this all together. It's a really great time. One of my favorites of the year. I really look forward. That's why I prep so hard for this stuff, is I want to be as informed as I can for you guys on these players, because it just makes it, I think, that much better of an experience as we go through it. But thank you. And yes, congratulations to all our Hawk fans out there the last couple of days getting engaged, having babies on the way. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. But Kyle, thank you, man. That is a beautiful thing, is that $50 donation. That is a huge donation. I really do appreciate that. That is really kind of you. I know, especially in this economy, that's no small donation. I understand it. So thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate you, Kyle. Kyle says, I like the double dipping at corner in the later rounds. You rarely find starters in the late rounds, so this helps increase our chances. We have to look to the future. Yeah, I think to your point on this, when I came around to, let's look at this real quick. I think this could be an interesting, if I can get the thing up here. I lost my screen. There we go. There we go. The stupid thing wasn't let me do what I wanted to do. Oh man, it's flipped. Oh, what the hell happened here? It's a catastrophe. It's a catastrophe. Okay. So let's look at these rankings, because I want to talk to your point on this one a little bit, Kyle. What I think Drew, and this is where I do think that the Seattle Seahawks were operating from a value-based mindset even into day two. Am I going to ding them a little bit day two on some of the picks? A little bit. But am I also understanding that they didn't make these picks from a need standpoint? They weren't taking these corners because you had to go and get them. You're making these picks for what I'm going to show you right here. Here's my big horizontal board. And I think that what you will notice with this big horizontal board is that when first we look at the defense here, right? Look at all of the guys in the cornerback column there with draftable grades versus the other positions with draftable grades. Okay? So you can see there's a lot of guys, right? From the third, the fourth, the fifth round, I've just got them all peppered on in there, don't I? And that's even with 4 cornerbacks going in the first round. Let's look at also at the offensive side of the ball. Same thing here, where what you have is look at all of the wide receivers compared to the other positions. Much deeper stack of draftable wide receivers in there. So why were there more corners and more receivers taken in this draft than any other position? Because that's where the talent was at. And so when you go back to the defensive side of the ball here and you look at these corners that are here, what is going to be a natural, logical conclusion that'll happen with this many draftable cornerbacks? And what I think naturally happens with this is you're not going to see those guys all go to where their grade is at. Those guys will slip and dive because there's only so many cornerbacks that are going to be taken through those first 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds. There's just only going to be so many. So you end up arriving on your pick in this draft, the Seahawks twice over, going, okay, we have these different positions that are graded into the 5th, 6th round range, but then we have this guy with like a 3rd round grade. Because there were so many good cornerbacks and you couldn't see them all picked at the top, it just isn't going to run that way, even when there's kind of a run on the position. There was just too many of them. And so, Kyle, I think the thing I like about it most, even if I don't tremendously love the players and I got some worries about their ability to tackle, the thing that I really do like about it is that you did go for value on those picks. You looked at your board and I can understand it. You look at that and say, this guy's a 3rd round grade. Brennan Jackson, who's here, also has a more of a late 5th round grade. You know, Jaden Crumbly, late 5th, 6th round grade. You know, you start looking at the other positions there that are available, and it's like, there's a big difference between these two. Man, we don't want to go cornerback back to back, basically, in, 2 of the last 3, 4 picks, but the value's too good. And that was going to be the way I thought that might lead them to take a receiver in this draft, but it ended up being more of the cornerbacks this got driven to. And I thought it was a real distinct possibility because with John drafting to value, that means you have a potential of stacking positions really heavy, even if it's not a need, because you're just trusting the value of your board. Raw, pure, and simple. And I think that's what John did do through this draft. And Kyle, that's why I also do very much support this draft. Even with a B+ grade, it's a strong B+ grade. And I think they did a good enough job here to get us going now up over the top with this draft. Flag, the edge we got from Houston's interesting. This guy can come in and really give them some good play. This is a guy that could potentially push Taylor out because he's got that ability to actually get down on early rundowns and come in there and be a factor. He says you're going to need a bigger box, B. Ricardo says, I agree that coaching plays a part. In a vanilla offense, he wouldn't be setting passing records. Going to need a bigger boat. Tommy says, Oxnest, what was your least favorite pick and or move we made and why. Tyrese Knight would be the move that I liked the least. There was a lot of other inside linebackers at that time that I thought were better. I didn't have a chance to watch a lot of his tape, so this is a little bit of a premature evaluation from me, Tommy. You know, I hate trying to come to conclusions on players I haven't given the full. You know, it's like you haven't given them their just due to give them the full view of what they are and what they offer, and so you just feel like maybe you're coming to quick conclusions that aren't really the true case of the player. But my worry with him is that though he can improve in a lot of areas across the board that he does need to improve in, the awareness, the instincts, read and reacting, and getting off blocks are 4 things that I've got some pretty big issues with on Tyrese Knight with the tape that I watched. So he's the one that's the least favorite for me. I don't know the tackle that we took at the end, but then that's the 6th round, and I don't care at that point. You know, I grab whoever you want to grab in the 6th round. You know, John's got a chubby for some small school kid that's throwing guys around at 2A. Hey, let's go. All right. But that one with Knight, you were still in a place to really still get a very high quality inside linebacker, and I'm just not so sure he's going to make it happen. Mahogany did end up going at the end of the draft. Yes, went to the Lions. Brendan Rice was taken by the Chargers. Nick. Lord Boom says, I love when Hawaii boys go to the pros, especially when they're on my team. I know they say he's from Boise State and whatever, but his family and him are from Hawaii. Okay, let's go, George. I got to go check out his tape, man. That was one of the guys I just didn't quite get around to with the prospects. Mr. Anderson. Oh, yeah, Grenade. The census is we have a solid B draft. I'm B+, but that's about the right place. Tommy says, to be clear, I like the positions we targeted. I just questioned some of the players. That'd be might be my own draft board bias, though, willing to see. Could go to a B+ if I'm wrong. I understand. I do feel like the first 2 days were a lot stronger than this day, Tommy. So if somebody comes to the conclusion they're not quite in as much on this day or feel like the value was utilized as much, I would understand that conclusion and I wouldn't push too hard back against it. Philip says, but I first working the kinks out and done well with the picks that they had. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it too, Philip. Well, Young Grenade, you going to do a membership stream this week sometime, B? Also, you sound like Al Pacino. I am Al Pacino. I'm here doing the draft every year. You're going to find me here. That's who I am. That's what I do. Keeps me on the edge where I got to be. It's Perma Pacino. That's right. Yes, sir. I will be doing a members only stream this week. Let's shoot for Thursday and see if we can get that knocked out. But we will get those kicked back up here now that I'm moved and all settled on in. For sure. Got a very nice and kind of Mr. Kane gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Thank you for doing that, Mr. Kane. So New Blacks, Black Sabbath, CR, Rampanzi, Devo Martzell, you have all been gifted a membership. I really do appreciate you doing that. Very, very, very kind of you. Mr. Kane, brother from another mother. We had another Mr. Kane in the chat here today too, by the way. So pretty cool. Kind of a big deal. There's not a lot of us around, Mr. Kane. So, you know, when you see one, you notice it. You know what I mean? You definitely do notice it. Misfit says DJ's nickel and outside, says John. That makes sense. A little bit of both. Eagles got Gabe Hall. He says, I certainly believe Howell's an improvement over Locke, but that's all I'm giving him. He led the NFL in the interceptions, and when he was benched for Brissett, he got outplayed. As it's hard on one game for me on that to do that as a comparison. Seahawks gaming, Von Miller became Lawrence Taylor that Super Bowl. Oh, yeah, he definitely was balling out. Yeah, he did. Along with the Gang Oxnest, do you anticipate our offense or defense will take the lead to start off the season? I think the offense, because I think the offensive line is going to be really on point. I think the defense is going to improve with time. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for McDonald to institute his kind of complicated post-snap scheme. But I think that they're going to do a better job defensively, at least getting off the field occasionally in a quicker fashion, not needing to require the offense to have to be this uber efficient offense to score, giving the opportunity for the offense to have more opportunities to score. And with the improved offensive line, I'm expecting more productivity from the offense. I am going to probably project Geno Smith to have a 4,500-yard season and 35 touchdowns. The defense is going to take some time, though, to get itself right. I'm not still pushing to necessarily say this is like going to be a playoff team next year, because there are going to be moments the defense is going to hold you back and moments the defense is going to look great, as you're going through that kind of learning process. Chris, Mike Novinsky, Kansas Center. Did we take Novinsky? Can I get a confirm on that? Seahawks are signing San Jose quarterback Chavon Corderio. Well, that's first off an awesome name. Let's acknowledge the coolness of that name. Let me add it here. Chavon Cordeiro. Definitely have not looked at this guy. So he's going to be a new name for me too to look at here. Pretty has limitations, and the Niners are loaded, but he makes plays. Many more talented quarterbacks who can't do what he does. He was improving over Jimmy G. Yeah, he's more of a pure fit for the Niner offense than what Jimmy G was, because he can give them some escapability with his very quick 10-yard split. That's why I come back to it. He is a pure fit for that scheme, but that doesn't make him the great quarterback, Huey. If I go put him on every other team and he is far diminished as a player, then that's more of a representation of the supporting cast helping him to become what he is, rather than it being that Brock Purdy is so amazing. If Brock Purdy goes to the Buffalo Bills, are the Buffalo Bills a playoff team? I don't think so. And being an upgrade, an improvement over Jimmy Garoppolo is not very hard to do. That's not exactly a very huge wall you got to clear. Mr. Kane, you are amazing, man. Thank you for gifting those subs. I really do appreciate it, brother. Really do appreciate it. Haley says Al's OC is literally unemployed at the moment because he was inept. Ding, 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 ding. Visible 48. Do we know why DJ James fell to the 6? Is it just because he's light? Dude was really sticky corner, and some scouts had him as high as a second-round grade. I've got a theory. I don't know if anybody's buying it. I put this theory out there, so I don't know if my chat's with it. We took two Auburn corners visible. And what stood out in watching both of the two corners play is that they were asked to play so much off coverage, cover 3 looks, right? And that doesn't make it easy to evaluate cornerbacks when they're not just up. It's easy when you watch a quarterback come up and press, turn and burn, stay in the back pocket of the receiver, can't be shooken, stop and start, all that stuff. But when you got the corner and off coverage, drop into bail depth post snap, it's like, well, what did he really do? He stayed over the top, especially when teams are completing him in front of him. When it comes to DJ James, he gave up 385 yards, 32 completions on 52 targets, which wouldn't look good on the surface of it. But I would argue if you go back and look at a lot of those completions on tape with DJ James, it's him in off coverage, dropping to depth, having teams attack him underneath. And I don't know about you guys, but I've got a little bit of a sensitivity to this because of the fact that we've seen with our Seattle scheme at times, it sets certain players up in a position where they're not actually able to be very good playmakers. They have to just stay on top. And they will have a tendency to give a lot of the underneath stuff up at that point as kind of an unfortunate sort of cause and effect to that a bit. So I think that's a little bit of why he fell. There's not a lot of cornerbacks in this league that are starting in this league visible with under 32-inch long arms. There's very few guys that can make that work. And he is right there at 31 inches. So I think the only other part I'd point to is 175 pounds. With both of these two corners, the really where you have your visible is tackling too. So you got the off coverage looks and him dropping a bail depth, and then you got the poor tackling on tape in addition to that. So that's probably why he fell. Snail says, flu, please. Bird let it come back with a broken orbital bone. That's true. Bird was a dog. Huey says, my main contention was that Wilson wasn't the problem in Seattle. It was Pete and John's team building. Very similar to the argument you made this offseason about Geno. I thought Russ had juice left. Yeah, that's my issue though here. That's what I'm saying about you're not moving off the spot on the Wilson thing. Because this is the thing where it's got to be the either or, it's the with you, you're either with us or against us, rather than sometimes finding that nuance of discussion that we're seeking to find here, Huey. And my point to you at the time was that yes, Wilson indeed was part of the problem. Did that mean that Pete and John were off the hook? As you and I have talked about many times over, I have not let them off the hook for that. I did not let John Schneider and Pete off the hook for their bad drafting in 15, 16, 17, 18. But two things can be true at one time. The drafting can suck, the team building cannot be as good, and your quarterback is not advancing in the way that he needs to advance. And that's the thing that I talked to you about the Wilson thing, where it's like, I was pointing out to the ways in which he was holding the team back, the specific ways, and it's the same ways that he's been held back there in Denver. It ain't just going, well, it's all Denver's fault. Well, it's all Hackett's fault. Well, it's all Sean Payton's fault. Well, it's their lack of faith in me fault. No, it's the fact that Russell did not grow his game, as I talked about for 3 years now. And you, as of yet, still will not acknowledge me. He's now on his third team in a couple of years. You still won't acknowledge this. Russell Wilson got to 32, 33 years old, and he did not advance himself from the neck up in his ability to play. You can't throw that all on Carroll, and you can't throw that all on Schneider. Like I said, I'm willing to be nuanced here and not say it's got to be Russell's the big bad guy here. But Russell did not grow his game from the neck up. When you're watching Kirk Cousins on pace last year at his age to be on a career best season pace, at his age, the reason you're seeing that, the reason you see some of these guys at 34, 35 years old, guys like Geno Smith elevating. Geno Smith, the reason you're seeing it here, Huey, is because they've advanced their game from the neck up. They've gotten great pre-snap. You dare not blitz them. They can throw with anticipation. And we can go through the myriad of the items if you want me to go down the line here with Wilson. But they are there. They are readily apparently there. They have not changed. They are the same as they were in Denver as they were in Seattle. And that was the part that you kept coming back to. No, it's the supporting cast here on it. I go, yeah, supporting cast is part of it. But there's also the part of this that Russell's held back in his game. That's why I was right on my outlook of Russell going to Denver when I said, I don't think this is going to work there. And you said, no, it's going to work. And I said, no, it's not going to work. And then a year went by. It didn't work. You went, okay, it didn't work. But with Sean Payton, it's 100% going to work. Sean Payton knows he's an offensive mind. He's going to do this with Russ. But what did Sean Payton run into, Huey? Why did Sean Payton sprint from Russell Wilson? Because he can't play on time. He can't play on script. He has to freelance in order to be successful. And he's not fast enough to do that anymore. He's not escapable to do that anymore. And that's just the bottom line with him. And that's the place where I've tried for years to get you to pull into that spot. Still can't get you there. I know I never will. I'll let the audience decide which of our sides on this seems the more clear, salient one. But yeah, there's a reason why Geno came in here and was able to execute this offense high level instantaneously, because he was playing within the confines of the offense. He was mastering those things for the neck up that you typically do see on quarterbacks that have been in the league for 10 years. It was weird that Russell hadn't advanced his game more further along. But that's why he's in Pittsburgh today. That's why he's battling it out with Justin Fields and on this close to no longer being a starting quarterback in the NFL. Because he did not advance his skill set. He leaned on the old skill set and said, this will get me by forever. And it didn't. It didn't. So he was part of the problem. Pete and John, part of the problem too at that time and how that was going. Very well, it could have been more Pete if he was controlling the draft as much as we think he was. But I wouldn't put it all on one or the other. It is a little bit of both. Corsos D. Gutierrez. The UDFA list is not updated, right? We got a quarterback and linebacker. Well, I got the QB on there. I haven't seen the linebacker name come up quite yet on my chat. Thank you for the $2 donation. I didn't see the linebacker, though. I'll keep an eye out for it. Chris says, sounds like a drunk Kennedy. Stanley says, there's no word where Knight was a better value than Hicks with that pick. At least Jaden will win a Super Bowl, I guess. There you go, man. He says, but I thought Russ had been great at his job much more recently than Pete had been at his, and that Russ should stay and Pete should go. I was proven right. No, you weren't proven right about that. No, you weren't. Again, this is the point. You're not moving off your spot. You won't change with new data. That's my thing with you, Uwe. I know you got a good football mind, but this is the place where I feel like there's a little bit of catch with you, where it's like something sort of catches and it gets stuck. No, if you had ridden with Russ, that would have been a nightmare. As I said to you before, it is not an either or. It can be a both situation. It can both be Pete and Russ needed to go. It's something that I raised at the time where we're all fighting about whether it's Pete or whether it's Russ. Maybe the answer is both. And what's been proven true 2 years later in both respects? Pete Carroll doesn't have a job as a head coach today. Russell Wilson's on his third team. That's more proof of it being both were part of the problem than both being part of the solution at that point in time. No, it would have been a nightmare, Huey. You would have given Russell $60 million here. You think that would have been a good move to give him $60 million to be our quarterback here in the future? Are you watching what's happened in Denver? Did you watch what happened in Denver the last 2 years? I feel like you're taking crazy pills with you, man. Well, come on. There comes a point where there's like a lack of intellectual honesty here. If you're still at the point saying, no, we should have signed Russ. You are the only person in the last 2 years who has come to that conclusion in my chat. I've not had one other person since the downward spiral of Russell at Denver has come in and said, we should have really stayed with Russ. If anything, everybody that's come in here has said completely opposite. We have, wow, we dodged a bullet on that one. Imagine if we not only had not gotten the trade compensation back for us, but then you had given him $55, $60 million a year, which is what he wanted. Holy Lord. I can't do the Russ stuff anymore today, brother. I'm sorry. I'm 8 hours in. I'm past the Russ stuff. Call him Braid. Is it Braid? Is that the right way to pronounce his name? Chris says Dever Lelloston, SMU. Braid signed with the Ravens. Okay, so somebody gave me a little premature there on that one. All right. There'll be some different back and forth on this. I'm sure we'll get some different stuff here. I took him off. Stanley Kane, we are rare, man. We got to stick together, bro. You see a Kane, it's usually going to be a C-A-N-E. We got Mr. Kane in the house. And you just dropped as he dropped 5 memberships on the channel. And then Stanley Kane. And you know, we all spell it C-A-I-N. I'm telling you, we got a little blood we share somewhere upstream. I don't know how far upstream we all got to go to get there. But I think there's a little bit of, there's a little commonality up there. Just a little bit. Seahawks Gaming DJ Reed reminds me of DJ Reed. DJ James reminds me of DJ Reed. Yeah, I like that comp. A little bit taller, but kind of a little undersized. I'm with it. Moda says Cordero is the all-time Mountain West leader in touchdown, total yards, and completions. What a beast. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Seahawks Nest, do you ever watch the Seahawks press conferences for the draft? Yes, I will be watching those after today, Mr. Dog. A lot of times I can find some good clips that I get included in the videos when I do the breakdowns of the players. Mr. Kane says, Dever Lelloston, defensive tackle SMU signed. Okay. Let me get him on the list. Let me get him on. Dever. That's a hell of a name. Levelston. There we go. He says GS was as much to blame as Pete. You think it was Pete who decided to draft Eskridge, not Humphrey? That was either a deliberate act against Russ or incompetence, everything's not Pete's fault. I'm willing to throw plenty of blame on this. I did say to you at the time that when you have a coach that has more power than a general manager, you have a situation that is unlike any other situation in the league past one or two other areas. So John certainly can deserve to have some of the blame. I think you don't know as much as I don't know what pick was made for what. We don't know what was Pete. We don't know what was John when John didn't have that control and Pete did. What we do know, Huey, is that 2 years ago, reportedly, control of the draft was wrestled away from Pete Carroll at that time. I'm guessing because some of these bad drafts, and thrown back fully into the hat of John Schneider. So is it happenstance and coincidence that we've had 3 of the best drafts over the last 9 years, these past 3 drafts? Or Huey, is that maybe a logical, you can make a logical deduction that what's actually happened there is that you remove the element that was causing those drafts to go to piss. I don't know one way or the other. You don't know one way or the other. When it came down to the decision of the ownership to let go John or to let go Pete, they kept John Schneider and they let go Pete. Again, I don't have direct evidence, but there is definitely some smoke to this fire that would seem to indicate that Pete had a lot of oversight on some of those decisions, like the Jamal Adams trade, those type of things. So none of us have the full proof on this. We'll learn the full story at some day. I'm not even trying to let John Schneider off the hook. What you're trying to do is you're trying to paint John Schneider and Pete Carroll as the full bad guys, and that somehow Russell Wilson is floating on high with a little halo above his head, and he's got little wings, and he's playing his little harp, and he's just perfect. He's just perfect and unique and wonderful and beautiful, and he doesn't do anything wrong. And that is completely, to me, wrong on so many levels. He deserves just as much blame as these guys, especially looking at where his game is in retrospect, because Russell didn't do the hard work. That's the bottom line. To master that place, to get there 10 years in, where you're a master of the blitz, you're a master of protections, you can change to any play call, you can throw with anticipation. That's the lonely work, is what that takes to get there. And he didn't put in the lonely work. He put in the Instagram work. I can see him on the field throwing passes, but I don't see the cerebral aspect of his game that didn't grow with time. And for all the talk about how work ethic, seems to be a little bit of a missing work ethic when you're not growing that part of your game. Even when now it's years later seems desperately needed to do so and you still haven't done it. Points for me now on this. That's the difference of us. I ain't trying to defend John and Pete to the death here saying they walk on water. You're kind of defending Russell Wilson to death here saying he walks on water. They all deserve blame in that situation. Nobody should be let off the hook on that. Nobody was flying on high above everybody else there. It was a partnership. Yeah, I'm done with the Russ stuff. Sources say Wyoming linebacker Easton Gibbs is signing with Seattle. All right. That's definitely a linebacker name. Easton Gibbs. Wyoming's got a couple linebackers they put in the NFL in recent years, I think. TT Fly says, JS said in the 14 years, Pete only overrode him on 8 picks. There we go. I hadn't heard John say that, but I'll take your word at it. And again, not to let John completely off the hook. I just didn't know. Jose, I don't know why we're talking about Russ. It always comes up with Huey. He's got a fascination for the guy. It's just going to, I think, come up all time, every time. It always will come back to Russ. And this is why we should have run with Russ. Holy Lord. New Black says, how can anyone see what Russ has done after leaving here and say we should have kept him in $50 million? As I say, this is the first person I've heard who's made that argument, and that's what we should do. Flag says, we got, Halani. Okay, there's another one. Tamarick Williams. Okay, a couple tight ends here. Another tight end. We definitely win the names. We got some names here. Tamarick Williams. Tight end. Thank you for the updates here, guys. I really do appreciate it. Garrett Greenfield. What's Garrett Greenfield? Mike Nowitzki. Oh my goodness. All right, we got a lot coming in fast and furious here. Sudinata Anderson. Again, great name. Edge on that. Okay, so we had defensive line on there. Edge. Yeoman says Russ and Pete had their day in the light here. Respects to both, but they're in the rearview mirror. The draft's all about the future. Go Hawks. Amen. All about the future. Dak says, I'm very satisfied with the draft. I feel we did a pretty good job. What grade would you give the overall draft? I'd give the draft a solid B+. 88 is a grade if it was on the page, so to speak. So I like the draft. I like the moves they made overall. Really love day 1 and 2. Really love day 1 and 2. Oh, I missed another dono here too, by the way. Sorry. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Was this John or Mike or a combo, you think? I think it was mainly John. I think that he understands the necessity, and I think this is part of the benefit of having the relationship he did with Pete Carroll over time and having a coach that was able to override him a little bit and finding that balance of doing what he wants to do while also making sure he's listening to the coach. So I think that there's certainly a partnership to this. I don't think one or the other is just fully driving the boat on this, and you want to be listening to your coaches in regards to the players and their input on it. I've kind of felt like a little bit God's Gang, like the Tyrese Knight pick, for whatever reason, to me just feels a little bit like a Mike McDonald kind of pick, almost like, John was like, okay, we got through the first 2 days. Who you want here, Mike? Who do you want? So it feels a little bit like that to me on this one with that pick, but I think it's a combo. It's John executing the vision of what Mike McDonald wants to see for his defense. What do you need on this defense? You get 2 corners in this draft, God's Gang. It's what's one of the big things that held back the Ravens defense prior to Mike McDonald arriving there with Wink Martindale, is Wink Martindale would have the good starting corners, but then if those guys went down to an injury and he had to go to his backups, he'd still be running the casino blitz concepts with the man coverage on the outside, and those guys would be getting smoked. So this is a way there with us now where you kind of avoid in that, I think, a little bit. Well, not avoid that, but you try to get ahead of that a little bit by stacking up the corner room really well. Guys that can especially run and play some different concepts for you. So I think it's mainly John, but I certainly think that he did in his prep a different job of looking at the different type of players that he needed to target to fit to what Mike McDonald did. And certainly McDonald's going to have the input into that factor. You have to as a general manager. Otherwise, you're going to assemble a team that, a guy can't work with these players. They're not fits to what he wants done. Bit of a combo, but John's probably riding large and in charge at the end of the day there, God's Gang. Marcus B28, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I agree. We should be done with the Russell Pete debate. At the same time, you were not as sick during the conversation. Hulk Hogan turn. Yeah. It's when you start getting my passions up, and Marcus, you know what I mean? I start getting a lot healthier. You know what I mean? It's true. It's true. And yeah, I think we're good on these debates and talks. We will celebrate these 2 players. We've had to talk about them in certain ways that's sometimes tough in recent years, but at the end of the day, they all bring us our only Super Bowl win. They will be celebrated in retrospect. And this is about the new day and the new dawn and turning this over into a new place. I fully will agree. And sometimes I get he knows how to kind of, He's been with me for a couple of years, so he knows the right little things to say where he's going to get my blood up. He knows how to do it. He knows he does. Greg B, what do you think of UDFA so far? What do you think about the running back, linebacker? I didn't have a chance to take a look at George Hololani yet. I will look at him tonight for sure. I did look at Nelson Cesar. I like him a lot. I think that's a guy that gives you maybe a little a potential power edge, a guy that could push maybe Darrell Taylor. Jack Westover, really like this guy. I actually put a 5th round grade on him as tight end. I think he can catch. I think he can run routes. I think he's a good contested catcher. I think he's got a nice big catch radius. He can catch it from the tops of his shoes to fully extend it over the top of his head. I don't know as much about some of these other guys as we're getting down this list. DeVere Leveliston, Easton Gibbs, Tamarick Williams, Mike Nowitzki, Garrett Greenfield. I got Mike Nowitzki in there twice, huh? He's that good. He is that good. So good, you have to put him down twice. All right, let's get Nowitzki out of there. I will look a little bit more deeper into these guys, though, once I get to through the post-stream coverage. So we will take a closer look once I have a chance. TT says last 3 drafts have been BPA early in the rounds. That's the part about where I understand maybe John has said Pete only overruled him 8 times or whatever through the years, but that's the part that to me just stands out recently is that we've made a shift in a direction in how we've gone in the last 3 drafts. And maybe it had nothing to do with Pete. It's just John realized where he was going wrong in the prior drafts. He's like, we've got to change our ways on this. And so he moved to more of a value-based mindset. But it does seem like there was a stark change over the last 3 drafts where it has been more about BPA. It's been more about just who's the best and most valuable guy on the board when we come up and we pick. And that's what I always say. Everyone's going to make mistakes. Everyone's going to get things wrong, but work to right it. Work to correct what might be failing you as an organization. Don't just sit on it and hope it's going to fix itself. Jamarcus White says, stoked about Bo Braid. Got a Tyron Mathau. I can never say that guy's name. Jamarcus plays exactly like Honey Badger, but he'll make a name for himself in the preseason. He's a fun little player. I did announce that a little bit early. I guess he did not sign here. So. Yeah, Russ wanted a new contract. If he's going to stay here, he wanted a new deal. He was already pushing for a trade the prior season. So why did Denver pay him before he ever played a snap in the NFL? Was that because he was waiting for the next contract, or because that was a very important part of what he wanted to see going into the future? You were going to have to pay him there, man, if you're going to keep him. You didn't get to just keep him on what he was at. Greenfield played left tackle. Thank you for the note on that. Really appreciate that. Okay. A little offensive line help. I like it. Tom Eaton says, tell you what, Steelers had a pretty good draft. I like what the Steelers did, man. Yeah. Steelers had a very strong draft, especially working to the interior of the offensive line. I think that was solid on their part. So they get Troy Fatano, round 1, pick 20 overall. Come back, they get Zach Frazier, their center. So that with Mason McCormick, they just rebuilt the whole interior of their offensive line in this draft. Great job. Roman Wilson will be a phenomenal little slot receiver for them out of Michigan there, round 3. Logan Lee, Ryan Watts. I like both of those picks in the second round. Good value there. I really did like Logan Lee quite a bit in this draft. I think I liked him a little bit more than some others did. So good picks. Good picks by Steelers throughout the whole course of this draft. Yeah, well spotted. Nowitzki's a center. All right, thank you for that. AI says the Holani is going to make the team. He has elite movement. If he was 15 pounds bigger, he'd be a 3rd rounder. I love it, AI. I love it. Let's go. And look, this is the thing that you can really bring. This is why you don't draft the running back, is that by not drafting the running back, you can come to the best UDFA running back that there exists out there. And you can say, hey, George, you're the number 1 running back. And he's like, yeah, I know. and you go, hey, we have a wide open fourth roster spot for the running back position right now. You want to take that? Wide open. So I think that that's really where John set himself up well here to maybe have pulled what potentially is the best running back that was available out there in the open market in UDFA to get him in. And that's how you smartly play a draft rather than pick one of those empty flyer running backs at the end, unless you really trust in it. So I like the George Holani pick. Holani. That's how you pronounce it. And he's not too bad on the size thing. I'll say it, 5'10", 208. I mean, there's been some much, much smaller guys come through at that size. So that's not bad at all. Tommy says Easton Gibbs is a straight up boss name. Like meet me behind the OK Corral type stuff. It is. It's like who's the sheriff in this town? Easton Gibbs. Ooh, I don't want to mess with that guy. Jag says, how many, Jose asks, how many UDFAs do we need? They said they tend to sign, I think, somewhere between about 10 to 15 every year, don't they, Jose? Somewhere that there's not an exact number you need. Flag says they must have liked Caesar. They have him with 100,000 guaranteed. Ooh, that's a big payday. That's a big payday for the UDFAs. Well, I did have Nelson Caesar with a 5th round grade. So both, I mean, if you want to add on to kind of this draft, and you guys may have a bit of a differentiation on your outlook on these players, but with both, I know some people didn't like Jack Westover as much out there. I just kind of liked him. But I had a 5th round grade on him and on Nelson Caesar. So that's a great job on their part, bringing these two guys in. And in Caesar's case, remember the thing that we thought that they were going to get at some point in this draft, sometime or another, was that they were going to go and pick one of those hard edges, one of those guys get really set down over there. Because right now in Darrell Taylor, you're not getting it. Derek Hall last year wasn't able to really give you that edge setting ability either. So you're going, man, we need to get it from somewhere else maybe. And you're not going to have Uchenna Nwosu and Boye Mafe running 100% of the snaps out there. So this is a guy that makes a lot of sense for them to give that money. And I could see him being as much of any of these UDFAs, one very likely to make this team. Both him and Ololani have, I think, the best chance. Like says, where Buffalo broke Russ, it was never the same after that game. Kind of seemed like it, yeah. Something went sideways. Garrett Greenfield, did I get it right? Left tackle, Seahawks Brennan. Is that right? Left tackle. Thanks, Brennan. Oh, no. Hope you're hanging in there good, bud. Motive says, I really like Cal. Every game I've watched him play, he looks like an NFL quarterback with a good system, talent around him. I believe he'll thrive, and he's exciting. Loved him in college, too. I am right there with you as far as liking Hal quite a bit. I don't know about what he can be as a pro, but I like the skill set. I look more about the first year and how he played, and I look at that as more of a positive than a negative. I look at the fact that he's going back to a spread system, and the last time that he was in a spread system was in his sophomore year in college when he was his most productive as a player. So he's going to what really fits his skill set purely too as well. Snail says, B, this draft is subpar until I see these late round reaches work. There are 3 good picks right now, IMO. You got to give him at least the Barner one. The Barner's not a bad one, Snail. I'd go at least 4, but I can understand coming to that outlook of it. I get it. I'm at a B+, so I'm not much, further beyond where you're at. Brian E says, who in the hell is Siobhan Corderio? He is he's a fencist. Okay. Really quick wrists. And isn't that a fencing name there? Siobhan Corderio is going to go against Elmer Tradint in the Olympic pairing contest. I guess he is the most prolific quarterback in Mountain West history, Brian. That's the answer that I've been told in the chat, and I'm going with it. So maybe the kid can sling it. Lord Boom, I think you're the only road that still cares about Russ. Thank you for making me laugh, Lord Boom. Chris's hot take, you use Russ, Finkel is Einhorn. Finkel is Einhorn. Laces out. Laces out. Yeah, I listed Nowitzki twice. He's such a badass. He says we both agreed the Denver offensive line was worse than the Seahawks, but my contention is that Russ didn't change. Seahawks won and Russ did all those bad things. What changed? The team changed. Yeah, but they didn't give him a bad offensive line this past year, Huey. They had the 5th rated unit in pass protection in all of football. That's quite better than what Geno Smith was doing with the 28th best pass protection in all of football. And Geno was a mighty better quarterback than Russ was last year in the way he played. Yeah, I did think that the offensive line was troublesome, but they did work to get it cemented, right? They made a free agent signing last offseason. They built some better parts in there. Some guys developed there, like Quinn Ewers, and improved them. Poncho says, how many years are you giving John Schneider? Well, I think... Good question, Poncho. It's a good question. I think considering the fact that, in my opinion, he has done a good job over the past couple of years. When I look at most of his moves, I think I see things that are good and strong. He's had at least 2 of the 3 better drafts here in the last 3 years that we've had in our whole history. He came out on the right end of the Russell Wilson trade. He maximized the trade capital you get back for Russell Wilson. He hitched his cart to Geno Smith, and that paid off for him. I think it's very hard to be itchy here with John, having Mike McDonald in as a new coach, and that there is a bit of this that you want to commit to, I think, in a process from Jody Allen's standpoint to give this time to set and not to expect it to turn around instantaneously. As I've said, you're going on both the offense and the defensive side of the ball. You're going from one of the more rudimentary, stagnant schemes on both sides of the ball to one of the more hyper complicated schemes on both sides of the ball. I think it's pretty reasonable to believe that that's going to take a little bit of time to institute. When Mike McDonald had to come in there to the Ravens before, he needed 10 games until he could get them to a place where that team was running functionally and defensively speaking. He had to kind of retrain some things in there. So probably should very much be the case here, especially considering that when he went to the Ravens, that was a team going from a very complicated defense to another complicated defense, or a very similar complicated defense to another similar complicated defense. And still there was a little bit of a learning curve there. So I would expect a bit of the same thing here. Part of why I'm going to be a little bit down on expecting next year to be like, we're going to be a playoff team next year. It's happening. And we're going to go through some of the growing pains here. It's change. It's turnover. AI, I like Caesar too. Yeah, he's good. That's probably maybe I got a soft spot for Jack Westover. Guy's so clutch. Got such good hands. He'll break his body to make the catch. Grandizer, oh wow. Seattle signs Sunadita Anderson. Super solid signing. He's good. All right. Look forward to looking at him. And William, yeah, I think the 2 guys that stand out for me on this are Westover, the tight end, Nelson Caesar, the edge. Like that's a guy's going to push Darrell Taylor. Darrell Taylor better be on his A game. Darrell Taylor added 10 pounds of weight this offseason so he can handle a little bit of the run. And then George Holani. I could see all 3 of those guys having a pathway to making the active roster. You have an opening at tight end. Darrell Taylor is not firmly fit there at edge, and you need a 4th running back on this roster. I haven't watched Holani. I did see Caesar and Westover. I have seen those guys, but I look forward to checking out George. The reviews sound awesome. Tom Eden says Westover really reminds me of Witten, to be honest. Ooh, I like that comp. Way above average at everything, but not really great at any one thing. That's a fair way of looking at it with it. Place where I really think that he's underrated, Tommy, is a run blocker. Really solid run blocker. Am I sure Tamarick Williams is a tight end? I'm not even sure Tamarick Williams is a real person. Running back? Okay. It literally might have been a name that somebody grabbed out of a Key and Peele sketch. Hey, where's my guy at? Haley says, okay, can we, with a grain of salt, that 8-time statement? What's John going to say? Yeah, Pete was always such a dick during the draft. Yeah, that's kind of my thing with the two, Haley. It's like, maybe it was 8 times, maybe not. Is he going to throw Pete under the bus and be like, yeah, he's over, like you say, he overruled me at every turn? No, especially not with Pete out the building. It's going to be like, I'm not going to throw shade at the guy, you know? But I would be very surprised if over 12 years, Pete only intoned himself 8 times in the draft process. I would, and then how much is it overrule? How much is it when you're, going through the draft process and you're preparing your draft board and it's not the pick in the moment. It's not Pete overruling you in the moment, but maybe Pete's telling you, hey, put this guy over that guy in the board. Put this guy up over that guy in the board. He's better. Is that overruling technically at that point? Not really. But is that him affirming his grip over the draft with the vice president title that he did have? I don't think Pete took the vice president title just for S's and giggles, right? Did it because he wanted to have the control and the power. Chris says Denver all but gave Russ a 50% stake in Walmart. Mr. Kane, field goals again. Idaho wide receiver Hayden Hatton reportedly joining the Seahawks. Man, this is an all-time cool draft name. I love these names. These are like out of a comic book. Hayden Hatton. I want the origin story, Mr. Kane. Wide receiver. Okay. Got to be a ballsy receiver to come to this crew. Like, hi, John. Hey, Hayden Hatton, how you doing? I'm doing great, John. I'm just waiting to get signed here to a couple of teams here that are interested in me. I'm trying to kind of turn through these options. What's going on with you guys? Well, we didn't draft a wide receiver. Yeah. No, we didn't draft a wide receiver. We thought we'd make you the first call. Oh, well, thanks, John. Hold on here. Let me just do a quick Google search for you guys. DK, Tyler, JSN, Bobo, Eskridge, Derek Young. John, I'm going to have to call you back. Yeah, no, I've got to go wash my hair. Call you soon, man. No, I'll call you right back. Just hair's a little dry. It's frizzy right now. I'll call you back. Got to trust your skills. You're coming to this receiving core room. I'd give John Schneider a good 3 years. I think 2 years is too early. Haley says Darrell Taylor ain't making the team. Can't imagine Mike wants that liability trying to set the edge. This first time he sees him trying to set the edge, Mike's going to be like, okay. John will be like, but as a pass rusher, and Mike's just going to be like, no. He's going to do the Mike Singletary. Can't win with him. Get him out of here. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Sorry, a little bit late on acknowledging the dono there, but thank you for that. Do you think Tyrese Knight could help on the edge? I believe I saw that he did play edge at times in college. Oh, okay. Well, that would explain maybe some of his pass rush productivity. I think he had 7.5 sacks. I believe he had 7.5 sacks over the last 3 years with where he was playing at with that program. Let me take a look. Let me see where his splits are at here. I didn't see him on the tape doing that, but again, too, I didn't necessarily get through as much tape on Ty. Let's see here. So to your point, when you look at him for his first few years of his career, yes, he was aligned on the outside. So he had 39 snaps, 20, 50 snaps in 21, 50 snaps in 22 as an outside edge rusher. But here's the interesting thing about this. His productivity as a pass rusher took off this year, and he only had 10 snaps as an edge rusher. So he lost 1/5 of the snaps as an edge rusher this year for UTEP, but his sack production went up, which I think comes back to he got those sacks, he got those pressures and hits this year as a blitzer. So it would seem that maybe there's a little bit of restriction there on him as an edge guy. I wouldn't think he could kind of get there. He is only about 6'2". He does have enough length to get it done there, but he's a good athlete, but I don't know. TT5 says, how often does a UDFA end up on the active 53-man roster? Every year there's usually a couple guys, TT. There's usually a couple guys that will find their way on. So we might have only had one last year. And some of this always depends upon TT how stocked up your roster is. The more stocked your roster, the less you're going to have the need for the UDFAs. But we did have Jake Bobo last year, so he made it. Jake Currahan a couple years ago made it and was able to get on the team and find some impact. What else have we recently had? Obviously, like Puna Ford was a UDFA. That was a hell of a get for us. We've had a few come through here. John's been pretty good at finding some. They're not going to be stars, but finding some guys that can be helpful to the team. And I bet you, if George Halani, Nelson Caesar, Jack Westover, I bet you 2 of those 3 guys end up making the roster here because there's definitely an opening for them to go take it. Tommy says, Hayden Haddon, H20, give that man number 20. There we go. Thank you again, Jordan, for the $5 dono. I don't think the team will see him as an edge. I think they're going to keep him a linebacker, especially with how you got to kind of refine a little bit of that at this point. Kevin O'Connell says, I swear your voice is getting better than when you started this video. Maybe I finally rounded the cold, man. I'm finally bouncing back here finally, Erickson says, Jack Westover, baby. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Mr. Dog says, watch DJ James talk to Carl Scott in his Gets the Draft Call video. It's hilarious. I'll check it out, man. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay, so we got a couple other guys here, it looks like, from CR. CR, thank you for the updates there. I will get these guys put in. Let me know, folks, if you're hearing anything different on this. Looks like we Sam Lockett, isn't he related to Tyler Lockett? Do we get another Lockett in the house here? Doing a solid by Tyler. I think we got these right there. There we go. Mountain West, isn't that like Boise State? Yeah. Wyoming, Boise State. Chris says Chevy will probably be on the team for a month. I don't think they ever really roll with UDFA quarterbacks for practice squad. They have at times. Always hard to predict on that. He lost to Blue Mountain State. Manelli says, guys, this draft is going down as the greatest draft class in the history of the league. John is going to the Hall of Fame because of this draft alone. Just my predictions and expectations. Well, dream big, brother. Dream big. CR says, anyone watch the calls tonight? And Terrell, I didn't have a connection and missed his call, and Terrell thought they were messing with him. Nice. Come on, guys. It's not funny. I'm waiting on a call. God. I'm barely going to be at UDFA. Stop with this. No, it's really John Schneider. No. Dude, it's not funny, man. Not cool and not funny, okay, bro? No, this is John Schneider, okay? No, man. You guys stop. Just stop. Just stop. Look, this is John Schneider. Okay, FaceTime me. Well, he says Gregor Greenfeld's going to the hall. We got a lot of good phonetic names in here. Hayden Hatton, Garrett Greenfield, Siobhan Cordero. If you had a cool name, you were going to be a UDFA for Seattle this year. That's the way this worked. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Looking at Holani, that kid is a baller. Everything I've heard of anybody that's taken a look at George Holani is that they've been impressed, to your point, God's Gang. So I'm really, he's the one I'm looking forward to checking out the tape on of any of these guys that we have up. Because he does sound like he's a really player. And we got the opening there. That fourth running back role is just sitting there. DJ Dallas moved on. We got Kenny McIntosh coming back. There's room for this kid. There's room for this kid if he can play. Tommy says, Siobhan Cordero is a world-renowned chef from Chile. Let that man cook. That's what I say. There we go. There we go. Ooh, Jose says, Hololani is reminding me of Charbonnet. Sign me up, Jose. Got another bowl in the house, huh? We got another horn. I like it. I like physical runners, man. I do. Yeah, you would think if Russ would have stayed, it would have been a drive to get a contract extension then done. I don't think you're riding with them on a 1-year deal with a new coach going, well, especially with the fact that, again, Russell's camp was pushing so hard for the contract extension. Elon Devante says Greenfield 6'7". Damn, big boy. Stale says I could give you 4 picks with Nemiah. I guess that night pick with the talent there is a deal breaker. You can't take a small school player unless they absolutely dominate like Penny did. It's fair enough. Give me the 4. Give me the lineman. Give me Murphy. Give me the Michigan tight end. All those guys are going to be players, Snail. I'll give you it's a little bit of a question mark on the rest of them. I'm open to that. But those 4 guys will contribute. They will be a factor on this team into the future. Wayne G says, don't we forget Chenault? I did forget Chenault. That's right. Yeah, you got to be a big ballsy receiver to come in here with Chenault on tap. That's a guaranteed deal to Chenault, too. Because you're just trying to hope you can land on the practice squad if you do come here. We have only signed a couple of receivers, you'll notice. So it's probably hard. Greg Kemp says, Hayden Haddon had 93 catches and 1,231 yards and 9 touchdowns. Ooh, very nice production. Or hey, has ZTF gone anywhere? Which guy's ZTF? Washington guy. Okay, yeah. I haven't heard as of yet. Is he on Tualapuafedo? Yeah, that one took me a second. I got it. Haley says Knight seemed more like a Patrick Queen type. Queen's responsibility in Baltimore was really diminished. Guard flat, they'll run, blitz creatively. Listen to Roy. Be athletic. Listen to Roquan. Be athletic. Should project well for us. And you're speaking to the will linebacker role there, Haley. The off-ball linebacker that's not the Mike. That just allows you that freedom to do what you talk about there. Your role gets a little bit more limited. You can just kind of trust your speed and your athleticism and length if that's what you have on top of it. It's a little bit lessened from what the middle linebackers have to deal with some of the second level blocks and whatnot. A little bit less of having to have the guy get off the block, which in this guy's case, you can avoid Tyrese Knight having to take on blocks heads up. That is ideal. Mr. Kane, Doug Baldwin, UDFN. Yep, he was a UDFA too. Doug Baldwin. We had Ricardo Lockett. Was he UDFA? It was just Polynesians' names are easy to pronounce. Just say every letter, no trickery or silent letters. Just sound out every letter. It gets hard though when I'm late in the stream. I can't sound out basically even simple phrases, much less the 8-syllable, 15 vowel last names. Kevin O'Connell, was there ever any more talk about Jamal Adams coming back? Nah, I think that was all really smoke at the end of the day. I think Jamal, when it's all said and done, is probably going to retire. Maybe trying to see if he can, the legs bounce back here, give him a little more time in off season. I'm sure he's trying to train to see if he can bounce back, but I think that's the final kind of bottom line for him. Brandon Chanelis, your voice is cooked, brother. Pop a drop. Yeah, I don't know if they're even having an effect anymore. I think my throat just laughs at it. I could try, but his throat's just gonna be like, nice try. I'm still here. Ricardo, I think that isn't Sam Lockett related to Tyler? I think he is. Maybe not. It looks like I might be off on this. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough in the thing there. That's not nice. Nothing's coming up. I'll have to see if the chat's got an update on that one. Flag says Siobhan's really small. He can spin it though. Brian says, say it with me now. Chris Fuamatua Ma'afala'a. Houston Gibbs looks like he majored in being from Wyoming. And with that name, that's a Wyoming name if I've ever seen one in my life. I just tried to do a Google search, Tony, to see if Sam Lockett was related to Tyler. Nothing was coming up. Swedish says Novinsky's a good name for the interior offensive line. Yeah, that's a good lineman name. Levelston is pretty good too. I'll Levelston you. You just got Levinston. That's what he says after a good block. He's like, you just got Levinston. Lion fan still live, huh? Still rolling, baby. Rolling strong. Can nobody hold us? Can nobody hold us? Snail says Byron Murphy had 1 catch for 1 yard and 1 touchdown. In production like that, we can probably let D. Eskridge go. Hey, say it with me. 3 words. Byron Murphy, short yardage back. Make it happen. I want fullback carries, dive from the 2-yard line all day long. Jack says, Zach Westover is my favorite UDFA so far. Love that pick for it. He's up there with me too. With Holani and Caesar and Westover, I like all those guys. That trio alone makes me very excited for this UDFA class. Because if you can come away with 2 or 3 guys that actually stick on the roster off UDFAs, you've had a good UDFA run. Haley says, I really want Glass Eskridge to go. Feels like a wasted spot on the roster just waiting for him to break. Agreed. I think he's got long odds to getting the roster, Haley. The second that they guaranteed the salary of Laviska Shenault, that did not bode well for Eskridge. Because you're going to carry DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, JSN, Bobo, and then Laviska Shenault. That's 5. You got still Derek Young. I don't know where he fits. I don't know if there's a real pathway here for Dwayne Eskridge to make the team, even if he can stay healthy. Another guy, Jose and Wayne G's both said Hololani to them looks like he runs like Charbonnet. So that's two guys saying it. There must be something to it. I look forward to looking at him, man. He's going to be a fun guy to check out. And a couple more names here. Thank you, CR, for the updates. Appreciate you. We got DeCarrion. Joyner. Xavier Delgado. Man, these names are awesome. I feel like I should have had a much cooler name with some of these names. Parents are having some fun. Thank you, CR. Tommy says this Easton Gibbs is a tackling machine. He ranked 22nd in tackles nationally at 9.3 tackles per game in 2022 and had 121 tackles last year. Let's go. Tucker says defensive tackle Gabe Hall with the Eagles. How many DTs do they have? 100. They did lose Tucker Fletcher Cox to retirement this offseason. So had a little bit of a room there, I guess, for somebody else to slide on in, but they do take it and keep it well stocked there. Gabe's going to have a hard time making that team. Because, to your point, how stocked it is. Thanks, Flag. I thought Tyler's brother was playing somewhere. So I was like, I didn't remember it being WSU, but don't think he's a relative. Just shares the same last name. Yeah, MJ, just like they did with the fridge, man. You're picking up what I'm putting down. You tell me who's getting in front of Byron Murphy with a head of steam. Who's tackling that guy when he needs 1 yard? He's a former back, too. He knows how to protect the ball. He knows how to run low behind his pads. He's going to take that 6-foot build, get low behind those pads, give a little bit of a forward lean. Get out of here. Instant touchdown. Visible says, I think Eskridge's best chance to make the roster is still as a returner. I agree. Yeah. Even there, though, it's going to be a tough because Laviska provides that, too, as well. TT says, is Eskridge a JS guy? Surprised he's still with us. I think you probably make a firmer note that this is more of a JSI guy than would have been more of a Carroll guy. I think that's a fair way of saying it. So yeah, he seems to have a lot of faith in him, man. You know? Misfit Westover would be an H-back. There were times with the Huskies, though, that they did align him as a true inline tight end last year. Look forward to checking out the Gibbs highlights, man. Thank you. It doesn't seem like Metcalf season that Sam Lockett is related to Tyler. Zach says, sad we didn't get Leonard Taylor. It's a little tough. I think it was going to be hard, Zach, just because you have so many defensive linemen. We do get back to that numbers game, right? Where it's like you're going to carry 5 receivers, you're going to carry 3 tight ends, you're going to carry 4 running backs on the active roster. You know, things start to get kind of hard line set on this. So you've got 3 interior defensive tackles right now at the 3 tech. You got Leonard Williams, Draymond Jones, Mike Morris, Byron Murphy. So you're actually 4 deep there as it stands right now. Then we've got Jaron Reed, Cameron Young, and then we also signed Haskins from the 49ers. So right now as it stands, if my numbers are correct, we've got 8 defensive linemen on this roster. So where was going to be the pathway at that point for Darrell Taylor to make the roster? Who is he beating out? Greg Kemp says Sam Lockett, 6'1", 207, 73 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 2 interceptions. It's good production. Misfit says Gibbs looks like a thumper, a la Jack Campbell. I like that comp. I hope that's right. Haley said Leonard Taylor saw how crowded our defensive tackle depth is and went, nope. Yeah, exactly. You want to go all the way from Miami up to the Pacific Northwest to be the 5th 3-tech on the roster? With your career on the line, if you don't make the roster, you very well may not make it in the NFL. Is there a better place, agent? Misfit says it was worth keeping Eskridge just so we didn't need to add a wide receiver with the draft pick. I'm good with that, yeah. Still don't know if it bodes well for him making the final roster, though. D. Williams, a defensive back from Tennessee, is signed. I will add him to my list. Thank you for the note on that one. I appreciate you for that flag. Haley says, B, who's our third down back? McIntosh or Sharps? They're both ideal for the role. I think that they end up splitting a little bit of the role because of that fact that they are both kind of ideal for while they fit with that. McIntosh, I think, eventually ends up eating more snaps in that realm of things, unless they just can't get, they got to almost make Charbonnet the third down back so they can get him touches, right? Where Walker ends up eating a lot of the touches and maybe he stays healthy and they just don't find that pathway to getting Charbonnet fitted in as much. That might drive him to become more of a third down back at that point. But McIntosh is a real pure skill set of a third down back. And he can run routes like a receiver. I mean, he is kind of the ultimate that you'd look for in that position with that ability he has. Mick says, I think that DJ James will be our steal in the later rounds this year. I love it, Mick. I hope you're right, man. He is very fast and very quick. DeMarco says you got to watch Michael Jarrell's draft call when you get a chance. He thought he was getting one of those free agent follow-up calls, but he was so happy when he learned he was getting selected. Nice. Yeah. I look forward to it. I'll definitely check it out. That sounds hilarious. Ricardo says it seems like the Satayo is a Grubb influence pick. Grubb talks about trying to recruit him to the Huskies as a defensive tackle in a phone call. Oh, there we go. Love it. Love it there. I can see why he likes him. As a former offensive line coach, I can see why he likes him. This guy's a mauler. He'll get after it. God's gang. What do we know about Devin Richardson? I don't have much of any information on God's gang. Thank you for the $2 donation. I don't have much on Devin Richardson. It's like a linebacker, Washington State. 4.740. Guess he played at Texas recently, maybe. Don't know too much about this guy, though. 6'3", 232. Ran the 4.740. A little bit, maybe not as fast as you'd like, but got some good size to him. He's definitely getting to God's gang, those guys that I barely taken a look at out there. I will try to jump into him, though. Or boom, Brandon, I looked up Mr. Tyrese Knight, the linebacker. I actually really like him. He's a sleeper. I think Mike knows his stuff. I'll go on record and say Tyree Knight starts at second middle linebacker by the end of the season. Ooh, bold claim, man. I will give you credit if you are right on that one, man. I think it's a real bold claim because I do think he takes a year, but I love it. I hope you're right. TT says, I believe Eskridge got hurt on a kickoff first game of the season, non-contact. Yeah, he was on, they were asking him to run kickoff coverage. It wasn't even the first game of the season, TT. It was the first preseason game. He ran down on the kick coverage unit and got hurt. Guy just can't stay healthy. Tyler Davis did get drafted. I'm not sure. I forget where he went, but he did get picked. He went in the 7th round. Let me see here. The Los Angeles Rams got him in the 6th. Fei Wu Huang says, Taylor's been an utter disappointment. Yeah, that's another one of those, definitely not one of those picks where you go, man, that was not the right pick. Not only did you make him a 2nd round pick, but you traded a 3rd round pick to trade up into the 2nd round to take that guy. That was one of those picks where you look in retrospect and you're like, ugh. Come on, guys. Tommy says we're seriously hammering the tight end position this year. No, you got Farrell Brown on a 1-year deal. I know Noah Fant signed a 2-year deal, but it is more like really a 1-year deal because you can get out of it and save a lot of money in the next offseason. So, turning over the draft, the tight end room is probably a place that John's looking at, probably starting to get moving a little bit. Michael says, I'm not that knowledgeable on any of these guys. Do you have any chance of making the team? Oh, they absolutely have a chance of making the team. Michael, the real thing with this is, you want the guy that might have been overlooked in the draft process, who slides to you that you're able to take advantage of. But it's also about there being positions and availability for you to make the team. If you're stacked up, like the receiver positions, I think Sam Lockett and Hayden Haddon, at the receiver position there, they're going to have a hard time making the team. Somebody had Lockett as a safety, so I think that somebody put that wrong for me on that one. You're going to have a hard time making the roster. Now, when it comes to the top 3 guys, George Olani, Mike, you only have 3 running backs really on the roster right now. So room for him to be the 4th. You're going to carry 4 when you get to the NFL season. Nelson Caesar absolutely has a chance to disrupt and knock out Darrell Taylor out of his spot. And, come in there and maybe be an early down run defender. So, and then Jack Westover, much like with George Olani, there's an opening for the 3rd tight end on this team. A direct open pathway to him actually making the team. Jose says Haddon looks more like a tight end body-wise. All right. Big boy, huh? Tommy says Sam Lockett went to Gonzaga Prep. Hometown Spokane. All right, let's go. Nice. Zach says a lot of people are hating on Tyrese Knight, and I don't understand it. I wish I could be the guy that, could be the guy giving effusive praise to him on my other end of things. I can't quite get there. I'm not completely out on him, Zach, in that I don't think that, there isn't some potential there. There's absolutely some potential here. I think where he gets me a little not as in on as a pick is that this is a bit of a project pick for me. Even though he's a guy that started for 3 years and he's got a tremendous amount of starting experience, 300 tackles over the last 3 years, 7.5 sacks, 6 forced fumbles. All that stuff is very true. He's been well graded by PFF, but there are some base issues involved there that, from my perspective, Zach, I worry aren't really going to come much more further forward. Instincts, awareness, how he plays in coverage, how he takes on blocks. I think these are big issues in his game. He's quick as hell. He's very athletic. He is very sudden. I don't think the change of direction is very good. So there's a couple of things there. The tools are really nice. The production is excellent. I ain't going to deny it on that point of it, Zach. And that's why I say I'm not completely like, this is a horrible pick or something. I don't want to overstate it. But I just have some worries, and the things that hold him back as a player, I don't know if they develop. I don't know if his instincts and awareness really come really far forward from the college level to the pro level. I don't know if I buy into the light bulb suddenly just went on and I'm really great at my pre-snap awareness and instincts. I think it kind of is what it is at this point. But we shall see. And he is tremendously athletic, explosive, strong, nice arm length, 32.5. So it checks a lot of the boxes you'd look for in the position. Joiner's a wide receiver. Thank you for the update on that, CR. Delgado's an offensive line. Okay. We'll still put him on there as camp invites. But thank you for the notes on that, CR. It's good. We can kind of, you never know on the, maybe they will win him over, Big Dizzy says Huskies use tight ends very well, and Westover had some of the clutch catches to preserve our undefeated season. He really did. And they weren't easy catches either, right, Big Dizzy? It wasn't like he was wide open and they'd forgotten to cover him because everybody's on a Romo Dunzier or Jalen Polk. He's got a guy tied on him in coverage. The ball's maybe a little bit misthrown by Penix, and he's got to reach back or reach low to go pick up the ball in that clutch catch. Yeah, He was a baller for the Huskies last season in that way. Absolutely. Huskies did use their tight ends, TC. There's a lot of 12 personnel with them. A lot of 12 personnel. They'd go 3 wide too, but it wasn't just 3 wide 24/7. Haley says, we added so much beef this year in the trenches, and I love it. Again, I haven't been able to say this since 2008, but I am excited about our offensive line this year. It's been a while. Yeah, we've had to deal with some pretty treacherous offensive lines, Haley, through the years. And for the first time, it does feel like, wow, we got some good ones here. We're actually building this up to where maybe, God forbid, this might actually become a strength within the next couple of years. Can you imagine that? That would be just tremendous if it worked out that way. Ricardo says linebackers take a while to ramp up in the NFL. I'll take a smaller wager and bet he will be an upgrade on Devin Bush. I'm with that. I'm with that outlook. I like it. I haven't heard of Murphy signing anywhere yet, TC. I kind of thought that'd be a guy that they'd look at because they did meet with him prior to the the draft. I thought they were kind of trying to already sort of soft recruit him a bit for that. Zach says Haddon might just make the team. Ooh, you guys get me hyped on a couple of these guys with what you're watching over there. Okay. We'll be doing some film study tonight. Let's go. Sam Lockett's safety. Thank you. I got misinformation on the Lockett. Let me correct it. Safety, and Brown is a linebacker. Let's get this right. Thank you. Great point there, Ricardo. Great point. TC says maybe Hall will ramp up. I still really liked Hall coming out last year. It was disappointing to see him not quite able to reach where I thought he could in the rookie year. I mean, you even had guys like KJ Wright who felt like this kid could maybe be the rookie of the year. It seemed like he was dealing with a little bit of a shoulder injury throughout the course of the season, which may have been hampering him and holding him back. But I still do trust in Hall's upside. I still did like that pick. He's got grown man strength from the position. Just got to grow in this next year. Flag says, geez, just watched a compilation of Nemiah pancaking people. He's mean. Both him and Haynes in the good way. I don't mean this in a detriment. This is a good thing for an offensive lineman. They are absolutely as mean as you will find on the offensive line. It's like, it's like the guy they're going across hooked up with their sister and then didn't call her back. It's kind of like that every week. So you just go, this is what you want, an offensive lineman. This is the nastiness you want. That get in there and make it happen by any way, manner, and that they don't just look to block you, and they look to dominate you. Greg says Aiden Haddon is 6'3", 210. It's a good size for a receiver. Tommy says, just watching the Chevron Cordero highlights, started getting some Marcus Mariota vibes. Okay, let's go. Jalen Devontae, I searched up D. Williams. Something else popped up. Oh, Jalen. Oh. Big Dizzy, damn, Frank Crum signs with Denver. It's hard when you're already stocked too deep there at the tackle position, then you draft a tackle in addition to it to sell Crum on the fact that he's got a chance to really make the roster. Jazz, I trust the linebacker guru McDonald, and it was his pick. If you watch the presser, it's good to confirm a little bit of my instincts on that one, Chaz. It felt a little bit like a McDonald pick, which more encourages me more for the pick than anything else, being that it was a guy that in some way or another McDonald maybe pounded the table for and said that he trusted in the upside of this kid. And I'm good with that. The thing I'll say with Tyrese is that though I have a little bit of an outlook and I'm not as high on him as some of the others are, and I tried to say this on the breakdown when we were first seeing him picked, I had very little tape that I could go through. I only had a couple of games of UTEP that I was able to watch for Tyrese. So most of the guys that I've made assessments in this draft, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, some cases almost 2 years worth of games that I've watched on these guys. But with him, it was more of a sample size. UTEP just doesn't have as much available film out there, Chaz, as others. But I'm open to this kid being good. I'm open to him being a perfect fit for this defense. And it encourages me that much more if Mike McDonald is being that guy kind of pounding the table for him. John says, I was going to say it's been years for the trenches. It has, John. Just been sitting here for years going, just please get this better. You know, and we all got a little worried a couple weeks ago because John goes on and does the 710 interview and John's going, these guards are getting overpaid. Oh, these guards are getting overdrafted. No, John. You know that's one of the weaknesses on our team right now, right? Come on, John. Right? Come on, John. Learn. Well, he finally did, man. We got some interior guys that can make it happen. I still do like Olu's upside. Bradford's looking good. A lot steadier shape than we've been on the L line in a very long period of time. Flag 7 says Tennessee linebacker Aaron Beasley signed with the Seahawks. I wonder if he's in relation to Vic Beasley, the former edge of the Atlanta Falcons. But thank you, Flag. Here we go. Big Furor, thanks, Brandon, for all the draft coverage. This fan base is lucky to have you covering this team and not a crappy team like the Whiners. Keep up the great work and rest your voice after the stream. I will not be talking for probably 3 straight days after the stream. Try to get my voice back, but I appreciate that, man. I really do, and thank you guys for hanging on in here with me. We've been well over a couple hundred people in here. I've been going almost 10 hours. Let's go. Zach says KJ loves him some Hall 110%. He does. Very high on him, wasn't he? And I don't think KJ's a guy to necessarily speak blustery like that, you know? That if he saw something, he saw something. Tommy says, I don't miss Pete, but I will miss his attitude and vibes. But the way we are building this team is a lot healthier. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The unique environment Pete was able to build, unlike any environment in football in recent history. Players talked about it time and time again. This place is different. It's different in the way they go about their business. And I'll miss that too. And being that unique and being that kind of outlier team in the way we went about our business. That certainly appealed to a lot of different players in the league. But as you say, we're in a lot healthier place now. You got to make the tough decisions sometimes to move forward. And that's certainly what the teams were able to do. Williams says KJ says a lot of things. He's just kind of the thing I remember when he brought it up on his show last year, I was just like, wow, that was kind of, it wasn't like, he didn't have G over there trying to like talk him into hyping him up. It just kind of came unsolicited. Chris Sata Amoa is a beast, certified. You can see now as you guys are watching the tape why I had an A grade here. You can see why you guys are watching the tape, why I had a 4th round grade on him, and why I think this is one of the better picks in the draft for your Hawks, especially from a value-based standpoint. Flag Sabbath says, per Warren Sharp, Seahawks got the 12th best value with their picks in this draft. Not too bad. Better 12th than 24th. Good stuff. Like it. Haley says, Hall was a super preemie baby. He needed 8 months to adapt to the league. It's known, Haley. The preemie stuff carries over, It's the reason why Marshawn was able to hit the ground running right from the gate, right? Because Marshawn consumed his twin in the womb. So it was like the opposite of the preemie. He was kind of like super, super, super ready to go, I think there's some true science to this, Haley. Preemie babies definitely take an extra year in the NFL to develop. It's known. It's a known scientific truth. Misfit, if we only had one J.C. Latham at left tackle and we'd have the meanest line in football. Yeah, amen. Amen there. I'll tell you this, Misfit. In his final year, Charles Cross, another guy that's going to go back to his origin stories. Both him and Lucas on this. Both of those two guys are going back to spread offenses, which is what they were in coming out of college. And though Cross in college was pass protecting 73% of the time in the air raid system, when he was asked to run block, he did a good job of it in college. Misfit, we might have 3 new starting interior offensive linemen this season, yeah. I think it's a very good possibility of that. Grandizer, Brandon Kane, the Seahawks signed Nelson Caesar. You said other UDFA names sound like out of a comic from Godzilla lore. King Caesar, ha. Nelson King Caesar, protector of Seattle, eminence of the throne. That's right. That's right. Protectorant of the empire. Hail to the King Caesar, protector of Seattle. Mitch says, oh my God, this is still going live? How is your voice not died altogether yet? More power to you, man. I applaud the gumption to keep pushing on. It's the thing that I say. Eventually, you guys will take me at my word at this, Mitch. This is my favorite thing to do in the world. So, if you picture anything that you really like to do in the world, you're never in a point of people go, wow, you're on your grind. You're on your push. It's not a grind when you love to do it. Right? It's nothing but sunshine and roses and champagne and cheese and crackers. All that. It's all good. You know what I mean? My voice actually has bounced back today from where it was 2 days ago. I was like, I finally got my voice back. Now I want to talk. I've been barely able to get a croak out over the last 2 days here. So I got my voice back. Now I want to speak a lot. But it's all good, Mitch. I love what I do, man. I love what I do. And I'm really blessed to do it. It makes it really easy to do this endlessly if we need to. Haley says, watching Murphy beat double teams versus Washington is just silly. Guaranteed Grubb and Huff were like, get this guy. Yeah. Yeah, I would think so as well there, Haley. I think both of them were like, yeah, he was a problem. We struggle with that guy. Tamondre, we were fine. We got Tamondre neutralized, but that Murphy guy, no. No. Megan says, hey, where's your favorite Aussie, Megan? She MIA? She okay? I lasted my crew, man. I lasted my crew. I'm the guy on the stage still trying to sing the songs. The rest of my band's gone back to they're back hanging out with the groupies. Got the mod managers. They're back in the hotel sleeping. I'm out here keeping the lights on. We got Jose in here. He's lasting with me, man. I know you can stand up. I know you can hold up here, Jose. I know you're strong like that, man. We got one of my mods still holding on. I like to see if I can outlast my mods from time to time. Mr. Gaines says, I can co-sign the Hololani Charbonnet comparison. As far as he is a one-cut and go type runner, can catch from the highlights as well. I like it. Can never have too many physical get downhill running backs, can you? Those are the kind of running backs that can wear defenses down, and you keep bringing one after the other. It's a nice thing to have. So I love that comp. And Mr. Gaines, you're the third guy I've seen posted here. So there's got to be something to it. He's going to be the first guy I turn the highlights on after the stream. He says best post-draft presser is the one after the LG Collier big. Dudes looked shell-shocked. It's true. They did look like they'd seen some things. We didn't know the first round was going to go like that. Yeah, they definitely got caught off guard on that one. Just a little bit. Big Dizzy says, if offensive guards are overpriced in the NFL free agency, then of course you draft a bunch of ballers from college. Why wouldn't Carroll understand this? You can't say you want to run the ball and ignore it for so long. There's actually, I think, a very good explanation on this conundrum, and it doesn't necessarily go back as much to Carroll or Schneider not spending enough time of concentrating on the offensive line. The problem that's happened, I think, over the last really 10 to 15 years, and I've heard offensive line coaches talk about this, Big Dizzy. I've heard coaches talk about this. I've heard General Manager John Schneider talk about it. And even heard a couple weeks ago Schneider talking about this when he was talking about how guards were a little bit getting overvalued. And he said, the problem you have is when you get back to the base level, be it peewee or you're going to go junior high and you're starting to play football, the great athletes don't go to the interior offensive line, right? The great athletes are going to want to be running backs and receivers, or if they're big guys, they're going to want to go be defensive linemen so they can get sacks You know, like John was saying on the show a couple weeks ago, you know, you don't get to really celebrate a pancake. You know, there's not like you would with a sack where you can do a nice little dance and all that. So there's just these other positions that are more illustrious. And so what that ends up happening is when those players all naturally sway away from that position, it becomes a position that is not as talented as other positions across the board. And then you have the secondary issue that comes in tandem with that then, which is that it's still a vital issue for many NFL teams. So the talent that is a little wayward ends up getting overdrafted because of the scarcity of the position. So what do? You know, do you play the game and you go, well, I guess we got to overdraft to take these guys? Did you try to? Would argue they didn't do that. Recently, they've tried to kind of just get by with sort of secondhand parts, you know. We'll sign you know, Evan Brown on a 1-year deal. All right. We'll get it Phil Haynes here cheap. Right. So I think that's been a bit of the problem. I think that's why I like this draft so much, is that not only did they go and get 2 interior offensive linemen, but they didn't reach in the process of doing so. They picked him at a good value place standpoint. But that seems to be the big issue, Big Dizzy, is just the athletes for the position aren't there to hold up for the counterparts on the defensive line across from them. And so it makes of where the value should go becomes very tough to sort of predict. Speaking of Marshawn, we got some nasty on the team again, building that hold my dick energy and mentality. Yes, sir. You need that hold my dick mentality, Haley. It's a necessity on the team. At least a couple of guys that got that going, you know. Give those guys a little bit of that edge to them. Hope DK is excited. Greg says Brandon Haddon Aiden also used to play tight end in high school. So supposed to be a good blocker and can play outside wide receiver slot. All right. Let's go. Wonko the Sains says, can't lie. I snuck out to my nephew's soccer game. Doesn't mean I love you any less. Great work. Hey, no, man. You guys got lives. I don't expect you to hang on here with me for 10 hours straight. Pop in, pop out. I get it. I appreciate you watching. CR, with all the players on rookie deals and the ability to get rid of declining veterans next year as well, and a lot of 2025 draft picks, futures looking bright. Future looking very bright. You can shave well over $100 million very easily with a variety of contracts you have in the books. So we're sitting on, I think, the 24th amount of cap space, but we're going to be easily able to create a ton of cap space without any crazy moves. We got the compensatory picks probably coming back next year, at least 2 of them. So money to spend, a roster rounding into shape with guys just about to move into their prime. All these young picks we've been picking, money to spend, extra picks, second year of Mike McDonald by that point. We should be ready to get up into that elite stage, I would think. Brady Ezel, am I the one who finds it quite difficult to watch the Mike and John pressers? Seems they may not be on the same wavelength. Mike looks a bit timid and on edge. I'm questioning their relationship. Well, they're newly put together. Take some time to get that chemistry working, I suppose, a little bit. I haven't watched it though, Brady, yet. I will check it out. Ricardo says, HawksNest, who do you think ends up starting at left guard, Tomlinson or Haynes? Or does Haynes go into his more natural position of right guard? I think I think Bradford comes back in year 2 and refines a bit of the rough edges. Is able to tap a little bit more into those flashes. And then that's going to allow, I think, for Bradford to settle in as your starting right guard. I think Tomlinson will start out as your starting left guard, but I think before the end of the season, Haynes will upend him on that. So he's not going to start the whole year there, but by week 6 or 7, do you look to maybe transition to a bit more of a Haynes as you're going along there? Yeah, I can see that. Chris says, I'm doing what I love while I'm listening to you, working on my cars. There we go. That's what it's about, man, you know? And when you're working on the cars, it's nothing but you're in heaven at that point. And everything else is real life. Tommy says, at this rate, there's no way we don't sign DeBrickashaw Ferguson in free agency. Someone get Key on the phone. Oh, these are all Key and Peele names here, just about, aren't they? Chevron Cordiero, quarterback, California. Studanita Anderson, edge, Appalachian State. DeCarrion Jr., wide receiver. It's straight out of Key and Peele a little bit on some of these names. Such a great bit. Haley says, I was initially really low on Murphy because I assumed teams doubled Sweat. Started watching tape and realized that Sweat was really doubled. They doubled Murphy. He was their OT most of the time. Nuts. They're zero tech. Yeah. They asked him to play into that role, and he showed enough power and strength to withstand that. As people were referencing a little bit on the stream earlier, there's moments you can catch him on film holding up against double teams and not getting moved. And for a guy at his size to be able to do that is pretty amazing. 3 techs just do not do that. You will be able to move a 3 tech with a double team. You know, what the loss you're usually losing is that then the nose tackle's free and he's going to wreak havoc because he's got a one-on-one block. Jose, you are still here, man. And I'm glad to hear my voice is getting a little bit better. That is good. There's a little bit. David Phillips says, what does Christopher Watkins say about the Seahawks draft this year? David, Christopher Watkins is about 2 things. Cowbells and day 1, day 2 of the draft. I don't really need day 3. They don't do nothing for me. No, I don't want it. No, that's what I say. Give me a good 1. Give me grade 2 day. I'm good. Sign me up. Daddy-o. I'm with it. And today, day 1, Seahawks, Byron Murphy, best defensive player. No, not the best defensive lineman in this draft. The best defensive player in this draft. 16 overall. Draft done. You won. What's left to say? But then, 3rd round, you come back. Big time. You go get yourself God that's going to start almost immediately. An upper level guard in this league. Maybe the best in the draft. Who needs any more of the draft after that point? You've got the 2 best players of the positions. I ask you now, tell me, who's got it better? Watkins suffering right now. He's trying. Mark says, B, you haven't outlasted me. I was watching and cooking dinner. Let's go. Got a couple mods still in here. I got to push you guys a little bit. Got to see how far we can stretch you guys. Amazing Mario Brothers. If Pete was still running the show, I guarantee our first 2 picks wouldn't have been used on interior line players. I'm also certain we would have selected at least 1 wide receiver and 1 running back. I could see it, Amazing Bros. Yeah. I think there's definitely a way this draft would have gone maybe a little bit more differently if Pete was here. For sure. I think he might have still taken Byron Murphy, but the rest of the draft would have been probably a lot different. Mick says, most of our picks weren't the sexy picks. They will definitely be physical class, which is something I'm really looking forward to seeing. Yeah, there's definitely some physicality in this class, some power in this class. Absolutely. And you did get the trenches kind of reinforced a bit, which is really a bit of what was at the head of the stack here as far as priorities go. Jazz Michaels says something cooking with the secondary with 2 picks for cornerbacks. Interesting to see what they do. Yes, sir. DT, have a good night, man. Take care. Mark, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do hit the like button if you could for me, folks. Small little thing, but a huge thing that helps out this channel. Also looking for people to get subbed up. Not already subbed. I'm sure we got everybody here subbed up. See, Laura says reading way too much in the press conference, laughing out loud. This is going to make me check it out now. And Mike does strike me as a little bit shy when it comes to the press conference stuff and doing the media stuff. He's a little more reserved at those times, it feels like. I think that might be as much as anything on it, just a little bit of nervousness there. I think Joe Ricardo, when he interacts with the players, is a little bit of a different vibe versus the media. Yeah, Haley sees it too on that. There's like a different kind of persona when he's coaching. He's a little more comfortable at that point. He's in his realm. MJ Daniel, the spice must flow. The Hitzak, Haderach. What? Leal Galib. Torrance signs with the Seahawks. Road Torrance. Ooh, I like this guy. I saw him on tape. Extra long corner. Solid all-around season for the Sun Devils. I usually put him in press coverage as a big corner and just let him jam. And just let him come up and jam the guys. And he did a really good job with it. That's a good pickup by Seattle. I like that. He's not as comfortable in off coverage. But if you just let him go press the guy to death, he'll get it done. Yeah, we got a lot of UDFAs. A lot of UDFAs. See, Lord of Bravos, I just about fell out of my chair when I saw that Brendan Nelson's least favorite pick was Byron Murphy. He feels the way about Byron, man. I tried to swing him back the other night, the first night of this, and get him over to my side of it. And I don't know if I made much headway, but yeah, he doesn't completely hate the pick, but I think he looks at it more from a value-based standpoint, that there was a better valued guy there, a higher guy they had on the board. And I can't say that that's incorrect in his thought process. I can get where the logic comes into play on that. So I wouldn't push back on it, you know. Williams says Mike does not seem to like to have to do the press conference. I'm sure many coaches would tell you that's one of their least favorite things, especially when you got to talk after a game and stuff. But yeah, I would get that. I'd get why that wouldn't be the funnest part of the job. Chris says we need a Bob Smith to even things out. Exactly. Little John Smith, Bill Jones. Wisconsin quarterback Jason Maitre coming in. All right. He's got a camp invite. I'm putting the camp invites in, though. Don't care. Invite's an invite. Excuse me. Nitro Hawk says, what do you think ends up happening with Brandon Ayuk and Debo? Hard prediction to predict, man. I mean, if I was putting my betting money down, I would have said that they were going to move Brandon Ayuk. As we were leading up into the draft, it felt like they were going to try to maybe move Debo for a second rounder if they could get it. I don't think that they got the offering for Debo that they wanted. Probably didn't get offering more than a third rounder for him. But they're in a pickle. Ayuk wants to be paid. I mean, I'd imagine if they're trying to roll into the season with him on the last year of his rookie contract, he's just going to be a hold in. You know, I'm here, but I got a tight hammy, coach. I got this tight hammy, right here, right here where my wallet would be, right here where the wallet would be for me is a little tight. Shanny. Okay. A little tight. I don't know what could free it up. I don't know. Yeah, I've been getting treatment all day. Still tight. It's really just this side that I have the wallet on, I'm not sitting on the wallet. No. Just the side I have the wallet on. That side with the hammy, that's a little tight. So I don't think they get away with just trying to cheapen this one out, in my opinion. William says, hey, B, who do you like for the UDFA that the Seahawks got? My favorite by far for UDFAs of this class so far. I haven't looked at any of the guys' tape. So there's guys that I'm not aware of that haven't watched the tape. I might end up liking these a lot more. But George Olani, Nelson Cesar, Jack Westover, and this Ro Torrance would be my 4 favorite picks. I liked Ro Torrance's game. He's a really good run defender. He's really tall, 6'3". He's got 34 and 1/8 arms. So extremely long arms for the position on top of being 6'3". And when you put him up in press, he held up. He was able to come up there, press, turn and burn, and flip the hips at 6'3" and get back, which was very impressive to me because most of the guys in 6'3" that are corners, they're going to play him in off coverage so that they get to make that sort of cheat step to the stem of the route. You know, that by the time the receiver is going to break to an in-cutting route or a stop route, they can drive on the ball, and it's not as reliant on them running step for step with the player throughout the whole play. So Torrance to be able to come up, press, and still hold up in coverage on the back end, I thought was very impressive. And then on top of it, he really attacks as a run defender. I mean, he's much more of a vicious, fierce run defender than the 2 guys we drafted today by far. He's got the 6'3", 208 build to do it, but he'll take on blocks. He'll get back into the backfield and try to penetrate if he can. Jose says Jay McAfee, tight end from Georgia State, was invited to minicamp. And let me add him to the list. Let's add him. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate you, man. David Phillips says, thanks, Mr. Watkin. Those first 2 picks really made our draft. Who knows about the rest? And go Hawks. Day 1, day 2 is going to be enough. Team's already stacked. We had a million picks over the last few years. We just need to top off the tank. Drip, 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 drip. Just top it off. That's all. That's all we need. Nitro says, Brendan must love this draft then. My pleasure, though, David. Oh, Nitro says, I think he had a B- grade on Byron Murphy, so he has to love the draft. Yeah, that would be true. If he was as down on that pick as he was a couple nights ago, then that means he liked the rest of it. It's good. It's good to hear. And me and Brendan will probably be chopping it up tomorrow on the B&B show. Try to get that set up. Haley says, Byron Murphy jumps over cut blocks while sprinting to a quarterback. He's 300 pounds. That's insane. Explosiveness, running back skills, that weird lateral bounce that those 300-pounders don't tend to have. Haley, you'll get the straight line explosion where guys can get up the field. There's a lot of guys that are like that. But to have explosiveness to the side as well, the lateral explosion, that's what just makes him so hard. But he's insanely athletic for a guy that big. Haley says, you can see the linebacker type movement in his play, but he's DT sized. Epic. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can feel a little bit of that former linebacker at play there. The way he finds the ball carrier too, Haley. There's a lot of those defensive linemen that they get on blocks, they get stuck, they kind of get blinders as to where the running back is running around him, Whereas with him, he always seems to have an awareness, kind of a plan of a path, especially in the run game, of how he's going to go get to the ball carrier or at least have an impact and maybe changing the route the ball carrier is going to take. Yeah, Tommy, former running back. He knows how to get through the line. And Yap Yeoman, haven't had a real good power line since the Sean Alexander days. I'll tell you, the 2012 line was pretty close. Reno Giacomini was not a great pass protector, but he could be a hammer in the run game. J.R. Sweezy was out there trying to take souls at right guard. Max Hunger could absolutely get down there and devastate you at the second level. James Carpenter was a big old left guard in there who could mash. And then Russell Okung was kind of underrated at that time. He wasn't able to really last as long in this league, but Okung had a really nice run there through a few of those years when he was able to stay healthy. Gibbs is going to play Wyoming for us. New position. Jason McEward, he says, Brandon, sounds like you're doing pretty good with the voice anyways. I just got off work. How did we do today in the draft? And what are your thoughts? I think it's a B+ draft for me, Jason. I like day 1. I like day 2. Day 3 is a little bit more of a mixed bag for me. There are some picks that I really like, and there's some that I'm kind of a little more out on. I don't really know about the Tyrese Knight one. I haven't watched a lot of his tape, but I didn't love the tape that I saw. It was fine. I love the lineman they got out of Utah, Satoa Lamua. He is going to be a dog inside and will eventually, I think, be a starter for this team. I love the Varner selection. We took a Michigan tight end, and I think that he comps very closely out to a guy like Will Disley. And so he's going to come in at the very least, give you blocking. I mean, he'll give you great blocking as floor with also some pass catching ability as well on top of that. The two corners you got are very fast, Jason. There's no doubt about it. They're both quick and they are fast. There's some twitchiness to them. Both of them played a lot of off coverage at Auburn, and they were asked to play a lot of tremendous off coverage at Auburn. So I think that did impact them in their ability at times to be able to take away undercutting routes. The big worries with the corners for me at this point, though, it just kind of comes down to tackling with both of them. They each have their own kind of issues that go on with tackling. Some similarities, some dissimilarities. I don't have any question with them, Jason, in their ability to cover. Not at all. But I do worry a little bit about their ability to hold up in the as run defenders. We took a tackle at the end of the draft. I have no real knowledge on this guy, so I'm operating from a complete behind the ball standpoint on that one. Team people are telling me that he looks good. He is a 2A college prospect. He could have gone and transferred last year, stayed at 2A, stayed at his college out of loyalty. But he's going to be a hard evaluation because of that. Still, they seem to be very hyped on him. So overall, B plus draft for me. I'd give it like an 88 out of 100 scale. Solid to almost good. Voodoo says OCD kicking in. You have Easton Gibbs, Wyoming. Should be linebacker to be congruent with everyone else. Did I put Wyoming? Yeah, it's definitely... It's not your OCD kicking in. It's my lack of attention to detail 10 hours in the stream. You're absolutely right. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, Wyoming's a new position, okay? You guys have heard of Omaha, okay? Wait till you see Wyoming, okay? You laugh at me now. Yeoman says, every draft I chant O-line. This year, for the first time, I think they heard me. I think they did, man. I think they did. Talita Maka says, let's go, Hololani. I love me some George, man. I can't wait to check out his film. I didn't have a chance prior to the draft to quite get to him on my backs list, but I am really looking forward to checking out his tape. Lord Boom, Brandon, I see that we signed Cordero in the UDFA. That's awesome. He's one of Hawaii's best quarterbacks ever, and he was killing it until he got hurt. I love that we gave him a chance. Hey, let's go. See what we can get out of the kid. He's another one I'm going to be looking forward to checking out some of his tape. Gino says, not going to lie, this draft had me pulling out my hair. Pulling out hair out, eyebrows. Gino, aren't you happy, man? You got your interior lineman. I mean, they drafted 3 linemen for you. That's got to be pretty good. He says so many corners. Well, it's going to make practice harder. But you got the lineman too, man. Your line's set now, bro. Your line is set. I definitely would have liked Kitchens too, Gino. You know I was big on him as well. He's a hell of a player. But hey, they got the trenches dealt with, and that to me is as much as any priority on coming in this draft. Getting that interior of the offensive line set was, to me, had to be as much a big priority as anything else because they've neglected it for so very long. And William, I see the 4 guys potentially making this roster of George Holani, Nelson Cesar, Jack Westover, and Ro Torrance. Those are the 4 guys that I like the most off this initial list. I haven't looked at all the players, but those guys strike me as good possibilities to potentially end up making the team. Zen Lunatic, what's the final grade on how the rest of the NFC West went? Let's go through the teams on this one. You got the Cardinals went with Marvin Harrison Jr. out the gate. That's an A. Darius Robinson, 27. I'd consider that an A-. I didn't like the Max Melton pick in the second round, especially high in the second round. That's a reach. I would give that pick a C. Troy Benson, though, in the third round, good value, second round grade on him. So an A- there. Isaiah Adams out of Illinois. I had a 6th round grade on him. I did not like Isaiah Adams. So we got a D plus grade there. Tip Ryman in the third round. I was one of the few people who also had a third round grade on Tip Ryman. So I like what the Cardinals did there on that pick. So that's, back up to an A- kind of place. Then we go Elijah Jones. Okay, that's a little high in the third round. Darian Taylor Demerson, Texas Tech. That's a solid pick for them in the 4th round. And then they finished it off with a lot of kind of blah. Xavier Thomas, Christian Jones, Tejon Palmer, Jaden Davis. They had a lot of picks in this draft to the Cardinals. 2 first rounders, 3, they have 4 third rounders. To be honest with you, with that much draft capital, I would have expected them to come away with more. It's hard to mess up when you have that many picks. It really is. But I like the ones that I like the ones on the plus side that they made, and the ones that they made on the bad side, I really didn't like at all. So probably I would land it somewhere at about B-. If we really want to not just rate them on like the total quantity of picks they have, but actually the quality of the picks they made throughout. I think it was a much more of a mixed bag between picking great value and picking perfectly to going to the complete opposite end of the scale. Let's see here. We got the Rams up next. They took Jared Verse in the first round. Good value there. Can't argue with that. I'd give it like a B+ pick there. It's about right where he should have gone. I think they overdrafted Braden Fisk with the 7th overall pick in the second round. That's a big reach for me. I'd put a C on that. Blake Corum in the 3rd round. I'm not as high on him as some of the other people are in this draft. I think his speed does limit him at the next level. So B- there. They did get Cameron Kitchens. Love that pick for them in the 3rd round. I had a 2nd round grade. That's an A. Brandon Jackson in the 5th round. It's about the right value for him where he's at. Maybe I had a 4th round grade. I'm so a little better. I'd give that like a B+, A-. Tyler Davis, that's good value at 6 in the 6th round. But I don't think Tyler Davis and Jared Verse as the collective twosome to replace Aaron Donald are going to come anywhere close to replacing Aaron Donald. It's going to be a far cry in production with those two guys rocking it out there. They went with a kicker in the 6th round. We'll see how that goes with Stanford. I didn't like Whittingham. I did like Bo Limmer and KT Levinston, the 2 offensive linemen they took at the end of the draft, the Rams. Solid picks. I would probably give the Rams at the end of the day like a B+ on my rating for them. I think the picks have good value throughout. There isn't really any major reaches outside of Braden Fisk. And so I'll give a B+. Not a lot of star power to it, not anything really illustrious in there either, though. On the Niners, I think the Niners made the worst pick of the first round in Ricky Parasol. I think that was the biggest reach in the first round and by a long shot. I am not a fan of Ricky Parasol. I had a 5th round grade on the kid. I think he's highly overrated. Renardo Green is a good cornerback. I had a 3rd round grade on him. You took him in the 2nd round. So for the Niners, it's not starting out well with the first 2 picks for me. Dominic Pooney, they start to right the ship. Dominic Pooney in the 3rd round. That's exactly where I had the grade on in him. He can play tackle. He can play guard. It's a good player for them. I'm not as fan of Malik Mustafa. He's a bit of a channel favorite by some. I had a 5th round grade on him. They took him in the 4th round. So, 3 of the first 4 picks for the Niners, in my opinion, were them reaching around ahead of where they should have gone to take those players. I love Isaac Guerrero. In the 4th round to them, that's a perfect pick for Kyle Shanahan. That's his ideal kind of running back. Jacob Cowling is going to be a useful receiver in this league. He's 5'8". He's not very big, but the guy can fly, and he knows how to run routes, and he's got some good hands. So he will find productivity in that offense, I think. Jared Kingston, 6th round, and Tatum Bethune, a Florida State linebacker. I like that pick as a guy that might be able to replace Dre Greenlaw a little bit early on here. I think overall with the Niners, I would go with probably a B- on my outlook of their draft to a C+. To get your first pick as wrong as they did with Ricky Parasol, and then to come back and reach in the 2nd round with your first 2 picks. That's where you need to make your hay in drafts, unless you just draft so well at the back of the draft. So that's where I'd look at it for it. 2 B- and a B+. Rams had, I think, the best of the collection in our division. Gino says DJ James was a wild steal, though. Oh, yeah, man. Brian E says, oh, sorry, that was tonight's rock. Not bad. Al was the guy. Lord says, right on, bro. Gino, the Eagles did have a really good draft. They just stuck in the pocket. They do what they do, which is trust their value of the board and let it fall as it will. And they came out of this with probably one of the better drafts. It would be hard not to give the Eagles a very bare minimum A minus, if not an A. Quinn and Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, AA. I don't know too much about Jay Lake's son, so I can't speak on that one. Shipley in the 4th round is a third down back extraordinaire. Solid. E minus, B. Ainias Smith in the 5th round out of Texas A&M. Kind of a little like a shrunken Golden Tate kind of player. Like it for them. Kind of manufactured touches with that guy. And then coming back and getting Jeremiah Trotter in the 5th round. That's excellent value. Trevor Keegan, you came back in the 5th round. That's great value out of Michigan at the guard. Johnny Wilson, Florida State. Receiver in the 6th round. Great value. And then Dylan McMahon, 6th round at the end as well. I think that's great value. Where did I have Dylan at? So I had Dylan in the 5th round. So you got him in the 6th. All throughout the Eagles picks, you can see where they're not. They're doing a bit of the inverse of the Niners. Rather than picking and grabbing up a round ahead, they're getting them around later. That's how it felt to me. Completely agree with you on that, Gino. Williams says, hey, B, do you see the Seahawks keeping as UDFA this year? Who do I see as? So, yeah, I think it's George Alani, Nelson Cesar, Jack Westover, and Roe Torrance are the ones I would put money. Not money on, but I'd be betting on them. Chris says, buddy just sent me a pic of Geno Smith squatting on an ATV. Don't be Malik in that thing, Geno. Yeah, no more ATVs. Carlton Johnson, corner. Is that another one, Jose? Did we pick up? All at him. What a guys. Big country I've not sold in the Cardinals. I'm not either. The picks they got right, they got really right. The picks they got wrong, they got really wrong. Says Jacob Cowling sparing me. He's 5'8", man. He's 5'8" with short arms. There's only so much he's going to be able to do at the pro level at that size. Jeff says, my favorite part of the draft was watching Brandon laugh on and on about the parasol pick. Oh, it's never going to get old, that one. Oh, that was so great of the Niners to do that. It was a gift on the opening night of the draft. A tremendous gift from San Francisco. Tremendous. Haley says, Rams offseason is automatic F because Aaron Donald retired. There we go. Cards of the NFC West will be a battle next year. Cards will be spicier. Yeah, I think they will be better. But better, for sure. And you never know with Niners on Debo. Something's going to have to give. It feels like it's got to be a Debo or a Brandon Ayuk situation where something's got to give. Ruben Friedman, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Ruben. I really appreciate you hopping aboard the Hawks Nest. Please do hit that like button and sub on up if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. Big helper here to the channel. My name is Tiens. Says hi. How you doing, Tiens? Good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you checking out the channel. Appreciate you. Rafael Berra, YED still on here. Laughing out. I love what I do, Rafael. We'll probably be wrapping it up here pretty soon. I've pushed through 10 hours here. William says, AB, do you see if the Seahawks trade Draymond Jones now? It's a possibility. You got a bit of a log jam at the 3 tech. You're certainly going to want to find a pathway here for Byron Murphy to find his way on the football field. But I don't know if maybe the team just doesn't feel like they get good enough value to make that happen. It definitely is a possibility. Raphael says, compare our draft with Washington's draft with DQ. Okay. So Jaden Daniels, number 1 overall, great value there. Obviously looked at as a top 3 quarterback in the sport. Can't shake a stick at that. Coming back, taking Zerzan Newton, number 2. I don't like the fact that they're stocking up at another defensive tackle position when they just re-signed their 2 starters there to big deals. But hey, the value is right there. I mean, to get Zerzan Newton in the second round at that point is pretty strong. I love Mike Sainristil. I love Mike Sainristil a little bit more in the 3rd round than the 2nd round. It's not an egregious pick. He's going to be a good player for them. He's going to be ready to go. Ben Sinnott is maybe the second best tight end in this class. Certainly was drafted as the second best tight end in this class. Brandon Coleman could be solid. I like Brandon Coleman. They got a 5th round grade. So you took him a little early, but that's okay there. McCaffrey had a 4th round grade. You took him a little early. Not a big deal. Jordan McGee, that's a good pick. Dominic Hampton, Javonte Jean-Baptiste. So, there's a couple picks in here where, Sainristil, McCaffrey, Coleman, you're overdrafting a little bit on those guys. The thing that I do like is I do like those guys. So I think that those guys have something to offer. If I was grading Washington on this draft, I think I would be driven to probably give them about an A-. They are a little bit aided by the fact that they have 3 second-round picks and 2 third-round picks, 2 fifth-round picks. So it definitely sets you up to be able to have that kind of draft. But they did well with what they had. They picked good. They've improved their team and improved their team mightily, I think, with this draft. Rafael Ybarro says, love you, man. Time to look at the 2025 class. Yep. That's the worst part is like you get all this work, you get it all done, you get your 70,000 word draft guide. It's all posted day 3 of the draft. You throw it into the trash and you start fresh and new from page 1. It's kind of the brutal part of this, man. Yeah, Rafael. Love you too, man. Much love to you too. Haley says Raymond offers edge depth too. He's got the size Mike McDonald likes. Indeed. Especially since Haley, they weren't able to address it in the draft really and fighting that big power edge. It might be Nelson Cesar, but they weren't able to really locate that guy. I think that they were looking to fit into the offense in that way. Gino says, let the preseason speak for the defensive tackle position. Sounds good, man. Definitely going to let the cream rise to the top at that point, Maybe the little bit of the decision on Draymond will come down to around training camp. Maybe there's a team out there looking for defensive line help at that point. Maybe that's the better time to go get the pick or go get the value of the pick if that's their intention of the team. But he could well just stay here, like has been said. Maybe he'll be just the power edge for the team too. Rafael, I don't think we're going to be trading 2 and 3rd round picks going forward to the deadline. I think that that's going to start to come to a close that kind of manner. I especially think the team, as they showed with this draft, by not trading up, by not sacrificing future capital to get back in the 2nd round, I think that's a little of an indication by John where he's saying, we love the talent in next year's draft. There's maybe a potential we're going to have to move up for a quarterback in next year's draft to get a guy. We need to have all of our draft capital if that's going to be the intention at that time. That would be my belief. Thank you, Mark, for reminding me that. Please do, if you guys could, for me, hit that like button. I know it's a little thing, but it's a big thing in my heart. I would really appreciate it. And he says, I got to bounce. Talk to you later, B. Cut off your message there in the one part. You have a good one, Haley. Thank you for all the great discussion today and hanging in there for all throughout the day. I really do appreciate it. It's a good time right now to thank the sponsor of this draft coverage over these 3-day period. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy, of course, has been sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. You click at the top of the description link section below, or you go to the site for the first time and use my code NEST. It will match you up to 100% of $100 of your first deposit. $100 for me, to you, through the Hawks Nest. You support me, support Underdog, you support yourself. Win, 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 win. There are limitations that do apply in the state of Washington, as they have heavy rules against the gambling stuff on that. But outside of the state, or if you're a casino in the state, you can use the app to the full assembly of what it does offer. Great ongoing contests, baseball, basketball throughout this offseason. We'll be leading up into football soon. They'll present some of the seasonal bets that you can place on players at that time. So definitely take advantage of this offer as you can. Show that love, show that support, and thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. Really appreciate it. Steven says, love your effort to stick with us when playing hurt. And it's I love what I do. It makes it easy to do it when I am playing hurt, man. So thank you guys for bearing with me. The voice was not at all times clear and free and easy. I definitely was grinding through some times on this one, but you guys were very patient with me on that, and I appreciate it. I was really worried you guys were going to be like, Jesus, I can't handle this voice, you know. But you guys put up with it. So thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Washington did have Raphael a stronger draft than us. We're B+, they're A-. They had more picks, but they picked smarter with the selections and where they took guys, I think, overall. We're very close, but I think they maybe nipped us just a little bit. Thank you, Yeoman. Appreciate you. Big Dizzy, indeed, we have had 3 great drafts in a row. If I take the last 3 drafts, right, and we go then like the last 6 or 7 years prior to the last 3 drafts, I don't think any of us look at any of those 6 or 7 drafts prior to these last 3 and say that any of those have even a B+ grade on them. You know, there's been a stark change and a stark difference in the way the Hawks have gone about their business over these last 3 drafts. And that's why these draft grades are good, because they are operating more often than not from a value-based mindset. And as I've hammered over and over again for years on this, that is what bears out then successful drafts. That's what gets you the most players that can get out there and actually have an impact and effect on the field. So Seahawks continue to stay with a very strong philosophy. One I'm guessing is not going to change anytime soon for John Schneider. And it's good seeing them stay in this pocket. That's what's brought this about, Big Dizzy. Escalating Entropy says, damn, you're still streaming. It's a little 10.5 hour stream. Come on. I barely started. It barely even began. I'm just warming up. AI says, don't forget 10 draft picks next year. Very good possibility. Geno Smith says the 2021 class has been forgotten. Only only about 3 of them, wasn't there, Geno? We got Eskridge, Brown, and Stone. Actually, that was a pretty good draft for the picks you had. But boy, that was a brutal draft to only have 3 selections, wasn't it? How did we end up in that pickle? TT says, how and why did the play regress last year? Which play? Can you elaborate a little bit further on that, TT? We got Cade Beresford from Boise State. Okay. Let's get him added to the list. Get him added. We got the UDFA list here over my left shoulder. Sorry about the small writing, but we got a lot of them. So I'm having to really squinch them in. Squish them. There we go. Tackling, for instance. I think tackling here has been a little bit of an issue, TT, for a while. The last couple of years in Seattle. I don't think it was just an issue last year. I think it may have looked like it was more vibrant last year because I think your team was just unable to get off the football field on the defensive side of the ball over and over again, and they would wear down. And one of the things that goes to a team as they start to wear down over the course of the game, one of the first attributes of a defense is going to be tackling. You get tired. You're not wrapping up as much. You're not bringing the full effort. You're beat. Yeah, I think that's really at the heart of it. The other thing with it is that, as it's been a couple year problem, I think Carroll kind of got smacked by the NFL like around 13 or 14 and fined, and we lost a draft pick because we were practicing too hard. And I almost kind of think he like went double bird with him. He's like, all right, we just won't practice hard at all then. You guys can't do anything about that. And I think that the practices did kind of soften up a bit during that time. I think he thought that maybe he had with the Legion of Boom a little bit too much on that, the guys playing on that edge in practice. And that while it was a good thing in bringing out the team, that there was maybe some bad things that came with that as well. The other thing that stands out to me when you look at the team in training camp, TT, is we don't have a tendency to do the inner squad games, And when you talk about working on practice and working on hitting, the only thing you can do to get better at doing it is doing it. And I think it's hard to replicate that when you're just trying to practice tackling, going through motions, or just trying to work on technique where the only way to get good at it is go full bore at it. And I do like those inner practice things that they have where they're not quite exhibition games, they're just practices, but they're between two teams because you really do get that effort and level of intensity to where it can better, I think, prepare you for the season. So that'd be another place I think that could help out with the tackling angle of things. Nitro says, just realized you're chilling in the back of your thumbnails for these streams. I did. I was kind of like Waldo. I put myself into the thumbnail in each one. So I got myself kind of, if you look close enough, you can find me. Williams says, last night with Brendan, when your voice was hard to bear, it sounded painful. It didn't hurt too much. I just couldn't get out the words, I was just getting the kind of puffs of air coming out when I tried to talk. It'd be brutal. Tommy says, we didn't even call plays on defense that had a chance to get us off the field on third down. Hoping that improves. Has to. It's one of the better things about Mike McDonald's defense is it's not a, bend but don't break. This is a defense that looks to get you off the field in 3 and outs. So that should bear out more of them getting off the field. And as I ran the numbers, of course, Tommy, your defense ended up spending a collective extra game. And when you compare like the Niners defense to the Seahawks defense last year, the Seahawks defense played a cumulative extra game and a half in collective snaps versus a team like San Francisco. So it's really easy to see why defenses start sliding sideways when they're playing that many snaps on the football field. See, Lord of Bravos, Brandon, you're a true credit to the Seahawks fan base. Hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you to say. Yeah, Chevron, we did get a quarterback here, a back end guy. I think the move of Sam Howell obviously made this less of a necessity on that one just a little bit. These guys are going to come in and they're going to be kind of camp bodies. I think the team ends up rolling with Gino and Sam, and I don't know if we even will have we may have a guy as just one of the flyer guy there on the practice squad, but I think they were looking to upgrade past what they had in Howell as that backup guy. Tommy says, Chevon Cordero is very interesting, very mobile, makes good to short to intermediate throws. Not sure about his down the field throws yet. Definitely looking forward to checking him out. Third day is fun, but so depressing to watch the draft end. It is, Nitro. One of our favorite times of the year, but it's all good things got to come to a conclusion, All good things got to come to a conclusion. Escalating entropy. I can't remember the last UDFA who was relevant. Well, I mean, escalating entropy. We had Jake Bopo last year. What about that? What about Puna Ford? What about Doug Baldwin? What about Ricardo Lockett? I can provide a variety of names through the years in Seattle that have come in and been able to provide some UDFA help to the team. Nitro, have I kept up with the Mariners that much this season? I haven't. I really haven't. I more just dived into the football aspect of things, and I just don't really trust in what the Mariners are doing, and I don't want to waste my time on an organization that I don't think is fully committed to winning. And if you're allowing your competition to spend more than 100, 120, 130 million dollars more than you, while you pack the stadium night in and night out, you lose my sympathies on not getting there and figuring it out. So I know that I guess it's a middling division this year so far, and they're kind of like dancing up at their top. That's about as deeply as I've gone in it. But no, I'm saving myself the pain and heartache of another Mariner season. Instead, I'm going to remain happy and cover football and just concentrate on the season to come up here soon. Ryan E., I feel like they should keep practice squad quarterback of the roster. Look at how many different quarterbacks have to play last season across the league. It's not the worst of ideas, Ryan. I'm not against it. It makes sense. Raphael says teams to look out for Super Bowl contenders in 2025. Well, I think obviously I think Green Bay is a team that's going to be right there even in next year as they start to ascend. I mean, I could mention a team like the Lions too. It's not a shocker there on that one. Chargers with Harbaugh. I trust in the job Harbaugh's going to do. They had a great draft. He wins wherever he goes. That is certainly a team by 2025 that you could look at as being able to make that kind of run. Jaguars have a potential if they can finish the last of this process out and getting this team pushed up. They seem like they're knocking on the door, but they need to do a little bit more to kind of break through. Texans with CJ Stroud would have to be considered a threat. I don't know other than that. I don't know if I see a team really, aside from that, really up on that rise in that way. AFC North does look a lot stronger than it's been recent years. Stronger than it's probably been about 10 years. Cameron Robinson, what's up, B? Can you throw up our drafted list? Absolutely, I can do that. One honey. Here we go. Let me right over here. Got Byron Murphy in the first round, Christian Haynes in the third, Tyrese Knight, fourth round pick, another fourth round pick in AJ Barner, tight end out of Michigan, big blocking tight end. You got a couple of cover corners out there and a couple zone cover corners out there in Nemiah Pritchett and DJ James, both from Auburn. A couple of off coverage guys. You got another guard in there in Sata Lamoa. So you got the guard position kind of set up, it looks like, for the foreseeable future. And they went a little wild there with the last pick. Michael Jarrell from Finlay, small school, 2A college. But a lot of people in chat were liking the early look at him on the film. So pretty encouraged by maybe the potential of what this guy's going to have to bring. Raphael, I think the Eagles had about an A- draft. Definitely one of the strongest ones you'd find, and there's no coincidence with it with the Eagles. The Eagles draft so well because they draft a value year in and year out. You know, you can see how they look at their board and are truly trusting the highest guy they have slotted on their board. They don't overcomplicate it. They don't get weird with it. And it tends to lead them in a place where they're often drafting guys who, you know, you thought would have gone around earlier that they happen to slide to them on. So another great job on their part. Rogers Green, Rob Stanford, friends, lots of whining. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Rob must have been going, I've heard it from a few people today. Rob sounds like he was on one today. Did he kind of have a hard day 3? Yeah, Gino. Forgot Puna Ford was UDFA. Yeah. Hell of a player, huh? Mark says, B, another 10. Skip my meds and hang on with you, laughing out loud. I promise. We'll put a button on this soon. Put a button on soon. Tommy says the Mariners are fully committed to winning. Fully committed to winning 54% of their games. That's right. Get it right. Raphael says, opinion of Florida State quarterback DJ Unaliange. I don't have much information on him. Oh, you mean DJ Ugo? Okay. Yeah, is he at Miami now? You mean the Oregon State Beaver quarterback? Is he on the Seminoles now? That guy's been everywhere in college. Holy hell. He's going to play like 10 years in college. Big mobile guy. He's got kind of that Ben Roethlisberger mobility where he's so big, guys will just kind of glance off of him in the pocket. He's able to get out and move. He's got a real big windup. It takes a long time for that arm to get twisted back around and get back to front. So he does provide some pretty good arm strength. He's not terribly accurate. In the past, in watching him at Clemson and a little bit of Oregon State, the decision-making has not always been sharp with him. But this is why he's on his third college program in 3 years. Big Dizzy Ololani looks like a big upgrade over DJ Dallas. I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. And it does sound like if he's getting that Charbonnet comp, I can see that. For sure. Escalating empatry seems like UDFA quarterback slipping through is really unlikely these days. Yeah. Even if teams didn't like Joe Milton, is it worth a 6th or 7th round pick? Even if teams didn't like Rattlers, are worth a 6th or 7th round pick? Yeah. And Michael Pratt. Why not take the flyer at that point? I was trying to relate it earlier, escalating entropy to penny stocks. You buy a penny stock, you're not thinking it's likely you're going to get the return and value on that. You're going to make a profit on that. But if you do, there's really the chance for it to be an explosive profit. Not likely to happen, but it'd be a hell of a thing if it did. Raphael says the Bengals are my favorite AFC team. Check. Let's take a look at the Bengals here. Let's see how they did. Mary Smims, first round, blue chip player, A grade. Chris Jenkins, he's a 3-tech, run stuffing, 3-tech. You usually get the, run stuffing, Raphael, nose tackle, 0-techs, 1-techs. This guy's a 3-tech as a run stuffer. He does give you a lot as a pass rusher, but he does give you a certain floor as a run stuffer. Jermaine Burton was one of my sleeper wide receivers in this draft. I really like that guy quite a bit. I didn't quite have him up into the 3rd round grade of things, but I can understand why the Bengals look at him in that way. He is the guy in this draft that was the closest to me of any of the receivers in this draft to a Doug Baldwin. Very similar skill set. McKinley Jackson comes in as a nose tackle for them in the 3rd round. Solid. So I'd be going, A. Chris Jenkins, I'd probably go more of like about a B on that one. Jermaine Burton, I'd go like about a B. McKinley Jackson in the 3rd, B. Eric All in the 4th, B minus. Josh Newton in the 5th, love the value there. I'd go B plus. Tanner McClatchin in the 6th, good value there, B plus. Not really much of a fan on Cedric Johnson or Anthony, but Raphael the key to lock in on with Matt Lee at center. I'm right on this. Matt Lee could be good for you guys with your final pick, especially with how much you guys pass the ball, because his forte is pass protection. So you guys are kind of close to where I'd have our grade, Raphael. B plus, B plus, BB, BB, B plus, kind of right in there. Tommy says Steelers will make the playoffs. They always do. Even Russ can't stop that. I think I heard Russ somewhere say, Tommy, challenge accepted. And then he said, I also heard him say, hold my beer. Filter, Hawks Nest, I got a question. We got some offers to trade pick 16. Do you know any info on those offers? I don't think any details of those offers have leaked. What we heard was John said we had good offers, and then he didn't just say, well, we had offers, but they weren't good enough, which would have given him an easy out there, Filter. because I think this is to the nature of your question, this answer. John said we had really good offers. I took it to mean that John said, okay, if there was a different player here at this pick, I might be more likely to actually move here, but we like this player. We like this pick that much. I can't accept that offer. So I would estimate that they got somewhere in the neighborhood of probably a late second round offer for a team to potentially move up and take Byron Murphy in front of them. But that's how much they like this guy. That's part of why I got a little bit more won over on the pick, was that all signs here didn't just sort of tacitly point to the fact that the Seahawks just kind of, sort of like Byron Murphy. All signs on this pointed to the fact that they absolutely loved this kid. Down to them turning their card in with 6 minutes remaining, which John Schneider never does. He always takes every last minute up to the end of every round that he's in. Nitro says Rob Stanton was crying about how Sean McVay has so much more energy than McDonald. It just doesn't matter. He's on that? Holy Lord. We're getting kind of downwind at that point. Nitro says Stanton in his comment section reminds me of Todd Bellin, which is ironic. Yeah, they locked horns, you know. Locked horns on that one. I see what you did there. Nitro. DT says Stanton loved days 1 and 2. There we go. Stanton can't be grilled. I try to give him some props for Stanton. The thing you gotta like about him, at least, and the thing that I think is sometimes the harder thing to get in this area of listening to commentary on folks like myself and Rob on talking about this is, are guys being true and real with you? Are they being honest with you? Are they just trying to blow smoke? Are they just trying to be pom-pom wavers? And there's definitely no way you can say that about Rob on that. And you may disagree with his opinion, but you can know for a fact that he's coming from his opinion from an angle of truly believing it. And that's a big deal for me. Even though I don't disagree with it, I like to know that I'm getting the honesty. Raphael says he's been everywhere. Sea Lord says pretty much the fence. I have to probably not go back and listen to the rest of stuff. Raphael says Mater Day and St. John Bosch. Yeah, he's a Rolling Stone, Raphael. You can't pin that guy down for too long. Now, I'll give you this, man. He's got some great size to him. He does have the big arm. Always Hand Grenade says B's going to hibernate for a solid week after this. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get a good sleep tonight. Greg says, Brandon, I just found out all the Hawks draft content is on Seahawks Press Pass YouTube channel. Okay. I will go look for that after my stream. Thank you for the note on that. Weird that they kind of buried it. Rogers Green says no quarterback pick, another blocking tight end, no left guard, and a couple of defensive backs equals Pete still tuning in the cards. We're making the jokes that Pete turned in the last card. I think that this is John. I think these picks, you might disagree with them, but I think from their perspective, the picks were being made from a value-based standpoint, which is one of the places that they moved into and away from the need-based standpoint that they had been operating in for years. So I've got to say that I think that they stayed in the pocket on this one. It may not have been exact players that I would have loved to see or other people, but hey, I can't deny that they trusted their board in this draft, which is, I think, a little bit separate of what it was when Pete was here at times. As Glendro Empatry says, you can make money on penny stocks if you can spot the fraud in the charts. True. That's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily an absolute negative. There's a possible way to make a little bit of money there. It's hard. It can be a hard road, but it can be had. I do think Rodgers, too, especially in Haynes' case, he's absolutely got the potential to be able to play left guard. He moves well enough. He pass protects well enough. He'd be a fit over there. That's not the same as moving Damian Lewis over from right guard to left guard, as was the case there. Michael Green, thank you for the $10 donation. I really do appreciate you for that, Michael. Very kind of you, brother. Thanks for all your draft coverage. It's been excellent. Do you think any of the cornerbacks we drafted put pressure on Reek Woolen? And how do you feel about our safeties going into the season? Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Michael. Very kind of you on that. Thank you for the $10 donation. Woolen is in a place of having to kind of prove himself to a new coaching staff. There's no two ways around that. and specifically when it comes to tackling. I will say that it doesn't really cause him to get pushed too much today, Michael, in the respect of you drafted 2 corners that both kind of struggle at tackling. So they're not exactly going to push Tariq in that way. But he's got to prove it. These are guys that play a little bit better in zone maybe than Woolen does, as Woolen's a little bit better maybe in man. But I do think that there's got to be some pressure, doesn't there? I mean, there has to be when you have this many corners that are kind of this good. You know, you it's sort of that, you know, iron sharpens iron thing, where it's just so strong that, and the battle is so fierce that it's kind of like the strong will survive, you know, and who's going to be the strong. So there's less of that easy open pathway to him going out there and being able to play as there was when he first walked in the door here. And it was kind of wide open in both corner positions. But Woolen and the success of Woolen going forward is really going to come down to really one thing for me. I trust him in his coverage skills. I know he'll take away the ball in coverage. Can he get better at tackling? Can that take big steps forward? Because there's been plenty of wide receiver converts to the cornerback position who could never really quite pick up tackling. There are guys like Trayvon Diggs recently who made that transition in college in Alabama and who has started to kind of round himself into pretty decent tackling shape. I wouldn't call him a good tackler, but he's gotten light years better from where he probably started in his rookie year. So, and as far as the safeties, you obviously would have probably loved in this draft to address the safeties somewhere, somehow or another, and you weren't able to do it. No, that's tough. But at the same point in time, Julian Love is a pure fit here in the split shell safety look. He can do all the things that Mike McDonald is going to want from there. They signed Rashawn Jenkins to a 2-year contract. They know he can do that stuff as well. Jared Reed coming back, Kobe Bryant coming back. It's not the strongest of unit. Would have loved to have come out of this draft with a Jaden Hicks or a Cameron Kitchens, something along that line, DTD, it would have been nice somehow, Michael, to come away with, a safety out of this draft in that way. But we'll double back down to it, I guess, next year. And who knows? Maybe this is a little indication that maybe there's some intention at some point or another to maybe even sign a guy like Julian Love to a contract extension if they like how he's playing. So it's a little weak, Michael. But you do have the guys that are pure scheme fits for how you want to run the coverages on the back end. So you're not limited, at least in what you can run with your defense in the secondary with these guys. Thank you, though, Michael. Appreciate the kind words as well, man. It's been my pleasure. Yeah, Chris, I agree. Haynes can challenge Bradford or Tomlinson. Raphael says, do you do fantasy ranking? Do you do fantasy football rankings and different fantasy stuff? I haven't much in the past. I just got back into trying to play fantasy last year. Tough part that comes into play, Raphael, is when you're running these channels, it's like about 100 hours almost every week you got to put into the channel. And so it's like, all right, do I want to put another 5 hours into fantasy football on top of putting all the time in the channel? It gets tough. You do get to that kind of sub-burnout phase of things. Victor tried to get me late. Victor, you think 11 hours in, I'm going to be slipping, man. You think I'm going to be slipping? Look at what he tried to do to me, folks. He tried to get me to say, do you like the picking of Huge Anus from TCU, an undrafted free agent? You're not going to get me to say Huge Anus, Victor. Okay? You're not going to get me to say that. I know you thought you were going to get me to say Huge Anus, but I'm not. I'm not saying it. It's not happening, man. Nice try. Raviel says, also kind of glad we didn't land Penix, so I can see how Grubb is without him. True. It's true. I think the team might have picked him if he had gone to 16. Never lucky. I don't know anything about Knight. What was your thoughts on that pick? It surprised me when I was at work. I only watched a couple of games of his. I don't have a lot of access to UTEP tape. Never lucky. I wasn't really blown away by the tape that I saw. 3-year starter, 300 tackles the last 3 years. So good production. He's a downhill linebacker. He's not very good in read and react mode. He's not a diagnoser. He's not got really great instincts or awareness necessarily in space. His coverage drops when he drops into zone are just okay. And he has a real annoying tendency from my standpoint, Lucky, of getting locked up on second level blocks. He cannot free himself of blocks for his life at times. So it was limited tape that I got to see. I was higher on other inside linebackers at that time. We'll see how the pick plays out. It does seem like it was a Mike McDonald pick, so I'm open to being wrong on the guy, and certainly didn't see enough of his tape to come to a final conclusion on him. Marcus says, I'm pretty sure offers are made on the majority of picks. Some are just made with discussion worthy. Yeah, agreed. Mike did say, John did say, Marcus, on it that he did have a really good offer, though, whatever that's worth. And escalating entropy says, when the Mariners trade for players, they seem to fit in all right. But anytime we sign players in free agency, they suck. Garver, Polanco, Rayleigh all forgot to have to hit. Yeah, they've had a time and tendency in the past too, where they would go for the National League hitters and try to bring them over to the American League. And it's like, there's just, it seems like every time you bring a National League hitter over to the American League, there's a little bit of a dip and a drop. And then you put them in the Mariners Stadium on top of it. And it's like, holy hell, dear God. Brian B says, B, you've been streaming almost 11 hours. I'm surprised you have any energy left at all. Oh, we're winding down here. I want to get through the nice 11-0, get into a nice round number. You know what I mean? Nigel says, you guys see the interview with Roger Goodell? He doesn't want the preseason. I know he loves money, but that's just goofy. Yeah, you got to at least have a couple games to get guys right, don't you? At least a few. Tommy said, I heard a stat recently that the league is steadily moving to more zone coverage, like 50% more each year. Yes, sir. It's hard to find the corners that can stand in man against these hyper-athletic, super explosive wide receivers. Ain't nobody in the league that's going to run 4.2 on Xavier Worthy. You know what I mean? So, just you gotta, the only way to deal with that is have off coverage and zone coverage and have those guys a little bit of space that they can have as kind of a cushion so they don't get ripped over the top. Raphael, I wanted James Williams so bad too, man. That was definitely one of my draft crushes coming in. Brandon, it has all the press conferences and players' first press interviews from draft. I look forward to looking and checking it out, Greg. I will be watching all that stuff. You know it. Tommy says, huge anus? Man, that dude was so bad. Pure crap. Wiped out on multiple plays. Yeah, he was a skid mark on the field, Tommy. A true skid mark on the field. That huge anus. Chris says, if I sat for 11 hours, I'd get serious hair butt. I probably have that. I probably have that as well. TT says, is that because there aren't enough fast corners? Yeah. It's both the, you can find the fast guys, TT, but they're straight line explosive fast. They don't have the lateral, the change of direction. You know, you get these fast receivers that go, oh, I can get up from 0 to 106 steps. I can come to a complete stop, change direction and go right across your face. And you're just still trying to slow down and come to a stop. You know, it's all of those things kind of together with these receivers where they are hyper athletic to the nth degree. And it's very hard to stay with these guys. And there's just so many of them. Look at this year's draft with how many receivers proliferated this draft. You know, it's outpacing sort of, I know we had a little bit of a deeper cornerback class here, but it's outpacing what we're getting as far as the injection of cornerback talent in the league. You know, because the great athletes is a little bit like, they would come back to it again. It comes back to that junior high thing. It's like when guys first go out on the football field to find out which positions they want to play. Where do people want to play? You know, well, I want to play running back. Well, I want to play wide receiver. Well, I want to play quarterback. You know, well, I'm a bigger dude. I don't want to play offensive line. Get me down on the defensive line. You know, kind of similar to the cornerback. Nobody's really like running to go be a cornerback first thing. You know, so you do end up with good athletes out there, but a lot of times you end up with the good athletes that like can't catch and don't like, you know, physicality or something. Chris says, I meant chair butt. Okay. I was like, what is hair butt? Is that like your butt hair grows a little bit when you sit on it for too long? I was trying to figure that one out. I was like, I got to catch up on these new age terms here. I'm behind, man. I'm getting old. I don't know what hair butt is. Yeah, I got hair butt right now. Oh, I'll definitely have a very stiff knee when I stand up, Nitro. You can bet on that. Chris says you have to be Persian to have hair butt. Truer words were never said. Oh, Lordy. Brian E says, I call it secretary butt. Harder for autocorrect to screw it up. There we go. That works as well. Who do I think wins the NHL? I'm sorry, escalating entropy. I don't really, I could never get into hockey. Love me my baseball, love me my football, love me with some basketball, but just couldn't quite get over into the NHL side. Same thing with kind of the soccer, just too much of the sports going and nothing's really happening. I know some people can really enjoy it. I start to, get the 1,000-yard stare a little bit. All right. We are 5 hours in. Let's get the couple questions on in here today. I'm going to put a wrap up on this. I've got 11 hours in the books. I think that's a good day on the books. We've covered everything end to end, backwards, forwards, ups and down, left and right. We've looked at this draft. We look at the FC West draft, look at others drafts. I think we have dived through all parts on this one today. I really want to thank you guys for a phenomenal stream today. A great 3 days of streaming. I couldn't ask for a better community, the support, you guys got me always laughing. You guys got me thinking. You're coming in with details and information that I can't do as much to investigate in the moment as I'm live streaming. And it helps to keep this show percolating and helps me to be able to supply information to the rest of the folks as you guys are finding it. Thank you to all of you guys working together in that way to help make this go here over the last couple of days. This is a special time of year for me. And this is when I feel like we are all at our best here on this channel and way it goes. And I think that we got to be a representation of that over this last 3 days and really turning this stuff over, having it be very rare where we're getting to the point. I don't think there was any point I really saw there was sniping. And I mean, look, we got into stuff today, it got a little hard at times at the end, but still, especially in the Russell discussion, but still at the end of the day, I think everybody kept things respectful and understood, look, we're going to disagree, but I appreciate where you're coming from. I don't agree with you on this, or I do agree with you on this, but there was a level of respect here throughout this 3 days in the chat that I think is so very unique to this community, and is a props to you guys for keeping that hyper awareness of that's where we want to keep the chat. That's where this place is at its best, when we can have the open and honest discussion where we're not trying to dunk on each other or any of that, just letting it kind of flow and see where the conversation sort of takes us. Nitro Hawk says, would you rather fight 3 alligators or a grizzly bear? I'd fight 3 alligators because the alligators are not going to work in tandem. Now, if I'm in the water, you got no chance on a grizzly bear. What are you going to do with a grizzly bear? The only thing you're going to do with a grizzly, like you pull its eyes out or something when it's in the middle of peeling off flecks of your flesh. Maybe I can get a hand up here behind me as it's eating me while I'm still alive. These are the alligators. Maybe they're so dumb. One goes over here, one goes, you can kind of segment them and go after them one at a time. Something like that. Always Hand Grenade says, we signed Oliver Klozoff, UDFA. Okay, there we go. And we'll definitely be covering the UDFAs as we go forward here on the future streams. Oliver Klozoff, excellent in taking the top off the defense. Can run a whip route too. That'll make you squeal. Let's go. All right, look, Zena coming up. Zena coming up to say what's up. A little bit of black love here from a black kitty. Black kitty coming up here. You guys got some orange kitty love. Now you get some black kitty love. I like it. Good timing, Zena. You must know I'm about to wrap up. Escalating Entropy, thank you for the dollar donation, man. You finishing us up nice here. I really do appreciate you on that. That's very kind of you, man. Great way to finish this up. Patrick says 11 hours is crazy, man. Salute to you, man. My pleasure, bro. Night rock, 3 alligators all day. All day long. You Mad Bro says, dude, you're like the Energizer Bunny. You just keep going. Thanks for all you do, bro. Overall, I think we had a good draft. I can't wait for the season to start. Go Hawks. I can't wait for it either, you Mad Bro. I am hyped. Hyped. Look at these tits. I'm ready to go. So let's get it. Let's get it. We got a 2-month period, which is going to be sort of the dead of the off season here at this point. Let's light this up. Let's light this candle. Let's see where this is going to go. I'm going to try to get to Seattle this year for training camp, for a couple of training camp days. So hopefully we'll get a meetup done at some point here for the Hawks Nest while I'm there. But thank you, man. It was the chat that kept me going. It's my people that kept me going, kept me laughing, kept me engaged, kept me interested in what was going on with the action. And that makes it so very easy to just keep going on with this. It really does. Justin Bright says, cool stream today. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for watching. Appreciate all of you guys for checking out. I know many of you hung on here for so long with me today, so thank you so much. Who would win with a fight between a taco and a grilled cheese sandwich? Taco's going to fall apart. Grilled cheese stays together. That's the winner there. That's the winner there. Hoist hand grenade. Reread that name again, B. Oliver Closeoff. Okay, Oliver Closeoff. All right, I see what you did. I see what you did there. Justin Bright, Seahawks signed a lot of undrafted corners. Yeah, I guess these guys aren't pretty scared, are they? You look at them and you go, man, you guys are aware we're like 9 deep of drafted players on the roster right now. But these guys trust their skill. Carl Johnson, Jason Maitre, Ro Torrance, D. Williams. And they must trust their skill to be able to pull it off. But they have an uphill battle to make it the squad, Justin. Oh, Lord have mercy. Or we're going to have like 7 corners on our practice squad. One of the two. Escalating says, I literally ate spicy Thai food, passed up, woke up, and you're still streaming. That's how I roll, baby. That's how I roll. That's just typical Hawks Nest stuff here. That's how we go. Thank you again, man, for that last donation. Thank you to everybody in the chat. We had tons and tons of donations over the 3 days. Too many to name. I hope all of you know we had the guys dropping $100 and $50. And really thank you from the bottom of my heart. All of that kind support on top of all the encouragement in the chat. You guys are amazing. You guys are what makes this channel go. It is you. And with this channel, with this community, this will determine how big we can ever get. And this is going to determine, how much we can keep this community in the same spot that it's in for as long as we can. I want it here, where we can have these kind of discussions today, where we can talk about every topic in the book, and really do it the way we did it today. So you guys were amazing. Thank you for making what I do so very easy. Thank you for being awesome fans. Our team went out there at a nice, solid B+ draft. In my opinion, that's good. That's going to get it done on the back of an A and an A- draft in the prior 2 years, especially with all those picks you stacked up over the last 2 years. The foundation is set. The foundation is fully set. The cement has dried. Now we just need to build our beautiful statue upon it. Our beautiful championship statue. It's going to be fun to watch this team develop, fun to watch them grow, fun to watch the next steps go as we start to see this statue come together. And who knows, maybe in a couple of years from now, we're watching the team raise the Lombardi once again on the back of these very, very strong drafts. My name is Brandon Kane. I want to thank one more time the sponsor of this show, Underdog Fantasy, sponsor the show throughout the year. You can use my code today, NESD. Click the top of the link in the description section below. They will match you up to $100 of your first deposit on their site. $100 from me to you, and you support the Hawks Nest at the same time. Great ongoing contests, baseball, basketball, daily fantasy contests in either of those two sports, and football on the horizon. So thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. Thank you to all of you for watching. Please do hit that like button. If you're not subscribed up, please do get subscribed up as well. We're on the road to 20,000 subscribers here. You can help us get just a little bit closer. I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. And I will be back at it probably tomorrow with the B&B show, as we will do a final full wrap up on these draft picks. Back soon. But until that time, please, my fellow Seahawk faithful, do not you ever forget. And one more thanks out to my mods as well. Jose Rodriguez, Mark Habercorn, Megan Gok-Roger. Thank you to all of you guys too for holding it down today throughout the day. I made you sit long. I made you pull long on this. So I got to give you guys the props too on that one. You guys all hang in there with me. So thank you to guys for that too. You were there step for step with me on this. And you guys help make this community go too with how you moderate things down there. So thank you to that as well. Back in 24 hours, final draft recap, B&B. We're going to hit you up soon with that. Until that time, by God, I hope I don't have to remind you. By God, I hope I wouldn't have to let you know. But you know I'm going to do it anyway. Do not you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.